Chapter 1. Mount Lang Lang. Night. Lin Zhan lay on the bed, dragging his weary body. How does one describe starting off as a mountain bandit? Alas, he was merely the lowest of the low, a mere lackey stationed at the front gate, where even the passing dogs would relieve themselves upon him. Squinting his eyes, Lin Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of irony. He had been enjoying a game. Quite well was it truly necessary for him to traverse into this realm simply for the sake of a cheat? Still relegated to the role of a lowly sentry. One might ask if it was due to his previous life as a security guard? Lin Zhan scratched his head and suddenly thought, simulator. As the thought crossed his mind, a block of text appeared before him. 99.99. Loading. This was his golden finger, or perhaps one might say a cheat. In his past life, to enhance his gaming experience, he had crafted a simulator that allowed him to practice martial arts, level up, and inherit skills, techniques, bloodlines, and more. To his surprise, it had crossed over with him. After 3 days, it had finally loaded to 99. May it improve my life, Lin Zhan pondered with a hint of anticipation. His identity in this life was rather clitched-in orphan beggar, who at the age of 13 had come to blows over a few copper coins in the city. Against 3 opponents, he fought valiantly, though ultimately defeated with honor. It was then that a small leader of the mountain bandits from Mount Lang Lang took notice of him, bringing him back to the mountains, where he became a proud bandit. That small leader also taught him a basic martial art, but regrettably, due to his lackluster talent, he had yet to even grasp the fundamentals after 2.5 years. Ding! The simulator has been activated. A familiar voice rang out. Lin Zhan felt a wave of annoyance. It was his own recorded voice, albeit with a touch of voice modulation, sounding utterly dreadful. Begin. Lin Zhan focused intently and initiated the process. This contraption could only be used once a day, and he needed to make the most of it. On the first day, he rolled up his sleeves, picking up the long-neglected mountain-cleaving fist, resolved to train diligently and become someone of significance. You began to exert effort. You labored tirelessly. On the 5th day, the small leader, Li Hai, who had once brought you into the mountains, regarded you with newfound respect due to your diligence. By the 10th day, you were still practicing your fists. On the 30th day, the same persisted. Your natural talent was already lacking, and martial arts training was not merely physical exercise. It required a significant infusion of medicinal herbs to replenish vital energy and blood. After a month, the results were minuscule. In the 2nd month, you had made no progress whatsoever. By the 3rd month, Li Hai, recognizing your extraordinary perseverance, decided to train you earnestly. He personally instructed you in the mountain-cleaving fist and provided you with ample medicinal resources to bolster your energy and stamina. By the 5th month, you successfully broke through, stepping into the first layer of the acquired realm. As you understood, martial artists progress through 2 major realms, the acquired and the innate. The strongest leader of Mount Lang Lang was a master at the 9th layer of the acquired realm. You diligently practiced, sparing no idle moments. Word of your fervor spread throughout Mount Lang Lang, and many began to view you with newfound regard. In the 6th month, your progress was modest, but you never wavered. In the 8th month, you continued your training. By the 9th month, with Li Hai's support, you broke through once more, advancing to the 2nd layer of the acquired realm, significantly enhancing your strength. You had become a small elite within Mount Lang Lang. You had ascended from a mere gatekeeper to an ordinary bandit, now permitted to accompany raids. In the 10th month, one night, Li Hai summoned you to his side. Kid, you should realize that your aptitude is lacking. Without my support. You wouldn't have come this far. For your future training, you will require more resources. You gazed reverently at the 50-year-old Li Hai and respectfully replied, "Please guide me, Uncle Li." Li Hai chuckled, "I do appreciate your character. Kid, I am 58 this year. I have only reached the 6th layer of the acquired realm in this life. If you are willing, from now on, call me adoptive father, and I will ensure your training resources are taken care of." Without hesitation, you declared, "I shall pay my respects to my adoptive father." Had you mentioned this earlier, you would have knelt sooner. The following day, Li Hai called over his closest associates and explained your new relationship. From that point onward, you were to be his adopted son. You vowed to care for him in his old age. In the 11th month, you continued to train, occasionally participating in raids, yet you never engaged directly, remaining a mere backdrop. The first year came to an end, and your cultivation still stood at the second layer of the acquired realm. In March of the second year, Mount Langlang remained unchanged, but your adoptive father, Li Minghai, was increasingly frail, having succumbed to a severe cold, gravely ill. You took care of him day and night, fulfilling the duties of son. In April of the second year, Li Minghai recovered, placing greater trust in you, granting you even more resources for training. In the third year, you broke through, officially entering the third layer of the acquired realm. You were promoted to the deputy of small team leader, overseeing 3 to 5 individuals, all at the first or second layer of the acquired realm. While raiding with your comrades, you often engaged in battle, gaining combat experience and strength. By the 7th year, through your relentless efforts, you advanced to the 4th layer of the acquired realm, depleting all of Li Minghai's resources. To continue your training, you would need to rely on your own efforts. In the 8th year, you began to venture out frequently, leading your subordinates in raids, specifically targeting the weaker, yielding satisfactory returns. You bore no psychological burden. Regarding this, your sole desire was to enhance your strength. By the 9th year, you brought substantial profits to Mount Langlang and were promoted to captain, leading 20 individuals, receiving the support of Mount Langlang for your cultivation. Among them, the third leader, Yi Lan, held you in high regard, respecting your character and considering you a loyal brother. After all, Li Minghai had become of little use to you, yet you never abandoned him. In the 12th year, with Yi Lan's backing, you broke through to the 5th layer of the acquired realm, being promoted to a small leader, commanding 200 individuals, entering the mid-level hierarchy of Mount Langlang. At 28 years of age, you were in your prime, yet Li Minghai passed away from illness, despite your earnest care. You laid Li Minghai to rest at the foot of Mount Langlang that night. You wept bitterly. Li Minghai had devoted everything to aid your cultivation. You would forever cherish the memory of this adoptive father. In the 15th year at dawn, Mount Langlang was suddenly surrounded by a group of government soldiers. You received the order to defend and rallied your subordinates to resist the soldiers. The officials were well-equipped and formidable. A middle-aged man in the distance drew his bow, aiming at you. Whoosh! The black-feathered arrow accurately pierced your throat, and you perished. This simulation has concluded. You have attained the 5th layer of the acquired realm. Do you wish to inherit? Lin Zhan did not hesitate. Inherit. After all, it was the only option. There was no alternative. In the next moment, all memories of the mountain-cleaving fist surged within him, instantly granting him mastery over all its techniques, memories, and cultivation methods. Not only that, but he also acquired a wealth of combat experience utilizing the mountain-cleaving fist. At this very moment, he was indeed at the 5th layer of the acquired realm. The abrupt enhancement of his martial prowess significantly augmented Lin Zhan's capabilities. Moreover, his physique transformed from its originally frail state into a much sturdier form. However, the changes were not overtly noticeable. Even when clothed, the transformation remained subtle. This sensation is truly exquisite, Lin Zhan thought, exhilarated. The formidable strength instilled within him a profound sense of confidence. Having arrived in this world for 3 days, he finally felt a semblance of security. With a yawn, Lin Zhan drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, the biological clock of this body awakened him punctually. He opened the simulator. Midnight had passed, and the cool-down period had reset. Without hesitation, Lin Zhan opted to simulate once more. On the first day, you displayed the prowess of the 5th layer of the acquired realm, astonishing the small leader, Li Minghai, who promptly reported it. The chief leader, Zhao Yinfeng, summoned you. He was a burly man with a thick beard, exuding a robust masculine aura, albeit with a hint of odor. Interesting. In merely 2.5 years, you've reached the 5th layer of the acquired realm, a genius. Zhao Yunfeng clapped you on the shoulder. This bone structure of yours, however, seems rather peculiar. Indeed, it was strange. He sensed that your bone structure was not particularly remarkable. Yet the reality of your 5th layer strength could not be feigned. Still a genuine practitioner of the mountain-cleaving fist. After some contemplation, Zhao Yunfeng dismissed the thought. since you are a genius, I shall devote myself to nurturing you. I intend to see how far you can grow. On the second day, you were taken as Zhao Yunfeng's disciple, receiving the full resource allocation of Mount Langlang. You adeptly utilized these herbs and meats, fervently enhancing your abilities, continuing to train in the mountain-cleaving fist. Training in the acquired realm is precisely this way. One must focus on perfecting a single martial art to its peak, refraining from practicing others during this period, lest one's concentration be divided. According to the teachings of the mountain-cleaving fist, simultaneously cultivating two or more martial arts can lead to an unstable foundation, significantly impacting breakthroughs to the innate realm. Your unwavering dedication to martial arts left Zhao Yunfeng deeply impressed. You possess the same fierce determination I had in my youth. In the second year, your progress was minimal, which led Zhao Yunfeng to harbor doubts regarding your innate talent. By the third year, with Zhao Yunfeng's unwavering support, you broke through to the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. However, Zhao Yunfeng could not hide his furrowed brow. What on earth is wrong with you, kid? Are you attempting to deceive me? Such a pace of cultivation was utterly akin to that of an ordinary person, in utter waste of the resources at your disposal. This simply won't do. Having come this far, I refuse to suffer losses without justification. There must be another reason. With gritted teeth, Zhao Yunfeng resolved to continue nurturing your potential. For after all, reaching the 6th level of postnatal cultivation by the age of 18 was still commendable. In the 4th year, the 5th year, the 6th year, and the 7th year, your progress continued to dwindle, driving Zhao Yunfeng to the brink of despair. What on earth have I raised? After weighing the pros and cons, he relinquished his investment in you, reclaiming 90% of the resources he had provided, leaving you to become a minor leader. You felt a tinge of regret, lamenting that you had not managed to extract more benefits. Thus, you began a life of robbery and plunder, embracing the existence of a mountain bandit. You found no aversion to this lifestyle, often proclaiming that one should love their craft. Your rapport with your subordinates was relatively harmonious, and they all recognized your leadership. Of course, this was partly due to Zhao Yunfeng's influence. In the 8th year, leveraging your contributions to Langlang Mountain, you exchanged for additional cultivation resources. You never squandered time on leisure. Instead, you dedicated yourself to relentless training, toiling away, leading everyone to regard you as a madman. By the 9th year, Sandongja Yilan found you intriguing and generously provided you with many of his own cultivation resources, for which you were profoundly grateful. In the 10th year, you ascended to the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, becoming even more formidable. For a full decade, you had not let up for even a moment. However, upon reaching the 7th level, your cultivation speed began to slow considerably, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed unlikely that you would make any progress within the next 15 years. With a sigh, you persisted in your training, gritting your teeth in determination. In the 13th year, Li Minghai succumbed to illness. Having no close relatives, he was buried by his fellow brothers at the foot of Langlang Mountain. You burned copious amounts of paper at his grave. In the 14th year, your progress was minuscule, and thoughts of the impending government action a year hence left you feeling uncertain. By the end of the 14th year, you hastily left a note for Sandongja Yilan and then made your escape. You had planned for this day for a long time, and no one noticed your departure. You left Langlang Mountain, wandering in a direction dictated by the memories in your mind. With your 7th level of postnatal strength, the vast world was yours to traverse. In the 15th year, you arrived at Ziyun City, 100 miles away. After some exploration, you joined the newly established Wild Wolf Gang within the city. Your strength was respectable, and you quickly rose to the position of a mid-level leader, commanding over 200 subordinates. In the 16th year, you continued your cultivation with the resources provided by the Wild Wolf Gang. Your diligent demeanor inspired many of your subordinates, one of whom, named Li Chengze, caught your attention. Big brother, I too wish to strive for improvement, to contribute more and earn more, so I could buy milk powder for my family's Lian. Every time you trained, he was by your side, his efforts already half as great as your own. You admired such self-discipline. Looking at him, you smiled slightly, Just remember not to buy San Lu. Understood. Li Qingze had never heard of this brand, but committed your words to memory. In the 18th year, while your cultivation progress was minimal, frequent battles significantly enhanced your combat experience and deepened your understanding of the opening mountain fist technique. By the 20th year, a sudden gang conflict erupted within the city. You received orders to lead your subordinates in a night raid on the gambling den of the Poison Snake Gang. With a ruthless display of power, you swiftly instilled fear in a group of adversaries, sending the rival gang fleeing in terror. Just as victory seemed within your grasp, a formidable figure emerged, launching a relentless assault against you. He was an 8th layer practitioner, and you were no match for him, resulting in your continuous retreat. With a thunderous roar, the muscular man struck, sending Li Qingze crashing against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth as he lay gravely injured. The giant rushed to his side, gripping his throat with a vice-like hold. "Whoever dares to attack my poison snake gang shall die." Li Qingze struggled in vain. You could not bear to witness this scene, and, despite the circumstances, you could not abandon your brother after 3 years of camaraderie. Just as you made your move, a small figure suddenly appeared, a young boy with a bun hairstyle whose height barely reached your waist. In stark contrast to his petite stature were his piercing, icy eyes that he cast a fleeting glance your way before vanishing, reappearing above the giant and delivering a devastating blow that sent him crashing down. Blood splattered across the gambling den. "Father, are you all right?" the boy asked anxiously, arriving too late. Li Qingze grasped the boy's hand tightly, but ultimately had to let go. "Father!" The boy's expression shifted dramatically, his aura growing even colder. He covered Li Qingze's eyes and slowly rose to his feet. "The gang, they all deserve to die, be it the Wild Wolf Gang or the Poison Snake Gang. They shall perish with gritted teeth." The boy withdrew a dagger from his sleeve and charged at the nearby members of the Poison Snake Gang with astonishing speed, leaving you unable to react in time, as you finally processed the chaos. You found yourself lying on the ground, a crimson mark trailing down your neck. Meanwhile, every gang member within the gambling den lay lifeless. The simulation concluded, and a prompt appeared. You have attained the 7th layer of postnatal cultivation. Would you like to inherit it? Staring at the simulator's message, Lin Zhan felt as though his head might explode. What was happening? Li Qingze's child was incredibly formidable, at merely 5 years of age. He had already reached the 7th layer, while the 8th layer was easily within his grasp. This child must be innately gifted. Lin Zhan could hardly fathom it. Moreover, he was Li Qingze's older brother. What could possibly be going through this child's mind? Yes, inherit. The power of the 7th layer surged within Lin Zhan, and he immediately grasped it. Unlike before, this time he possessed a wealth of combat experience in the mountain-cleaving fist, including numerous scenes of slaughter. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan forced himself to adapt to these changes. Stretching his limbs, he stepped out of the small wooden cabin. As a 7th layer practitioner, he had become a notable figure in the realm of Lang Mountain. Considering that only the gang leader was an 8th layer expert, with one more breakthrough, he could claim the 4th seat within the gang, as explicitly stated by the leader, Zhao Yunfeng. The bandits of Lang Mountain numbered just over 1,000, most of whom were incompetent. The sole 8th layer practitioner was the gang leader, while only 2 others had reached the 7th layer. After his breakthrough, Lin Zhan underwent a significant transformation, his physique becoming heavily muscled, embodying the very image of a robust warrior. If one disregarded his youthful and delicate face, they might mistake him for a professional boxer. He did not reveal his newfound cultivation level right away. Instead, he continued his duties, exchanging shifts with the night watchman, carrying a sword as he silently stood before the gates of Lang Mountain's stronghold. But a day passed uneventfully. In the evening, after hastily consuming a meal in the kitchen, Lin Zhan quickly departed. As midnight approached, he resolved not to return to Ziyun City, deeming it best to seek a different location for a stable enhancement of his strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan set forth on the first night. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly left Lang Mountain, careful not to attract any attention. Traveling westward for 2 months, he arrived at a small city, gathering information before proceeding to a nearby village 10 miles away. Yearning for a peaceful existence, he sought a place to devote time to enhancing his martial arts. In the third month, he settled in a rural area named Qingshan Village, frequently venturing into the mountains to hunt, gather herbs, and concoct medicine for his training. By the second year, he had grown familiar with the villagers, who regarded him favorably. In the third year, he continued his training. Though he could not compete with the support of a powerful faction, he still made progress. In the fifth year, a pregnant neighbor gave birth and asked for his assistance in naming the child. Observing the couple's dark complexion, he smiled and suggested, "Let's name him Yihei. His nickname can be Xiao Haizi." The couple was thrilled, expressing their delight at the name. By the eighth year, Yihei had grown and often sought Lin Zhan's company, subconsciously emulating his daily practice of martial arts. In the 10th year, Yihei found it increasingly difficult to keep up with training, as his responsibilities in the countryside consumed most of his time. At the age of 15, Yihei turned 10, and his father arranged for him to marry a girl from across the street, who was only 9, a rather early union indeed. On the wedding day, Lin Zhan attended and gifted them 2 goats raised from his own farm. In the 20th year, he finally broke through, officially entering the 8th layer of postnatal cultivation, adept in the mountain-cleaving fist. That same year, Yihei's wife became pregnant and gave birth to a healthy baby girl. Yihei knocked on Lin Zhan's door. "Uncle Lin, could you help me choose a name?" Gazing at the girl in Yihei's arms and then up at the sky, he casually suggested, "How about Yiyan?" Yihei nodded vigorously. "What a wonderful name." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Afterward, his wife placed a basket of fruits at Lin Zhan's doorstep, as he watched the family of 3 depart. A wave of loneliness washed over him. "I am already 35, no longer a youthful spirit." The following day, he caught a black dog, intending to keep it as a companion to alleviate his solitude. In the 23rd year, life continued in its tranquil manner. Though his cultivation improved, the pace was agonizingly slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl. By the 25th year, the village suddenly faced a locust plague, resulting in a complete crop failure. Except for the village chief and a few small landowners, most residents found themselves in dire straits. Lin Zhan frequently hunted in the mountains and was minimally affected. However, most villagers became refugees, leaving Qingshan village behind. He managed to gather a handful of rice for Yihei's family, inadvertently inciting the greed of others. In the dead of night, dozens of villagers surrounded his home, intent on seizing his catch. He chuckled, raising his fists and launching a fierce counterattack. With a single breath, he dispatched numerous assailants, none surviving to see the dawn. Amidst his mixed feelings of resignation and exhilaration, he departed Qingshan village with his now-grown black dog. In the 30th year, he arrived at another city, driven by inspiration, and established a territory, opening a martial arts school. Many signed up, yielding him a modest profit. He distributed the earnings among other factions, quelling their anger over territorial disputes, and began to diligently manage the martial arts school, utilizing the resources available to enhance his own skills. By the 40th year, his body had begun to decline. The peak of a postnatal martial artist's life was fleeting, and he needed to devise a plan. That same year, his black dog passed away, leaving him sorrowful. He buried it in the backyard and planted a tree in its memory. In the 50th year, he transferred ownership of the martial arts school he had operated for 20 years to the Li family in the city, signing a contract to bind himself to them, hoping to leverage their resources for a final surge in strength. The Li family was the foremost clan in the city, powerful enough to support all his training endeavors. In the 60th year, at 75 years old, merely surviving at this age was a miracle. By the 61st year, after enduring 41 years of arduous training, and with the backing of the Li family, he broke through to the 9th layer of postnatal cultivation. However, it was too late. His decline had reached its peak. In the 63rd year, his body steadily weakened, and he fell at 80 years old in the 65th year. The Li family presented him with 2 choices: face a skilled adversary from the rival Zhang family, or depart from the Li family immediately. He smiled. A mere battle is hardly worth concerning oneself over. He issued a challenge to a 9th layer expert from the Li family. Beneath the bright sun, you faced off against the 60-year-old opponent, ultimately suffering defeat. The simulation has concluded, and you have attained the 9th layer of postnatal cultivation. Would you like to inherit it? Yes. In bed, Lin Zhan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Why the third day of the simulation. He had ascended to the 9th layer, his strength now comparable to that of the gang leader. This sensation is more exhilarating than being invincible. Clenching his fists, Lin Zhan inhaled deeply, feeling the explosive power surging within him. With the strength of the 9th layer of the acquired realm coursing through his body, he felt fearless and invigorated. Sleep was unnecessary. Beyond the acquired realm lay the innate, which required mastery of an internal art. In the confines of his room, Lin Zhan fell into deep contemplation that in this world, internal arts were not merely precious. They were exceedingly rare, predominantly possessed by affluent families and powerful factions. Thus, how could he possibly acquire such a treasure? According to the memories of this body, the strongest practitioners in small towns were limited to the acquired realm, while only those from established sects or high-ranking forces in larger cities could claim innate masters. Should he join a sect? That seemed impractical. His current cultivation could not be easily explained. Yet, that was reality, while the simulator presented a different narrative. After a period of reflection, Lin Zhan rose and departed from Lang Lang Mountain. Remaining there served no purpose. This moment. As he had reached the 9th layer of the acquired realm, his physical transformation was too conspicuous, likely attracting unwanted attention. It would be prudent to seek a place where no one recognized him. Exiting the wooden cabin, Lin Zhan swiftly made his way through the night, devoid of any reluctance or hesitation. Such was his nature. If you hold value for me, then I shall utilize you. If you do not, I shall discard you, unless a profound bond exists between us. The simulator is merely a simulation. He is he. Morning arrived, and clad in black, Lin Zhan, carrying a sword, reached a nearby small county town. The very place where he had grown up, known as Kaiyuan. The mightiest figure in the town was merely the leader of a gang, possessing only the 5th layer of the acquired realm. Situated in the most remote region of the Xia kingdom, the administrative structure of the Great Xia was quite straightforward. From the inner core to the periphery, it consisted of the capital. Prefectures, counties, and townships. Lin Zhan strolled through the county. He casually surveyed his surroundings. Upon reaching a narrow alley, he was suddenly confronted by an individual. "Hey, kid, daring to enter the city alone. Hand over all your money." The speaker was a scrawny fellow with a sharp face, brandishing a glinting dagger and threatening Lin Zhan with a sinister grin that a lone individual daring to rob him. Lin Zhan was taken aback. This man was 2 heads shorter than him. What audacity he possessed. "Ha, you little brat. My grandpa is the leader of the Green Snake Gang. If you're wise, hand over your money quickly," the scrawny man boasted proudly. The Green Snake Gang, the foremost gang in Kaiyuan County, controlled 3/4 of the county's businesses and even had their people in a government. They could be described as the greatest scourge of Kaiyuan County. Lin Zhan understood. The original owner of this body had once fought with members of the Green Snake Gang, which had drawn the attention of Li Minghai. After all, for a mere beggar to stand up to such a powerful force was no ordinary bravery. A tiresome charade. Lin Zhan seized the scrawny man's neck and instinctively snapped it. The man had no time to react, leaving behind no harsh words as his eyes rolled back. Lin Zhan's reaction was purely instinctual. Honed through countless battles in his simulations, he felt no concern for having killed a petty thug and did not wish to dwell on it. Searching the body, he ultimately retrieved 10 taels of silver. Taking the silver, Lin Zhan casually sought out an inn, changed in a fresh attire, and enjoyed a hearty meal. It was delightful, arguably the best meal he had had in several days. Completing these tasks cost him less than 3 taels of silver. As night fell, Lin Zhan hesitated briefly before arriving at the brothel beside Kaiyuan County. After all, having traversed this world once, he felt an itch to explore. This young master. Upon entering the establishment, a heavily made-up matron approached him, brushing against him suggestively. You have someone you fancy?" Listening to her lilting voice, Lin Zhan suddenly lost all interest and turned to leave that it was all too frivolous. The quality was too low, not his type at all. That midnight, in the inn, after witnessing the simulator refresh, Lin Zhan continued his simulations. This time he was determined to acquire the internal martial arts techniques. On the first day, he departed from Kaiyuan County, heading eastward Intent on investigating the nearby prefectural city, by the second month, he had arrived at Lin Prefecture, meticulously inquiring and discovering that indeed, there were innate masters throughout Linen. Moreover, he identified several locations where internal martial arts techniques could be acquired, predominantly through martial arts schools. As long as one successfully joined and became a true disciple, they could inherit the teachings of the school owner. In addition to martial arts schools, certain families, gangs, and even governmental bodies offered similar channels, provided loyalty was assured, a complete transaction. After much contemplation, he decided to visit the Bayou Martial Arts School in Linen Prefecture the following day. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked at the door. The Bayou Martial Arts School was the weakest innate faction in Linen, with its head by Yu being 65 years old, possessing very limited strength, and only a couple of disciples under her tutelage. Here, the chances of obtaining a technique were exceedingly high. Who is it? A woman clad in training attire opened the door. Whom are you seeking? Hello, I am here to seek apprenticeship. He revealed his 9th layer of acquired cultivation. The Bayou Martial Arts School was taken aback. Soon enough, he found himself face to face with the innate master, an elderly woman with silver hair and a wrinkled visage, scrutinizing him. Are you here to show your skills? Let me see what you can do. He assumed a stance and executed a set of opening mountain fists. Not bad, steady and resolute, with remarkable perseverance. After witnessing his martial arts, Ryu hardly hesitated before agreeing to accept him as a disciple, much to Lin Zhan's astonishment. What is your name? Lin Zhan. Very well, starting tomorrow, you shall train alongside me. Thus, he smoothly became a disciple of Ryu. The third disciple of the martial arts school. With his formidable prowess, he became the senior brother, overseeing 2 junior sisters. Ryu provided him with ample medicinal supplements to enhance his vitality and body refinement, allowing his strength to escalate rapidly. By the following year, through his diligent efforts and by Ryu's support, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm. The next day, Ryu imparted the internal martial arts technique passed down through 3 generations to him. A particularly domineering art known as the Tsungyuan decision. It comprised 4 levels, corresponding to the low, middle, high, and peak stages of the innate realm. In less than a quarter of an hour, a figure approached Lin Zhan. The leader of the Green Snake Gang, a middle-aged man with a sullen complexion and a goat beard, approached cautiously and bowed. My lord. Gang leader Situ Xing stepped forward gingerly, bowing deeply. Lin Zhan regarded him silently. The atmosphere thick with tension and seriousness enveloping the inn. From this day forth, the Green Snake Gang shall bow to my will. Yes? After a moment of silence, Lin Zhan spoke each word deliberately. Situ Xing quickly knelt. Rest assured, my lord, from now on, the 3,000 members of the Green Snake Gang shall be your most loyal subordinates. We swear we will never betray you, and should we go against this oath, let heaven and earth condemn us. He signaled to the gang members, who echoed his vows. This fierce dragon had crossed the river. They mere snakes, stood no chance that in Lin Zhan's perception, he was unfathomable, an existence impossible to confront. Such a being could only be placated for the time being. Lin Zhan nodded. I trust you will not betray me. With a smile, he waved his hand. Return now. We shall discuss matters further tomorrow. By the way, I require some information regarding martial arts cultivation. Understood. Minutes later, Situ Xing personally delivered a stack of bound books. My lord, would you like me to arrange for a more suitable residence? This place is rather crude. Situ Xing inquired cautiously. No need to say. Your understanding is commendable. We shall speak of it tomorrow. You may return now. Lin Zhan ruthlessly expelled the intruders. He then picked up a book and casually began to peruse its pages. Though illiterate by nature, he had acquired the ability to read through diligent practice in martial arts during his simulations, and thus, after the simulations, he found himself capable. Time slipped away, second by second, as Lin Zhan flipped through one book after another under the flickering light of several candles. After a night of contemplation, he stifled a yawn, having gained profound insights into the path of enlightenment in this world. Indeed, it was a flourishing era for martial arts. In this realm, there existed 3 kingdoms, the eastern Xia, the southern Qin kingdom, and the northern Song kingdom. Beneath these nations lay a myriad of martial sects and familial powers, intricate and varied. The cultivation of martial arts was particularly rigorous and meticulous, with each step from weakness to strength carefully delineated, interlocking like a chain. The stages of progression included acquired, innate, Qi mastery, grandmaster, purple Qi, seeking the pinnacle, true immortality, earthly phenomena, and heavenly manifestations. That it was said that the mightiest of heavenly manifestation experts could invoke extraordinary occurrences in the world. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire would shift in response to their emotions. Furthermore, their lifespans could extend to a full millennium, lending a touch of the fantastical to their existence. Setting the book aside, Lin Zhan rubbed his eyes. Although the road ahead seemed long and arduous, he felt no fear. Rather, an exhilarating anticipation filled his heart. Such a world was indeed captivating. Waiter, refill my tea. At noon, Lin Zhan arrived at a manor outside Kayuan County. He did not overtly seek to dominate the area. Instead, he exercised control from the shadows. He had no need for the loyalty of these people. A temporary grip on their actions would suffice. His demands were minimal. Sir, if there is anything you require, please speak freely. The Qingxi gang will certainly fulfill your wishes. Lin Zhan nodded. Very well. Sidu Xing was indeed adept at handling matters, sensing the unspoken nuances. He sent over 30 well-trained maids that very afternoon, all eager to serve him. Each possessed exceptional beauty, surpassing even the most stunning images found online. Lin Zhan continued to instruct Sidu Xing to procure more martial texts and other literature, gradually deepening his understanding of this world. In the deep of night, as the clock approached midnight, he declared, "Enough, I shall take my rest now." He donned his garments, and the maids withdrew gracefully, standing beside a bronze mirror. He scrutinized his reflection. After breaking through to the innate stage, his physique had transformed. The muscle mass had diminished significantly, returning to a state where he appeared lean in attire, yet muscular when undressed. Moreover, perhaps due to the formidable prowess of the Tsang Yuan method, his gaze exuded an intimidating aura that deterred others from meeting his eyes, even amidst the recent tumultuous battles. Ding! Midnight has arrived. The simulation refreshes. It was now the 8th day in this world, and he resolved to press onward on the first day. He did not leave Kayuan County directly, but chose to relish the exquisite life it offered. On the 10th day, Sidu Xing presented him with a highly skilled woman named Lu Ru Shuang, who excelled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as in various forms of performance. Truly a woman of many talents. Piquing his interest on the 11th day, following a night of fierce combat, he sank into a deep slumber. On the 12th day, upon awakening, he discovered himself utterly drained, his internal energy unable to circulate. Am I truly a worthless pastry? He mused. Did you think I, Sidu Xing, would be easy prey? Sidu Xing approached with a fan in hand, laughing heartily. Even if you are an innate master, you remain powerless against me. Encountering me is your greatest misfortune. You cannot fathom that you have been outmaneuvered by an acquired martial artist. Lin Zhan queried, perplexed. Sidu Xing, laughing boisterously, slapped Lin Zhan across the face, seemingly to satisfy his own emotions, and revealed the answer. In this world, as long as there is a method, nothing is impossible. Though you are innate, you cannot withstand all poisons, especially mine, which is of a particularly nefarious nature. Realization dawned upon Lin Zhan, so that's why the taste felt wrong. Sidu Xing gleefully tormented him, but eventually lost interest and began to demand the secrets of his internal cultivation technique. Lin Zhan merely smiled, enduring the torment without divulging anything. Frustrated, Sidu Xing, realizing he could extract no information from him, decisively struck, slicing Lin Zhan's neck with a dagger. You are dead. The simulation concluded. Would you like to inherit partial memories? Lin Zhan was taken aback. Indeed, indulgence leads to chaos. Moreover, could he choose to retain memories without any cultivation? He found himself at a loss regarding the simulator he had created to inherit. In an instant, a flood of memories surged forth, each fragment obscured like a pixelated image, for they could not be revealed in their entirety. Moments later, Lin Zhan gasped in astonishment. Sidu Xing, you truly are something. These memories comprised two parts. The pleasures he savored and the torment he endured at the hands of Sidu Xing indeed, coexisting with such a person necessitated constant vigilance. One misstep could lead to his downfall, enough to make him sigh in regret for squandering a simulation opportunity on the following day. As Sidu Xing routinely came to pay his respects, Lin Zhan leisurely rose to his feet. The Qingxi gang requires a change in leadership. As soon as the words left his lips, he delivered a powerful punch that struck Sidu Xing squarely on the head, causing blood to erupt and flesh to scatter. The nearby maidens and subordinates were gripped by terror. This man was truly a madman. In this lifetime, they had never witnessed such a violent display. Clean up the mess and appoint a new leader for the Qingxi gang. Remember, it is best not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts, Lin Zhan coldly threatened. Killing him today should instill a sense of fear within the Qingxi gang for some time. After a day of tumult, night fell once more. Lin Zhan awaited the time for the simulator to refresh with quiet anticipation. This time, he must not waste any more moments that on the first day, he departed from Kaiyuan County. Determined to seek a place to diligently cultivate and fulfill the remainder of his life, on the 15th day, he arrived at a small village in Linen Prefecture, where he built a house and cultivated 2 plots of land. By the end of the first year, his mastery of the Tsang Yuan method had progressed, albeit slightly. In the 5th year, he returned from the mountains with a black wolf, deciding to keep it as a companion. As for thoughts of a wife and children, he harbored no such considerations. By the 10th year, life in the village was quite satisfactory. His formidable strength earned him the villagers' deep respect. On the 14th year, having accumulated sufficient Tsang Yuan true energy, he advanced the Tsang Yu method to the 3rd layer, stepping into the high innate realm that he had grown stronger. In the 20th year, a great insect appeared in the mountains behind the village. Injuring many, he personally intervened, accompanied by his black wolf, effortlessly crushing the creature's skull with a single blow. Triumphing with ease, the villagers revered him as a celestial being and even set up a shrine in their homes in his honor. In the 30th year, the black wolf passed away, possibly due to old age or illness. Though he could not ascertain the precise cause, he continued his cultivation, resolved not to practice any other forms of swordplay or weapon techniques, believing that strength was of utmost importance. After all, the Tsang Yuan true energy itself was inherently dominating. In the 40th year, bandits suddenly invaded the village, hundreds of them on black horses, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Unable to tolerate this any longer, he took action. With a single punch or kick, he instilled terror in the hearts of the bandits. These worthless foes were merely at the 9th layer of acquired mastery, hardly a match for him. Beneath the protection of his true energy, even ambushes could not harm him. He single-handedly eliminated over 100 bandits, driving them away. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude, honoring him greatly. In the 41st year, a young man arrived in the village, inquiring until he found Lin Zhan. "Are you the legendary hero who defeated a band of bandits?" He bowed respectfully. "I am Ouyang's son, and I humbly request you to take me as your disciple." Take on a disciple. You harbored no thoughts on the matter and outright rejected the master. I speak sincerely. My entire family was slaughtered. I require strength, the strength for vengeance. Lin, I will not let him escape. Lin, the name rings a bell. Upon reflection, is he not the son of Li Chengze, that wretched underling from the 2nd simulation? The very same child who, at merely 5 years of age, wreaked havoc upon the world. Speak more about attained is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. He appears to possess some extraordinary fortune. Should I seize his opportunity, the benefits to myself would be boundless if I steer clear of trouble. I am confident of breaking through to the pinnacle of innate mastery in this lifetime. However, beyond that, I will still require subsequent techniques for cultivation. Ain is certainly a choice that cannot be overlooked. He is a devil. For a treasure of my family, he annihilated all of them in a single night. Ouyang's son, filled with rage, implored. For the sake of his ambitions, he resorts to all means. "Senior, I beseech you to lend me your strength." Your brows furrowed slightly. It was evident that this fellow was lying. Furthermore, this young man possesses innate cultivation. If he truly sought a master, he would not approach me at all. His tone and demeanor clearly suggest he intends to use me as a shield. Such a ploy is rather juvenile. Just as you were about to speak, a figure suddenly darted past in the distance. Ouyang Sun, why are you fleeing? A youth clad in black approached, brandishing a dagger. His cold gaze fixed on Ouyang Sun. You think you can kill and just run away? Such a thing is utterly absurd. Ouyang Sun's complexion shifted, hastily positioning himself behind you. Senior, this is Lin. He slaughtered my entire family for a treasure. Please, take action and rid the world of this menace. You chuckled, lifting him effortlessly and placing him beside Lin, gazing into his eyes. You inquired, might you elaborate on the situation? Lin, somewhat taken aback by your demeanor, offered a polite smile. As expected of a venerable elder, you remain unled astray. This individual has insulted a maiden on my turf and has taken a life. I intend to return her to her family and seek atonement. You pushed Ouyang Sun forward. Be my guest. With that, you turned and strolled back to the courtyard. Haha. Ouyang Sun, come with me. Lin incapacitated Ouyang Sun with a single strike, shattering his energy reservoir, then dragged him away like a dead dog. You quietly observed this scene, utterly unable to discern the depths of this individual's cultivation. At 5 years old, he was innate. What level has he attained now? 20 years later, you refrain from acting rashly. Regardless, it would be unwise to confront the protagonist at this juncture that I in the 50th year. You found yourself somewhat aged, yet your strength remained intact. Within the realm of innate mastery, your peak lasted an exceedingly long time. By the 54th year, you had successfully accumulated sufficient Songyuan true energy, elevating your strength to the 4th layer, thus breaking through to the pinnacle of innate mastery. The next step is to attain the power of the Gongqi. But how? In the 55th year, you departed from the village. After a journey of searching, you arrived at another prefectural city, where the lord of the city was none other than Lin, who had established his own formidable power there. You requested an audience with Lin. Venerable elder, what brings you here? In the lord's mansion, Lin received you in the hall, somewhat taken aback. The old man has reached 70 this year. Throughout his life, he harbored no other aspirations, save for the pursuit of cultivation. Hoping to discover a suitable breakthrough method from you, Lin regarded you, and after a moment of silence, declared, since the elder has spoken, I shall naturally assist in your endeavor. He smiled as he produced a tome. Elder, behold, this is a master's technique. With diligent practice, one may reach the pinnacle of mastery. Lin handed you the technique. Thank you. You were taken aback by his generosity and expressed your gratitude. Just as Lin was about to speak, a deep voice echoed from outside. Evil sorcerer Lin, come forth and face me. Evil sorcerer Lin, a sense of foreboding washed over you. Venerable elder, it is an acquaintance. I shall return shortly. Lin waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about the presence outside, and rose to exit the hall that a dozen figures clad in black emerged, blocking all paths and intercepting you. You found yourself at a loss. This Lin, it seems, is not as simple as he appears. You peruse the technique in your hands, committing it to memory. This master's technique, known as the Tai Xianju, possesses a unique power and is an extremely potent offensive art. Before long, Lin returned, bloodied at the corners of his mouth, his expression grim. He seized you by the throat. Elder, I must borrow your life for a moment. As he spoke, he had already dragged you outside the building. Upon the white steps, a youth in white wielding a sword gazed at you with cold eyes, his gaze shining like stars, imbued with an indescribable meaning. Qin Xian, the individual at my side, is a renowned tiger-slaying hero in Lin County, beloved by the townsfolk below. That I offer you a choice. I may slay him before your eyes, and you can kill me in kind. Or you may withdraw, and I shall spare him. I audaciously used you as leverage to threaten another. The youth in white remained silent, simply turning away. If that is the case, I shall spare your life for today. Lin, when we meet again, your demise is assured. As the youth began to step away, you were suddenly thrown by Lin towards Qin Xian, your body propelled by an unseen force. Qin Xian reacted swiftly, kicking you away with a single strike, fully focused on the confrontation. Yet he was a moment too late. The dagger in Lin's hand had already embedded itself in his heart. Qin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. You Before he could utter another word, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What just happened? You stood up, somewhat dazed. Elian laughed heartily. Qin Xian, I knew all along that you could not match me. What being a prodigy? What of being the foremost in the martial world? In this realm, ultimately, it belongs to me. Leonidas, he spoke. A powerful aura erupted from Lian, a strength beyond your imagination, that M.Y. Kunlun demon sect shall surely unify the martial world and dominate the land. Lian laughed uproariously, unleashing a palm strike, an intangible force surging from within him, striking you down mercilessly. In an instant, you perished. You are dead. This simulation has concluded. You have acquired the Tai Xian Ju technique and attained the pinnacle of innate mastery. Will you inherit it? Yes. The total amount of true energy within you increased manifold, and your physical attributes were significantly enhanced. Lin Zhan continuously contemplated all the battle memories from this simulation. 2 seconds later, he regained his senses. At this moment, he was a genuine pinnacle of innate mastery. In terms of both combat prowess and cultivation, he stood as the strongest among the innate realm. More importantly, he had obtained a valuable technique. Reflecting on all the contents of the Tai Xian Ju, Lin Zhan felt a surge of eagerness. And what of this Lian? What is his true level of cultivation? That Qin Xian, who overshadowed Lian, is no trivial matter either. With his strength significantly enhanced, Lin Zhan began to contemplate strategies against Lian. If he could seize his opportunities, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. The following morning, within the estate, Lin Zhan encountered the newly appointed leader of the Qingxi gang, a young man in his 20s with a handsome appearance. Zheng bowed respectfully. Greetings, my lord. The young man's demeanor was far more respectful than that of the previous Sidu Xing. He trembled slightly, perspiration forming on his back. There was no escaping the fact that the individual before him was truly terrifying, killing without a second thought, employing such formidable methods. Divine, exceedingly divine. Lin Zhan nodded. Just do your job well. I'm quite easy to deal with. After issuing a stern warning to the newly appointed leader, Lin Zhan dismissed him with a wave of his hand and returned to his studies of the Tai Xian formula. Cultivating the realm of Gang Qi involves the transformation of true energy into true Gang. Under the protection of Gang Qi, a warrior's strength is significantly enhanced, and they can even project Gang Qi beyond their body, killing without leaving a trace. However, breaking through to the Gang Qi realm is no easy feat for someone as mediocre as himself. Without 2 or 3 decades of cultivation and comprehension, he would have no chance of stepping into the Gang Qi realm. Even with the assistance of various precious resources, if he were to truly toil through rigorous training, it would take at least a century to achieve a breakthrough, and as one progresses, that time would only grow longer. Putting away the Tai Xian formula, Lin Zhan shook his head. His talents were far too ordinary. He needed to find a way to enhance his innate qualities and foundation. The lifespan of a warrior is quite limited. Even at present, he could live at most 100 years, and only upon reaching the Master Realm could he extend his life to a maximum of 150 years. Thus, Lin Zhan found himself increasingly intrigued by Li An's potential. That boy was merely 5 years old, and the cultivation he had displayed was only innate. It was unreasonable for him not to find a solution. In the afternoon, Lin Zhan was abruptly interrupted by a furious roar. Who killed my brother? As he was resting, he was startled to see a wild-looking man, wielding 2 axes, storming towards him, his hair disheveled. The maids of the manor were utterly powerless to stop him, and some were even trampled underfoot. Lin Zhan's expression darkened. Tu Chun, stop this at once. The new leader, Li Zheng, rushed in, desperately attempting to intervene. Tu Chun brandished his axes, advancing toward Lin Zhan. It's you, you pretty boy. How dare you kill my brother? Do you know who he is? He is from Qingfeng Mountain. Lin Zhan recalled some details about Qingfeng Mountain. It was a notorious stronghold in Linan County, boasting considerable power and several innate masters among its ranks, with an army of over 10,000, far surpassing a small gang like Lang Lang Mountain. Oh, Lin Zhan rose leisurely. Was this a case of the young ones sending the old ones? Did they think he was without protection? Being at the mid-level of innate cultivation, he sensed the man's imposing aura, sighed, and abruptly hurled his fan at Tu Chun. Child's play. Tu Chun raised his axe. only to discover that the fan possessed formidable strength, and he was unable to withstand it. He exerted all his effort, but the fan shattered, sending a multitude of shards piercing into his body, eliciting continuous screams of agony. Lin Zhan approached, pressing him down with a foot, applying slight pressure. With a sickening crunch, C2 Chen's head splattered into pieces. What a hassle indeed. Zhang hurried over, his face pale as he exclaimed, "My lord, this C2 Chen is the third in command of Qingfeng Mountain. He has two peak innate brothers backing him. Along with an army of 10,000, we are in serious trouble." Lin Zhan chuckled. "Qingfeng Mountain, you say?" With a swift kick, he crushed Li Zhang's body, a look of exhilaration on his face. The members of the Qing snake gang surrounding them looked anxious and apprehensive, unsure of how to respond. Lin Zhan stepped closer to Li Zhang, who was gasping for breath, on the verge of death. Is it not better to remain alive? Why do you always plot against me?" He found it utterly perplexing that wasn't it merely about enjoying life with the resources of the Qing snake gang. Why did they all seem intent on killing him? The Qing snake gang was a local power in Kaiyuan County. It was impossible they were unaware of C2 Chen's arrival, nor could he have barged in without their support. Shaking the blood off his shoes, Lin Zhan glanced at a middle-aged man in the distance. "From now on, you shall be the leader of the Qing snake gang. Go back and tell them, if anyone troubles me again, I will kill them all." This was already the second time this had happened. Lin Zhan felt his patience waning. "Understood." The middle-aged man swallowed hard and turned to flee. Damn it. This killing star is ruthless. He suddenly felt that surviving in the county was not as appealing as he had thought. Perhaps it would be better to return home, marry a wife, and raise children. Though mundane, it would not come with the constant risk of death in the dead of night. Lin Zhan dismissed 35 maidens from his chamber, sitting alone on his bed in quiet anticipation. Soon, midnight arrived. As he tucked himself under the covers, he began his simulation. Let me see what manner of creature you truly are. On the first day, you left Kaiyuan County, moving swiftly to by the second month. You had traveled to Ziyun City, gathering information along the way. You acted decisively, using your formidable strength to unify all gangs, taking control of the entire Ziyun City. All factions acknowledged you as their leader. You located Li Chengze and dispatched individuals to monitor him, recording information day and night that Li Chengze, at the age of 8, was an ordinary child born to rustic farmers who subsisted on agriculture and herbal gathering. While you kept watch, you continued your practice of the Tai Xian formula. In the second year, forces from the neighboring county approached you, seeking collaboration. You agreed, expanding your enterprises and amassing considerable wealth. You began purchasing various resources and attending major auctions. In the same year, you acquired a knife technique in a black market known as Knight, comprising 91 moves to be executed only with a particular knife. Intrigued, you began practicing the knife technique alongside the Tai Xian formula. These martial arts were categorized into several realms: entry, integration, perfection, and return to simplicity. By the third year, your Tai Xian formula showed no progress, while the Knight knife technique had advanced to the entry level. In the fourth year, you continued to gather resources in preparation for breaking into the Gangqi realm, while diligently practicing the knife. In the fifth year, the same continued. By the 10th year, your Knight knife technique had reached the integration level. In the 14th year, the 22-year-old Li Chengze married a common girl from the village. In the 15th year, Li Chengze's child was born, and he asked the village's old scholar to name him Lin. In the same year, in pursuit of more income to support his family, Li Chengze entered Ziyun City and joined the Wild Wolf Gang. You dispatched people to observe Lian more closely. Lian behaved just like any other child, showing no differences whatsoever. You found nothing amiss. In the 17th year, when Lian was 2 years old, he was indistinguishable from other children, playing and drinking milk daily. Though he occasionally seemed lost in thought. In the 18th year, one night, as you slept soundly, a figure suddenly approached you, a painfully cold dagger pressed against your neck. Lin Zhan, why are you watching me? You jolted awake, and upon hearing the voice, recognized the intruder. It was none other than 4-year-old Lian, clad in a red garment sewn by his mother. He gazed at you with palpable anxiety. You know me? Do you covet something of mine? You cleared your throat. It must be a misunderstanding. I'm simply someone who cares for my subordinates. Lian laughed, swinging the dagger and severing one of your fingers. I detest insincere words. You're not fooling anyone with your lies. You were stunned. This boy, at that moment, the power he exhibited was not simply innate, nor was it acquired. You were entirely baffled by his realm and level. It seemed you truly knew something. An ant was coveting the wealth of an elephant. Lin Zhan, you certainly possessed courage, Lion sneered, withdrawing the dagger and beginning to torment you mercilessly. If you refuse to speak, do not blame me for continuing this. Feeling the excruciating pain surging through your body, you were utterly speechless. This boy was far too ferocious, until your blood ran dry and your body was riddled with wounds. You uttered not a single word that Lion expressed admiration. What a man! With a swift strike, he cut your throat. You died. The simulation concluded, and you acquired the integration-level night knife technique. Would you like to inherit it? Leaning against the bed, Lin Zhan found himself unable to fathom the situation. This boy was astonishingly powerful, possessing such terrifying strength at the age of 4. In the short term, he could not contend with Lian at all. It seemed this path must be abandoned. After letting out a sigh, Lin Zhan immediately embraced the swordsmanship. Memories of 18 years of rigorous training surged forth, and he mastered it in an instant. His combat prowess increased significantly, yet it still fell short of his aspirations. Upon witnessing the extraordinary prowess of Lin Zhan's ambition was ignited. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. Of course, he had no intention of provoking him in the short term. This Lin was far too enigmatic. However, being so mysterious at merely 4 years of age suggested that this individual was undoubtedly either reborn or transmigrated, or perhaps even possessed. In any case, he was certainly not an ordinary 4-year-old child, Lin Zhan concluded. There was simply no other explanation for it all. The following day, he summoned the newly appointed leader of the Qingxi gang and presented a sketch. I require a blade of this design. Forged from the finest materials, the Mo Dao is unlike any other sword that it is long and striking. Naturally, this is a matter of personal aesthetics. Rest assured, my lord, it shall be completed within 3 days. The new leader Zhao Hai promptly assured him. When dealing with this harbinger of death, one must remain perpetually vigilant, providing emotional value at every turn. Most importantly, one must harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. After handing over the blueprints, Lin Zhan resumed his leisurely existence, akin to a rice weevil, indulging in the support of the Qingxi gang. Having endured much hardship in his previous life, he was determined to relish this newfound opportunity. Night fell. Lin Zhan dismissed 108 maidens. Having been in this world for a mere 9 days, he had undergone 7 simulations that he clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. This is not yet my limit. I will grow stronger. On the first day, you arrived in Linen County. Typically, the strongest in such a small town may reach the late stages of the acquired realm, while the county city boasts peak innate experts. Those even more powerful are distributed among their respective domains. You spent a full 7 days in Linen County, during which, leveraging your peak innate strength, you defeated many formidable opponents of the same realm. Acquiring their innate techniques, you also crafted an Mo Dao tailored to your preferences, weighing 150 pounds and measuring 2 meters in length, wielding it with ease. By the 3rd month, you brought the Mo Dao to the prefectural city in search of new opportunities. Throughout this period, you mastered all internal skills, enhancing your experience and increasing your strength. However, you found no assistance in your quest for breakthroughs. The prefectural city of Linen is Jinhua Prefecture. Upon entering, you assessed the situation and decided to join the local government as an exceptional constable. The officials conducted a thorough investigation into your identity and, to their astonishment, discovered you to be a bandit. They harbored serious doubts about your intentions, yet could not fathom your true desire. I merely seek stable employment. You stated candidly, and one believed your outlandish claims. But considering you were merely 15 and already at the peak of the innate realm, the chief constable reluctantly accepted you into his ranks. You became the chief constable of Jinhua Prefecture, overseeing a region with 300 constables. Due to your apparent intelligence, the government promptly provided you with numerous resources for training, intending to assist you in breaking through to the Qi realm. You received the government's technique, the Bai Shui Heart method, which could carry you through to the pinnacle of the Qi realm with all requisite resources supplied free of charge during your breakthroughs. In the 4th month, you diligently practiced while participating in various cases to hone your professional skills. The 5th month, you resolved a mysterious case, garnering attention throughout the region. You became affectionately known as the renowned detective Lin, and your reputation spread rapidly. Time sped on, and your days in Jinhua Prefecture grew increasingly fulfilling. In the 2nd year, the chief constable meticulously assessed your progress. It could not be said that you had made remarkable strides. Rather, you seemed to have made no progress at all. You chuckled awkwardly. Boss, in truth, I am's but a waste. The chief constable struggled to comprehend your peculiar mindset, perplexed by your pace of cultivation. After all, you worked harder than anyone else, which made no sense whatsoever. With deep-seated confusion, the chief constable departed. In the 5th year, you solved several more cases, your investigative skills catching up to those of the chief constable. Even some Qi-level constables could not rival you. The title Detective Lin Zhan began to circulate widely in Jinhua Prefecture, and your fame grew exponentially. By the 10th year, your mastery of the night blade technique reached a breakthrough, allowing you to step into a realm of unparalleled skill, rendering you formidable. With a single strike, not even those at the mid-Qi level could withstand your blade. The chief constable had grown entirely accustomed to your so-called ineptitude, quietly retracting much of the support he had previously offered. Instead of practicing the Bai Shui heart method, you focused on the Tai Xian technique, and after a decade of governmental patronage, you had indeed made some progress. By the 20th year, at the age of 35, although your strength remained relatively weak, your investigative skills spanned the entirety of Jinhua Prefecture, and many prominent figures sought your assistance in resolving their troubles. Throughout this journey, you forged friendships with numerous heroes of the martial world and acquired various peculiar martial arts, including a technique for shrinking bones, disguise skills, and thievery. Your circle of friends expanded, and your interactions with many in Jinhua Prefecture grew increasingly harmonious. In the 30th year, you ascended to the position of Chief Constable of Jinhua Prefecture, achieving this with the strength of your peak innate realm, and no one opposed you. They were 100% confident in your abilities. I am indeed a natural-born Conan, a Sherlock Holmes. You mused with pride. By the 35th year, after 53 years of arduous training, you finally broke through, stepping into the Qi realm with the assistance of the resources provided by both the government and various friends. With your low-tier Qi, you could project your Qi outwards for 3 feet and 3 inches, a thrilling achievement. In the 40th year, your night blade technique reached perfection, transcending into a realm of sublime mastery, a power to be reckoned with. When your blade fell, even those at the mid-Qi level could not withstand it. That same year, the name Detective Lin Zhan transformed into the illustrious title of Lin, the Divine Constable. Your professional prowess gained immense recognition, and you became the premier constable of the Great Xia. In the 50th year, you became embroiled in a bizarre case in the neighboring Jinhua Prefecture, where an entire family of 91 members was brutally slaughtered, leaving the investigation shrouded in mystery. With the perpetrator remaining elusive, upon arriving at the crime scene, you began your inquiry point 10 days later, alongside your subordinates. You uncovered some clues and promptly organized a team for further investigation. Gazing upon the horrific crime scene, an ominous feeling washed over you. A month later, your in-depth exploration revealed a fragment of the truth. You immediately reported your findings, preparing to investigate all information regarding the assailant. Night fell, and as you slumbered, figures bearing torches approached, startling you awake. Grasping your Mo Dao, you heard a voice declare, "Lin Zhan, your good days are over." The intruder kicked open the door, exclaiming excitedly, "Oh!" You scrutinized the figure before you. It was Li Xia, the chief constable of Jinhua Prefecture, a master of formidable strength far surpassing your own. "Lin Zhan, some matters are beyond your comprehension. As fate would have it, we have located the culprit today." Li Xia laughed heartily. "Seize this heinous criminal and execute him on the spot." The murderer had ruthlessly slain the entire family of the Jinhua Prefecture's governor, and now it was alleged that he had also killed the investigating constable. Lin Zhan, surrounding you were constables, each one a Qi expert. Unfounded accusations, you retorted, pointing at them, your expression darkening as you gripped your blade tightly. ready for confrontation. Enough of this delay. Kill him. Anyone who knows me deserves to die. As he looked up, a figure appeared in the distance, clad in black, slender in form, and somewhat impatiently uttered, "Lin." You instinctively exclaimed. Lin cast you a peculiar glance. You know me. Attack. Kill him swiftly. He turned away, departing silently. Dozens of Qi warriors charged towards you, and you summoned all your strength, executing the Night Blade technique to its utmost potential, striking at them all. With a whoosh, you unleashed your full potential, delivering a final blow that cleaved a mid-Qi warrior in two, yet simultaneously, more weapons rained upon you, leaving you gravely injured and on the brink of death. A dagger soared from a distance. Striking your head with unerring precision, you perished. Lin Zhan sat upright on his bed, his eyes wide as saucers. How intriguing, utterly captivating. This is quite remarkable. My old friend, Lin, indeed, lives up to his reputation, truly deserving of the moniker of someone who could eliminate him at the tender age of 4. How many times has it been now? 8 simulations, 4 of which ended in his demise at the hands of Lin. This fellow is relentless. He must be scheming something in the shadows. It is rather sinister. Lin Zhan found himself increasingly wary of this character. Despite the distance, he still managed to cross paths with him. Next time, he would deal with him directly. It was no easy feat for him to come into existence. Lin Zhan chuckled coldly. The current simulation concluded, granting him mastery over the low-tier realm of Gangqi, the blood-pressing heart method, and the Night Blade technique of returning to simplicity. Would you like to inherit these? Yes. New power surged within him. The true energy within Lin Zhan swiftly transformed into more potent Gangqi. He extended a finger, and a strand of black Gangqi shot forth from his hand, piercing through the wardrobe before him. The Gangqi, once separated from his body, proved to be formidable. Besides the cultivation level, the Night Blade technique of returning to simplicity significantly augmented his prowess as well. Alas, he lamented the absence of knowledge regarding case handling and disguise techniques. After adapting to his newfound strength, he felt an increased sense of security. Tucking himself under the blankets, he finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Lin Zhan immersed himself in the study of the official blood-pressing heart method. This internal skill was relatively straightforward, not dissimilar to the common cultivation techniques, though he had not practiced it. He nonetheless gleaned some unique insights from the method. It was immensely beneficial. Cultivating in the realm of Gangqi necessitated various supplements. While solitary practice was safe, it was far too slow. He pondered that to progress effectively, he would need to ally himself with a faction. This time, it was primarily due to Lin. This fellow was too enigmatic, leaving traces of himself everywhere. If he could eliminate Lin beforehand next time, perhaps he could enjoy a period of tranquility. Regardless, for the foreseeable future, it was imperative to focus on enhancing his strength rather than meddling with his fortunes. As evening descended, after a hearty dinner, Lin Zhan strolled through Kaiyuan County, sampling various freshly purchased snacks. After a short while, he found himself in front of a restaurant. How amusing! He looked up to discover it was a Sha County eatery. Waiter, bring me a chicken leg rice and a jug of yellow wine. Lin Zhan settled down casually. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment. The waiter, draped in a towel, approached with a cheerful smile, pouring him a cup of tea before bustling off to attend to other matters. He had yet to experience what Sha County's delicacies were like in this world, but he imagined they would be quite similar. After a brief wait, the waiter returned with a bowl of rice. Lin Zhan's eyes widened. Indeed, one must not harbor overly high expectations for ancient cuisine. The chicken leg rice was simply that, a chicken leg and a bowl of rice. Fortunately, the chicken leg was seasoned with some spices, and the aroma was, at best, edible. As he lifted his chopsticks, just as he was about to take a bite, a dark shadow rushed in from afar. Reacting swiftly, he extended his right hand, Gangqi enveloping it, and seized the projectile. It was an arrow, poison-tipped, no less. I've had enough of this. Lin Zhan sighed, shaking his head as he unleashed a torrent of Gangqi, grinding the arrow into fine splinters. Rising to his feet, his figure flickered as he dashed down the street. Run, we've been discovered. At the alley's entrance, 2 young men exchanged alarmed glances and took off in haste, disappearing into the labyrinthine alleyways. Clearly, this had all been premeditated. Lin Zhan pursued but found no trace of them. The alley's numerous exits rendered him unable to discern their escape route. That's how it is. He scoffed coldly before turning away. Minutes later, the two young men emerged from a side street, one bursting into laughter. "Big brother, your foresight is impeccable. Although we couldn't finish him off, we certainly left him shaken. Anyone who harms my people from Qingfeng Mountain must pay the price." The other's expression, however, was markedly grim. "Xiao San, this is a serious matter." He gripped his bow tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "What is wrong, big brother?" Xiao San asked, perplexed. "Your eyesight is lacking. You didn't see it." "But I did. Just now he intercepted the arrow with Gangqi. Gangqi realm. This is definitely beyond our means to contend with. I fear no one in all of Qingfeng Mountain could defeat him." Sidu Qing wore a look of trepidation. "The Gangqi realm. It can't be." Xiao San's mouth fell agape. Why is such a master lingering in this small place instead of the capital? In his understanding, Gangqi warriors were significant figures, typically found among the major factions within the capital, each wielding considerable power and cunning. This is not good. Both men felt a sense of foreboding that I in the Green Snake Gang. Lin Zhan seized the throat of the newly appointed leader, Zhao Hai. "I grant you 1 hour to identify the individuals who just attempted to ambush me. Should no one appear within that time, I shall annihilate the entire Green Snake Gang. Not a soul shall be spared." He released his grip, sitting expressionlessly in a chair within the hall. Zhao Hai tumbled to the ground, momentarily dazed before regaining his composure. "Get someone here, quickly!" The situation was urgent, and they needed to act decisively. Time ticked away, yet the Green Snake Gang failed to deliver the assailants. Lin Zhan's patience wore thin that it seemed he would have to change venues. Rising slowly, his gaze turned increasingly frigid, his aura intensifying to "My lord, we found them." At a critical juncture, Zhao Hai rushed "My lord, there are 2 of them, both from Qingfeng Mountain." He spoke hurriedly as dozens of Green Snake Gang members filed in behind him, escorting a dozen or so captives, each too terrified to utter a single word. Lin Zhan cast a glance around. The Green Snake Gang had apprehended 15 individuals. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Hai approached that "My lord, aside from the 2 culprits, the rest are also from Qingfeng Mountain. You were ambushed because of their machinations that To survive." He directly betrayed the upper echelons of the Green Snake Gang, personally leading his men to capture these old rascals. Thankfully, it all went smoothly. Lin Zhan nodded, discerning that the other party spoke the truth. Raising his right hand, beams of Gangqi shot forth like lasers. Penetrating the skulls of the 15 captives, they had no time to plead for mercy, nor to scream, as they perished in an instant. "Clean this up. Also, take a contingent with me to Qingfeng Mountain." Having already taken action, Lin Zhan was determined to see it through. With formidable power at his disposal, he harbored no hesitation, sympathy, or softness. Anyone who posed a threat to him must perish. "As you command." Zhao Hai nodded vigorously. He had surmised Lin Zhan's intentions, but at this juncture, he found himself unable to retreat. Moreover, he had long wished to eliminate this group of useless individuals and seize control of the Green Snake Gang. For him, this was also an opportunity. "My lord, your blade is ready." At that moment, a member of the Green Snake Gang approached, whispering, "Is the blade ready?" After experiencing the night blade technique of returning to simplicity, Lin Zhan gestured grandly. "Bring it forth that we shall extinguish Qingfeng Mountain." Shortly thereafter, he received the ominous blade 0.2 meters long, weighing 300 pounds, entirely black, with a razor-sharp edge. Lin Zhan took an instant liking to the weapon. "Since it is the night blade technique, you shall be named Knight." He grasped the hilt of his sword and gently swung it, unleashing a surge of energy that sliced through the air, leaving deep gashes on the surrounding structures. A testament to his ferocious might. White markings adorned both sides of the blade, resembling a fierce white dragon, menacing and formidable. Lin Zhan positioned the mysterious sword before him and addressed Zhao Hai. "Let us embark." Had Qingfeng Mountain provoked him time and again, truly believing him to be a soft target? Understood. Zhao Hai felt a thrill in his heart and promptly rallied his subordinates, mobilizing them towards Qingfeng Mountain. As darkness fell, Over 800 individuals navigated through the chaotic mountain paths, finally arriving at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Gazing at the peculiar edifices before him, Lin Zhan raised the Nightblade, declaring, "I shall eliminate all skilled combatants within the shortest possible time. Your task is to blockade all paths. Allow no one to escape." Qingfeng Mountain was far mightier than the Qingxi gang. Charging in recklessly would be tantamount to seeking death. Their primary role was to assist. Just as Zhao Hai was about to respond, he witnessed Lin Zhan transform into a fleeting shadow, vanishing abruptly. "All of you, keep your eyes wide open," he bellowed, his expression intensely focused at the bandit stronghold. Lin Zhan brazenly stormed in, cleaving a guard in two with a single stroke. "All of you from Qingfeng Mountain, perish." His aura was fearsome, his gaze ruthless, as he charged towards the surrounding buildings. The bandits, caught off guard and unarmed, barely had time to react before they were swiftly dispatched. He encountered no obstacles along the way. Nothing within his line of sight escaped his wrath. The Nightblade's technique reached its zenith, and his speed accelerated. Soon, numerous adept warriors appeared, wielding an array of weapons, converging before Lin Zhan. "Elder, do we harbor any grievances against you?" the chief of Qingfeng Mountain asked, bewildered. He had just seized a concubine and had yet to enjoy her company, only to find himself under attack by a powerful energy wielder. "There is animosity, a profound animosity." Lin Zhan chuckled, bringing down his blade with a swift motion, the energy cleaving the chief in half from several meters away. "All of you die." His eyes bloodshot, he plunged into the fray. The bandits were left in a state of shock. Was this man insane? In a flurry of sparks and rapid strikes, every formidable opponent fell within mere seconds. Only a group of lesser warriors remained, exchanging bewildered glances before hastily fleeing. Lin Zhan mechanically swung the mysterious sword, consumed by the frenzy of slaughter. He had become entranced, utterly lost in the moment. Time passed, and when he finally regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by lifeless bodies. Not a single soul remained alive. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air. Footsteps approached, and Lin Zhan turned to see Zhao Hai, who rushed into the stronghold with his men. "My lord." Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was struck dumb. This was truly a hell on earth. "Search. Leave no survivors." Lin Zhan sheathed the Nightblade, driving it into the ground. Cut even the worms in half. The slaughter of several hundred bandits had profound repercussions on him. However, the wealth of combat experience in his mind allowed him to adapt quickly after a moment of bewilderment. Shaking his head, Lin Zhan headed towards Kaiyuan County. Just as he exited the stronghold, he suddenly halted, glancing around before stepping into a nearby haystack. Upon lifting it, he discovered a small puppy who had fallen into villainy at such a tender age. "You cannot be spared." With a sweep of energy, he severed the adorable creature's head. "Why does it feel as though I'm becoming increasingly unhinged?" He patted the hilt of the Nightblade, his brow furrowed. After a night of travel, Lin Zhan returned to the estate in Kaiyuan County. With the assistance of several maidens, he refreshed himself and lay on the bed, feeling invigorated. Night had fully descended. The haunting imagery of his recent slaughter lingered in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhan activated the simulator. Midnight had passed. It was time to commence the simulation. This time, he would target Lin's father first. Taking a deep breath, he immediately began on the first day. After a night of rest, the following morning, he departed from Kaiyuan County with the Nightblade in hand. The second month, he arrived in Ziyun City, and after some searching, located the 8-year-old Li Chengze. Without hesitation, he stealthily threw a flying dagger, ending the boy's life. This time, having eliminated Li Chengze 15 years early, he was eager to see how this young lad would emerge. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to join a sect. The governmental forces were simply too conservative. He needed more resources and support. The fourth month, he left Jinhua Prefecture and arrived at the nearby Qinghua Prefecture, where he found the renowned martial arts sect, Wanjiamen. Wanjiamen was powerful, boasting 2 true masters in its ranks, and it was rumored that an elder of the earth element realm resided there. Hierarchy: postnatal, innate, energy, master, purple chi, ascendant, true master, earth element, heaven element. Wang Jimin was the most dominant force in Qinghua Prefecture, wielding significant influence to the foot of the mountain. He explained his intentions to a disciple guarding the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approached, gazing at him with curiosity. "Youngster, are you truly at the low tier of energy? Only 15 years of age this year." He did not conceal his intentions, preparing to probe the attitudes of these major sects towards prodigies. If possible, he was ready to play a grand game. "Indeed, but my martial skills are somewhat peculiar." He hesitated before responding. "What is peculiar about them?" The middle-aged man grasped his right wrist. "Your bone age is indeed 15, and your cultivation is energy. Elder, I experienced an abrupt surge in strength. I cannot comprehend how it transpired. It feels as if I merely awoke one day with this prowess," he tentatively explained. The middle-aged man stroked his chin in contemplation, ultimately laughing as he grasped Lin Zhan's neck. "Youngster, are you attempting to deceive me? Wang Jimin stand for righteousness in the martial world. Even if you exude a murderous aura, you dare to lie to me? To seek entry into Wang Jimin? Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, leading him through the mountain gates. "Quickly report. I have captured a fool, suspected to be a spy sent by the Tianjin sect." Within a lavishly adorned hall, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. A 15-year-old at the low tier of energy is hardly a genius, merely decent, someone remarked. "This lad carries a heavy aura of bloodshed. He must have killed at least 1,000 people. Wang Jimin cannot accept such a villain. Let us investigate first. Whether he belongs to the Tianjin sect is still uncertain. Is there even a need for investigation? Who else would dare to act against us besides the Tianjin sect? In Qinghua Prefecture, the Tianjin sect and Wang Jimin were rival factions, perpetually at odds. Yet, Wang Jimin had consistently maintained an upper hand against the Tianjin sect, which had seen a surge of talented disciples emerging over the years, hinting at a potential resurgence. The elders of Wang Jimin deliberated and ultimately confined him to a small, dark room. 2 months later, he was released. The current leader of Wang Jimin, Qin Jian, gazed at him with a complex expression. "You truly are extraordinary." In just 2 months, they had mobilized all their resources and networks to uncover his entire history. A beggar by origin, he had turned to banditry at 13, severing ties with the Wandering Mountains 4 months prior, showcasing considerable martial prowess, and commandeering the Qin Shi gang. He had slain 2 gang leaders and ultimately annihilated the entire Qingfeng mountain stronghold. Qin Jian, puzzled, inquired, "Youngster, from whence does your martial prowess stem?" According to their gathered intel, this young man's growth trajectory was traceable, yet he had seemingly had no opportunity to enhance his strength. "Elder, I've said it before. I became this strong all of a sudden." Qin Jian chuckled. "And you suddenly possess abundant combat experience as well." He paced the room, visibly conflicted, before summoning 5 elders from Wang Jimin. "Elders, what shall we do? To kill or to spare? I seek your counsel." Qin Jian let out a sigh, and the Grand Elder furrowed his brows tightly. This young man possesses skills of unknown origin. It is highly probable that a formidable master stand behind him. His joining of the Wang Jian sect may harbor ulterior motives. I propose we eliminate him. The second elder shook his head. "No expert in the world can achieve such feats without leaving any trace. I suspect he may possess some extraordinary abilities that could be beneficial for our sect. We should keep him." The third elder cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "The risks are still too great. Let us offer him some compensation and allow him to depart." However, the fourth elder had a different perspective. He harbors a benevolent heart, having eradicated the bandits and taken control of the gang. The fifth elder interrupted. "A benevolent heart? After taking over the Qin Shi gang, he indulges in pleasure daily. And after leaving Kaiyuan County, he even murdered an innocent 8-year-old child. You still claim he is kind-hearted?" The 5 continued to argue, and your mind buzzed with noise until you finally shouted, "Enough! I will speak the truth. I am a reborn individual. Moreover, I have been reborn with the martial arts from my previous life." You reframed the existence of the simulator, explaining the origins of your powers. The 6 were taken aback, and the sect leader Qin Jian approached you, sensing carefully. Indeed, the techniques within him are quite ancient. Furthermore, that technique of returning to simplicity is undoubtedly not something a mere 15-year-old possesses. What he claims is the truth. You were at a loss for words. It seemed that recklessly revealing your identity and joining a faction was not a wise choice. As many things could not be clearly explained, the higher-ups of the Wanjian sect entered into a discussion and ultimately decided to assist in your cultivation. To them, you were a rare opportunity. Accepting you would yield far more benefits than drawbacks, you contemplated deeply. Thus, you became a new disciple of the Wanjian sect, receiving their full support in your training. Qin Jian often sought you out for conversation, addressing your cultivation doubts while engaging in casual banter. You acquired the pinnacle technique of the Wanjian sect, the Wanjian Tianjianju, and advanced to the realm of physical reality. With the assistance of the Wanjian sect, your cultivation speed accelerated continuously. Even though your innate talent was lacking, the abundance of resources propelled your strength to soar. By the 5th year, you entered the mid-level of the Gangxi realm, and the sword energy cultivated from the Wanjian Tianjianju became formidable, radiating brilliance, complemented by the Knight Blade technique. Even high-level Gangxi opponents were no match for you. In the 6th year, Qin Jian imparted a new sword technique to you, named Qianyuan Jinjue, the signature sword technique of the Wanjian sect. In the training grounds, you executed the Qianyuan sword technique flawlessly, prompting Qin Jian to applaud. Well done, well done. If you could be reborn again, bringing with you the mastery of the Wanjian Tianjianju and Qianyuan Jinjue, I believe no one would doubt you. Gazing into Qin Jian's eyes, you pondered deeply. You diligently cultivated without any slackening, your strength steadily increasing. By the 10th year, you consumed a vial of fierce bird's blood, greatly enhancing your Gangxi and breaking through to the high level of Gangxi. That same year, your Qianyuan Jinjue reached a state of consummate mastery. As you continued your arduous training, you felt the strain of your inadequate foundation. Old Qin, is there truly no treasure in this world that can enhance one's root and comprehension? You inquired once more. Qin Jian, holding a cup of hot tea, shook his head. To my knowledge, one's root and comprehension are innate. There are no treasures that can enhance these qualities. You felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The Wanjian sect had invested greatly in supporting your training. The resources alone could have nurtured 10 masters. Indeed, without treasures, perhaps only certain techniques could achieve such feats. Qin Jian shifted the topic and laughed heartily. Techniques? You quickly probed. Qin Jian did not hold back, directly informing you. I found this yesterday in the sect's records. It is said that the Inma sect of southern Shan possesses a technique that enhances one's innate qualities as long as one persists in cultivation. Even a pig could become a genius. The mention of the Inma sect piqued your interest, and you etched that name deeply into your memory. By the 15th year, Qin Jian sought you out with a somewhat peculiar expression. Kaiyuan County is allied with other counties and led the local soldiers to obliterate the entire Langlang Mountain. You had predicted this event 15 years prior, and at this moment, he was completely convinced of your identity as a reborn individual. In the 20th year, you once again broke through, reaching the pinnacle of the Gangxi realm, and your Qianyuan Jinjue also attained consummate mastery. All of this was made possible by the unwavering support of Qin Jian and others. Your feelings toward the Wanjian sect gradually deepened, fostering a stronger sense of belonging. By the 30th year, at the age of 45, you had not stepped outside the Wanjian sect for 30 years, dedicating yourself entirely to cultivation, striving with all your might. Everyone in the Wanjian sect regarded you as one of their own, and your relationships flourished. As long as you speak, I will promptly bring them to you. Qin Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. You chuckled. Old Qin, I'm already 45 years old. Let's leave it be. In this life, I only wish to cultivate diligently and reach greater heights. Yet your innate talent was limited. Even with our substantial support, to break through to the master level would take at least 200 years, an unattainable feat for you. You fell silent. Indeed, it had been 10 years since your last breakthrough, a full decade during which, apart from the Qianyuan sword technique, you had shown no signs of progress. Then I shall practice the sword, the blade, and lightness techniques. I will not give up. Your gaze was resolute like never before. Qin Jian patted your shoulder. Tell me honestly, if you were to die, could you start anew? Not only that, but you could also bring back all your martial arts. You were taken aback. Yet Qin Jian had already discerned the answer. In that case, you may continue your training. Qin Jian turned to leave, his silhouette exuding an indescribable melancholy and oddity. You found it difficult to articulate this feeling. This fellow had actually seen through the essence of the simulator. How terrifying. By the 40th year, everything remained unchanged. Under the guidance of Qin Jian and others, you had brought the Qianyuan Jinjue to the realm of returning to simplicity. Additionally, you had trained in a technique called amidst the blossoms, achieving a level of integration. Your cultivation had made slight progress, though not significantly noticeable. 200 years to reach master level was not unacceptable. After all, you had plenty of time to be by the 50th year. Your amidst the blossoms technique had reached consummate mastery. That same year, in the dead of night, you heard a cacophony of footsteps outside, a scene of chaos. Qin Jian, hand over the techniques of our sect, and I may spare your life. You heard a resounding explosion. Bang! The wall of your bedroom shattered, and a figure crashed in. It was Qin Jian. Lin Zhan, quickly memorize this, he exclaimed, urgency etched on his face as he tossed you a bound volume. As you opened the book, you were astonished to find it contained the Yinma sect's technique for altering one's root and comprehension, known as Yin Yang Wujing. Most of it was comprised of illustrations with very few words. You were bewildered. It was indeed a dual cultivation technique. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from above, and a figure appeared, seizing Qin Jian by the throat. Stealing my Yinma sect's secret techniques, Wanjian sect. You have quite the audacity. With a splatter, Qin Jian coughed up blood, a wretched smile gracing his face. Worth it. You were momentarily stunned, then hurriedly focused on the book, committing the entirety of Yin Yang Wujing's contents to memory. Having practiced martial arts for many years, and with the illustrations aiding your recall, you memorized swiftly. Yin Feng, this is not a place for your rampage. Another voice boomed from the air, followed by the ghostly figure of Yin Feng, the leader of the Yinma sect, charging towards you. You saw nothing but a blazing light, an explosion of radiance. Yin Feng laughed disdainfully. A mere figure in the realm, daring to act wildly before me? Die boom! A surge of power erupted around you, sending you hurtling away, grievously injured and on the brink of death. You opened your eyes, struggling to move. Lin Zhan, you heard a persistent voice. It was Qin Jian. Crawling towards you, bloodied. You owe me one. Before Qin Jian could finish his words, he succumbed to death. You trembled as you gazed at the unfolding scene. The celestial beings unleashed their full power, a myriad of lights swirling around, illuminating the destruction. The entire Wanjian sect lay in ruins. Everyone was dead. All perished. A fragment of stone hurtled from a distance and struck your head with a violent impact, resulting in your demise. In an instant, Lin Zhan jolted awake. This simulation was rather exhilarating. Was Qin Jian willing to sacrifice the entire Wanjian sect for his own purposes? And what were his final words? I owe you a cause and effect. He pondered. With the conclusion of this simulation, he had acquired the pinnacle of Gongshi cultivation. When Wutian Jianju, the Qian Yuan sword technique of the return to simplicity realm, and the unparalleled skill of the Wanhua, Song Zhongbu. With the method of Yin Yang Wu Ji. Would he choose to inherit them? Yes, that as soon as the words left his lips, all the power surged into his body. The formidable Wan Wutian Jianju manifested within him, far surpassing the might of the Tai Xianju, while the Gongshi transformed into an intense and powerful sword aura, brimming with explosive aggression. Moreover, there was the Qian Yuan sword technique of the return to simplicity realm. After a prolonged moment of daze, Lin Zhan regained his composure, rising to sit at a nearby table, pouring himself a cup of cool tea. Qin Jian, what is your true intention? This individual is undeniably extraordinary, with grand designs. Given this, is there still a necessity for him to cultivate the techniques he pilfered? As his thoughts wandered, he began to recall the Yin Yang Wu Ji technique as the strongest method of the Yin Mo sect. Yin Yang Wu Ji is exceptionally mysterious, genuinely capable of enhancing a martial artist's foundation and comprehension. However, the conditions are exceedingly harsh. Not only must one find a woman with superior qualifications, but they must also train alongside her for an extended period. Continuous interaction and cohabitation are required, and only after 50 years of dual cultivation can one utilize the technique to transfer the partner's foundation and comprehension to oneself. Indeed, this technique is predatory in nature. Dual cultivation and absorption are both indispensable. Lin Zhan stroked his chin, hesitating once again that if he were to seek out Qin Jian again, would he offer assistance once more? Qin Jian is too enigmatic. In Lin Zhan's mind, he is even more perplexing than Li An without understanding him. Lin Zhan could not achieve tranquility. Since a connection had already been established, it was imperative to exploit it to the fullest. As the master of the One Jian sect, Qin Jian's cultivation is undoubtedly that of a genuine human realm. The issue of resources for Lin Zhan's future cultivation also loomed large, if it could be obtained without cost. Why not? Lin Zhan squinted, his heart racing with thoughts as he sipped more cool tea. He felt a bit of heat rising within. The next day, the members of the Qing Shi gang returned, laden with spoils, having completely emptied Qing Feng Mountain. Lin Zhan did not inquire about the distribution of these resources, nor did he pay any attention to Zhao Hai and the others. He selected a sword for himself and briefly experimented with the Qian Yuan sword technique. Its power far exceeded that of the Black Knight blade technique and felt remarkably smooth to wield. I could see this moment. With his gongqi at its peak, the sword aura could extend 20 meters outward, significantly amplifying its lethality. After practicing for a while, Lin Zhan ceased his efforts and proceeded to indulge in leisure. The day swiftly passed. Soon, midnight arrived. Lin Zhan tucked himself tightly under the covers and began the simulation anew. On the first day, you departed from Kaiyuan County under the cover of night, fully unleashing the Wan Hua. Songzhongbi Uwy the 15th day, you had arrived at Ziyin City, where you eliminated Lian's father, Li Chengze, thus preventing his birth. In the second month, you exerted yourself fully and finally reached the foot of the One Jian sect. Junior brother, I seek an audience. A steward of the One Jian sect received you. Yet when you requested to meet Qin Jian, he coldly scoffed. Our sect leader is preoccupied with myriad affairs. He has no time for a mere shrimp like you. You merely smiled in response and immediately executed a set of the Qian Yuan sword technique of the return to simplicity realm. The steward was instantly taken aback, hastily supporting his jaw, which was nearly dropped in astonishment. Who? Who are you? Oh, just a passerby. Hurry and summon someone, you replied with a light chuckle, sheathing your sword. Soon, you found yourself in a small courtyard of the One Jian sect, where you encountered Qin Jian, who remained as inscrutable as ever, clad in black, exuding an air of mystery. I have never seen you before. Have you obtained the inheritance of the One Jian sect as an outsider? Qin Jian inquired. Outsider, you were momentarily baffled by the term, but quickly regained your wits. No, I am a reborn soul. In my previous life, I sacrificed everything for the One Jian sect, only to die with lingering resentment. This time, I shall reclaim all that is mine. Qin Jian furrowed his brow, grasping your shoulders and sealing your meridians. Are you a traveler from another world? Your tale bears a striking resemblance to those mindless stories of triumph. You have successfully gleaned some crucial information. Qin Jian was indeed not simple. He was aware of otherworldly travelers. Could it be that he himself was also one? Yes, I am both a traveler and a reborn soul. As soon as you uttered this, Qin Jian fell silent, seemingly subdued by the pure essence of the One, Wutian Jianju, residing within you. Achieving such a state typically required decades of cultivation. Yet you appeared remarkably youthful. You waved your hand, abandoning pretenses. I prefer to speak the truth. In my last life, to aid in enhancing my qualifications, you ventured into the NMO sect and stole their yin-yang wuji technique. And you say I owe you a cause and effect. I wish to know your motives behind such actions. You are leading the entire Wenjian sect to its doom, only for the formidable forces of the NMO sect to rise up, resulting in the slaughter of the entire Wenjian sect. Your eyes widened in shock. You felt no sense of crisis regarding revealing sensitive information. After all, this was merely a simulation, a vital test. Is that so? Qin Jian scrutinized you intently. I believe I understand now. Come, let us take a stroll, and I shall reveal everything to you. You nodded and followed him along a gravel path at the back of the Wanjian sect. Qin Jian led the way, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate. I am Qin Jian. I am my previous life. I was an ordinary boy from a humble family. I worked diligently to provide a better life for those around me. But fate is capricious. At the age of 23, I was on the verge of marrying my beloved of 10 years. On the eve of our wedding, I strolled with a row along the rubber track of a university. I painted vivid pictures of the wedding to come, and she chuckled softly, playfully hitting me now and then, her beauty radiant like a blooming flower. After 3 laps around the playground, I went to fetch her some water. Just before leaving, Aro smiled, saying, "I want jasmine tea." Aro has always adored jasmine tea, claiming its flavor is akin to life, indefinable and bitter in ways that cannot be articulated. When I returned with a bottle of jasmine tea and a bottle of iced flower tea, I was confronted by 2 young men encircling Aro. I rushed over. "Bro, this is your wife? Quite a catch. Bro, mind if we have a little fun?" They appeared to be in their 20s, dressed flamboyantly. Resembling ruffians, that I did not respond. Instead, I grasped Aro's hand and departed the playground. After all, the youth of today can be reckless, and there was no need to provoke them. It simply wasn't worth it. Aro held my hand tightly, her touch cool, yet she said nothing, showing no signs of resentment towards my passive demeanor. We left the playground and walked along the path home. "Aro," I began to explain, but Aro handed me the iced flower tea with a smile, saying, "Don't say anything. I'm not foolish enough to blame you for this. I love you. I don't want you to feel awkward or uncomfortable." It was indeed wise not to engage with them. I embraced Aro tightly, thinking to myself, with such a wife, what more could a man desire? We laughed and continued to dream of the wonderful day to come. I wanted to announce to everyone that I loved Aro. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck my back, and my head throbbed with agony, leading me to lose consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I was met with a scene that filled me with indescribable rage. Aro, my wife, was being assaulted by 3 ruffians. They were laughing maniacally, recording the incident on their phones, basking in their perceived superiority. "Oh, you're awake, hubby." One of the boys in red suddenly leaped off the bed, trampling me underfoot. "Boys, this is going to be fun. Everyone, get your phones out. Do not fear. Brother Tadeo will resolve all our matters. The ensuing night shall be akin to a hell on earth for the past 23 years. I have never experienced such fury. For the sake of Aru, I have laid my dignity upon the ground, allowing them to insult, trample, and shatter me. And for Aru, the sacrifices she has made for me are even greater. My tears have run dry, bound to the ground, powerless and in anguish, enveloped in a despair I have never known. This torment persisted until dawn. The 3 fiends donned their garments, brandishing a folding knife against Aru's neck. Since the die is cast, just kill her outright. After all, we must pay regardless. .1 into all.no. Do not do this. I struggled in desperation. The red-clad youth chuckled, plunging the folding knife deep into my chest, yet I felt no pain. Compared to the circumstances before me, what did this matter? I pleaded for them to spare Aru, divulging every password to my bank cards and mobile payments. I sank to the depths of humility, yet received no response. In the end, all I saw were Aru's eyes, devoid of any emotion. Excruciating pain consumed me. I finally perished. When consciousness returned, I found myself traversing into a realm where martial arts thrived, a world where the powerful could live for millennia and suppress the world alone. I was ablaze with fervor. I would become stronger by any means necessary, exhausting all avenues to elevate myself. My efforts soon bore fruit. I became the most distinguished disciple of the Wanjian sect, accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader, and granted abundant resources for cultivation. I labored day and night, never relenting. Yet my innate talent and potential remained limited. Perhaps I could never attain the pinnacle of strength that I refused to concede, utilizing every moment to train, willing to sacrifice everything. 200 years later, I had reached the age of 220, having ascended to the realm of true immortals. But this was my limit. I could progress no further. I became the leader of the Wanjian sect. Commanding all, revered by thousands on the surface, I basked in glory, my reputation resounding throughout the martial world. Yet in reality, Each night, I loathed my inadequacies. 320 years later, at the age of 256. My cultivation had seen no advancement. That year, I learned of a method within the Inma sect that could enhance one's innate quality, a technique recently devised by the current sect leader. It was too late. Everything had become too late. I had no opportunities remaining. The lifespan of a true immortal is 400 years. My time was running short. I should have accepted that I could never achieve the extraordinary prowess depicted in novels. Even if one were a celestial being, what of it? The strongest could merely shatter mountains with a single blow, and living for 1,000 years, how could one traverse time and space? I was engulfed in an unprecedented despair. This is my tale. Qin Jian gazed at you with a somber expression. Perhaps the future me is acutely aware of your capabilities, hence placing all hope upon your shoulders. For Uru, any version of me would sacrifice everything. Give all. You fell silent. Very well. Let us engage in a fair exchange. From this day forth, you shall lend your utmost support to my cultivation. If I ever reach that pinnacle, I shall certainly assist you in realizing your desires. Qin Jian smiled, solemnly clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. A great favor. Words cannot express my gratitude. From this day forward, you officially joined the Wanjian sect, becoming its most core disciple. Qin Jian, defying all opposition, granted you access to all the resources of the sect. He had commanded the Wanjian sect for decades, and none dared to oppose him. 3 months later, Qin Jian approached you, accompanied by a young girl. Like you, she too was 15 years old. She was a refugee, and I have assessed her. Her innate talent and comprehension are exceptional. Given sufficient resources, surpassing the celestial realm is merely a matter of time. You observe the leaves in the girl's hair, her soiled face, deep in thought. Was this your preparation all along? You suddenly inquired. Qin Jian fell silent, then waved his hand dismissively. That is no concern of yours. I have promised to assist you with all my might. In that moment, you fully grasped the man's heart. From that day forward, you and the young girl, Su Wanma, began to live together, embarking on the practice of Yin-Yang Wuji, while also training in other martial arts. Among them was a new sword technique named Chanhong Guanri, which upon returning to its essence, wielded unparalleled power. Another technique involved hidden weapons, known as Shuli Fei Shua, which, once refined, possessed astonishing might, enabling one to combat adversaries beyond their level and even turn the tide against them. You diligently trained, living through an endless cycle of repetition. Qin Jian spared no effort in aiding you. In the 10th year, your swordplay and hidden weapon techniques reached a level of profound mastery, and your steps among the myriad blossoms exhibited remarkable progress. Yet your cultivation had only advanced slightly, in the 20th year. Your bond with Su Wanma grew increasingly harmonious, a relationship enviable to all. By the 30th year, your swordplay and hidden weapon techniques attained a level of consummate skill, while your steps among the myriad blossoms transitioned into returning to their essence. Becoming your third martial art embodying this principle, in the 50th year, you sat alongside Qin Jian, who had aged considerably, his hair now white, his skin wrinkled like an old washboard. You found yourself filled with regret and hesitation. Qin Jian's breath grew weaker, yet he managed to muster a smile, gazing at you silently. Even spending 50 years with a pig would foster feelings, let alone a person, especially one with whom you share your days and nights. You responded, flustered. Qin Jian coughed up blood, his hand falling limply, his voice dwindling. I am nearing my end. I should have perished long ago, but I am unwilling to leave without witnessing your success. Suddenly, Qin Jian grasped your hand. Lin Zhan, do not blame me. His eyes widened, and ultimately he succumbed. The limit of a true immortal's lifespan is 400 years, yet he lived to 406. The final 6 years sustained solely by willpower. His face bore the mark of unfulfilled desires. You sighed, resolving to collect his remains, pondering why he had felt the need to apologize. Suddenly, a vague realization struck you, and your expression shifted dramatically as you dashed toward your dwelling. Inside the room, on a chair beside the wooden bed, your wife, Su Wanma, held a dagger, quietly awaiting your arrival. 50 years had passed. Su Wanma had not trained, and at this moment, she had aged into an old woman, Her youthful beauty faded, yet you felt no disdain. Rather, your affection remained unwavering as you entered the room. She plunged the dagger into her own heart. Husband, you have arrived just in time. You rushed forward, immediately attempting to halt her. Why would you? You already knew the answer, yet could not voice it. Husband, I was raised by the sect leader. For you. For the sect leader, I am willing to sacrifice everything. These are mere trifles. Su Wanma smiled as she withdrew the dagger, blood spraying onto you, her breath growing weaker, on the brink of death. You embraced her frail form, gently caressing her face. Tears welled in your eyes. Then, channeling your energy, you absorbed all the Inyang Wuji power within Su Wanma, along with her exceptional innate talent and comprehension. You succeeded. Su Wanma had perished, yet you fashioned a brand new self from all that she had offered. Qin Jian, you were willing to sacrifice everything for Aru after a decade together. Did you ever consider my plight? I spent 50 years with Wanma. A full 50 years. Your eyes are devoid of spirit, filled with an endless sense of desolation. Qin Jian has met his demise, laid to rest in the mountains behind the Sword Inquiry Gate. Su Wanma has taken her own life, interred within a grove of bamboo. In that same year, you embarked on an arduous journey of cultivation, the Sword Inquiry Gate continuing to provide you with abundant resources, never once abandoning you throughout the years. You are well aware that this is all thanks to Qin Jian. The realms are divided as follows: postnatal, innate, vital energy, master, purple energy, inquiry into the pinnacle, true being, earth manifestation, and heaven manifestation. Lifespans: master 150, purple energy 200, inquiry into the pinnacle 300, true being 400, earth manifestation 500, heaven manifestation 1000. In the 51st year, you broke through, officially achieving the lower tier of master, your lifespan reaching the human limit of 150 years. In that same year, you mastered the techniques of sleeve snow and long rainbow, piercing the sun, attaining the state of returning to simplicity. You harnessed the resources of the Sword Inquiry Gate to fervently enhance your cultivation, also practicing a body refining technique known as the heavenly manifestation formula, which significantly improved your physical attributes upon returning to simplicity. By the 60th year, leveraging your exceptional talent and resources, you ascended to the intermediate tier of master. Your mastery of the heavenly manifestation formula reaching an unparalleled level. On the verge of returning to simplicity, in the 70th year, you advanced to the high tier of master, your strength becoming even more formidable. The heavenly manifestation formula returned to simplicity, making your close combat prowess unmatched. With all your might, you could slay even the peak of masters. You began to practice other body-refining techniques to augment your power. In the 80th year, you diligently cultivated your vital energy. Without faltering, by the 85th year, you reached the pinnacle of master. On the 100th year, you ascended yet again, entering the realm of purple energy, achieving the return to simplicity with your second body-refining technique. All your vital energy transformed into purple energy, augmenting your strength tenfold, rendering you unprecedentedly powerful. You commenced the practice of a third body-refining technique. In the 120th year, you entered the intermediate level of purple energy, having attained an extraordinary level in your third body-refining technique. In the 130th year, although your cultivation had not yet broken through, your third body-refining technique had reached the state of returning to simplicity. The following day, while immersed in rigorous training within your courtyard, you were suddenly startled by sounds of slaughter. Exiting your training chamber, you were met with a throng of disciples from the Heavenly Sword Gate, their eyes wild with madness, killing indiscriminately. Seeing your uncle, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Gate, has entered the realm of heavenly manifestation, leading 2 earth manifestation disciples. We are doomed, one disciple exclaimed in despair. You said nothing, merely placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Flee for your life. You drew forth the knife, a weapon long untouched, along with a series of daggers, and slung a seemingly unremarkable sword upon your back. Kill. Leave no one from the Sword Inquiry Gate alive, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword Gate bellowed. With a swift motion, you hurled a dagger, puncturing the skull of your assailant. With one hand gripping the knight, you charged at the oncoming disciples from the heavenly sword gate. The sword inquiry gate had nurtured you for 130 years. Should you flee in this moment, you would never forgive yourself that, in truth, you had long wished for death, even as far back as 80 years ago. With a single stroke, you dispatched over a dozen disciples from the heavenly sword gate. Lowering your head with a faint chuckle, "Forgive me, but I truly no longer wish to live that Tio die here," after all, could be seen as a form of liberation. The knight continued to dance in your hands. As you descended into a frenzy of slaughter, such a mere purple energy, how audacious! A figure rushed at you from behind, and with quick reflexes, you executed the technique Sleeve Snow, driving the dagger forcefully into their heart. It was a master of inquiry into the pinnacle, who had not yet had the chance to solidify their purple cauldron for defense before meeting their end at your hands to kill an opponent beyond your level. What a skill! Another figure approached, a middle-aged swordsman clad in black, a peak master of inquiry into the pinnacle, drawing his soft sword and laughing as he advanced toward you. You did not evade, allowing the soft sword to pierce your heart. With 3 body-refining techniques within you, you did not succumb immediately. Instead, a flicker of strength remained. You laughed. The middle-aged swordsman sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, you drew your sword from your back, the long rainbow piercing the sun, executing the 2 ultimate techniques of the Qianyuan sword art, channeling all your purple energy into a single strike that severed his head. The soft, lifeless head tumbled to the ground. Rolling haphazardly, you spat blood, withdrawing the sword from your heart, collapsing to your knees that kill an opponent across a great realm had already reached your limits. You shifted your body, positioning yourself towards Su Wanma's grave. Your consciousness fading. Brave man, filled with righteous blood. It is a pity. How wonderful it would be if you and I were the heavenly sword gate. With a final sigh, you completely lost consciousness. You had perished. Lin Zhan felt a chill run down his spine. This Qin Jian, indeed, was a time traveler with such a convoluted tale. How powerful must one be to traverse through time and space? Lin Zhan found it unimaginable. The simulation has concluded. You have attained the intermediate realm of purple energy, inquiry into the heavenly sword technique, with top-tier martial arts talent. The states of returning to simplicity for long rainbow, piercing the sun. Sleeve Snow, the myriad flowers in a cluster, the heavenly manifestation formula, and the bull demon technique have all been achieved. Shall you inherit? Yes, Lin Zhan said with a hint of anticipation. As he confirmed, a surge of formidable power erupted within him. His cultivation instantly ascended from peak vital energy to intermediate purple energy. Strength transformed into purple energy, swirling around his body. His physical attributes experienced a dramatic enhancement, his form expanding to a towering stature of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. His clothes shredded in an instant. What is this? Is this the might of body-refining techniques? Lin Zhan's excitement was palpable. His proportions had been magnified. With a body-refining technique of returning to simplicity, I dare ask, who can withstand me? Beyond strength, he also gained a wealth of battle experience and memories, all intricately tied to the techniques. Yet the targets of these battles remained a mere blur, indistinct and unclear. Lin Zhan sat upon his bed, taking an extended time to acclimate to his new physique. The yin-yang wuji was indeed remarkable, as he could distinctly feel his mind becoming much more agile. That it was akin to an ordinary person shedding a 20-kilogram burden. An exhilarating relief. Next time, he could devote himself entirely to his advancement. Knowing Qin Jian's character, he would undoubtedly receive even better training. Qin Jian, such a pity. Casting a glance at the simulation records, Lin Zhan surveyed the unbearable passages of text and silently resolved. If ever I achieve such a realm, I shall not forget you. The most powerful being of the Sword Inquiry Gate is the Earth manifestation that in the short term. This could greatly benefit him. The only question remained, what of the Heavenly Sword Gate 130 years hence? By temporal deduction, the Heavenly Sword Gate must have possessed the strength to annihilate the Sword Inquiry Gate at this very moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, they waited 130 years to act. Could it be they were wary of something? Lin Zhan could not fathom. Lying on his bed, he fell into a deep slumber. The next day, noon, The maids who came to assist him with his ablutions were struck with astonishment. Why you? You are the master? One questioned incredulously. How could you have changed so drastically overnight? How can anyone bear such a transformation? Thankfully, there were enough of them to manage the situation. My affairs are confidential. Should there be any leakage, I shall exterminate your entire family. Lin Zhan wiped his face and cast a cold glance at her. Rest assured, my lord, we will absolutely keep it a secret. Having donned a fresh set of garments, Lin Zhan felt invigorated. Seated beside the pond in the estate, he sipped tea while observing several black fish in the water. He tossed a handful of feed, and the black fish immediately swarmed, mouths agape, voraciously consuming the food without pause. Lin Zhan scattered as much feed as they could devour, akin to gluttons, with a swift motion. A stream of purple energy surged from his hand, instantly piercing through several black fish, causing them to explode into fragments. Many creatures exhibit such behavior. Once food is present, they will consume it to the point of peril. Oblivious to everything, they ultimately risk their lives by overeating. Lin Zhan tilted his head back, gazing at the cerulean sky, his expression lost in thought. Will I become like this? He relentlessly pursued power, driven solely by the desire to escape the mountain stronghold and to attain a better life. Now that his objective has been achieved, he harbors no intentions of pausing his endeavors. Indeed, mastering power is an intoxicating pursuit. Like a boulder rolling down a mountain, once set in motion, it cannot be halted, but a day has passed without incident. In the deep of night, Lin Zhan sits languidly in a chair, quietly awaiting the arrival of time. Ding! Midnight has struck. The simulation resets. This time, something different must unfold. The purple aura is certainly not my limit. Counting meticulously, this marks the 11th simulation, and he has been in this world for 12 days. On the first day, he departed from Kaiyuan County, and half a month later, he arrived at a small village beneath Xian City, decisively slaying Li Qingze. A month later, leveraging his formidable physical prowess, he successfully reached the Wangjian sect amidst the realm of the return to simplicity. The arrival of a master of the purple aura quickly captured the attention of many. Before the mountain guardians could react, a formidable figure from the sect emerged. Who are you? You clasp your fists in greeting and reply. A friend of Qin Jian. A friend of the sect leader. Please wait a moment. The master turned and vanished. After a brief wait, Qin Jian finally arrived, still clad in black with a black sword. Despite being over 300 years old and nearing the grave, he appeared remarkably youthful. Who might you be? I do not recall such a friend. Qin Jian gazed at you with confusion. You smiled. It was you in a row who brought me here. Qin Jian was taken aback. You recounted everything, including the actions of the Tianjian sect 130 years hence and the number of masters involved. Qin Jian, though incredulous, was overwhelmingly excited and could hardly contain his joy and hope. Against the odds, Qin Jian advocated for you, and you successfully joined the Wangjian sect, becoming a true disciple. You began to utilize the sect's resources diligently to cultivate and transcend your boundaries. Qin Jian bestowed upon you a more powerful martial art, capable of leading you to the Earth Elephant Realm, known as the One Wuzhen Gong, reputedly established by the first-generation patriarch of the Wangjian sect. A month later, you successfully adapted your martial arts and commenced the monotonous routine of daily cultivation for years on end. You also discovered a fourth body refinement technique, feeling a natural affinity for it, and your enhanced physical strength granted you a sense of security. The first year concluded, and your strength had improved to a degree, with your fourth body refinement technique reaching an intermediate level. In the third year, while engrossed in your training, Qin Jian brought forth alarming news. It turned out that the Tianjian sect had secretly colluded with the notorious Kunlun demon sect, receiving substantial support from them. This information had spread, prompting the righteous forces of the Jianghu to prepare for the annihilation of the Tianjian sect. The Kunlun demon sect, however, had no choice but to abandon the Tianjian sect. You were taken aback, feeling a chilling dread as you pondered, isn't the Kunlun demon sect under Lian? Chapter 8. You seem to glimpse Lian's shadow. In the 5th year, the Tianjian sect was destroyed, and the Wangjian sect, serving as the herald of this news, was rewarded handsomely by the foremost righteous sect, the Dao sect. You too reaped numerous benefits. That same year, you participated in a tournament among your peers. Emerging victorious and beginning to shine. By the 10th year, you had ascended to the high ranks of the purple aura, seamlessly integrating your fourth body refinement technique, thereby augmenting your strength even further. That year, you unexpectedly received a mission to travel 1,000 miles to Kaiyun Mansion and deliver a letter to the local Luowa sect. Lin Zhan, this task was entrusted to you by the esteemed elder, who had recognized your existence and held you in high regard. The elder had assured you that upon your return, he would elucidate all the perplexities of martial arts, undoubtedly elevating your prowess to new heights. Qin Jian spoke earnestly, fearing you might feel discontent, considering that for the past decade, your existence had revolved solely around survival and cultivation, with no interest in other matters. You nodded, assuring him not to worry. Subsequently, you shouldered a sword, dozens of concealed weapons, and a newly forged 500-pound broadsword. Setting off, the enhancement from the four-body refinement techniques had elevated your height to around 3 meters, far exceeding that of ordinary men. You rode a black horse, traversing the forest. Half a day later, the black horse succumbed to exhaustion, burdened by the weight of you and your weapons. Apologies, you murmured to the horse's lifeless body before consuming it. Employing the myriad flowers step technique, you continued onward. The excessive load severely hampered your speed, prompting you to resolve to cultivate a lightness technique to enhance your swiftness that a true man must develop comprehensively. On the 10th day, you arrived at Kaiyun Mansion, heading straight for the Luowa sect. Along the way, your formidable physique and intimidating broadsword frightened off many bandits and brigands that on the 17th day, upon reaching the Luowa sect, you encountered a group of cloaked assailants attacking, resulting in heavy casualties among the sect's disciples. Your expression shifted as you drew your broadsword and charged into the fray. With your high-ranking purple aura, your strength was formidable, and your nocturnal blade techniques were lethally precise. Where you passed, only remnants remained. Before long, you had slain the last of the black-clad assailants, who were no more powerful than the pinnacle of the purple aura. Pathetically weak, the entire Luowa sect was nearly obliterated, leaving only 2 female disciples alive. Thank you, hero, for saving our lives. One disciple, clad in training attire, choked out as she bowed, while the other hastily expressed her gratitude. Hero, you were somewhat taken aback by the term, for you were merely 25 and considered yourself a young hero. Ladies, this is a letter entrusted to me by the esteemed elder for your sect leader. You produced the letter, your expression slightly off. Hero, our sect leader has already passed away. You sighed, deciding to take them back to the Wangjin sect, leaving the remaining matters to unfold as they might. For they were no longer your concern. Together, the 3 of you exerted considerable effort to bury many of the fallen disciples of the Luowa sect, and then retraced your steps toward Qinghua Mansion. With your protection, the journey was uneventful. You were burdened. The broadsword weighed heavily, necessitating the use of 4 fine horses to assist in your transport, resulting in a slow pace. You sat outside the carriage, guiding the 4 black horses at a leisurely speed. Senior brother, which disciple of the Wangjin sect are you? I have never heard of you before, inquired one of the female disciples from within the carriage. I am Lin Zhan, and my master is sect leader Qin Jian, you replied candidly. Lin Zhan, I cannot express my gratitude enough. The female disciple incessantly engaged you in conversation. In a single day, the Luowa sect's hundreds of disciples had dwindled to just the 2 of them. And with all her acquaintances deceased, she was understandably terrified. You remained silent, yet instinctively offered her comfort. A month later, the 3 of you successfully entered Qinghua Mansion without encountering any dangers along the way. However, the female disciple, named by Ru Yu, persistently chatted with you. Becoming quite bothersome, you sensed her feelings for you, realizing she seemed to harbor some affection, albeit with a complex emotional undertone. That a month and a half later, you returned to the Wangjin sect. Upon receiving the news, the elder of the Earth Elephant Realm was infuriated. In the forbidden area behind the Wangjin sect, the elder, while dining, slammed his bowl onto the table, exclaiming, "What? In all of Daxia, who does not know that the leader of the Luowa sect is the daughter of my old friend? How dare they lay hands on the Luowa sect? Truly akin to an old woman consuming arsenic." Courting death, with his mane of white hair, The elder's face was filled with indignation as he swiftly informed Qin Jian, urging him to gather forces, reach out to various sects, government officials, and influential families to hunt down the perpetrators. You were disinterested in such matters, retreating to your courtyard to diligently cultivate. Yet Bai Ruyu followed, often tidying your room, washing clothes, preparing meals, and cleaning dishes. Initially, you found it disconcerting, having embraced celibacy for a decade. Gradually, however, you became accustomed to it. There's nothing wrong with a touch of femininity. Amidst your training, you would gaze at Bai Ruyu's graceful figure, saliva pooling at your lips. Suddenly, Qin Jian appeared. You rascal, you're not contemplating marriage, are you, at your age of 25? It's about time you had a family. Gazing at Qin Jian's jovial expression, you sighed. Let it be. I am indifferent. In the 15th year, you gathered some vague information regarding the Wanjian sect, yet all leads abruptly ceased. That same year, at the age of 30, you entered into matrimony, unable to resist the allure. With your wife being the exquisite Bairu, by the 20th year, your cultivation reached the pinnacle of Ziki. In your fourth body refining technique achieved consummate mastery, nearing a return to simplicity. Under your deliberate design, you chose not to have children. Finding a companion was already a notable achievement, and children seemed a mere waste of time and emotional investment. In that year, Wanjian sect finally uncovered that the destruction of the Luo sect was orchestrated by a minor demonic sect known as the Balian sect, which had itself been eradicated by other powers 3 years prior. With no evidence left and all intelligence severed, the elderly Yu Liang abandoned the investigation. You had no inclination to concern yourself with such trivial matters and continued your diligent cultivation, striving to transcend to a higher realm. By the 21st year, your fourth body refining technique broke through, entering the state of returning to simplicity that in the 35th year, you achieved a breakthrough and formally entered the pinnacle realm of wending. The hallmark of this realm was the automatic condensation of Ziki into a protective cauldron around your body, significantly enhancing your defensive capabilities. After years of cultivation, your Ziki was profound enough to sustain the condensation of the Ziding for 23 hours and 57 minutes each day. As for the remaining 3 minutes? Do not inquire. It was simply a time for grand endeavors. In the deep of night, you stepped out of your chamber, re-establishing the Ziding to guard your form, while within, Bai Ruyu was tidying the bedclothes and lighting a candle. Husband, what brings you the desire to admire the moon tonight? She inquired as she approached, draping a garment over your shoulders. The fourth body refining technique had significantly enhanced your physique, now towering at 3 meters 3. Rendering Bai Ruyu's slender figure of 1 meter 6 diminutive in comparison, akin to a mere toy in your presence. It's nothing much. Merely some reflections, you replied, placing Bai Ruyu upon your lap. Lost in contemplation as a myriad of extraordinary images surged through your mind. Dear, you should rest. I must attend to my cultivation. After giving your head a firm knock, you chose to depart from the scene. You discovered a technique known as treading snow without a trace, and thus commenced your training. By the 40th year, your cultivation had seen modest advancement, and you had entered the threshold of mastery in treading snow without a trace. In the 50th year, you were on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate stage of wending, seamlessly integrating the technique into your repertoire. That same year, Qin Jian fell gravely ill, but he summoned you to his bedside. Grasping your hand firmly, do not forget. After leaving those 3 words, he breathed his last. A traveler from another realm, a martial artist of the true realm, had thus perished. Your emotions were complex as you personally laid Qin Jian to rest, placing great significance upon this act. That evening, the elderly Yu Liang sought you out. Young man, would you be interested in becoming the sect leader? Your diligent cultivation over 50 years had seen no errors. And most importantly, you had no descendants, making you the most suitable candidate for the future leadership. You shook your head. Elder, I desire only to cultivate alone. You impudent rascal, you remind me of my younger self. Li Yuliang remarked, somewhat resigned before departing. After Qin Jian's death, time appeared to accelerate in your perception. By the 52nd year, you ascended to the intermediate stage of wending. In the 70th year, treading snow without a trace returned to simplicity, and you sought out a third lightness technique. 70 years had elapsed. You were 85, while your wife by Ryu was 81. You remained in your prime, yet she showed signs of aging, stooped, and struggling to walk. Her cultivation barely reaching that of a master, with her life nearing its end. You balanced your cultivation with caring for your wife, accompanying her through the twilight of her existence, in the 80th year. You reached the advanced stage of wending, mastering the third lightness technique. That same year, your beloved wife passed away, leaving this world on an otherwise mundane day. You felt neither sorrow nor grief, only a quiet resolve as you interred her upon the hillside, spending the entire night in solitude, endlessly witnessing the demise of loved ones. Perhaps this was the price of becoming stronger, a price you were entirely willing to pay. By the 90th year, the third lightness technique returned to simplicity. Your speed heightened, and you sought out a fifth body-refining technique. Continuing your training in the 100th year, you reached the pinnacle of wending, drawing ever closer to the next stage of the true realm. Mastering the fifth body-refining technique, in the 110th year, your fifth body-refining technique returned to simplicity. By the 120th year, you advanced to the low stage of the true realm. This realm relying solely on personal enlightenment, requiring no external resources for continual self-improvement. At this stage, the greatest expense was merely time. You devoted yourself fully to your cultivation while beginning the sixth body-refining technique. In the 130th year, your cultivation saw no breakthroughs, but your body-refining techniques achieved consummate mastery. Seeking guidance from Li Yuliang on the path of the true realm, he advised you that mere rigorous training yielded little progress. What mattered more was the accumulation of experiences that would elevate both body and spirit. In the 135th year, your body-refining technique broke through to return to simplicity, leaving the Wanjian sect. Where you had resided for 130 years, you set forth to traverse the world, engaging in pursuits that brought you joy. You reveled in the vibrant establishments of the realm, completely unwinding. Your reputation swiftly spread throughout the Qinghua prefecture. With 6 body-refining techniques under your belt, your physique had grown robust, reaching nearly 3 meters 9, on the brink of surpassing 4 meters, a feat hard to overlook. More importantly, your strength was formidable, allowing you to effortlessly conquer hundreds in a single establishment. After some time, you found yourself on a blacklist in Qinghua Prefecture's entertainment venues, permitted only to enter for drinks and music. Strictly forbidden from any unruly conduct. With a cold smirk, you departed Qinghua Prefecture, journeying forth while honing your skills. In the 130th year, you obliterated 15 bandit strongholds, leaving with a treasure trove of gold and silver. Hearing tales of superior establishments in the southern Chun, you ventured forth with boundless anticipation. By the 135th year, you settled in southern Chun, finding the quality indeed commendable. In the 150th year, your mind and body relaxed to a certain extent, allowing you to break through to the intermediate stage of the true realm. The following day, within an establishment, you lounged in a private room, savoring the melodies, delighting in the experience. Suddenly, a figure burst in. Is Lin Zhan here? He was bloodied and in disarray, and upon seeing the emblem of Wanjian's sect upon him, your expression shifted, and you supported him. I am Lin Zhan. What has transpired? Gazing at your imposing form, he swallowed hard before despairingly declaring, Master, the Wanjian sect has fallen. It was annihilated by the Kunlun demonic sect. Over 1,000 of our brethren, the elders, all perished. It seems only you and I remain. Narrowing your eyes, seasoned from years of traversing the world, you were certain this young man was fabricating tales. Instantly alert, you seized his head, akin to grasping a baseball. Once again, the Kunlun demonic sect. Must this never end? With a hum, the Ziding erupted forth, shattering the figure before you, as you sense powerful presences drawing near. Shattering doors and windows, you leap from the 3rd floor. Outside the establishment, dozens of figures clad in black robes and masks awaited your arrival. The last remnant of the Wanjian sect, kill him, and the matter shall be resolved. From among the crowd, a man donned in a green dragon mask stepped forth. With a hum, the Ziding expanded as he charged at you. This individual was a peak expert of the true realm. You retreated a step, then with a swift motion hurled a dagger at him. The dagger clanged against the Ziding, leaving him unscathed, and in the next moment, dazzling lights surged around him. The geomancer, you realized as he drew a curved blade and descended from the heavens with a resounding crash. You summoned all your strength to block the attack, but the siding shattered. Clapping your chest, you inhaled deeply, preparing to face your adversary with everything you had. After several exchanges, the figure in the green dragon mask struck you multiple times. Even with astonishing defense, you could not withstand the onslaught. You were sent flying by a single slash, crashing through a structure and collapsing to the ground, bloodied and battered. Struggling to rise, you gasped as the green dragon mask pierced your heart. All that training in external techniques is for naught. Before the realm of purity, everything is mere decoration. That he cast a disdainful glance at you before forcefully trampling you to the ground, crushing your skull. You perished. The simulation has concluded, and you have attained the cultivation of a mid-stage true practitioner. Ask me about the true art. Returning to a state of purity, leaving no trace on the snow, mastering lightness skills and the body refinement techniques of the state of purity. Will you inherit these? Lin Zhan shifted his posture and replied. Yes, the power from the simulation surged into his body. Lin Zhan transformed into a towering figure, standing 4 meters tall, exceptionally robust. His strength had increased over tenfold. Even I cannot defeat a ground element master across realms. Shaking his head, Lin Zhan lamented. The Kunlun demon sect is too formidable. They even dispatched a ground element master to eliminate him, a force capable of obliterating the Sword Inquiry sect. Could it be that the Kunlun demon sect's actions were motivated by revenge for past grievances? The Kunlun demon sect has always harbored grand ambitions. Initially, the Sword Inquiry sect disrupted their plan to support the Heavenly Sword sect, so their annihilation seems quite justified. Lacking sufficient strength previously, approaching the Sword Inquiry sect would only bring calamity. After all, the enmity between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Sword Inquiry sect is simply unavoidable. Yet aside from the Sword Inquiry sect, there are hardly any forces in the martial world that would fully nurture their own. Qin Jian is merely an exception. The cultivation of a true practitioner requires continuous comprehension, while breaking through to the ground element level necessitates abundant resources. Tomorrow's simulation will demand more choices. Lin Zhan squinted, having already made up his mind. Moreover, his current physique was far too conspicuous, easily attracting attention. Lin Zhan immediately controlled his bones, forcefully compressing them, but a few minutes later, his 4-meter-tall body was reduced to just over 2 meters. Still large, but no longer outrageous. This was merely a matter of controlling his bones and compressing his muscles, akin to a technique for shrinking the body. It was not an extraordinary art. Any true practitioner could accomplish it. Lying in bed, Lin Zhan began to ponder the situation of the Kunlun demon sect. What connection does this force have with Lin, now that he has entered the realm of true practitioners? Does he possess the capability to delve into Li An's secrets? Lost in thought, he eventually fell asleep. The next day, Zhao Hai came to visit. My lord, I stumbled upon a treasure and have come to present it to you. Waving his hand, a junior from the Green Snake Gang brought forth a small tiger. See, you beat my lord. This little tiger is quite intelligent. I've noticed other influential figures in the cities keeping pets, and I hope you'll like it. Lin Zhan nodded, reaching out to scratch the cub's head. It was fluffy and felt quite pleasant. Not bad. You're thoughtful. Casting a glance at Zhao Hai, he waved his hand. Zhao Hai promptly took his leave. Only Lin Zhan, a group of maidservants, and the tiger cub remained in the estate. You are so plump. From now on, your name shall be Fat Tiger. Lin Zhan decisively named the little tiger. Cradling it in his arms, he playfully petted it a few times. The cub trembled, too timid to resist. It appeared rather obedient. Lin Zhan chuckled. This tiger was amusing. The day drew to a close. Midnight arrived. On the first day, you showcased your lightness skills and departed Kaiyuan County overnight. 7 days later, you arrived at Ziyan Prefecture and killed Li Qingze. 15 days later, you reached the Sword Inquiry sect, where the aura of a true practitioner was unmistakable. Qin Jian hurriedly emerged, his expression wary as he regarded you. Old Qin, a rose sent me. You spoke calmly, then proceeded to relay the events that would unfold, including the destruction of the Falling Flower sect, the Heavenly Sword sect being subdued by the Kunlun demon sect, and the significant actions of the Kunlun demon sect. A century, 150 years later. Qin Jian's expression changed dramatically. After a long pause, he regained his composure. I understand. Rest assured, I will prepare all the resources necessary for you to break through to the peak of the true practitioner realm. Qin Jian nodded. You have only 50 years left to live. I fear I cannot achieve the pinnacle of true practitioners in that time. You furrowed your brow. Do not worry. Even in death, I have my disciples who will ensure all resources are handed over to you. You understood. In the first month, you began to wander the rivers and lakes of the Great Xia, seeking a breakthrough while easing your mind. You acted according to your whims, sometimes punishing the wicked, at other times indulging in your desires. Your reputation swiftly spread, and the people of the martial world began to refer to you as the demon hero as you traversed the narrow paths. You scoffed coldly. These fools can only assign nicknames. The first year concluded, and while your cultivation remained unchanged, a carefree aura enveloped you. In the second year, you traveled to the southern regions of Great Xia, where a water city thrived in tranquility and harmony. You fell in love with this quaint city and chose to settle there. With time on your hands, you decided to cultivate a hobby. A few days later, you began crafting root sculptures. By the third year, your root carving skills had significantly improved, with your sculptures of animals and figures appearing lifelike. As the 10th year approached, you grew weary of this lifestyle and prepared to leave the water city in search of new experiences. Just as you were about to depart, someone intercepted you. Lin Zhan. You will return, won't you? It was a beautiful girl clad in a long white dress, gentle and demure. Her name was Chun Rui, your neighbor. You could sense her feelings for you. Yet, given her character, she would never express them in her lifetime. I'm not certain. The world is vast, and anywhere could be my home, you replied with a smile. Gazing at Chun Rui, I will wait for you here, always. Chun Rui looked at you earnestly, then lowered her head. You noticed a tear rolling down her cheek. You stepped closer and gently cupped her face in your hands. Little beauty, would you care to join this hero on his adventures in the martial world? The breakthrough to the realm of true practitioners is all about following one's heart. You did not dislike Chun Rui, and perhaps traveling with her would benefit your cultivation. Lin Zhan. Chun Rui forcefully pushed your hands away. I will wait for you here. It seemed she was unwilling to leave. Very well. May we meet again by fate. If one day I fulfill my wishes, I shall return to your side. You waved your hand, leaving behind a long shadow. In the 11th year, you departed Great Xia for the northern Song Kingdom. It was said that the Song Kingdom had a thriving economy, a wealthy nation, and many martial experts and significant sects. By the 13th year, you had experienced much in the Song Kingdom. Yet the feeling of a breakthrough always eluded you. As if you were just a step away. In the 15th year, the nomadic tribe from the northern Song Kingdom suddenly invaded that moment. You were imbibing in a small northern city while the nomads stormed in. Pillaging and burning, your enthusiasm waned. You revealed your towering 4-meter stature, unleashing a wave of ferocity, transforming into a killing machine as you ruthlessly slaughtered the marauding northern savages. You reveled in the carnage. Before long, hundreds of savages lay dead in the small city. The survivors bowed deeply before you, proclaiming you a deity, a hero. You smiled, your heart reaching an unprecedented state of completeness, and your cultivation broke through. After 15 years, you finally stepped into the high tier of true practitioners. The Song Kingdom boasted a formidable economy, ruled by scholars, while the court remained weak, never taking the initiative to attack, only willing to cede land and pay reparations. Signing treaties, looking at the destitute, suffering citizens of the small city, you remained silent for a long time. Can I change all of this? A few words suddenly sparked in your mind. Noble lords and ministers, do they not possess the same humanity? You promptly began to take action. In the 16th year, you spent a year traversing the entire Song Kingdom, conquering 36 large bandit strongholds and commanding an army of 300,000, among whom were countless skilled warriors. With your 31-year-old high-tier, true practitioner cultivation, you intimidated all, earning the support of everyone. Mid-16th year, under the cover of night, you struck, assassinating the governor of a Song city. With a wave of your arm, your bandits surged into the city, seizing control of all. Establishing this as your stronghold, you expanded outward, annihilating the noble families, controlling the realm, exterminating the savages, and enjoying everlasting peace. You proclaimed a slogan that everyone yearned for. Your subordinates fought with fervor under your promises of various benefits. BY the 17th year, you had seized 1/6 of the territory of the Song Kingdom, commanding an army of 500,000 with countless skilled warriors, including 2 ground element masters and 1 sky element master. They had once been renowned heroes of the martial world, driven by a sense of duty to protect the people from the savages' oppression. And they chose to follow your lead in changing the world. Your fervent charge has led to the conquest of countless cities, your name reverberating throughout the entirety of the Song dynasty, even reaching the realms of the Southern Chun and the Great Xia. The name Lin Zhan has become a nightmare of all aristocratic disciples within the Song. Kill. In the 18th year, you seized half of the Song's territory, commanding an army exceeding 1,000,000, with various factions rallying to your cause, including numerous sects and clans. You embraced all, absorbing them into your fold. At this juncture, your celestial adept subordinates numbered 5, while those of the terrestrial realm stood at 30. Even amidst the vast expanse of the world, this constituted a formidable force. They were enchanted by your charisma, awed by your talent, resolutely determined to join you in reshaping the world. In the 19th year, your grand forces advanced southward, the Song court retreating at every turn, while dissenting voices arose from within, heralding a promising situation. BY the 20th year, after 5 arduous years, you finally stormed into the capital of the Song with your elite. In a single day, you annihilated all aristocratic families, the death toll exceeding hundreds of thousands. The streets were stained with the blood of officials, daring to mock Huang Chao as lacking in manhood. The day the capital ran red with blood, your army rejoiced. Having conquered the Song, your heart surged with emotion, yet you never lost sight of your ultimate goal. After a 3-day respite, you led your 1,000,000-strong army northward, preparing to decisively conclude this chapter against the nomadic tribes. In the 21st year, your celestial warriors frequently undertook assassination missions, engaging in a stalemate against the nomad celestial powers. BY the 23rd year, the nomadic Grand Master emerged, invoking storms and shifting celestial patterns, while your subordinates exerted themselves to the utmost. In the 24th year, the nomadic masters united. The BY mid-24, you fell gravely ill, and your celestial adept subordinates wore worried expressions. Brother Lin, you have been cursed by the nomadic Grand Master. Your spies scoured for information, and you grasped the truth to thwart your advance. The nomadic Grand Master had sacrificed thousands, including their own life, to cast a lethal curse upon you. Though a mere mortal, your years of military leadership had bestowed upon you a formidable aura. Assassination attempts were futile against you. In this dire situation, the nomadic Grand Master had no other recourse. You lay ailing, your time drawing short. You commanded your entire army to mobilize, vowing to obliterate the nomads at all costs. You would not rest until this thorn was removed. The generals resolved with unwavering determination, and countless experts joined your ranks along the way. By the 25th year, you triumphed. Your forces penetrated deep into the grasslands, dividing into multiple paths, and at a great cost, you eradicated the nomadic tribes entirely. Within your tent, you experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. That night, you indulged in copious amounts of wine. Your health deteriorated further, the effects of the lethal curse manifesting gradually, your physique growing alarmingly frail, plagued by persistent coughing and weakening breath. Brother Lin, you still have some time. Your confidants, 10 celestial adept warriors, sought you out in the dead of night, kneeling before you with profound gazes. Tea has grown cold. Let me drape a cloak over you. One celestial adept placed a royal robe upon your shoulders. Your Majesty, it fits you well. Your Majesty exudes an aura of the dragon. Ha ha ha. Is it time for you to don the imperial mantle? Unifying the Song and vanquishing the nomads, it is indeed time for you to ascend as emperor. Yet, such thoughts did not reside within your heart. Brothers, I have little time left. What does it matter if I become emperor? You gazed bitterly upon your comrades, removing the royal robe and setting it aside. Choose another. During this final stretch, I intend to pursue my own desires, and no one could sway your decision, just as no one could once compel you to abandon your quest to change the world. In the 25th year, the song was renamed The Great Zhou, with the era titled Chang and Dot in the same year, escorted by a celestial adept. You departed from the song, returning to the Great Xia. Let us go. Let us go. I have but a month left. Allow me to be alone in peace. Standing before the gates of Water City, you dismissed the celestial adept, who cast one last lingering glance at you. Your Majesty. Here is a technique you have long sought. He presented you with a small booklet, sighed deeply, and departed. You picked up the tome, Taiji Heart Sutra, the cultivation method of your most formidable subordinate, Zhang Wuyan. Capable of leading one to the pinnacle of celestial prowess, the ultimate realm of martial arts in this world. You had long sought this from Zhang Wuyan, yet had always refused, memorizing the technique. You entered Water City with a tumultuous heart. Clang, clang, clang. In the streets, you heard the peculiar sounds of gongs and drums. Upon inquiry, you learned it was the wedding procession of the daughter of Chen Yuanwei. Chen Yuanwei, was he not the father of Chen Rui? Rui is getting married? Upon receiving this news, you were struck with shock, your complexion paling further, your spirit plummeting. You avoided the celebratory procession, evading the scattered red papers and joyous symbols. Returning alone to the small courtyard where you once resided, you brushed aside a cobweb and retrieved your carving tools from the corner, instinctively beginning to carve. With a crackle and pop, you persevered, never pausing to as night deepened. You completed the final step, presenting before you a small figure clad in a flowing gown, vividly lifelike. You grasped the carved figure tightly, placing it upon your heart, leaning against the wall. Exhaustion enveloped you, weariness creeping in. Tap, tap, tap. In your haze, you heard footsteps approaching. You lifted your head, only to behold a face strikingly familiar, identical to that of 15 years ago, still radiantly beautiful. Rui, is that you? You extended your hand. Chun Rui gazed at your haggard form, her heart aching profoundly. After being cursed, your body had withered day by day, your appearance becoming increasingly unrecognizable, your former vigor and majesty now a distant memory. At this moment, you resembled a beggar, a madman. Lin Zhan, it is I. Chen Rui wept bitterly. I have waited for you for 15 years. Why have you only just returned? I heard that there's a tyrant named Lin Zhan in the Northern Song. A killer of countless souls who established a new great Zhou. Is that you? Chen Rui pressed against your heart, gripping your hand tightly. You discarded the carving in your grasp, summoning all your strength to push her away. That is not me. Furthermore, you are already married, so do not seek me out again. Fool, that is my sister. Not I. Chen Rui's words struck you like a thunderclap. I am not Lin Zhan. I am merely... You wave your hand. Attempting to rise, Chun Rui covered your mouth, embracing you tightly. You are. I will not mistake you that I promised I would wait for you. I will always wait for you as flowers bloom and wither. As spring gives way to autumn, I have always awaited your return. Inhaling the fragrance emanating from Chun Rui, you felt that life was thus, and what more could you desire? You smiled, your consciousness growing dimmer. The world around you became increasingly indistinct. In the tumult of sorrow and joy, you could endure no longer. Rui, yes, I am sorry. With every ounce of strength, you uttered those words. You knew your end was near. Yearning for one last glimpse of her, if only for a final farewell. Your heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of completeness, your cultivation breaking through, officially reaching the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Chen Rui cupped your face, stroking your hair. Lin Zhan, do not leave me. 15 years have passed. Why have you treated me this way? You heard the mournful cries echoing, and in that final moment, you beheld Chen Rui draw the hairpin from her head, unhesitatingly plunging it into her heart. Lin Zhan, the greatest regret of my life is that I did not leave with you back then. The simulation has concluded. You have attained the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Ask me about true skills, Taiji Heart Sutra, and Dragon Chi. Will you inherit them? Lin Zhan paused for 2 seconds. Dragon Chi? What is this? I shall inherit. A tremendous force surged forth, instantly embraced by Lin Zhan. He had attained the pinnacle of the true self realm, possessing the entirety of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra's teachings, along with the final vestiges of dragon energy. With a mere thought, a thick golden barrier manifested around him, encasing him like a protective circle. Within this barrier, an ethereal golden dragon circled continuously around him. Shielded by the dragon energy and imbued with the aura of an emperor, it was quite intriguing to this moment. Lin Zhan comprehended the specific capabilities of this phenomenon. Most emperors were shielded by dragon energy, which could defend against assassinations and attacks from formidable foes, yet it bore no offensive capabilities. Furthermore, should another individual possessing dragon energy appear, the two dragon energies would instinctively clash, ultimately leading to the stronger consuming the weaker. This is quite exhilarating. For a brief period, even those of celestial might could not contend with him. Indeed, it was only for a limited time. Once he distanced himself from his own nation and influence, the dragon energy would gradually dissipate, ultimately vanishing entirely. Lin Zhan was not particularly optimistic about relying on such external forces. He preferred to cultivate his own strength. After a careful appraisal of his newfound abilities, he fell into a blissful slumber. The following day, he continued to indulge himself in activities that many would find pleasurable. With his considerable strength, he could effortlessly face 100 adversaries and breach any defense. In every aspect, he was an unequivocal sovereign, capable of adapting to any stance, or rather, any aptitude. Afternoon. After a day filled with activity, Master Lin was tending to little me. He tossed the small tiger into a nearby pool, where it thrashed about wildly. However, it quickly learned to swim, guided by instinct, and soon reveled in the water. "How enviable you are, carefree and untroubled," Lin Zhan remarked as he grasped the small tiger's head and submerged it in the water. "Let me ignite a fire in your life. Without experiencing storms, how could one witness the rainbow? You shall thank me for this." Moments later, the little tiger, having swallowed its fill of water, floated back to the surface. Lin Zhan then gently pressed on its little belly. The small tiger expelled a mouthful of water, revived once more. "What a pity, I forgot the heart dumplings, dragon fruit, lung-rejuvenating stew, and blueberries." The little tiger looked on in sheer terror. Where on earth did this lunatic come from? This is too tormenting. As evening fell, Lin Zhan took the little tiger to bed. "Fat tiger, I hope you bring me good fortune. Mighty Tiger King, we shall surely succeed." The 13th simulation commenced. On the first day, you set forth immediately. On the 7th day, you eliminated Li Chengza. On the 13th day, you arrived at the Sword Inquiry Gate, where you met Qin Jian and articulated your demands. Qin Jian, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied coolly, 10 years. Grant me 10 years, and I shall certainly gather sufficient resources for your breakthrough." As the head of the Sword Inquiry Gate, he had many considerations. 10 years was already the utmost limit. "Good old Qin, it's all up to you now." You departed, embarking on the transformation of your cultivation, practicing the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. The Tai Chi Heart Sutra was the family legacy of Zhang Wuyan, a celestial being and the contemporary heir of the Zhang family from the Song dynasty, a lineage that had upheld martial traditions for millennia. Unlike the Tai Chi you remembered, this version was a formidable offensive technique, existing solely for the purpose of killing, devoid of any harmonious balance of yin and yang. To the conclusion of the first year, you successfully altered your cultivation method, resulting in a significant enhancement of your strength. Your Tai Chi purple energy was exceptionally potent, incorporating a counterattack damage effect akin to an I for an EY. In the second year, you roamed the Jianghu of the Great Summer, seeking a second opportunity for rapid advancement. For 10 years is a lengthy span, and you did not wish to squander it in the third year. You squandered an entire year, achieving nothing in the fourth year. A brilliant idea struck you. You departed from the Great Summer and journeyed to the northern Song Zhang family. Before the Zhang family gate, a celestial being intercepted you. "Esteemed guest," you replied directly, "I seek Zhang Wuyan. Are you here to cause trouble?" You smirked, exuding your aura. "I seek Zhang Wuyan." The celestial being furrowed his brow, unable to discern your background, yet sensing your formidable power. Before he could react, a figure descended from the heavens, accompanied by a fierce flash of lightning, landing before you, clad in a half-black, half-white robe. Exuding the essence of Tai Chi, he appeared youthful, with a red mark on his forehead, radiating an otherworldly presence. This individual was none other than Zhang Wuyan. My young friend seeks me. What is your purpose? You straightforwardly declared, Zhang Wuyan, I am a reincarnator that I in my previous life. You and I together reshaped the northern Song's heavens, subsequently annihilating the northern barbarian tribes and slaughtering all the aristocratic families. However, I was ultimately slain by the barbarian nation's grand sorcerer via a fatal curse. In the end, you succeeded me, becoming the new emperor of the Great Zhou. I end this life. I require your assistance to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, to sweep away hunger and reclaim my true self. Zhang Wuyan's lips twitched slightly. My young friend, are you perhaps jesting? He perceived that your mind was greatly troubled. You chuckled, then revealed your peak mastery of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Zhang Wuyan was taken aback. The Zhang family's Tai Chi Heart Sutra had been passed down for 1,000 years without ever being disclosed. How had this individual acquired it? You smirked, a peculiar curve gracing your lips. At 15 years of age, I reached the peak of the true self realm. You may investigate my background at your leisure. Zhang Wuyan was half convinced. My young friend, please come inside for a discussion. Zhang San, this matter is to remain confidential. Should a third party learn of it, I shall kill you, Zhang Wuyan threatened before entering. Rest assured, esteemed elder, you exhaled a sigh of relief that in truth, you were unaware of who had inherited your position in the last simulation. But it mattered little, for Zhang Wuyan had indeed entrusted you with the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. This connection was surely significant that in the Zhang family's secret chamber, you conversed with Zhang Wuyan for an extended period. He examined your bones and confirmed your identity, sensing the dragon energy within you, leaving him utterly bewildered. Reincarnation, such a phenomenon, truly exists? He questioned, gazing upwards in confusion. Old Zhang, as you can see, I require a breakthrough into the earthly aspect realm. I shall rely on you from here on. You spread your hands wide, unabashedly stating 3 days later, the Zhang family had thoroughly investigated your background. Zhang Wuyan was compelled to believe this scenario, as there was no other explanation for your tremendous transformation. Without further thought, he directly provided you with the Zhang family's elite resources, all of which were suitable for the cultivation of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. You were so moved that tears nearly sprung forth. Good brother for a lifetime, I shall not forget. Though Zhang Wuyan was 500 years your senior, time passed steadily, and you diligently pursued your cultivation to, in the 5th year, you succeeded, smoothly breaking through to the earthly aspect realm. The earthly aspect realm, with a lifespan of 500 years, bestowed upon you the power of the earthly aspect, allowing you to return to your original essence, transcending the mundane. A singular term suffices: extraordinary. After your breakthrough, your appearance underwent a significant transformation. The domineering physique of a cultivator was replaced by a more refined visage. You felt a surge of excitement, filled with hope for the future. Zhang Wuyan resumed his teachings, elucidating the intricacies of cultivation within the earthly aspect realm, explaining in great detail. The earthly aspect realm transcends the realm of humanity. To continue your breakthroughs, you must perceive the lessons within various geological disasters, such as earthquakes, landslides, and mudslides. You understood. Subsequently, utilizing the Zhang family's influence, you set out to investigate relevant information throughout the 3 kingdoms. Preparing to accelerate your cultivation to in the 6th year, you uncovered a portion of the data in the simulation's 1st year. In March, an earthquake erupted in Tianping town of the Great Song, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties to in the simulation's 3rd year. In May, a mudslide struck Wanhua town of the southern Shun, blocking mountain roads and causing hundreds of fatalities that in the simulation's 5th year. An earthquake occurred in Yong'an County of the Great Summer, claiming over 100,000 lives. You committed these figures to memory, preparing to utilize them in the next simulation. In the 8th year, Zhang Wuyan unexpectedly brought you to a gorge in the southern Shun. Within 3 days, the mountains here will suddenly collapse. Observe closely and absorb the insights. Zhang Wuyan spoke quietly. Lao Zhang, how did you come to know this? Your face was one astonishment that if you read more books, you would naturally be able to anticipate such issues. Many disasters have precursors. Lao Zhang appeared helpless, reminiscent of a teacher instructing a grandchild. You pondered deeply. 3 days later, the canyon suddenly erupted, revealing an awe-inspiring spectacle. Mountains collapsed, sand billowed, and the wildlife within the mountains was severely affected, suffering heavy casualties. Fortunately, at that moment, no one ventured into the mountains. Gazing at the scene before you, you suddenly entered a state of epiphany, feeling an immense surge of earth elemental power within you, enhancing your strength slightly. After witnessing the catastrophe, you stood before a wasteland, slowly raising your hand as the earth elemental power surged within you, and you clearly saw a fissure appear in the ground ahead. Zhang Luan chuckled. In the earth element realm, one can influence the earth-S energy. In the sky element realm, one can perform extraordinary feats. With a wave of his hand, the recently shattered mountain range regained a portion of its form. Although it was merely 1/5, it still astonished you. He then pointed to the sky, where dark clouds loomed, and unexpectedly, rain began to fall in the dead of winter. Is this the power of the sky and earth elements? Your heart surged, and your desire to grow stronger intensified. Lao Zhang, if that is the case, could you open a mountain for me each day to broaden my horizons? Zhang Wen shook his head with a bitter smile. Artificially created earth elements are momentarily ineffective. What a pity. Upon returning to the Song dynasty, you meticulously recorded all the celestial and earth elemental moments of the past years in a small notebook. Titled Lin Zhan's Cultivation Diary, and on your way back, you visited the Sword Inquiry sect, informing Lao Qin that you had broken through and no longer needed to be busy. Qin Jin's gaze was notably complex. I did not misjudge you. You will undoubtedly succeed. You remained silent, finally gently patting his shoulder, resolutely stating, rest assured, I will definitely assist you. Qin Jin had sacrificed so much for you, although his motives were intertwined with his own interests. The benefits you gained were undeniably real. And then there was Zhang Weiyuan. You would forever remember the assistance these individuals had provided you. In the 15th year, you witnessed several more disasters, leading to a partial increase in your strength. Yet the time for a breakthrough had not yet arrived. That same year, the dragon energy within you completely vanished. By the 20th year, as you gazed at the countless houses destroyed by an earthquake at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the cries of thousands of suffering villagers, your heart was filled with mixed emotions. You departed from that place. You had broken through, officially stepping into the intermediate earth element realm, a feat made possible by Zhang Weiyuan's various guidance. Without him, even 10 more years would not have granted you the opportunity for such a breakthrough. In the 25th year, you continued your cultivation. Over the years, you had practiced many external techniques, only to discover that you had reached your limits. After breaking through to the earth element realm, the enhancements from sword techniques, blade techniques, and body refinement techniques were exceedingly limited. At this stage, the mastery of earth elemental power was paramount. This power could summon disasters, but it could also be wielded to vanquish foes. In the 35th year, Zhang Wen brought you to a rice field in the countryside of the Great Xia. Under the radiant sun, everything gleamed with golden light. Zhang Wen remained silent for a long time. Lin Zhan, do you know of the celestial doomsday? He suddenly inquired. I do not know. I have never heard of it, you replied. Zhang Weiyuan smiled and explained. Celestial moments, simply put, refer to the instant a celestial being falls. You were taken aback. Lao Zhang, do not frighten me. Zhang Wen drew a sword from his person. 300 years ago, I was poisoned deeply. The toxin infiltrating my very bones and organs that survived for 3 centuries is already remarkable. Lin Zhan, this is my final opportunity, gifted to you. Witness my celestial doomsday. It will surely lead to your progress. You felt at a loss. What was this old man up to? Why the sudden display of sentimentality? Lin Zhan, I ask you one thing. Zhang Wen suddenly said, I thought I'd let go, but I realize I cannot forget. Do not deny it. I know very well that after you die, you will be reborn with your current strength. Otherwise, your recklessness could not be explained. You nodded. Lao Zhang, speak freely. If you were to be reborn 35 years ago, go to the southern Shun and save someone for me. Zhang Weiyuan gazed at you with a smile, stepping backward. Her name is Li Hongya. She should be 830 years old. Residing in the Sunflower Mansion, Qiushui Town, Xinhua village. I owe her so much, yet she was gravely injured and ill, refusing to see me before her death. I carry a burden in my heart and have never sought her out. I hope you will do everything in your power, even if it means binding her, to bring her to the northern song. You understood now why he treated you so well, realizing this hidden factor. Rest assured, I will make it happen. You gave him a reassuring response. Zhang Weiyuan smiled, lying quietly on the ground, closing his eyes. Hongya, if there's a next life, I will do everything to treat you well. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he laughed heartily, no longer speaking. Buzz! A blinding light suddenly appeared, and you felt an extraordinarily unique power enveloping you. Zhang Weiyuan's body shattered into countless fragments, ascending into the sky, akin to the souls lost due to Thanos' snap. The power brought forth by the celestial doomsday enveloped you, and you immersed yourself in it, instantaneously entering a state of profound realization, feverishly comprehending everything. Half an hour later, you concluded this moment of enlightenment, having broken through and officially stepped into the advanced earth element realm. Zhang Wen had vanished completely, leaving nothing behind, not even his clothing. You remained in the rice field for 3 days and nights in silent contemplation before departing. Instead of heading to the northern song, you traversed the Great Xia, continuously documenting the geological and natural disasters occurring in various regions. Preparing for the next round of intense enlightenment, you were well-prepared. In the 50th year, after much wandering, you returned to Kaiyuan County. The once thriving Qingxi gang had completely vanished, replaced by a faction known as the Wind and Wave Gang. You heard whispers of their leader, who kept a prized possession, a ferocious tiger that had lived for 50 years, possessing immense strength and an eerie demeanor. Unlike any ordinary tiger, IT was said to possess considerable intelligence. Having roamed the Jianghu for decades, you had never encountered any supernatural beasts or monsters. Intrigued, you boldly infiltrated the Wind and Wave Gang. Meeting no resistance, Akati, the main stronghold of the Wind and Wave Gang. You beheld the mighty tiger, 3 meters tall, 5 meters long. Its entire body is striking crimson, adorned with a symbol of royalty between its brows, exuding an aura of grandeur. Before it knelt a middle-aged man, quietly grooming its fur and massaging it. You were somewhat taken aback. This man appeared to be the leader of the Wind and Wave Gang. Who goes there? The red tiger spoke human words, startling you. Help? Great hero, this tiger is not right. The man noticed you and fled at incredible speed, clearly having trained for at least 2.5 years. You approached, and the red tiger regarded you warily, occasionally sniffing the air as if lost in some memory. Fat tiger, do you not remember me? You laughed, stepping closer to the red tiger, grasping its cheek and playfully squeezing it. The red tiger was bewildered. Why you? It covered its face, unable to look at you. Ha, how amusing. You unleashed the power of an earth element master, completely overpowering the red tiger, rendering it immobile. After 50 years, you have grown to this level. The red tiger lowered its paw from its face, managing a smile. Master, welcome home. I've been guarding this place, waiting for your arrival. I have missed you dearly, with all my heart. You rolled your eyes at the red tiger, reclining against it. Are you a monster? A fierce beast? A spiritual creature? The red tiger dared not move, replying softly, Master, I am merely a little tiger awakened with inherited memories. Inherited memories? Is this not a martial arts world? How can such a concept exist? Elaborate. The red tiger licked your shoes and continued. In the 30th year since your departure, I awakened the bloodline of the earth tiger, unlocking my spiritual intelligence and acquiring a cultivation method. Gradually, you came to know everything. Your expression twisted with a strange and terrifying countenance, whose tiger possesses a dual cultivation technique. Over the past 20 years, the red tiger has squandered countless cats and tigers. Yet due to the absence of a suitable counterpart, his strength has progressed exceedingly slowly. Yes, as a tiger, he could only engage in dual cultivation with various animal species, including different types of tigers, lions, leopards, and even rabbits. Throughout these years, to avoid drawing attention, the red tiger's actions have been minimal, merely controlling a small county. You pondered. Do you wish to live, mighty Tiger King? The red tiger trembled in fear. seemingly transported back to the horrific scene from 50 years ago when you had him submerged in water. Did I do? He exclaimed, "Tell me, how can I gain control over you and earn your complete trust?" You grasped him and led him to a distant pond, preparing to awaken his memories. The red tiger swallowed hard. "Master, you can sign a contract with me. I can inform you of the specific steps." "What contract?" "The Beast Master contract. Speak." Then the red tiger revealed to you a very serious Beast Master contract, wherein you simply needed to feed him a drop of your blood and recite the corresponding incantation to successfully command him. You scrutinized the red tiger and threatened him sternly. The red tiger made various promises, swearing that there would be absolutely no issues. You nodded, squeezed out a drop of blood, placed it into his mouth, and then recited an incantation. Buzz! A tremendous roar resonated in your ears. You froze for 2 seconds, and in the next moment, a paw descended from the heavens, ruthlessly tearing through your heart. The power of the earth within you was utterly restrained, leaving you with no means of resistance. While human, chubby tiger? The red tiger smashed your right hand with a single paw. Mighty Tiger King, with another swipe, he shattered your lower half. That I was born free. How could I be subjugated by man? If you wish to control me, go eat dirt. He glared at you coldly, and then, with a final thud, he sat upon you, ending your life. Lin Zhan gazed at the little tiger in his arms. Feeling revitalized, excellent, truly marvelous, he grasped firmly, rousing the little tiger from its slumber, who was terrified. "You little rascal, adorably foolish yet not wicked at heart. Enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, you are indeed a good man." Lin Zhan unceremoniously tossed him into the pond outside the window, a purple aura binding his body, forcing him to drink incessantly. The simulation concluded. You have acquired high-level earth powers, Taiji Heart Sutra. And for the next 50 years, you will possess earth moments, heavenly moments, and the false beast master technique. Will you inherit? Yes. The power of the earth surged into your body, granting Lin Zhan immense enhancement in every aspect, especially as the earth's power circulated through him. Its overall quality significantly overshadowed the purple aura. Not bad. With 50 years of earth and heavenly moments, his breakthrough into the heavenly realm was imminent. And then there was the chubby tiger, the one who had awakened ancestral memories. Careful consideration was necessary. The false beast master technique. Was it? Lin Zhan pondered while petting the little tiger. He arrived just in time to rescue the chubby tiger from near drowning, pulling him out of the pond. The little fellow was thoroughly satiated this time, a fishtail protruding from his mouth, which appeared quite amusing. With a pat, Lin Zhan caused the chubby tiger to spit out a mouthful of water, followed by 2 more. It took a moment for him to regain his senses. Oh, seeing Lin Zhan so close, the chubby tiger kicked his hind legs in fright. That a black-hearted tiger, is it? How interesting. So very interesting. Lin Zhan seized him by the scruff of the neck and unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed, followed by a bout of deep contemplation. That a few seconds later, he sighed in resignation. Faced with an opponent of such superior caliber, he truly felt powerless. Before him lay only 2 options. First, to kill. Second, to cultivate a bond, to touch his heart with sincerity. Don't blame me, baby. At your age, you ought to venture forth. For your future, I have no choice but to do this. It's all for your own good. You must obey. The future you will thank the current you for your efforts. Lin Zhan recalled the teachings of his parents from his previous life and poured all of it onto the chubby tiger. Oh, the chubby tiger, with a frantic expression and a sturdy little frame, was full of vigor. All right, time for bed. Yawning, Lin Zhan picked up the chubby tiger and carried him to bed. You must admit, the little fellow was soft, not shedding fur, making him perfect for warming the bed. The next day, Lin Zhan suddenly woke up beside the bed. A maid holding a basin stared wide-eyed, evidently the source of the earlier scream. What's wrong? Lin Zhan frowned, perplexed by the craziness surrounding him. Young master, you are so handsome. The maid swallowed hard and spoke instinctively. Handsome, Lin Zhan realized. After the Earth awakening, he had returned to his natural state, enhancing every aspect of himself. Being handsome was only natural. Essentially, those who possessed earth and heavenly powers were never unattractive. What a fuss. I have always been this handsome. He rolled his eyes at the maid and threw off the covers. Time to get up Outside, another 10 maids arrived, beginning to attend to his decadent day. The chubby tiger, held in Lin Zhan's embrace, appeared somewhat bewildered. Thus another day passed, tranquil and devoid of any unforeseen events. Lin Zhan, cradling the satiated chubby tiger, climbed into bed and regaled him with terrifying tales on Jingyang Ridge. Wu Song struck down a tiger with a single punch, Li Kuei, in a fit of rage. Bare-handedly killed 3 tigers. Sun Wukong used a staff to slay a tiger, crafting a tiger skin skirt for himself. The Azure Dragon King slapped the White Tiger King in the ground. Tai Gu was buried in the earth by the Great Bag. The sad capture of a tiger, the compensation for a tiger. The chubby tiger couldn't comprehend, but instinctively trembled. Lin Zhan pinched his mouth. No mischief, all right? This little tiger isn't even of age yet. Have you lost your mind? After midnight, the chubby tiger was in deep slumber. Lin Zhan's lips curled into a dangerous smile, unique to a villain. Little brother, this time let them witness our power. Annihilate humanity, break through the heavenly realm. Capture the chubby tiger, and reign supreme. On the first day, you followed the memories and journeyed to the easternmost city of the Great Xia on the night of the 3rd day. You stood in the heart of the city. Boom. An earthquake erupted, the earth cracking open with countless fissures, buildings collapsing, and civilians suffering greatly. You fell into a state of enlightenment after experiencing this earth moment. Your strength increased, yet you had not yet broken through. Sighing, you headed south, determined to fulfill your promises. Coincidentally, there were several earth moments occurring in the southern region within the month. But before that, there were matters to attend to. A few days later, you killed Li Chengze in a village that on the 15th day, utilizing the lightness skill of the return to simplicity realm combined with your earth power, you moved astonishingly fast. Finally reaching the southern region that on the 16th day, after experiencing another earth moment, you successfully arrived at the Kuihua mansion on the 17th day. You found Qiushui town and Xinghua village, after inquiring along the way. You arrived in an old house deep within the village. Knock, knock, knock. You rapped on the door. Who is it? A young peasant girl, clad in a short shirt, opened the door. Her skin was dark and rough, bearing the marks of years of toil, and her face, weathered by the elements, still radiated beauty. Especially striking were her eyes, so pure and unblemished. You found yourself captivated by the girl's allure for a full 30 seconds before regaining your composure and hastily stating, I'm looking for the esteemed Li Hongye. Oh, you seek my grandmother. The girl blinked in surprise. Who are you? I have never heard of you before. Her curiosity was palpable. I have been entrusted with the task of bringing her away. You replied, The girl paused, letting out a sigh that grandmother's illness has become quite severe. You mustn't trouble her with further journeys. Furrowing your brow, you insisted, I must see her first. After years of martial training, I am also somewhat of a healer. Very well. The girl led you into a small courtyard, where you entered a dilapidated room. There, on the earthen bed, lay Li Hongye. You were taken aback. Was she not said to be an ancient crone of 800 years? Instead, you beheld a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a white robe, her eyes closed, breathing evenly. You could discern no signs of illness. Senior, you called out twice, but Li Hongye did not respond. I intend to take her to the Northern Song. Rest assured, I will care for the esteemed one throughout the journey. She shall not be affected, you declared with unwavering resolve. Must we truly go? I have heard the Northern Song is quite far. The girl said, clearly unsettled, having grown up in the mountains with little contact beyond her grandmother. It is imperative that we go. With that, you placed your hand on Li Hongye's wrist, her pulse steady, still revealing nothing amiss. Suddenly, you felt a peculiar force enveloping you that a brilliant light erupted around you, and an ominous hand appeared, gripping your throat tightly. Who are you? You wish to take me to the Northern Song? Startled from her stupor, Li Hongye's expression twisted into one of madness, her face filled with murderous intent. This is rather perilous. You swallowed hard and spoke truthfully. Senior, it was Zhang Wuyan who sent me. So, it is him. Her demeanor shifted. If he desired her presence, she would oblige. It has been 3 centuries since we last met. I shall grant him this favor. Li Hongye murmured beneath her blanket. You were left speechless. This old woman was exceedingly proud. Was it not enough to offer her a way out? Surely, Her connection with Zhang Wuyin was profound. Shaking her head, you bowed respectfully that I in that case. Please wait a moment while I prepare. The girl, Ning Hongye, gazed at your retreating figure with curiosity. That very day, you set forth. You drove a luxurious carriage, accompanied by Li Hongye and her adopted granddaughter. The girl's name, Ning Hongye, was somewhat abstract, yet you committed it to memory instantly. Brother Lin, is the northern song truly vast? On the journey, Ning Hongye bombarded you with questions, and you answered patiently. Li Hongye, seated in the carriage, wore a look of contentment, feeling that you were more reliable than Zhongwen. About a month later, you departed from the southern Shun and officially entered the territory of the northern Song. Ning Hongye spoke considerably less during this time. Having witnessed you effortlessly dispatch wave after wave of bandits and scoundrels, including those with ill intentions, the number of lives you took exceeded 500, instilling a sense of fear in her. Yet, after a few days, she resumed her interactions with you. Thanks to Li Hongye, who was shrewd and perceptive, by the end of the second month, you successfully arrived at the Zhang residence, before the grand and imposing courtyard. You halted the carriage and revealed your mastery of the geographical realm, shouting, "Old Zhang, I've brought your wife." Li Hongye's cheeks flushed slightly. Moments later, Zhangwen descended from the sky, clad in a Tai Chi robe, crackling with lightning, his face a mask of surprise as he regarded you. Then, he sensed Li Hongye in the carriage. His expression shifted dramatically, and he seized your throat with alarming speed. "Who on earth are you?" Everyone was taken aback. Ning Hongye gasped, "Brother Lin, weren't you sent here on a mission? What is going on?" Li Hongye alighted from the carriage, her voice filled with indignation. "You little rascal, are you toying with me? Zhang didn't send you at all. She bombarded you with questions, and you exchanged glances with Zhang Wuyin, who had yet to comprehend the situation. Unless you provide me with an explanation, you shall not leave here alive." You revealed your mastery of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra, still harnessing the power of the geographical high order. Zhang Wuyin fell silent, releasing you. "Old Zhang, why are you still standing there? Hurry and reassure her." Zhang Wen turned toward the visibly upset Li Hongye, his expression awkward, before hastily approaching her. "Hongye, it has been 3 centuries. Are you, well?" Li Hongye scoffed, "Useless. Ning Hongye, get in the carriage, and you too. You little rascal, take us back." Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to leave. Zhang Wuyin was bewildered. You could no longer watch this unfold. "Old Zhang, stop her. Embrace her for heaven's sake." You were nearly ready to intervene yourself. Zhang Wuyin steeled himself and grasped Li Hongye's hand. "Hongye, please don't go." He leaned in to kiss her. You lowered your head. This old man was remarkably stubborn. Ning Hongye rushed to your side. "Brother Lin, do you not recognize them?" Her mind swirled with questions. This is a long story. You had no intention of explaining. Meanwhile, the two embraced, oblivious to the world around them. "Let them have their moment," you said to Ning Hongye. "Come, I will show you around the city." You took her hand and led her toward the distant streets, sharing laughter and joy. Your bond deepened as you spent the entire day playing until darkness fell. At which point you returned to the Zhang residence. In a secret chamber. Zhang Wuyin summoned you. "Give me a reasonable explanation." You smiled. "I am my past life. I sacrificed everything to fulfill your wishes. I end this life. I shall start anew and bring her to you." Zhang Wuyin frowned. "Speak plainly. I have been reborn. This time, I will reclaim all that belongs to me." Zhang Wuyin's expression remained troubled. You sighed and recounted the entire story. Understanding dawned upon him. Li Hongye was ill, with perhaps only 3 years left. This affliction was somewhat connected to you. Zhang Wuyin felt a wave of emotions and turned to leave. The following day, you bid farewell to Zhang Wuyin, preparing to embark on your training to witness all significant geographical moments of the next 50 years. Zhang Wuyin acquiesced, but Li Hongye insisted vehemently that Ning Hongye accompany you. After some hesitation, you agreed. Thus, you embarked on a new journey, encountering various earthquakes and landslides along the way, your cultivation progressing steadily and swiftly. In the 3rd year, you brought Ning Hongye to a towering cliff. "Hongye, soon this mountain will collapse. Everything will be obliterated." You spoke quietly. Ning Hongye's eyes widened. "That sounds truly terrifying." As your words faded, the cliff cracked, and the mountain trembled violently. You embraced Ning Hongye, leading her to stand on a distant tree. Observing the apocalyptic spectacle. Brother Lin, this is so frightening. Ning Hongye clung tightly to your neck. It is indeed quite fearsome. You replied with a smile. That moment, you had finally broken through. Your cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the geographical realm. What remained was to witness various celestial phenomena and achieve a breakthrough in this profound realm. Let us proceed. Hongye. After the breakthrough in your cultivation, your spirits soared. Ning Hongye wished to articulate her thoughts, but ultimately refrained. You calculated the time. It seemed that Li Hongye's life was nearing its end. Half a month later, you returned to the Zhang family in northern Song with Ning Hongye in the ensuing days. You hardly saw Ning Hongye, as she devoted herself entirely to Li Hongye, the two of them appearing to share an endless conversation. 3 years had passed, and Zhang Weyin had aged considerably, his youthful visage now a distant memory. He was weary in body and spirit, filled with regret. If only I had awakened 3 centuries ago, perhaps the outcome would have been different, he often lamented. What has already occurred should not be dwelled upon. Old Zhang, cherish those who are present, you advised, patting his shoulder. Brat, promise me one more thing, he implored. Speak, old Zhang, you replied. Zhang Weyin retrieved an ancient tome from his bosom and handed it to you. This contains the insights of all the celestial warriors of the Zhang family, detailing the breakthroughs from the pinnacle of the earthly realm to that of the celestial realm. With it, your path of cultivation will be much smoother. You opened the ancient book, glancing at its contents, and recognized its immense value. Old Zhang, just tell me what you need. If it's within my ability, I shall assist you, you declared. Zhang Weyin reflected, then said, 2 centuries ago, I journeyed to the Great Xia, where I encountered many intriguing texts. Among them was a tale of the martial world, where the protagonist ascended from the realm of martial heroes to that of immortals, and then to the realm of deities, ultimately achieving singularity and traversing the vast multiverse. I cannot comprehend the timelines, the multiverse, or causality. Yet one thing remained clear. The protagonist attained a level so high that he could effortlessly return to the past, traverse the future, and alter all events. If that day ever comes, Zhang Weiyin's words trailed off, and you laughed. Old Zhang, I understand your meaning. If I ever reach such a realm, I will surely fulfill your wish for Senior Hongye, you said solemnly. Zhang Weiyin regarded you with gratitude. By the way, do you know who authored that book? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, It seems to be Qin Jian, the leader of the sword-seeking sect of Great Xia. A rather interesting young man. Indeed, it was that fellow, Qin Jian, Zhang Weyin, Aru, Li Hongye. These names etched themselves deeply in your memory. 2 months later, Li Hongye passed away. Her illness had grown severe, and Zhang Weyin had reached the limits of his care. He held a funeral for her, attended by only the 3 of you in the dead of night. Before Li Hongye's coffin, Zhang Weyin remained silent for an eternity, before finally breaking into a hearty laugh. Spitting out blood and collapsing, you and Ning Hongye rushed to his side. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Weyin pressed his hand to his chest, gazing at you with an eerie calm. With Hongye gone, I no longer wish to live another day. Brat, remember to bury us together. With a hum, the end of the celestial phenomenon appeared, and Zhang Weyin slowly dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Old Zhang, you have placed me in a difficult position. After casting a glance at the empty coffin, you shook your head, and with Ning Hongye, retrieved the garments they frequently wore in life, placing them in a single coffin. Subsequently, you interred them in the ground. In the dark forest, Ning Hongye wept profusely. Lin Gu, it seems there truly exists such a thing as love sacrifice. Those love stories you spoke of were indeed real. You couldn't help but recall Chun Rui from Water City. In that simulation, after your demise, she too had taken her own life. Was that not a form of sacrifice as well? Lin Gu, will you love me for eternity? Ning Hongye embraced you tightly from behind. You grasped her hands firmly. I will love you. For a lifetime, you reiterated in your heart. Yes, you understood well that once the simulation concluded, you would retain no memories of the details. The you in reality had merely engaged in a textual game. Without first-hand experience, emotions could not flourish. That night, Ning Hongye wept sorrowfully, and you remained silent for a long while. You departed from Northern Song, copying the ancient book, leaving the original in the Zhang family. You and Ning Hongye embarked on a myriad of journeys, spending 100 days on the road out of the 365 in a year. You brought her to witness torrential rains. Blizzards, thunderstorms, mountain floods, waterfalls, avalanches, and typhoons, immersing yourselves in the splendor of nature in the 5th year. Having witnessed numerous celestial phenomena, you finally broke through, formally entering the celestial realm, achieving a lifespan of 1,000 years and formidable strength. Despite the resources and techniques you provided, Ning Hongye, lacking the aptitude for cultivation, made no progress whatsoever, not even reaching the most basic postnatal level, leaving you perplexed and unable to comprehend. The 10th year. The 15th year, the 20th year, your journeys never ceased as you continually admired various spectacles. Ning Hongye was acutely aware of your primary purpose and had never rejected it. She relished being by your side, delighted by your guidance through the clouds, soaring at the horizon, and even more so by your companionship beneath the thunder, listening to the roaring storms. In the 25th year, Ning Hongye had reached the age of 40. The years of wandering had taken their toll on her beauty, and she sensed this change within herself, feeling a growing sense of fear and discomfort. She began to worry about many things. You constantly reassured her. One night, Ning Hongye suddenly said, "Lin Zhan, let's have a child. I know you will live for a very long time. I cannot accompany you for that long that I want to leave something significant in your life. Something that will ensure you always remember me, a child." You embraced her tightly. As you wish. 3 days later, under your meticulous care, Ning Hongye found herself with child. After 26 years, she bore you a daughter, whom you named Lin Ning, a name that bears the surnames of both you and your beloved wife. In the 27th year, you continue to explore the wild wonders of nature alongside your wife and child, seeking to transcend limits. By the 30th year, after 25 years of relentless introspection, you ascended to the intermediate level of celestial phenomena, growing stronger. However, it was with great sorrow that you observed Ning Hongye's health deteriorate over the years. Worn down by fatigue and illness, her time growing short, T45, especially after childbirth, her condition worsened day by day. Despite exhausting every remedy, the results were dishearteningly minimal. In the 32nd year, Lin Ning was 6 years old, and even at her tender age, she was capable of caring for her mother. She was exceptionally well behaved, and your affection for her was profound. By the 33rd year, Ning Hongye's breath grew increasingly shallow, and ultimately, she could not endure the night. She passed away before your very eyes. Lin Ning wept inconsolably, and you held her tightly, enveloped in a long, deep silence. I am sorry. 33 years ago, I should not have allowed my heart to be swayed by you. Without you, Ning Hongye would have thrived. Despite the breathtaking vistas she witnessed by my side, she endured immeasurable suffering. She was but an ordinary woman, incapable of bearing such burdens. You laid Ning Hongye to rest on the hillside behind your village, erecting a gravestone inscribed, "My wife, Ning Hongye." Kneeling on the ground, you were overwhelmed by an infinite sense of regret. With your beloved gone, life must continue to forge ahead. You embarked on a new journey with Lin Ning. You discovered that at 7 years old, Lin Ning possessed an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts, a natural prodigy. After a few tentative lessons, she grasped the fundamentals with remarkable swiftness. Within a month, she mastered a mundane technique to perfection, breaking through to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, leaving you astounded. You subsequently imparted the Tai Chi Heart Sutra to your daughter, guiding her as you traveled the world, witnessing every celestial phenomenon you had come to understand. In the 34th year, at the age of 8, Lin Ning's prowess had ascended to the peak of the Qi realm, her gifts leaving you in awe, truly terrifying. By the 36th year, at 10, you brought her to southern Shun, where, after experiencing a celestial phenomenon, you honored Ning Hongye's memory. The mature 10-year-old Lin Ning, having weathered much and gained insight, advanced directly into the master realm, leaving you utterly perplexed at her exceptional talent. Years passed, 38, 40, 45, and 50, until you departed from the last celestial phenomenon. Up until that moment, you had yet to break through, remaining at the intermediate level of celestial phenomena. In contrast, your 24-year-old daughter as cultivation soared, now reaching the low stage of the true being realm. Lin Ning inherited her mother Ning Hongye's beauty, often clad in a form-fitting black training outfit, excelling in swordsmanship and possessing strength that far surpassed her peers in the same realm. 50 years later, with no news of celestial phenomena, you relied solely on your knowledge to predict events, yet this proved inaccurate, causing you to miss many opportunities. Slowing your pace, you continued to journey through the three kingdoms with Lin Ning, documenting all celestial moments from the past 50 years in preparation for your next breakthrough. By the 56th year, Lin Ning was 30, and after much hesitation, she bid you farewell. Father, I am ready to traverse the world for my final breakthrough. The cultivation of the true being realm relies entirely on personal insight and inner tranquility. Yet having always been by your side, I find it difficult to reach that state. Go and take care, you replied with a smile, untroubled by her safety. Over the past 6 years, although Lin Ning's cultivation had not progressed, the latent power within her was unfathomable even to you. She harbored secrets, great secrets. As a father, you felt a profound sense of debt to both your daughter and Ning Hongye. Wishing to atone with all your might for what was lost, indifferent to other matters, in the 60th year, you found yourself back in Jinhua Prefecture, Linan County, Kaifeng City. There you encountered Fat Tiger once more, basking comfortably in the sun while several maidens attended to him, massaging and grooming him, a sight both extravagant and amusing. With a smile, you approached him. How wonderful! It is the great hero. We are saved. The maidens, upon seeing you, scrambled to flee in a panic. Fat Tiger took a deep breath, incredulous, then rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Master, is that really you? He lunged towards you, exclaiming, Master, I have missed you dearly. Your expression shifted as you swiftly slapped Fat Tiger to the ground. He spat blood, gazing up at you in despair, his hidden malice finally exposed. In that moment, you had become a formidable force, having returned to the essence of your power, while Fat Tiger remained oblivious to your true strength, mistaking you for an inconspicuous human. This time, he had suffered greatly, rendering his previous arrogance null and void. After 60 years apart, how have you made no progress at all? You tapped Fat Tiger's head lightly, then summoned a surge of lightning energy in your hand. In the post-celestial realm, you could effortlessly manipulate natural elements to your will. Earth, wind, water, fire, light, rain, and thunder were all within your grasp. Little me, you ought to be obedient, right? With a smile, you unleashed a thunderbolt upon him. Fat Tiger's fur bristled, charred black, and he instantly lost consciousness. You sat quietly beside him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing blood to gush forth as he jolted awake, crying out in agony, Master, I was wrong. I should not have ambushed you. You must understand, you said quietly. I require a method to control you, one that ensures both your compliance and my peace of mind. This matter is now in your hands. With a cold chuckle, you turned and departed, reconstructing the estate to make it your permanent residence. You swiftly took action, consolidating all nearby factions, commanding tens of thousands, and continuously sending out scouts to document celestial moments in recent years. You relentlessly tormented Fat Tiger, ignoring all his pleas. By the 61st year, Fat Tiger could no longer endure the pressure and provided you with a beast-controlling technique, which you recognized as identical to the one obtained in a previous simulation. Fat Tiger, your heart lacks sincerity. With a cold smile, you raised your fist, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon him. By the 63rd year, Fat Tiger capitulated once more, presenting a genuine beast-controlling method. As long as you sign a contract with me, you will control my life and death. This time it is the truth. How could I? Fat Tiger, bear to deceive you. I despise liars above all. With pleading eyes, he implored you. You sighed, Child, lies must be punished. After transcending the celestial realm, your senses sharpened, and you clearly discerned through Fat Tiger's fidgeting that he was indeed being deceitful. By the 65th year, Fat Tiger finally relented, begrudgingly handing you a contract. Master, you must believe me. Child, your acting is quite poor. Next time, do put more effort into your expressions. You saw through Fat Tiger's schemes once again. Initiating a new round of torment that be why the 70th year, your forces expanded significantly, gradually gaining control over 5 surrounding prefectures, documenting 151 celestial moments over the past 70 years. Your cultivation remained unchanged. But you were confident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, you would eventually break through to the celestial realm, with a lifespan of 1,000 years awaiting you. However, soon enough, an unforeseen event occurred that in the 76th year. While playing a game with Fat Tiger, he suddenly unleashed a surge of power, toppling you to the ground. Useless snack, I have endured your presence for 16 years. 16 years. Now, my tiger bloodline has fully awakened. Today marks your doom. Enraged, Fat Tiger cursed at you, and with a final strike, he shattered your skull in your last moments of life. All you could remember was a slender silhouette, opening the door, gazing at you in shock. Who is it? Ning Hong, yeah. You would never forget her. This simulation concludes. You have attained the intermediate level of celestial phenomena cultivation, documenting all celestial moments in the 3 kingdoms over the past 76 years, along with a false beast controlling technique and a false contract. Will you inherit this? Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and abruptly awakened the slumbering Fat Tiger. Well done, truly a man of iron, exceedingly resilient. Fat Tiger was abruptly awakened, gazing at him in a daze, wondering if his master had lost his mind again. Lin Zhan looked into his innocent eyes and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Fat Tiger, I am quite irate at the moment. He gently pressed down on Fat Tiger's head, then inwardly declared inheritance. The power of the celestial phase surged towards him. In an instant, Lin Zhan broke through. What a blissful sensation it was. He could not help but emit a sound of sheer delight. Upon reaching the celestial phase, he was utterly transformed, his strength significantly enhanced. Coupled with several techniques of returning to simplicity and the protection of Dragon Chi, he could easily contend with most celestial phase warriors. With such strength, he could finally deal with that scoundrel Lin. However, he deemed it unwise to act hastily. Reflecting on various pieces of information regarding Lin Zhan resolved to lay low for a few more days. He was enjoying a peaceful life. Why would he seek unnecessary troubles? Life in Kaiyuan County continued to be unremarkable. Each day unfolded in a monotonous yet dreary routine, yet Lin Zhan found himself deeply immersed in it. Unable to extricate himself to enhance his quality of life, he had Zhao Hai send over 300 exquisite maidens, and life had become quite pleasurable. As evening descended, Lin Zhan sat in a small courtyard, relishing a dance performance. The dancer was a silver-haired woman clad in a flowing gown, said to be a remarkable beauty who had joined Feihong Courtyard just a day prior. Feihong Courtyard was the largest establishment in Kaiyuan County, unparalleled in strength. This woman, named Xia, had quickly secured the top position upon her arrival, her abilities unfathomable. Upon learning of her, Lin Zhan could not contain his curiosity. Today I shall see just how profound your talents truly are. With a cold chuckle, he lifted a nearby wine cup and took a sip. The flavor was quite pleasant, warm, and comforting. As the dance concluded, and Xia halted, striking a pose before gracefully approaching Lin Zhan. Her aura ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. What celestial maiden graces this establishment? Lin Zhan shifted into a more comfortable position, gripping a grotesquely designed wine cup, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xia. Within mere breaths, Xia approached. You must be the one behind the Qingxi gang. Her voice was sultry, exuding an air of maturity. She let out a light laugh, then, in a moment of misstep, fell into Lin Zhan's embrace. Young Master Lin, I have longed for you dearly. Lin Zhan remained impassive, lightly grasping Xia's right hand that lady. Your dancing is commendable, but your acting leaves much to be desired. With a flicker of celestial phase power, he swiftly extracted a dagger from Xia's hand, then set down his wine cup, tightening his grip around her neck, increasing the pressure. Missin, I harbor no enmity towards you. Do I? His brow furrowed, utterly perplexed. Why would she attempt to assassinate him? realizing her intentions have been unveiled, as Xia's expression turned frigid. Since you are aware, do as you please. Kill or torture, it matters not. Lin Zhan held the dagger before her eyes and blew gently. A plume of crimson smoke ascended, a poison capable of slaying a celestial phase warrior. Missin, it would be prudent for you to disclose your intentions. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience an unforgettable evening. Lin Zhan's gaze bore an icy resolve, laden with murderous intent. Observing his demeanor, and Xia let out a soft laugh. Share a night with a prodigy like young Master Lin is not without its merits. Even in death, it would be a gain. With that, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Zhan's eyes, as if perceiving something profound within. Missin, you seem to be mistaken. The unforgettable evening I refer to does not involve you and me. He rose, laughter escaping his lips. It pertains to my 900 brothers of the Qing Shi gang. Should you choose not to speak, I shall send them to queue up right now. And Xi's expression shifted once more. Her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Lin Zhan. You, so young, possess a heart so wicked. Lin Zhan feigned innocence. What can I say? One cannot survive without a touch of ruthlessness. Missin, are you truly prepared to resist till the end? I have no path of retreat. And Xia laughed. In the next moment, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, her consciousness extinguished. Lin Zhan, upon investigating, discovered she had succumbed to a deadly poison. And Xia had been fatally poisoned by the dagger, now lifeless. What a pity! He cast a glance at her exquisite form, sighing. Yet soon, a greater perplexity consumed his thoughts. Who was behind in Xia? Why would she attempt to assassinate him? Her arrival had been too abrupt. He was entirely unprepared. This woman possessed merely the strength of a true person. Was this merely a test? Lin Zhan could not ascertain this moment. He had no useful information. Come forth. After a cold snort, he summoned Zhao Hai. Investigate, probe deeply. Zhao Hai, gazing at the corpse on the ground, broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, just when we had a few peaceful days, how did someone provoke this calamity again? Understood. After expressing his absolute loyalty, Zhao Hai hurriedly departed. Lin Zhan resumed his seat. His desire to enjoy the performance evaporated. He was acutely aware that the Qing Shi gang's inquiries would yield no results. After all, the opposing party's level was far too elevated. Whoever you are, should you cross me, not even your elder brother can save you. With one more simulation, he could break through to the pinnacle of the celestial phase and suppress the three kingdoms. After undergoing a complex psychological struggle, Lin Zhan resolutely initiated his 15th simulation. On the first day, you departed from Kaiyuan County with Fat Tiger, heading towards Yun City. On the third day, you killed Li Qingze. By the 10th day, you began to observe celestial phase moments, preparing for a breakthrough. As the first year concluded, your cultivation had seen some progress, albeit minimal. Fat Tiger had accompanied you through hardships, growing considerably plumper. You could not comprehend his physical resilience. It must be the hallmark of one with the Earth Tiger bloodline. You endeavored to treat Fat Tiger well, preparing to leverage emotional bonds this time. Damn it, what are the Earth Tiger bloodline? Even the Earth Tiger armor cannot withstand this. In the second year, you continued this lifestyle. In the third year, you experienced a total of 15 celestial phase moments. Honing your control over your own power with greater precision. By the fifth year, you broke through, finally ascending to the higher tiers of the celestial phase. Yet for reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of impending crisis lingered. On the 10th year, you were immersed in your training. Your bond with Fat Tiger deepened. He relished lying before you, licking your shoes, and playfully swatting at your body with his tail. One day, while resting atop Fat Tiger, you suddenly sensed a lethal threat. Reacting swiftly, you seized Fat Tiger and fled. A slender figure descended from the sky, landing precisely where you had been, brandishing a sword and coldly fixing her gaze upon you. You are Lin Zhan, the Lin Zhan who killed my disciple a decade ago. The newcomer wore a white, floor-length dress, her demeanor frosty, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. If the person you speak of isn't Xia, then indeed I have a connection with her. However, she did not perish in my hands. Rather, she succumbed to poison in despair. You covered Fat Tiger's ears, calmly speaking that moment, You could no longer sense her murderous intent, only a layer of hatred and anger. The woman in white approached you, sheathing her sword with grace. Lin Zhan, would you be interested in joining me to kill someone? She gazed at you with eager anticipation. Not interested. You flatly declined a tea this moment. You were merely at the higher tier of the celestial phase, unwilling to entangle yourself in dangers. You would rather focus on breaking through another level of cultivation. Even if that person intends to kill you, the woman continued to inquire. Not interested. Even if he seeks to annihilate my entire family, I remain uninterested. You chuckled, lifting Fat Tiger and preparing to leave. I have limited time and no desire to engage in such games with you. I understand your sentiments. Lin Zhan, that I hope you do not come to regret this. Your current state is indeed perilous. The woman in the white dress nodded slightly, then silently turned away and walked into the distance to be by the way. My name is Hikai Wei. After leaving her name, she resolutely departed. You spread your hands and remarked, "What does it matter to me?" With a thud, Fat Tiger tumbled off you, bruised and battered, looking at you with an innocent expression. You are still young. Do not heed the tales of violence and bloodshed. The world is still a beautiful place. You continued to instill this philosophy in Fat Tiger. 15 years later, you brought the 3-meter-tall Fat Tiger to the northern mountains of the Great Xia, where you encountered the most significant snowstorm you had ever seen. You were deeply moved, slipping into a prolonged silence. Fat Tiger busily sketched in the snow, his claws leaving behind a trail of flowers. By the 20th year, you and Fat Tiger arrived at the northern tribal lands of the Great Song, where you witnessed the only sandstorm in 80 years. The skies were engulfed in a sea of yellow dust. A sight to behold. You quietly savored the moment, entering a state of profound enlightenment. Roaring. When you regained your senses, 3 days had passed. Fat Tiger stood beside you, gazing warily at a figure in the distance. It was an old man, clad in monk's robes, barefoot amidst the shifting sands. A necklace of skulls the size of fists hung from his chest, his demeanor remarkably peculiar. Young hero, you possess a kind heart. The old monk bowed to you. I am a national master of the barbarians, Mu Wang. The national master of the barbarians? The very one who cast a deadly curse upon you. You did not grasp his intentions, but still offered a slight bow. I have met you, esteemed elder. His name was rather intriguing. Surname Mu, given name Wang. Young hero, though you are not yet 100 years old, you already possess an extraordinary martial prowess. You are truly a genius. Mu Wang said with a smile. Would you be interested in joining my Tai Mu tribe? I have convinced the Khan that as long as you join our clan, you shall become the first foreign king of Tai Mu. Join the barbarians? I have slain countless of them. Esteemed elder, I am wholly devoted to my cultivation and truly have no interest in joining any faction, lest I be disturbed by worldly matters. You politely declined. Mu Wang, undeterred, continued, Young hero, your future is boundless. To persist in solitary cultivation is a waste of life. Now that my tribal lands are unified under the Khan, who possesses the strength to swallow the world, why not invest your talents in our grasslands and achieve great deeds, securing your name in history? Seeing his earnest expression, you grew somewhat impatient. Esteemed elder, farewell. Shaking your head, you declined once more and turned to leave. Young hero, you may leave with ease, but I cannot allow you to depart so simply. Suddenly, Mu Wang moved with lightning speed, appearing beside you, revealing his mastery at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, and grasped your shoulder. Young hero, since you do not wish to stop, I shall join you. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from him, you reluctantly raised your hands. You had never encountered this man before. Why had he targeted you? What had you done to provoke him? Was it truly so difficult to live a carefree life alone? Young hero, your heart lacks sincerity. Mu Wang shook his head. Your unpredictability is too great. You must die. Boom! Before you could react, Mu Wang struck you with a powerful punch, sending you flying several dozen meters. Fat Tiger hastily pursued, and Mu Wang pressed the attack, but was intercepted by a group of figures. National Master, please hold. Looking up, he saw a number of Taoist priests, clad in various robes, their expressions grave. Each one was a master of celestial phenomena. Wuliang Tianzun, the leading old Taoist, chuckled lightly, and a long sword floated into the air. Circling around him, great national master, if you wish to kill him, first ask this humble Taoist and his sword. One behind him raise a leg, my grand elbow, my ingrown toenail, and that old man's rotten teeth. Mu Wang's expression turned icy, true Tao. In the next moment, he attacked, charging at the group. Further away, Fat Tiger clamped his jaws onto your clothing, dragging you along in a frantic escape. After a short while, Fat Tiger came to a halt, a figure blocked his path. "Follow me." You looked up urgently. It was a familiar face, none other than Ikaiwei from years past. She grasped you and lifted you in her arms like a princess. "Little tiger, stay close to me." With that, she transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Fat Tiger's eyes widened in confusion. After a few frantic yelps, he followed suit. Lying in Hitsaiwei's embrace, you felt the overwhelming celestial power of the great national master raging within you, making it arduous to resist. This made no sense. He was merely a minor tier above you. How could you lack any power to fight back? The moment you revealed yourself, you would be struck down. At that moment, inhaling the inexplicable fragrance emanating from Ikaiwei, you gradually lost consciousness. Upon awakening, you found yourself lying in a dilapidated shrine, with Fat Tiger poking you incessantly with his claws. "Get away." You shot a glare at him and began to cultivate the Tai Chi Heart Sutra to recover your strength. Ikaiwei approached, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, her demeanor markedly different from when you first met. "Why?" You remained silent for a long time before finally uttering those 3 words. "Why so many questions? To be alive and to have hope is already a great blessing," she replied. Ikaiwei pinched your mouth shut and forcefully poured the medicinal soup into you. Her actions were rather rough, and some of the soup spilled onto the floor. The opponent, at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, rendered you unable to resist due to your injuries. "Strip off your clothes. I will wash you." Ikaiwei then tore your clothing, and Fat Tiger helped turn you over. Ikaiwei patted Fat Tiger's head, clearly satisfied. Good dog, good dog." You ignored the commotion, your mind overwhelmed with countless questions. You had not forgotten about Enshia's assassination attempt. Yet, in this simulation, you only wish to enhance your strength, not waste time on these grudges and vendettas. Regrettably, the unfolding events were entirely contrary to your expectations. Perhaps this was merely fate's way of thwarting your desires. The following day, Ikaiwei presented you with a new set of clothing. It appeared she had crafted it herself, with a white thread adorning the edges. Bearing the marks of celestial phenomena, Ikaiwei dressed you in the garments and sat before you. Falling into silence, "We have been schemed against." Ikaiwei suddenly broke the silence. You turned to her, brow furrowed. "Can you start from the beginning?" Ikaiwei nodded slightly, rising to her feet to close the doors and windows. My name is Ikaiwei. From the moment I was born, my parents abandoned me. Amidst a cluster of wild peas, I was discovered and raised by a female Taoist priestess, who bestowed upon me this lovely name, Ikaiwei. The priestess, known as King Yun, devoted herself entirely to my well-being, granting me a tenderness and joy far surpassing that of my peers. At the age of 15, Master Qing Yun passed away. I interred her and inherited her temple. Becoming a Taoist myself, I spent my days immersed in literature and martial training. A form of carefree existence, I suppose. My aptitude for martial arts was exceptional. Remarkably, by the age of 15, I had already ascended to the pinnacle of innate talent, becoming the foremost martial artist in the entire city. My passion for martial arts was profound, and I yearned to pursue even higher realms of the martial way. In pursuit of breaking through to the next level, I left my small town and set out into the world. In the initial years, I faced numerous hardships and endured considerable suffering, even finding myself gravely injured on several occasions. However, as my strength grew and my circle of friends expanded, my circumstances improved remarkably. A century later, upon my return to the temple, I had transcended to the peak of martial prowess, earning a formidable reputation as a heroine in the realm. Entering the temple, I gazed upon the familiar surroundings. My heart stirred with emotion, and it was in that moment that I naturally broke through to the true immortal realm. My heart was content, and I felt immense happiness. Thus, during my time as a true immortal, I scarcely spent more than 5 years before breaking through to the earthly manifestation realm. By this time, I was already 120 years old. I settled in the temple, living the life my master once led. Everything was tranquil, my days fulfilling, and I felt deeply satisfied. Until 400 years later, at the age of 520, I found a girl in the same place. Without hesitation, I brought her back to the temple and devoted myself to her training. I named her Xia, hoping her life would be stable, filled with poetry, and embody the elegance I had pursued for 500 years, a realm I envisioned but had never entered, not even glimpsed. And Xia also possessed remarkable talent. Within 100 years, she reached the true immortal realm, which brought me immense joy. However, she eventually left the temple to seek breakthroughs, venturing into the world, and she never returned. 8 years later, I learned that while contemplating her heart's path, she encountered a man. For him, she attempted to assassinate another man. The first man was the newly appointed leader of the Kunlun demon sect, named Chubu Shio, that he told Xia that her future self would perish at the hands of the youth, urging her to eliminate the boy beforehand. The second man was that very youth, named Lin Zhan. Upon understanding all of this, I took up my sword, prepared to avenge Xia by killing both men. The first was the Kunlun demon sect. Before I could even step into their territory, I was discovered by two celestial figures who relentlessly pursued me. I fought valiantly but ultimately fled, grievously injured. I had failed once. The second was Lin Zhan. After 10 years of hard training, I finally located him, ready to take his life. However, at the first glance of this youth, I was rendered speechless. What kind of eyes were those? What kind of face? A 25-year-old celestial expert. His talent was overwhelming, and his future limitless. I invited him to join me against the Kunlun demon sect, but he declined. Even upon learning of the schemes against him, I returned to my small town, to the temple, and continue my training. I vowed to rely solely on my own strength to avenge Xia. 5 years later, I finally reached the pinnacle of celestial power, prepared to act decisively and end everything. Along the way, I was intercepted by several Taoists, who claimed to belong to the True One sect. They asserted that I was to be the mother of their future disciple, and Lin Zhan, the father. That disciple was named Qin Xian, their hope. I knew not what kind of hope it was. All I knew was that I was once again being restrained. They forced me to interact with Lin Zhan that I refused, but one of the Taoists struck me, gravely injuring me, and they imprisoned me. 5 years later, they released me. Lin Zhan was now facing a life-and-death crisis, and I had but one choice: to save him, to be with him, and to bear a child. The indifferent leader of the True One sect gazed at me, stating, "The Kunlun demon sect has a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years. You will never be able to kill Chubu Shio in your lifetime. The only hope lies with our disciple." Thus, I acquiesced and set forth towards the northern borders of the Song dynasty. 600 years old, I was to be with a 35-year-old boy and bear a child unrelated to us. My name is Hikaiwei. I had no choice. Upon hearing Hikaiwei's story, your emotions became exceedingly complex. You had heard of the True One sect, one of the 3 great sects, renowned for their expertise in divination and calculations. You sighed, your expression darkening. Qin Xian. The name echoed in your mind, recalling the youth you had faced against Lian in the 5th simulation. What are your plans now? Hikaiwei inquired. Oh, you truly wish for me to bear a child with you. Auntie, over 600 years old, yet you still present yourself so innovatively. Unfazed, Hikaiwei replied, the choice is yours. I only wish to avenge Xia and kill Chubu Shio. Then will you kill me afterward? You continue the conversation. Hikaiwei fell silent, refraining from providing a direct answer. You scoffed. The waters of this world run too deep. How could Chubu Shio have known he would be killed by someone? How could the True One sect foresee the birth of Qin Xian? Could it be that divination can truly predict the future? You struggled to comprehend such methods, knowing full well you were incapable of achieving them. In the following days, Hikaiwei continued to care for you. Your injuries gradually healed, and your strength returned completely. Without hesitation, you departed from her. Auntie, I still seek to pursue breakthroughs. May we meet again if fate allows. Hikaiwei saved you. The True One sect saved you, and you would not forget their kindness. But if they sought to leverage that kindness to bind you, to compel you into a debt of gratitude, you would rather sever ties with them. Accompanied by Pang Hu, you left the Song dynasty, continuing to explore the celestial realms, pursuing your own breakthroughs. Time flew swiftly. In the 28th year, you witnessed a typhoon in the southern Shun. Plunging into a profound contemplation that lasted 7 days and nights in the depths of your being, you felt as if you touched something. By the 29th year, you broke through, officially entering the pinnacle of celestial power, the ultimate limit of martial arts in this world. A strength unprecedented. Pang, who lay beside you, appearing quite exhilarated at that moment. 5 figures descended from the heavens, trailing white rainbows as they approached you. Are you Lin Zhan? All 5 were clad in Taoist robes, and you instantly recognized their identities. True One Sect. The 5 celestial experts surrounded you, clearly poised to strike at any moment. I am. You replied nonchalantly, now that your strength had surged. This simulation was not in vain. You felt no fear. Not bad for celestial experts under 50. The leader of the True One Sect laughed heartily. Take him away. Return to bare children. The 4 celestial experts acted in unison, and you fought back fiercely. Yet it was futile. You were swiftly subdued and taken back to the True One Sect. Pang, who barked anxiously at your retreating figure before turning and racing toward the northern Song dynasty. You were brought to the gates of the True One Sect in a grand, ancient hall where over 10 celestial experts stood before you, their various auras pressing down upon you. Lin Zhan, you have but one choice now. Either obediently mate with He Kaiwei to bear a child, or die here and now. You chuckled. I can do that, but I have a few questions. The leader of the True One Sect, Qin Wufeng, frowned. Speak. How do you know that the future disciple is Qin Xian? And how do you know he will be born of me and He Kaiwei? You laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance at them. Lastly, what if I cannot bear a child? Qin Wufeng fixed his gaze upon you, enunciating each word. The arrival of the disciple is prophesied by the ancestor. Everything is predetermined as for not being able to conceive. Even if you were to sever it, the True One Sect can still make it happen. You were rendered speechless. It was indeed possible, yet you would never resort to such an extreme. Let it be. Do you think I fear you? There is one more matter I wish to inquire about. I seek to learn about all the divination methods of the Kunlun Demon Sect and the True One Sect, as well as specific information regarding Chu Bushio. Should you share this knowledge with me, I shall certainly cooperate with your forthcoming actions. If not, it matters not. I shall simply endure. You scoffed coldly as Qin Wufeng chuckled. A trivial matter. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. That evening, you encountered He Kaiwei in a quaint courtyard. She was still adorned in a flowing white chest-length dress, a garb befitting a female Taoist, which you found perplexing. There were no wedding festivities, no crimson garments, no betrothal gifts, nor dowries. Only 2 simple quilts. He Kaiwei sat at the bedside, sighing incessantly. I've been trapped here for a decade. I may be overthinking. They will not grant me the opportunity to educate a child. Perhaps, once my child is born, we shall be slaughtered. Approaching her, you revealed a bright smile, displaying your pearly whites, and jested. Have you resigned yourself to fate? No, I shall never resign, He Kaiwei replied resolutely, before casting her gaze upon you. Lin Zhan, do you possess a solution? But soon, her demeanor shifted to one of dejection. It is futile. The combat prowess of the celestial phenomenon realm is entirely reliant on the accumulation of time. I possess but 600 years of cultivation, and you have only just broken through. Meanwhile, the True One Sect boasts over a dozen celestial phenomena with over 800 years of experience. We are destined to be no match for them. Thus, our only opportunity lies within this period of procreation. You regarded He Kaiwei earnestly. We shall survive. For a time thereafter, you did not genuinely engage in procreation with He Kaiwei. You merely feigned cohabitation. You acquired the divination techniques of the Kunlun Demon Sect and the True One Sect, yet upon attempting to cultivate them, you discovered they were utterly unfeasible. All the techniques were mere fabrications. A deception by the True One Sect that a month later, Qin Wufeng arrived at your courtyard. Lin Zhan, my patience is finite. Should you fail to take action, do not blame the True One Sect for stripping you of your dignity. You must understand, the act of childbearing does not necessitate both parties to be genuinely proactive. A mere bit of potion suffices. Hearing his threat, you were left speechless. Enough? Is it not enough for me to survive? You were also at a loss, pondering why Fat Tiger had yet to return after a month. That night, you found yourself in Sideways' bed. Aunt, grandmother, great-grandmother. Forgive me, Kaiwei covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. We can delay a bit longer. You understood that as long as you were pregnant, you would have time to sustain your life, but she would not. Once you lost your value, the True One sect would promptly discard you. You forced a smile. I comprehend. Yet I have no alternative. Days turned into weeks, and 2 months later, Kaiwei was with child, a development that astonished you both, but was also somewhat anticipated. In the dead of night, she cradled her belly, her expression particularly somber. If you require me to delay, I can end it now. She placed her hand upon her abdomen, eager to act. Just as you were about to speak, you suddenly laughed. No need. You felt a familiar energy. It was the power of the Taiji Heart Sutra. That night, you led the newly pregnant Kaiwei out of the courtyard, where you beheld a dozen figures hovering in the air. All the celestial phenomena of the True One sect were mobilized, standing at the ready. In midair, Zhang Wuyan approached, accompanied by several celestial phenomena. Qin Wufeng, you are not a youth anymore. Why do you still indulge in the abduction of children? He glanced in your direction, to which you returned a knowing look. Let us proceed. The matter is resolved. You confidently regarded Kaiwei, taking her by the hand. Lin Zhan, what have you done? You smiled. Do you not realize? I have summoned Zhang Wuyan along with the masters of the demon sect. The forces of good and evil cannot coexist. They are bound to clash. Kaiwei was momentarily stunned, then fell silent, allowing you to lead her away. Qin Wufeng watched her departure with a heavy sigh. Indeed, a variable had emerged. He approached Zhang Wuyan. You ought not to involve yourself in this matter. It brings no benefit to the Zhang family. Zhang Wuyan was enveloped in crackling lightning, laughing maniacally. Alas, I'm a man who revels in chaos. Chu, are you not going to act? The current leader of the Kunlun demon sect, Chu Buxiu, emerged, dramatically sweeping his robe. Kill. Today, we shall obliterate the True One sect. The battle erupted, dazzling lights cascading through the air, and amidst the chaos, you made your escape point. 20 minutes later, Zhang Wuyan caught up to you. Kid, what was written in the letter is true. You replied directly. I believe you. That old tiger was injured on the way and is currently recuperating at my Zhang family estate. You may retrieve him at your convenience, drawing the sword from behind him. Zhang Wuyan bore no regrets. This is what you owe me. With that, he strode nonchalantly towards the gates of the True One sect. Hey, have you not all emerged? Zhang Wuyan called as he advanced. Today, I stand before the True One sect. Should they persist, my Zhang family shall undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Moreover, the Kunlun demon sect will not simply allow me to depart unscathed. The old man is on the brink of death. Let us engage in one final battle before his end. That Kaiwei gazed at the scene in confusion. When did you become acquainted with Zhang Wuyan? He truly is an eccentric. Quite peculiar indeed. You nodded, continuing to lead her away. Lin Zhan, where are you taking me? To seek a secluded place, to end this wretched life, that I am with you merely to survive. Do not read too much into it. Kaiwei struggled fiercely, yet could not break free from your grasp. Since you are with me now, there shall be no separation. Your tone was resolute. What a jest! You carry my child. Do you still wish to flee? You had always been a passionate individual, unwilling to allow Kaiwei to share herself with another, leaving you with no choice but to pursue a singular path to its conclusion. Lin Zhan, do not be absurd. I do not harbor feelings for you. I do, you smiled, pulling Kaiwei into your embrace. Holding her tightly before quickening your pace. 2 months later, you gathered intelligence and discovered that the clash between the True One sect and the Kunlun demon sect had resulted in mutual devastation and substantial losses. Zhang Wuyan was gravely injured and had returned to the Northern Song dynasty. You took Kaiwei to the Northern Song, where, after 2 months, you once again encountered old Zhang in the secret chamber. He lay on the bed, breathless. Lin Zhan, I am here. You assisted Zhang Wuyan to a sitting position, pouring him a cup of tea. I am nearing my end. I hope that should you possess the ability, you can ensure the continuation of the Zhang family's bloodline. Rest assured, old Zhang, as long as I am here, no one shall step foot into the Zhang family. You were filled with deep emotion. Enlisting old Zhang's aid was your only path forward. You did not regret it, though it was somewhat disappointing that the True One sect had not been eradicated by the Kunlun demon sect. 3 days later, old Zhang passed away in this lifetime. Until his last breath, he never laid eyes upon Li Hongya. You laid old Zhang to rest, then settled in the Zhang family estate with He Kaiwei. The Kunlun demon sect and the True One sect did not immediately seek to trouble you. 30 years later, the once slumbering fat tiger at your feet suddenly awoke, gazing around in astonishment. Master. You heard a youthful voice. It was Fat Tiger. 30 years had passed, and he had successfully awakened the Earth Tiger bloodline. Excellent. You ruffled Fat Tiger's thick fur. To speak is indeed wonderful. Master, I feel different in every way. He exclaimed, I long to find a kindred spirit. Goodness, desiring dual cultivation right after awakening. You swiftly mobilized the resources of the Zhang family, gathering over 100 cats from the city. Fat Tiger's expression soured. Master, they are all too small. This posed a genuine problem. The size disparity was too great, rendering dual cultivation impossible. Had Fat Tiger deceived himself all along? He had not truly enhanced his strength through dual cultivation. Tell me, what changes have you experienced? You inquired while massaging him. Master, I have acquired a new set of techniques in my mind, which can be utilized to enhance my bloodline. Aside from that, there is nothing else. How intriguing. This fellow is a born deceiver. Well then, take your time to cultivate your skills. You have given up, and several months later, the next day, He Kaiwei suddenly sought you out. Lin Zhan, have you truly decided to bring this child into the world? You caressed her belly and inquired. Kaiwei, I am aware that you harbor no feelings for me, but this is my only chance. The child is of utmost significance to Zhini. With a child, the possibilities before us will multiply. He Kaiwei was taken aback. Lin Zhan, you intend to exploit your own child? Do you not find that excessively cruel? Kaiwei, do you not wish to avenge Xia? In this world, one must sacrifice to gain. He Kaiwei was rendered speechless, but a few months later, at the end of the 30th year, He Kaiwei gave birth to a boy. You instructed the midwife to care for her meticulously, then firmly grasped He Kaiwei's hand. We are on the brink of success. He Kaiwei kept her eyes closed, refusing to look at you. The newborn was rather unattractive. You cleaned him up and bestowed upon him a new name. Lin He. What does that sound? A name shared by both you and me. He Kaiwei held the child close, her heart aching as she said, Let us name him Lin He, symbolizing peace and harmony. My life has been fraught with suffering. I hope everyone he encounters will treat him kindly. Fat Tiger often played with the child, and you felt particularly at ease with him. Less than a month after the child's birth, both you and He Kaiwei sensed the arrival of numerous visitors. You donned a white robe, took the child from He Kaiwei's arms, and carried him outside to the courtyard. There were many people, some familiar, many not. However, most were strangers. Leading the throng was Qin Wufeng, the master of Zhini, flanked by a multitude of Taoist priests clad in various ceremonial robes. You cast a glance and counted over 60 individuals, each possessing formidable celestial powers that is not akin to the celestial net. Lin Zhan, I know what thoughts occupy your mind, but alas, no matter how you resist today, failure is inevitable. The three great Taoist sects have united. Even if all celestial beings were gathered here, our sect would still suppress all. Qin Wufeng's voice was frigid, sending shivers down one's spine. Senior brother, this Lin Zhan is merely 45 years old. Yet he has already reached the pinnacle of celestial power. He is indeed a prodigy. Why do we not have a female priest beside Qin Wufeng? Expressed her confusion. You two gazed at her, eager to discern the answer. Junior sister, you do not comprehend. No matter how talented he may be, what does it matter? Under the prophecy of the Grandmaster, all is but illusion. Qin Wufeng chuckled, then advanced step by step towards you. Lin Zhan, I advise you to harbor no other thoughts and to surrender the child completely. I can grant you a swift end, as well as a swift end for He Kaiwei. Behind him, the masters of Tianyi and Tai followed suit. A prophecy, you say? You did not accept this explanation. If it were truly a prophecy, why had the prior simulations not materialized? There must be a conspiracy at play. You gazed down at Lin He in your arms and suddenly laughed, a sinister expression crossing your face. Esteemed Taoists, shall we engage in a game? The game is titled, I kill the child, you kill me. You shook your head, seizing Lin He by the neck, "if you do not reveal the truth, I shall kill your disciple before everyone's eyes." Lin Zhan, "Do not be so obstinate," Qin Wufeng uttered expressionlessly. Suddenly, the door of the room swung open, and He Kaiwei emerged, embracing you from behind. "Lin Zhan, let us relinquish this." She wept, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, the child is innocent. He is, after all, our flesh and blood. Our grievances need not be resolved through him. The child was born of her, and, as a mother, she could not bear to witness such a scene at that moment." Just as you were about to speak, dozens of figures approached from a distance. The foremost was a youth clad in black, his hair cascading loosely as he coldly surveyed the crowd below. "Ah, the foul Taoists are all here." He turned to you. "Lin Zhan, I am Chu Bushio, the leader of the Kunlun demon sect. If you kill the child, I shall guarantee your life. From this day forth, you shall be my deputy leader." He made his promise directly. As he spoke, dozens of celestial masters from the demonic sect surrounded the courtyard. Encircling the Taoist masters, thought a great battle was imminent. All eyes were upon you. Your every decision would sway the future of the martial world. You calmly tightened your grip on your son while with your other hand. You embraced He Kaiwei from behind. "Chu Bushio, how did you predict 30 years ago that you would die by my hand?" Chu Bushio drew a bow from his back. "Naturally, it was through divination. It is well known that the Kunlun demon sect and Jinni excel in divination and calculations." You closed your eyes and suddenly laughed. "If that is the case, then did you foresee Lin?" Chu Bushio's expression shifted abruptly. Without hesitation, he drew the bowstring, a white light coalescing upon the longbow. "Lin Zhan, you are courting death." Qin Wufeng's gaze flickered. "Chu Bushio, I advise you to cease. For the sake of my disciple, we will not allow you to have your way. Should any harm befall my disciple today, our sect will pursue you relentlessly." He sneered. "Just right. It has been some time since my sect has vanquished demons." You surveyed your surroundings, committing each face to memory. He Kaiwei clung to you tightly, her voice trembling. "Lin Zhan, what exactly do you intend to do?" You shook your head and replied calmly, "I only wish to survive, allowing you, me, and our child to live on." You looked at everyone, and in the next moment, you struck fiercely, tearing off one of the child's arms. Blood sprayed forth, staining your garments. Everyone was left stunned, especially the masters of the Taoist sect. The three masters were furious. "Lin Zhan, do you wish to die?" Chu Bushio approached, intercepting Qin Wufeng, offering you an encouraging glance. "Go for it, Lin Zhan." Qin Wufeng. "Chu Bushio, I demand to know everything. Whose answer satisfies me shall determine whether I kill or spare." You remained as indifferent as ever. He Kaiwei regained her senses and began to strike you. "Lin Zhan, you monster! He is your own son." You held your wife tightly, restraining her every struggle. Qin Wufeng hesitated, and Chu Bushio spoke up. "Lin Zhan, let me enlighten you. 100,000 years ago, two unparalleled geniuses emerged in the martial world, namely Li Tianning of Jinni and Zhu Qiandong of the Kunlun demon sect. In less than a century, they both ascended to the pinnacle of celestial power, their might unparalleled in history, representing the righteous and demonic paths respectively. They engaged in a decisive battle 3 months after reaching the pinnacle. The conflict lasted a full 3 years, after which both vanished without a trace. The righteous and demonic paths searched for thousands of years, yet found not a single clue. A millennium after their demise, which was 90,000 years ago, our Kunlun demon sect suddenly received a revelation. 90,000 years hence, the leader would be reborn in the Great Xia, guiding us to restore our glory and unify the world. We have been continuously calculating and divining based on this revelation. It was not until 30 years ago that we confirmed its accuracy. After deciphering all the information from that time, we discovered that the leader would be born in Linan County, Jinhua Prefecture of the Great Xia, and that child is Lin. 30 years ago, I had just reached the pinnacle of celestial power when one of my elders divined your existence and foretold that you would annihilate all of Kunlun demon sect. Your appearance was shrouded in mystery. Without any forewarning, yet within a matter of days, you ascended from an ordinary person to the realms of terrestrial and celestial. Avoid alarming the enemy. I sent in Shia to test you, but she perished Subsequently, we undertook numerous actions, all thwarted by the Taoist sect, leaving us with no opportunity. 30 years ago, we received another piece of information. You suddenly left the small town with a clear target and swiftly killed Lin's father, Li Qingze. You absorbed all of Chu Buxiu's words. Thus, many things began to make sense. You turned to Qin Wufeng. So you mean to say that the child in my hands is the reincarnation of Li Tianming? If that is the case, then why is he called Qin Xian? Qin Wufeng remained silent, while Chu Buxiu chuckled. Rebirth does not equate to a direct revival. The individuals who are reborn share only a tenuous connection with their former selves, inheriting merely fragments of their cultivation, personalities, and fleeting memories. Changing one's name is perhaps a prelude to adopting a new way of life. You laugh. So, the forces of the demonic and righteous paths learned of this news 90,000 years ago. Is it true that Zhenyi Dao only deduced the existence of Qin Xian 30 years prior? Chu Buxiu replied, the prowess of Zhenyi Dao pales in comparison to my Kunlun demonic sect. Their calculations regarding the Daozi initially bore no relation to you. They were merely born of an ordinary family. The specific intelligence was also derived 30 years ago, likely coinciding with the time my Kunlun sect deciphered it. Lin He wept loudly. This injury weighed heavily upon a child. Indeed, you reached out to cover his eyes, and the next moment, you hurled the child away. All eyes were upon the child. Upon noticing your action, the celestial beings present sprang into action, rushing towards the child in a frenzy. The demonic followers sought to slay him, while the righteous sect aimed to save him. Seizing the opportunity, you grasped He Kaiwei and made your escape. Both enveloped in arcs of lightning, your speed increasing by the moment. Lin Zhan. The child. He Kaiwei exclaimed. You leaned closer to her ear and assured, the child is an illusion, so do not worry. He Kaiwei was taken aback. She had never anticipated that you had sent the child away. When exactly had you done so, you both fled at full speed, departing from the Great Song and heading south towards Chen country. Subsequently, you delved deeper, entering a primeval forest by the end of the 30th year. In the 31st year, within a cave, He Kaiwei grasped your hand and inquired, Lin Zhan, is what you said true? The child is truly alive. This question she posed to you daily. You, without annoyance, reassured her, alive, rest assured. Upon hearing your words, He Kaiwei felt a great relief. In the 32nd year, you both continued to shift within the forest, erasing all traces of your presence. Leading a hasty existence, He Kaiwei adapted remarkably well, finding contentment in such a life. Gradually, your relationship grew increasingly harmonious. In the 35th year, the following day, a massive red tiger intruded upon your living area. You laughed heartily as you sat upon it. Fat tiger, you have indeed found us. He Kaiwei gazed curiously at the 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long beast. Lin Zhan, did it do this among the Zhang family? Apart from its members, only Fat Tiger had been in close contact with you. She recalled that you had once placed the child upon Fat Tiger's back. It was indeed it. You confirmed Fat Tiger rescued our child. Saying this, you playfully tapped Fat Tiger's head. With a roar, Fat Tiger expelled a cascade of wooden tablets inscribed with extensive text. Utilizing celestial powers, you cleared away the debris and began to read piece by piece. He Kaiwei sat beside you, instinctively reading aloud. The demonic and righteous sects have both suffered heavy losses. Qin Wufeng perished on the spot, while Chu Buxiu is gravely ill, she exclaimed in delight. The outside world is in chaos. They surely lack the energy to search for us now. The only ones anxious are the righteous sect, but Chu Buxiu will certainly send someone to intercept them. Lin Zhan, we could completely venture out and find a small place to live. You shook your head with a wry smile. Let us wait a while longer. It is not safe. You both continued to reside in the forest, diligently honing your skills each day. Fat Tiger also regularly practiced cultivation, enhancing its Earth Tiger bloodline. By the 35th year, your strength had significantly increased with the passage of time. Yet, you found it disheartening. At the Celestial Realm, a warrior's combat prowess was entirely tethered to time. Under such circumstances, you found it impossible to liberate yourself in the short term. Among those of the same realm, the only one you could potentially defeat was He Kaiwei. Though she was at the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm, Her cultivation method was rather ordinary and could not compare to your Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Unless she cultivated for over a century longer than you, she would forever remain under your suppression. In the 40th year, you both continued your rigorous training, each having made commendable progress. However, in the 50th year, a sudden turn of events occurred. 10 Taoist priests emerged from the jungle, heading directly towards you. The leader, a middle-aged man wielding a whisk, wore a grim expression. Lin Zhan, after 20 years, we have finally tracked you down. He glared at you coldly, then struck without hesitation. You have deceived the Tao sect. Your crimes warrant death. Even with the Celestial Lord present, you cannot be saved. The 10 Celestial Realm experts unleashed their full force upon you. You met their assault with all your might, entangled in a fierce struggle. Your figure appeared somewhat desolate. Kaiwei, survive. For our future. You turned to He Kaiwei, then, without hesitation, charged towards the group. He Kaiwei remained silent for a long while before finally brandishing her sword and rushing forward. Lin Zhan, if we must die, let us die together. You gaze in her resolute eyes, your emotions a tumultuous mix. Fat tiger, remember to avenge me. You let out a mighty roar, unleashing your full potential. Fat tiger let out a roar in response and bolted away. You and He Kaiwei faced 5 Celestial Realm experts. In total, your cultivation amounted to merely 20 years, while these Taoist masters averaged 8 centuries in age, their strength formidable and their aura overwhelming. Soon, He Kaiwei could no longer endure. She was pierced through the chest by a sword from one of the Taoists. Lin Zhan. In the face of death, He Kaiwei called out your name loudly. The 10 celestial beings converged upon you. You fought back with all your might, successfully retaliating against one, but soon reached your limit. With a swift thrust, a sword pierced your heart as well. You staggered back a few steps, collapsing beside He Kaiwei. Lin Zhan, this is what you deserve. You paid no heed to their words, instead grasping He Kaiwei's garment with all your strength. Yes, I am sorry that I deceived you. The simulation has concluded. You have attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm, 20 years. Would you like to inherit this? The reward for this round are rather meager. Lin Zhan rubbed Fat Tiger's head, feeling utterly disheveled. Inherit. The power of the celestial realm surged within him, and he absorbed it instantly. Mastering IT was indeed challenging, perplexing. Reflecting upon this simulation record, he felt truly speechless. The He Kaiwei, the Tao sect, the demonic sect. Were they all scheming against him? According to the simulation, it was likely that experts from the demonic sect were preparing to kill him, only to be intercepted by the Tao sect. The Tao sect's objective was straightforward, to ensure he fathered child. This prophecy truly was absurd. After pondering for several minutes, Lin Zhan found himself at a loss for any means of breaking the deadlock, with nearly 100 celestial beings from both the demonic and righteous paths targeting him. What could he possibly do? No, there was still a path. He suddenly recalled the Northern Song Court. Even now, he was shielded by the Dragon Chi, allowing him the opportunity to replicate the path to supremacy. As long as he ascended to the throne and acquired more Dragon Chi, neither the Tao sect nor the demonic sect could do anything to him. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Chi he had previously scorned had become his only lifeline. There was another issue. He usually killed Lin, so why had he not encountered any targeting from the demonic sect during that period? Zheni Dao had also taken no action against him. Could it be due to his weakness? Though the probability was slim, it remained a possibility. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan firmly grasped Fat Tiger. You, my friend, are quite reliable. If we could awaken your Earth Tiger bloodline entirely, that would present an opportunity. With this thought, Lin Zhan's spirits lifted considerably. IT was chaos. Utter chaos. He had only just traversed into this world for a few days, yet how had he already fallen prey to this group's schemes? Shamelessly, he thought, he had done nothing at all. The following day, Lin Zhan exhibited no signs of weakness, continuing to relish his days of comfort. After all, with numerous adept practitioners surveilling him from outside, he had to exercise utmost caution. As dusk approached, Zhao Hai brought forth a piece of news he had long anticipated. My lord, concerning in Xia, all our operatives sent for investigation have perished. We have no intelligence whatsoever. They even left a letter on one of our brothers. Lin Zhan nodded and picked up the letter. From a distance, he invoked the power of celestial phenomena, to unfold it, that I advise you to be cautious. The entirety of the letter bore these 4 words. Lin Zhan sneered coldly that you'd best stay alive. Kunlun demon sect, and the 3 great sects. I am set to confront you. As for Lin, no wonder he was so formidable. It turned out he was the resurrected leader of the demon sect. TSK, what a case of evil not triumphing over righteousness. That wretched name he had no desire to utter. This world was utterly absurd. Thus, a day passed in this manner. Lin Zhan lay in bed, embracing Fat Tiger as he drifted into slumber. The stroke of midnight. His biological clock rang true. Damn it. Rise and shine. This time, I must rise to greatness. To hell with everything else on the first day. He set forth immediately, preparing to leave Kaiyuan County with Fat Tiger. After taking but 2 steps, he was halted by a figure. You little rascal. Turned back to IT was an old Taoist munching on a chicken leg. His strength still radiated at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, appearing to have aged considerably, far stronger than Lin Zhan. Turn back. You better give way. He unleashed a punch, charging at the old Taoist, under the protection of dragon energy. He felt no fear. The old Taoist, still gnawing on his chicken leg, resisted all of Lin Zhan's onslaughts. Minutes later, Lin Zhan kicked him back and fled. The old Taoist hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to halt. Dragon energy protection? This changes things. I must inform the master promptly. On the 4th day, as Lin Zhan passed through Xian City, he casually eliminated Li Qinghe. By the 24th day, he arrived in the northern Song and directly knocked on Zhang Wen's door. Old Zhang, I am your wingman. Zhang Wen stepped out, utterly bewildered at Lin Zhan's presence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan declared, in my previous life. In this life, he had returned with a singular purpose, to reclaim what was rightfully his. Zhang Wen, forcibly convinced after 10 minutes of Lin Zhan's insistence, finally acquiesced. If that's the case, then I shall follow your lead. He swiftly utilized the Zhang family's influence to gather personnel and form an army. Simultaneously, Lin Zhan planted a banner in the northern Song, proclaiming a rebellion against the northern Song court and the barbarian tribes. Alongside this, news spread of his bizarre strength at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena at the tender age of 15. He proclaimed himself the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor, endowed with dragon energy, determined to unify the realm. By the end of the first month, a multitude of adept practitioners had gathered around him, including 11 at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, with an army of over 20,000 ordinary soldiers. The northern Song court dispatched troops to quell the rebellion, but he sent forth resistance and simultaneously subdued numerous bandit factions, thus expanding his forces. In the second month, Zhang Wen delivered fresh intelligence. The Taoist sect has sent many to capture you, all thwarted by Chubu Xiu. Not only that, but Chubu Xiu has also dispatched numerous individuals to join us, and among them are several formidable experts. Shall we absorb them? Recalling Chubu Xiu's performance in his previous simulation, Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. We don't need them. We shall forge our own path. Thus, under the cover of the demonic path, his influence grew rapidly, capturing a city of the northern Song at regular intervals. His exploits echoed throughout the land, and he became the people's darling by the end of the first year. His forces had occupied 1/5 of the northern Song's territory, and his momentum soared. At the end of the year, the Great Xia and Southern Shan decided to ally, simultaneously launching an offensive to support the northern Song. They required a mediocre northern Song to safeguard the north and maintain balance. Should he truly obliterate the northern Song, chaos would ensue across the realm. Zhang Wen informed him that the true Dao sect was also subtly instigating matters behind the scenes. With the support of Great Xia and Southern Shan, the northern Song's strength increased, and they began to resist. Lin Zhan regarded this with disdain, continuing his offensive with unwavering determination in the second year. He captured even more cities and grew even stronger. Beyond addressing military affairs, he diligently cultivated his strength, never relenting nor daring to slacken. His extreme self-discipline garnered admiration from many by the third year. He had vanquished numerous coalitions from the 3 kingdoms, now controlling 1/3 of the northern Song's territory. In the 4th year, he seized half of the northern Song's lands. By the 5th year, he was on the verge of success. It was also in this year that he dispatched Zhang Wuyin to the northern grasslands. 3 days later, Zhang Wuyin returned, bringing news that the national master Mu Wang had agreed not to take action against him, and the grassland tribes were willing to submit to his rule. For him, apart from the demonic path, the greatest ally across the realm was the northern barbarians. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of celestial phenomena. Only 15 years old, with a mysterious background, the faith of the northern tribes was pure, making them easily swayed to join his ranks. With the inclusion of the barbarian tribes, his power grew substantially, and he coordinated with them for the final assault that in the 6th year. War erupted. He commanded an army of 1,000,000, with the barbarian tribes contributing hundreds of thousands, all united against the northern Song. The coalition of the three kingdoms fell back at every turn, proving no match for their might. The dragon energy coursing through him intensified, and coupled with his peak strength, the power he unleashed became increasingly formidable as he issued commands for relentless assaults. By the 7th year, the army loomed over the northern Song, which lay in tatters. The coalition of the three kingdoms was shattered, and the northern Song royal family fled, but he finally unified this feeble nation. In the same year, he ordered a search for the northern Song emperor in Great Xia and southern Shun, as he needed the dragon energy within him to enhance his own. In the 8th year, after a series of tribulations, he ascended the throne. Establishing the Great Zhou with the era named Yong'an, he stationed troops at the borders of Great Xia and southern Shun, prepared to mobilize at any moment. Leaving both nations in trepidation as they united in response to in that year, he awarded numerous officials and generals, all loyal subordinates. It was also in this year that he ordered the slaughter of 13 barbarian tribes, killing over 500,000 to commemorate the border citizens who perished at the hands of the barbarians, but he assisted the barbarians in establishing their nation, instituting laws, and centralizing power. By the end of the year, the barbarians founded the Great Yuan, pledging allegiance to him and providing annual tributes. The Grand National Master Mu Wang personally visited him with the Khan, both presenting themselves with utmost humility, and he was pleased with their demeanor. At this moment, nearly 100 adept practitioners at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena surrounded him, primarily scattered among the prominent families and sects of the three kingdoms. He distributed the power and resources at his disposal among his subordinates, solidifying their loyalty to him. In the 9th year, he began to establish a new army, employing his modern knowledge and experience to introduce numerous policies beneficial to the nation and its people. The populace truly believed he was the heavenly emperor. How could there be such a benevolent emperor in the world? Loyalty, unwavering loyalty. He won the hearts of the people, and his dragon energy surged ever stronger. Aside from managing state affairs, he continued his cultivation, never once allowing himself to become complacent. In the 10th year, Zhang Wuyin advised him to take a consort, suggesting it would benefit the entire nation. Heeding his counsel, he selected a wife from among the women of the northern Song. 2 months later, He Kaiwei arrived, having undergone layers of selection and testing, ultimately becoming his empress, backed by hidden forces who remained undiscovered by Zhang Wuyin and others. He understood well that this woman was sent by the Taoist sect. In addition to He Kaiwei, there was another woman named Dongfang Fenghua, whose beauty eclipsed all others. She too had hidden support behind her, and after a brief assessment, he concluded that she was affiliated with the Kunlun demon sect. After some deliberation, he conferred the titles of East and West Palace, granting both women equal rank to jointly govern the harem. After issuing the decree, he resumed his training, paying little heed to either of them. The ensuing days passed in a monotonous fashion, devoid of any turbulence, as he utilized the resources at his disposal to continually strengthen himself. In the 11th year, the national master Mu Wang of the Great Yuan traveled the world, capturing the northern Song emperor and delivering him before Lin Zhan. He was immensely delighted and directly absorbed the dragon energy within the emperor, causing the golden dragon within him to grow even more robust. After slaying the northern Song emperor, he rewarded Mu Wang handsomely. By the 13th year, Zhang Wuyin proposed that he should have a child. Thus, this arrangement allows all parties to feel somewhat reassured. Having children, this time you truly hesitated. After some contemplation, you chose not to seek out He Kaiwei or Dongfang Fenghua, but instead sent someone to Nanshan and to Xia to retrieve two individuals. Zhang Wen awaited your arrival, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what on earth are you plotting?" Gazing at Ning Hongya before him, Zhang Weyin could not help but curse. "I know you wish to avoid entanglements with those two women, which is why you sought another for procreation, but surely you wouldn't choose Hongya." Ning Hongya was his most cherished junior disciple. Before Li Hongya passed, he had vowed to protect her diligently. Rest assured. "Old Zhang, Hongya and I get along quite well," you replied, blinking your eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Weyin comprehended. "You sly fellow, you truly have your ways." Shaking his head, he kicked you lightly, adding, "If you dare to let down Hongya, I will surely take your life." You laughed heartily, leading away Ning Hongya and Chen Rui from the Xia. Although you had not yet spent time with these two women, in your simulations, they held deep affections for you. Thus you resolved to have children with them. Both were meeting you for the first time and were unfamiliar, feeling quite out of place. You did not force them, instead engaging in cultivation while nurturing your relationships with them. In the 15th year, at the age of 30, both Ning Hongya and Chen Rui accepted your presence. One fateful night, you faced two opponents fearlessly. After yet another battle concluded, you shook off your sniper rifle and exited the room. Hikaiwei stood outside the wall, having awaited your return for some time. "Did you hear everything?" you inquired. Hikaiwei's face flushed slightly. "As a celestial being, it is quite difficult for me to miss anything." "Lin Zhan, do you truly have no feelings for me? It's been 5 years, and I've only seen you thrice." You scaled the palace walls, gazing at her quietly. "You should know well that once we have a child, neither the Tao nor the demonic sects will spare us. Not having children is the wisest choice. Moreover, do you truly believe that a child born would avenge you? What qualifications do you possess to command the true disciples of the Tao?" You countered with several retorts before pulling your sleeve away and departing. Hikaiwei, rather than wasting time, you would be better off diligently cultivating. Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. Hikaiwei stood frozen in place. After that day, you never encountered her again within the palace. In the 16th year, Chen Rui bore you a daughter, whom you named Lin Zhan. In the 17th year, Ning Hongya gave birth to a daughter, whom you named Lin Ning. In the 18th year, Chen Rui brought forth a son, whom you named Lin Yang. You proclaimed to the world Lin Yang as the crown prince, and the nation rejoiced, celebrating his birth in grand fashion. The realm of Dezhou was abuzz with festivity. After fathering your legitimate heir, all your subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. You became increasingly engrossed in your cultivation, thus neglecting the care of your 2 wives and 3 children. Though they bore no grievances against you, for in the 25th year, your children had grown and reached the age to learn martial arts. You devoted yourself wholeheartedly to their training. In previous simulations, the 8-year-old Lin Ning exhibited the strongest innate talent. You poured all your efforts into nurturing them, harboring high hopes for your 3 children. By the 30th year, your power had significantly increased, and coupled with the dragon Qi, you could now defeat those at the pinnacle of celestial power with a century of cultivation. Your eldest daughter, Lin Zhan, age 14, had reached the peak of innate cultivation. Her talent was rather average, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she would likely never reach the pinnacle of martial arts in her lifetime. Your second daughter, Lin Ning, at 13, had entered the realm of true beings under your full support, showcasing the greatest strength among her siblings. Her character was resolute, domineering, and earnest, having just broken through to the realm of true beings. She proactively left the palace, determined to explore the martial world and broaden her horizons in pursuit of higher realms. Your only son, Lin Yang, though possessing mediocre martial talent, was merely at the innate realm at 12. You tailored their training based on their interests, preparing for all possibilities. In the same year, Fat Tiger awakened the Earth Tiger bloodline, becoming significantly more intelligent and capable of conversing with you normally. Your spirits lifted considerably. By the end of the 30th year, experts from the Tao sect invaded Dezhou, bringing Hikaiwei with them, intent on forcibly consummating your union. However, they were intercepted by the demonic sect along the way, leading to a fierce battle that resulted in mutual devastation. By the time you received word of these events, the battle had ended, and Hikaiwei was gravely injured, her whereabouts unknown, that a sense of urgency surged within you, prompting you to mobilize your troops for a search. Simultaneously, you dispatched all capable fighters, leading a force of 100,000 towards the Xia and Nanshan. You engaged in a two-front war. Undaunted, over the past 20 years under your command, the Dezhou army had transformed significantly, equipped with superior weaponry that overwhelmed both nations, and all commanders exhibited the highest caliber of skill. As war commenced, you seized the initiative, leading your forces to a series of crushing victories, with the enemy never once tasting triumph. Now, as both the demonic and Dao sects lay wounded, it was the perfect moment for you to absorb the world. Gathering even greater dragon chi, you steadied the morale of your troops, exerting every effort. In the 32nd year, you led your elite fighters into the capital of the Xia, severing the head of the Xia emperor with a single stroke. After absorbing the dragon chi of your adversaries, your power surged even further. You rallied 500,000 soldiers, launching an all-out assault on Nanshan. In the 33rd year, the gates of Nanshan swung wide open amidst internal strife. All families and sects joined forces, presenting the Nanshan ruler before you. Clad in the black dragon imperial robe, you executed the ruler of Nanshan with a single palm strike, the dragon chi reaching unprecedented heights. The realm fell under Dezhou's dominion, as you established an even more formidable nation. With unparalleled talent and reputation soaring, you traversed the world, subduing all factions. Even the demonic and Dao sects were constrained by your subordinates. Refraining from rash actions, you amassed the martial arts of the world, fervently honing your skills and seeking new avenues to enhance your power. In the 35th year, after perusing a plethora of martial texts from the Three Kingdoms, you stumbled upon a powerful and mysterious technique within a book, the devouring heaven art. As its name suggests, it could augment oneself by absorbing the power of others. Overwhelmed with excitement, you immersed yourself in research, realizing that if you could truly cultivate this technique, you would become invincible across the realm, achieving this even without dragon chi. After all, dragon chi was ultimately an external force, too deeply intertwined with a nation and its power. Should your country fall, your strength would vanish as well. In the 36th year, while engaged in cultivation, you caught a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow. Rubbing your eyes, you exclaimed, "Father, I have returned." It was Lin Ning. 6 years had passed, and she had broken through to the realm of true beings, entering the earthly aspect. Ning, you have endured much, you said, embracing your daughter, your heart brimming with joy. This is the knowledge of the earthly and celestial aspects that may serve you well in the decades to come. You shared the information from your memories with her. Lin Ning, perplexed yet undeterred, exclaimed, "Father, you are so wonderful." A martial enthusiast at heart, to her, nothing mattered more than training and enhancing her strength. You enjoyed several peaceful days with your daughter, Ning Hongye and Chun Rui, before once again immersing yourself in cultivation. Your research on the devouring heaven art had reached a fever pitch, nearing success. In the 37th year, after conducting hundreds of clandestine comparative experiments, you confirmed the feasibility of the devouring heaven art. There were no side effects. It could indeed enhance your celestial power without limits. In the dead of night, you grasped the technique and began your training. That same year, you absorbed the powers of 10 celestial prisoners from the death row in one breath, deepening your celestial strength, amassing a cultivation base of over 1,100 years. This accumulation of power surpassed that of all celestial experts in the world. The count of your cultivation began from the day you broke through the pinnacle of celestial power to your knowledge. Most individuals did not achieve this breakthrough until they were over 700 years old. Even the most gifted among them required at least 500 years to excel. As such, the strongest celestial powers were merely from 500 years of cultivation. Throughout martial history, perhaps only prodigies like Zhu Qiandong and Li Tianran could accumulate close to 900 years of celestial strength. Yet now, the celestial power you had amassed exceeded that of these two geniuses. With your power greatly enhanced, your spirits soared, and you embarked on a frenzied quest for absorption. All of this transpired in the shadows. By the 40th year, over a dozen celestial peak experts perished in the martial world. Yet no traces were found, and no one discovered your involvement. Meanwhile, your cultivation had accumulated a staggering total of 2,300 years. You possess an unwavering confidence, feeling invincible, die in that same year. Just as you were preparing to elevate yourself further, you received devastating news. Zhang Huiyan had passed away. Ultimately, he could not withstand the lethal poison coursing through his veins. Your Majesty, it was said that Master Zhang had 2 or 3 centuries left to live. Yet in his quest to conquer the Northern Song dynasty, Master Zhang faced countless battles. You grasped the meaning behind the imperial physician's words, and a deep sigh escaped your lips. You arranged for a grand burial for Zhang Huiyan. Old Zhang, I have taken a step forward. Fret not. One day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle and help you achieve your desires. You spent a solitary night in the palace. The following day, having set everything in order, you departed alone from the imperial residence. 2 months later, you journeyed southward, having vanquished 3 peak masters of the celestial realm along the way, amassing a cultivation of 2,700 years. On this day, you quietly arrived at a mountain village and knocked on a door. When it opened, a face filled with sorrow appeared. Lin Zhan, what brings you here? Gazing at Ikaiwei before you, you chuckled softly. Do you not yearn for vengeance? Do you not wish to slay Chubushio? Ikaiwei looked at you with suspicion. What exactly do you intend to do? You reached out to caress her hair, speaking each word deliberately. I shall take you to kill. That Ikaiwei stared at you, seemingly seeing a stranger. You took her hand and led her onward. 7 days later, you arrived within the territory of the Kunlun demon sect, where numerous celestial masters detected your presence and rushed to obstruct you. Lin Zhan, what brings you here? The score between the Kunlun demon sect and you is yet to be settled, yet you dare to tread upon my domain. Do not think that your dragon energy grants you the audacity to act with impunity before our sect, surrounded by the masters of the demonic path. Ikaiwei trembled slightly. You extended a hand. Ikaiwei, behold the might of this punch. Ikaiwei looked on in confusion. This punch. You paused for a moment, then roared with wild laughter. Many shall perish. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Chubushio instinctively recalled a past prophecy. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered in the sky. The heavens and earth trembled at your presence as you unleashed a powerful punch. The torrent of celestial energy surged forth, repelling the 3 foremost masters and severely wounding them. Before charging straight at Chubushio, Lin Zhan, do not overstep your bounds. Chubushio retreated a step, his expression grim. The celestial energy appeared before him, transforming into a bolt of lightning that erupted with thunderous force. With a sickening crack, Chubushio's resisting arm shattered, blood spraying upon the earth. Half of his body was obliterated by the thunder, leaving him charred and on the brink of death. Ikaiwei's face lit up with excitement. Lin Zhan, how did you accomplish this? You offered no reply, instead scanning your surroundings, seizing the nearly lifeless Chubushio and consuming all the celestial energy within him. Your power surged to 3,000 years. Intriguingly, this fellow was merely a newly appointed sect leader. It seemed he had considerable potential. Lin Zhan, what have you done to me? Chubushio exclaimed in terror. How is it possible that my 700 years of cultivation have vanished? You denied him the chance to speak further, crushing his skull with a swift motion. Subsequently, you dispatched the 3 other heavily wounded celestial masters, absorbing their power and slaying them. Your cultivation soared to 3,700 years. All present felt the tremendous power radiating from within you, and you gazed confidently at the disciples of the demon sect. Go, summon all celestial masters. I have a meeting to convene. You have 3/4 of an hour to prepare. Those who do not arrive shall await their demise. The expressions of the various elders and offerings of the demon sect changed dramatically, and they hurriedly departed, spreading the news. You held Ikaiwei's hand, standing silently in place as you awaited their arrival. Soon, 31 celestial masters of the Kunlun demon sect gathered, among them 20 at the peak of their power, mere novices, weaklings. Lin Zhan, what do you intend to do? Although I do not know where you acquired your fortune, your power has increased significantly. Yet our Kunlun demon sect boasts a lineage of 100,000 years. Are you truly willing to face total annihilation? A peak master stepped forward to question you, clad in a blue robe, youthful in appearance, yet speaking with the gravitas of an elder. You did not recognize him, but that did not deter your intentions. Hand over your secret methods of divining celestial phenomena, along with the prophecy you received. On the condition that I am in a good mood, I may spare your lives. You proclaimed with authority, casually dispatching 10 celestial masters in the blink of an eye. These were not peak masters and held no value for you. Lin Zhan, do not push your luck, the blue-robed youth exclaimed, anger etched upon his face. You fixed your gaze upon him unwaveringly, and ultimately, he relented. The blue-robed youth produced a scroll from his possession and handed it to you. I hope you keep your word. You unfurled the scroll, revealing a bold proclamation. 90,000 years hence, I shall be reborn in the great Xit appear to be the prophecy from long ago, and indeed, it seemed to hold some weight, the in addition. The remainder comprised the Kunlun demon sex divination techniques. You cast a glance over it, finding it obscure and convoluted, filled with various esoteric terminologies. You memorized the entire content in an instant and then personally destroyed it. Lin Zhan, your objectives have been achieved. You should take your leave now, the blue-robed youth insisted firmly. You chuckled. How amusing that you still identify as a practitioner of the demonic path. Is it not a standard trait of demons to be untrustworthy? Moreover, I am currently in a rather foul mood. With a sinister laugh, you swiftly unleashed a torrent of celestial energy that surged and crashed against the gathered masters. In less than a minute, all the masters of the demonic path lay upon the ground, and you approached each one in turn, absorbing their power before delivering a fatal blow. Lin Zhan, you shall not escape unscathed, the blue-robed youth cursed vehemently. May your words bring you fortune, you replied, absorbing his power and shattering his skull. Your strength grew to 5,300 years, rendering you even more formidable. Amidst the sea of corpses, He Kai Wei approached you step by step, tears streaming down her face, her sorrow unmistakable. Lin Zhan, thank you, she said, embracing you tightly, her tears soaking your attire. You said nothing, allowing her to cling to you, permitting her to use your clothing to wipe away her tears. Once she had expressed her emotions, He Kai Wei released her grip, turning her back to you as she drew a sword, unhesitatingly thrusting it toward herself. No need for that, you interjected, stopping her hand. Why must you do this? He Kai Wei lowered her head. Since she is death, the sole purpose of my existence has been to avenge her. Now that Chubu Xiu is dead, we are unable to slay, nor do we wish to. I find no meaning in living in this world any longer. He Kai Wei gripped the sword hilt tightly. Lin Zhan, let me die. Death is my destiny. Only in death can I be liberated. You crushed the sword in her grasp with a single motion, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. He Kai Wei, did you seek permission for me to die? From this day forth, live for me. You kissed her. In the previous simulation, He Kai Wei had perished for your sake. This time, having shared a portion of life with her, you felt a peculiar attachment and naturally did not wish to see her perish. Lin Zhan, what do you intend to do? He Kai Wei asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You lifted your gaze, a tinge of melancholy in your eyes. I wish for you to accompany me on the remainder of my journey, to witness the splendor that follows my invincibility. Furthermore, do you not desire vengeance upon the Taoist sects that once conspired against us? Come, let us first eradicate the 3 great Taoist sections. You gently brushed a strand of her long hair aside and confidently declared, with 5,000 years of mastery within me, your confidence is indeed remarkable. You issued commands on the road, gathering an army of 1,000,000 troops, including the Jinyui, the Six Doors, and the Zhenwatang, totaling 500,000 men. Surrounding the true Tao sect, the Heavenly Tao, and the Supreme Tao. 15 days later, you, along with He Kai Wei and all your elite subordinates, arrived at the gates of the true Tao sect. The assembled army formed an intimidating formation brimming with murderous intent as you stood before them, drawing countless gazes. Father, a figure streaked through the air, Lin Ning suddenly appearing at your side. Indeed, you affirmed with a reassuring glance towards her. 4 years had passed, and Lin Ning had reached the pinnacle of the earthly aspect, on the verge of breaking into the celestial aspect. Her expression was tinged with worry as she questioned, Father, could this be too perilous? The 3 great sects have dominated the martial world for 100,000 years. and no other forces have ever shaken their status. The Great Zhou has existed for less than a century. Do you truly have confidence? Her extensive experience in the martial world had granted her deep insights into these powers, and her face was marred by concern. Ninga. A person requires face just as a tree requires bark. One cannot go without sustenance. You waved your hand dismissively, gazing into the distance at the dozens of figures hovering in the air. At this moment, the celestial aspect masters of the Dao sect had also arrived. Lin Zhan, it appears you are determined to stand against my Dao sect, Qin Wufeng remarked with a complex expression. And if that is the case, you replied, today, I shall annihilate you all for the sake of this world. You must perish. The world? Qin Wufeng was momentarily taken aback. You erupted into laughter. The disciples of the three great sects number over 1 million, not to mention your various secular disciples, bringing the total to over 10 million. These millions do not contribute to production, evade taxes, and squander resources. Today, I shall restore clarity to the realm, suspended in the air. The power of the celestial aspect accumulated around you, manifesting as ethereal golden dragons swirling at your sides. Warriors, follow me to obliterate the Dao sect and bring peace to the world. With a thunderous roar, you charged forward, lightning and thunder coalescing in your hands as your aura surged. Qin Wufeng's face turned cold as he commanded, form ranks, prepare to engage. The masters of the Dao sect surged forth. Readying themselves for battle, 1 million soldiers surged toward the Dao sect, with the Jinyui, the Six Doors, and the Zenwatang's experts charging into the heart of the Dao sect. The battle was about to erupt. Lin Ning furrowed her brow, a foreboding sense gnawing at her. Do not worry. Trust in your father. He is capable of creating miracles. He Kaiwei reassured her. Lin Ning glanced at her, then looked up at her father, who suppressed 10 celestial aspect masters with a single hand, murmuring, Father, you truly are divine. You seized the 10 celestial aspect masters, rapidly refining and devouring their essence. In the blink of an eye, your power surged to 7,800 years. Qin Wufeng watched in horror. Lin Zhan, you actually practice such nefarious arts. You smirked, discarding the 10 lifeless bodies' nefarious arts. If you say so, that must be true. The power of the celestial aspect coalesced as you grasped Qin Wufeng by the collar, decisively absorbing his essence under his bewildered gaze, erasing all traces of him. Your strength escalated to 8,700 years. Victorious in battle, you subdued all celestial aspect masters in less than 5 minutes. Your power reaching an unprecedented 11,000 years. You withdrew, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the conflict below. Lin Zhan, you are truly enigmatic, He Kaiwei remarked with admiration. You wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Smiling, the true enigma lies not within me, but within fortune. Without the devouring heavens technique, achieving the stage would have demanded countless lives. Lin Ning observed your intimate exchange with He Kaiwei, her expression one of confusion. I recall father only favored mother and Aunt Rui. When did he forge a bond with this woman? She scoffed, a man's words are but deceits. Before long, the battle reached its conclusion, with the Dao sect suffering devastating losses. The remaining members surrendering unconditionally. You reorganized the troops and returned to the capital. The following day, a trusted subordinate presented a scroll to you. Your Majesty, this is what you requested. Very well, you may leave. You instructed, dismissing the others as you unfurled the scroll. 9,000 years hence, the Dao Master shall be reborn in the Great Xia. The handwriting of the 2 prophecies differed, corroborated by other information, confirming they were left by Zhu Qianlong and Li Tianran. You perused the divination methods from the true Dao sect, noting similarities with those of the Kunlun demon sect. After committing the knowledge to memory, you destroyed the scroll, freeing yourself from its burdens. Who would have thought that what I initially perceived as an alternative path would resolve all issues at once? You mused, reflecting on the devouring heavens technique, yet discovering no flaws or side effects. 3 days later, your subordinates eradicated the remaining Dao and demon sects, amassing a wealth of cultivation resources and treasures, all of which were deposited into the national treasury. By the end of the 40th year, you established the Great Zhou capital in the former Great Xia, merging the Jinyui, the Six Doors, and the Zenwatang into a more formidable entity. The Dragon-Slaying Hall. The Dragon-Slaying Hall oversaw the dragon-slaying envoys, tasked with investigating cases and resolving martial disputes, wielding significant authority. You appointed yourself as the Hall Master, summoning Qin Jian to serve as Deputy Hall Master. Managing all affairs. Your second daughter, Lin Ning, also joined the Dragon-Slaying Hall. Handling matters of the martial world, in the 41st year, you leveraged your subordinate strength to establish a new faction in the martial world, named the Heavenly Tao Palace, dedicated to nurturing cultivation geniuses to assist in your own advancement. You became the palace master, suppressing all opposition to in the 43rd year. You covertly absorb the remaining celestial aspect powers from the martial world, significantly enhancing your strength to an unparalleled 18,000 years, a feat unmatched throughout history. Simultaneously, you dispatched numerous experts to explore the northeastern, southeastern, southwestern, and northwestern regions of the Great Zhou, seeking new maps. To this point, you had reached the pinnacle of the celestial aspect, with no further advancement possible within your current realm. Exploration was your only avenue for growth. In the 45th year, news arrived from your subordinates. To the north of the Great Zhou lies the edge of the Great Yuan's grasslands, leading to a vast ocean, tempestuous and ever-rolling with waves. The same holds true for the east, south, and west of the Great Zhou. So, I am merely residing on an island. You mused in surprise. This island seemed excessively vast. By your estimates, its area must encompass at least the sum of 2 Earths. That same year, you assembled 4 teams, dispatching them to explore the maritime expanses in their respective directions, hoping to uncover new intelligence. In your view, the current situation resembled an invincible beginner's village. The next step required transitioning to a new map beyond this novice realm. A long period of tranquility ensued, with no changes to your life. By the 50th year, everything remained unchanged. In the 76th year, the bloodline of the earthly tiger within Fat Tiger fully awakened, transforming him entirely. You gaze at the magnificent creature before you, its snow-white fur and exquisite form allowing it to stand upright at a height of 20 meters, lost in contemplation. How do I look, master? Am I not handsome? Fat Tiger exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he leaned down to poke your forehead with a finger. Are you looking for trouble? You retorted, executing a swift black tiger heart extraction, causing Fat Tiger to yelp in pain, his diminutive form collapsing to the ground. You savored the moment. Now, tell me, what is the situation? You inquired, crossing your legs. Fat Tiger lay beside you, grinning innocently. Master, I have now reached the pinnacle of my cultivation, and the earthly tiger bloodline is fully awakened. My strength has increased tremendously, yet I still fall slightly short of your prowess. Furthermore, I have acquired a new technique that allows me to enhance my cultivation by devouring the essence of the moon. Cultivation? You narrowed your eyes. Elaborate on the realms of cultivation you are aware of. Has the new map yet to surface, or are the nested realms finally being revealed? It appears that the identity of this tiger is quite extraordinary. Suspected to be a high-ranking NPC from the novice village, in my most recent recollection, the process of body tempering leading to the celestial phenomena is collectively referred to as the mortal realm. With a single remark, the plump tiger has ignited your curiosity, truly a mischievous little creature. Above the mortal realm lies the One Realm. The cultivation method I practice is known as the transformation of demons technique, which can be pursued all the way to the pinnacle of the One Realm. Only upon reaching this pinnacle will I acquire the next level cultivation method. One Realm. You opened your mouth, and just hearing the name suggests that there are indeed many more levels to come. What changes have you experienced now? What is the level of your cultivation? The plump tiger confidently declared, my earth tiger bloodline has been completely awakened, allowing me to suppress all celestial phenomena with a mere finger. As for the realm, Ahem, it is probably the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, but he hastily added, do not be anxious. As long as I absorb enough essence of the moon, I will be able to break through to the initial stage of the One Realm. You began to understand that is it true that in the One Realm one can wield demonic arts? Absolutely right, my friend. You comprehended fully. Ahem, plump tiger, considering our relationship, could you possibly impart the transformation of demons technique to me? As your master, I too am ambitious, constantly yearning to elevate my own realm. You grasped the flesh at the back of the plump tiger's neck, giving him a Thai-style massage. Well said, well said. The plump tiger did not refuse. That night, you and the plump tiger sat atop the highest structure of the palace, diligently practicing and cultivating your techniques. The plump tiger sat cross-legged with closed eyes, resembling a white Thai tiger, lost in blissful enjoyment. As you began to channel your technique, a sharp pain surged through your body. With a gasp, you spat out a mouthful of 76-year-old blood. Writhing in agony, you fainted. The next day, you awoke surrounded by people. The plump tiger was resting by your bedside, while your 3 wives looked at you with complex expressions, and your 3 children wore peculiar looks as well. "Husband, you must take care of your health," Chen Rui said as she approached to wipe the cold sweat from your brow. "Husband, I know you have always been a strong-willed person, but there is no need to push yourself so hard. How can one cultivate the techniques of demons?" Ning Hongya looked on, utterly speechless. He Kaiwei wore a broad smile, having not ceased to grin since entering the room. "Lin Zhan, do you wish to make me laugh to death by inheriting my 50 years of celestial prowess? A good person should focus on absorbing the essence of the moon. This recipe is all wrong. It's a pity you didn't die." You two were at a loss for words. With nearly 20,000 years of power at your disposal, you found yourself so fragile. Indeed, martial arts and the path of immortality are incomparable. You waved your hand, dismissing them all, and sat on the bed, delivering a forceful kick to the plump tiger. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could you expose everything so directly?" The plump tiger looked a bit aggrieved. They insisted on asking, and you just told them? Truly lacking in discretion. How will you find a partner in the future? "I worry for you." You muttered a few complaints, but fell asleep again 2 seconds later. Within you, the power of celestial phenomena was in great disarray, and your injuries were severe, rendering you unable to rise from bed for an entire month. By the 80th year, you had completely recovered. Decades passed, and none of the individuals you sent out to explore the seas returned. Your mood soured. In the 100th year, your wife, Chun Rui, passed away. Her talents were lacking, and she failed to break through to higher realms, and you could not find any elixir to extend her lifespan. You bid farewell to Chun Rui and fell into 3 days of silence. In the 120th year, your wife Ning Hongya also departed, having reached the limits of her life. In truth, it was a miracle that she had lived this long. In the 131st year, your son Lin Yang passed away. He never managed to break through to the master level, living his life merely as a prince. In the 132nd year, your eldest daughter Lin Zhan also died. In this world, lacking power inevitably leads to such fates. There will always come a day when one reaches an end. The only ones left to accompany you were your wife Ning Hongya, your daughter Lin Ning, and a white tiger who practiced diligently every day. 56 years had gone by. Although the plump tiger had accumulated much essence of the moon and had transformed some of its demonic energy, there was no significant advancement in strength. It remained at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena. Ahem, do not underestimate me, master. Though my cultivation speed is slow, my lifespan is long, the plump tiger said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. This was indeed true. The lifespan at the limit of celestial phenomena is 1,000 years, yet the plump tiger boasts 5,000 years. Your life grew increasingly monotonous, with time on your hands. You harvested a wave of leaks. Your power increased to 21,000 years. Time was too short, and the improvement was minimal. In the 135th year, on this day, Lin Ning suddenly approached you. "Father, I wish to leave this place. There is no hope for cultivation here. I want to venture out to the vast ocean." She had made a considerable decision. 90 years ago, you had sent people to explore the surrounding seas. Over the past 90 years, you had dispatched thousands, yet none return alive. The dangers were immense. "Indeed, that I will accompany you." After some contemplation, you spoke. "Really?" Lin Ning's face lit up with joy. "Where are we going?" "I will join." He Kaiwei appeared out of nowhere, already shouldering a pack. By heaven. It seemed these two had been prepared for quite some time. In the 135th year, you cast aside all your status and achievements, leaving the plump tiger behind to cultivate in the Great Zhou, and departed with your wife and daughter from this continent. You journeyed east towards a season devoid of your presence that I in the 137th year. You completely left the continent, traveling tens of thousands of miles forward. Despite the tumultuous seas, you persevered under the guidance of several captains. I in the 138th year. The journey remained smooth, with no illness or disaster. In the 140th year, you soared through the air, surrounded by a thick mist. In a daze, you caught sight of a vague silhouette in the distance, resembling an island. You exclaimed, "He Kai Wei, Lin Ning," flew to your side, gazing out. It appears so. You commanded the sails to head towards the island. 2 days later, you drew much closer. 3 days later, the distance to the island diminished further. Suddenly, a colossal wave, unseen before, surged forth, shattering the sailboat and sweeping many of your subordinates to their watery graves. You, along with your wife and daughter, floated in the air, unleashing all your celestial power to resist the oncoming wave. Boom! Amidst the boundless sea, you beheld a gigantic eye that filled your entire vision, akin to the sun. The black eye blinked gently, freezing the seawater and solidifying the waves. Everything before you came to a standstill. You perished. Lin Zhan rubbed his eyes vigorously. This truly death. What manner of eye is this so outrageous? Oh, whoa! Beside him, the plump tiger stretched lazily, his soft paws slipping into his clothing. The earth tiger bloodline is truly remarkable. It can even change fur color. Tapping the plump tiger's head, Lin Zhan leaned back on the bed, re-examining the simulator. This simulation has concluded. You have attained the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, 21,000 years. Top-tier dragon energy protection, the transformation of spirits technique, and for the next 135 years, celestial and earthly phenomena, as well as a true divination technique, along with the Kunlun demon sex Bagua analysis. Do you wish to inherit? Yes. Lin Zhan threw back the covers, then thoughtfully tucked the plump tiger in. He walked step by step toward the chair by the bed. With each step he took, his aura intensified. After 2 steps, he had become the pinnacle of celestial phenomena with 21,000 years of power. 9 golden dragon phantoms swirled around him, exuding an aura that commanded respect over all things. Sitting in the chair, Lin Zhan remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. Now that the crisis has been averted, as long as I eliminate Li Chengza, I can enjoy 1,000 years of delightful life. I can do whatever I wish. He clenched his fist tightly, a cold smile emerging. But that is not enough. In just over 10 days, he had transformed from an ordinary mountain bandit into the world's #1. Both his mindset and desires were no longer as pure as they had once been. Since he had learned of higher cultivation realm from the plump tiger, would he simply stop here? As the saying goes, a man has his face, and a tree has its bark. If one misses a meal, they become anxious. Li En and Xin Xian, I prepared everything meticulously. After much contemplation, I have decided that this time, Lin Zhan will select a single individual to execute the plan. Should I successfully outmaneuver them, the benefits to myself would be immeasurable. Lin, the leader of the Kunlun demon sect from 100,000 years ago. Zhu Qianlong. Qin Xian, the most formidable figure of the Taoist sect from the same era. Li Tianran. Their possession of resurrection methods is ample proof of their extraordinary nature. And then there is Fat Tiger. If he can endure solitude during the last simulation and remain concealed within the Great Zhou, he might witness Fat Tiger ascend to even greater heights and distances. Of course, I shall never forget you. Glancing at the eye that appeared last, Lin Zhan smiled and said, "You are my greatest motivation to move forward. First, let me set a modest goal, to extinguish that eye." With this resolution, he felt considerably lighter in spirit, and after patting Fat Tiger's tail, Lin Zhan drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, he continued to revel in his leisure, occasionally casting a glance at the celestial adept outside, who was none other than the elderly figure from a simulation, perpetually gnawing on a chicken leg as if it would never be finished. "Come, join me in battle." Lin Zhan yawned, pulling along a dozen maidens toward the battlefield. Now, with his formidable strength, facing 100 or even 1,000 foes posed no challenge. After 21,000 years of cultivation, do you take me for mere water? I am the strongest, thus my nature is as such. It is no wonder that the simulator operated as it did. Closing the door, Lin Zhan chuckled. In the distance, the old Taoist, still munching on his chicken leg, was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this young man doing? In broad daylight, engaging in such disreputable acts. It is unbearable to witness. Discarding the chicken leg, the Taoist felt a surge of frustration. Climbing a tree, he gazed at the swaying building, sucking on his finger. Once this mission concludes, I too shall seek a wife and start a family. Little junior sister, you must wait for me. Once Lin Zhan entered, he did not emerge again. When darkness enveloped the land, the maidens limped away one by one. The candles in the room were extinguished. Outside, the old Taoist inhaled sharply. Incredible! I truly wish to request a formula from him. As midnight approached, Lin Zhan picked his nose and stealthily wiped it on Fat Tiger. Brother, this time you must endure. I must break through to the next realm and behold the vistas beyond the mortal plane. After gathering his emotions, Lin Zhan activated the simulator on the first day. After a restful slumber, he departed from Kaiyuan County with Fat Tiger at dawn, moving swiftly and unnoticed. Before leaving, he blew his nose and wiped it on the old Taoist chicken leg. There, consider it your admission ticket. A free show with gifts from the protagonist. I am truly benevolent that a day later, he dispatched Li Chengza. After much deliberation, it seemed prudent to first approach Xin Xian that he boldly advanced and found He Kaiwei in the Great Xia. At that moment, she was still diligently cultivating in the Taoist temple, leading a relatively tranquil life in the dead of night. With Fat Tiger on lookout, he quietly approached He Kaiwei's bedside, just as he was about to awaken her. She suddenly stirred. Who are you? Stepping back, he struck a dashing pose. Fear not, fair maiden, for I am Lin Zhan, unchanged in name or nature. The stars twinkled brightly tonight, and my heart is filled with affection for you. I am but a humble man, drawn to your beauty. Your words were somewhat peculiar, laden with superfluous chatter. He Kaiwei's expression darkened as she swiftly drew her sword to your throat, shaking his head. He shattered the blade with sheer force and declared, I apologize, but I wish to bear a child with you. He revealed the matter of Insha. He Kaiwei was incredulous. That is utterly impossible. Absurd. How could such a preposterous thing occur in this world? Observing your confidence and the formidable aura you exuded, He Kaiwei fell silent. So, I seek vengeance. The only way is to utilize the offspring we would conceive together. He Kaiwei questioned. You opened your mouth and sighed. Forget it, just come with me. Seizing He Kaiwei's wrist, you led her eastward. 2 days later, you arrive at the summit of a great mountain. Lin Zhan, what do you intend to do? Is it merely to have a child? There is no necessity to do so here. He Kaiwei gazed at the ominous clouds gathering overhead, her expression peculiar. Look closely, you advised, then settled cross-legged on a stone, cradling your chin with your hands, quietly observing the sky above. Boom! Moments later, lightning began to crackle across the heavens, as if the sky were being rent asunder. He Kaiwei was entranced. You place your hand on her shoulder, a surge of celestial power flowing into her being. Seconds later, He Kaiwei emitted an unusual moan as her cultivation soared, reaching the pinnacle of celestial phenomena. Her heart raced. Lin Zhan, how do you know the celestial phenomena here? The mysteries in her heart multiplied. You gently embraced her shoulder. I hail from the future, and in that future, you are my wife. You spoke a fragment of truth interspersed with countless lies. Although He Kaiwei was a 600-year-old unmarried woman, her innocence remained, and your words left her blushing, her hands nervously twisting her dress. You were speechless. Stop pretending. He Kaiwei, my intentions are straightforward. The words you left unsaid lingered in the air. The next day, you and He Kaiwei began to roam the Great Xia. You transformed into 2 heroic figures, traversing the rivers and lakes, championing justice, and leaving legends of your exploits throughout the realm. But a year later, He Kaiwei nestled by your side, accompanying you to the gates of the Kunlun demon sect. After a year, she had completely fallen for you. With this relationship established, you felt a sense of comfort within. Lin Zhan, can you truly achieve this? He Kaiwei pondered, gazing at the majestic structures in the distance. Her heart troubled, not question. I assure you, it is entirely feasible. You smiled, and with a grand gesture, summoned a mighty bolt of lightning from the sky, striking the mountain with tremendous force. All celestial adept were awakened, rushing toward you, brows furrowed in confusion. "Who are you? You look so familiar." Chu Buxiu led the charge, his face a mask of questions. You exhaled forcefully. Humph. The celestial power surged forth, crushing Chu Buxiu, rendering him gravely injured and powerless to resist. Then, under He Tsaiwei's astonished gaze, you unleashed your might, eliminating all celestial beings of the Kunlun demon sect and absorbing their power, greatly enhancing your own strength. Subsequently, you soared through the air, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of celestial energy, obliterating the entire Kunlun demon sect. After concluding the chaos, you returned to He Tsaiwei's side. "Come, the Kunlun demon sect has been vanquished. There are still other demonic forces that require resolution." He Kaiwei stared at you in a daze, drool escaping from the corner of her mouth. "Lin Zhan, you are so powerful." You rubbed your eyes. Over the past year, in your efforts to win He Tsaiwei's affection, you have performed numerous inexplicable actions, yet it seemed excessive to transform her in such a manner. Forget it. You wrapped your arm around her waist and continued your endeavors. 5 days later, you concluded this bout of slaughter. After obliterating all demonic forces, your celestial power accumulated to 26,000 years. Your aura was unfathomably profound. In a small town, you purchased a quaint residence. Settling down with Fat Tiger, He Kaiwei clung to you like an octopus. "Lin Zhan, when shall we have children? Let us wait a while longer to align more closely with Qin Xian's birth timeline." You decided to commence this endeavor in nearly 30 years. He Kaiwei, somewhat disheartened, leapt down and resumed her playful antics with Fat Tiger. Was it my abstract nature, or has the world itself become peculiar? Gazing skyward, you found yourself at a loss for words, choked by an inexplicable emotion. After settling down, you occasionally ventured out to cultivate your powers, spending most of your time in the courtyard, indulging in drinks, and engaging in ranked matches with He Kaiwei. You also attempted to guide Fat Tiger in the ways of cultivation, yet he remained too foolish, preoccupied with his antics, devoid of any intellectual growth. It appeared that awakening the Earth Tiger bloodline was an unattainable feat. In the 10th year, your accumulated power reached an impressive 30,000 years, leaving only a small fraction of the celestial masters alive in the martial world. By the 20th year, your existence had grown increasingly monotonous. On the 29th year, you calculated the time and grasped He Tsaiwei's hand. "Let us go, the time has come," He Kaiwei exclaimed with excitement. "Is it finally beginning? After 29 years of delving into theoretical knowledge, we are finally set to practice. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth." Thus, you commenced your endeavors. 3 days later, He Kaiwei discovered she was with child. Observing her exuberance and thrill, you smiled enigmatically in the shadows, the light in your eyes flickering like a candle as flame. In the 30th year, Fat Tiger awakened the Earth Tiger bloodline, exclaiming, I did it. I have transformed." He laughed heartily. You gave him a light slap and then entered the room where He Kaiwei lay on the bed. Fully prepared. If all went as expected, the event would transpire within the next couple of days. A celestial master, birthing a child posed little danger, akin to merely relieving oneself, devoid of pain, and perhaps even somewhat pleasurable, unless one suffered from constipation. You idly played with He Tsaiwei's hair, lost in thought. The following day, a tremendous sound echoed through the sky as your child made a dazzling entrance. You lifted the child, casting a glance. Everything felt preordained. And it was yet another boy. "Let us name him," you suggested. He Kaiwei snatched the child from your arms, tirelessly infusing his body with celestial energy. "Child, this is her own flesh and blood. What a beautiful moment." You stroked your chin, pondering for a long time. "Let us name him Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. This time, for the sake of a higher realm, you were destined to exploit your child. You hoped he would not harbor resentment towards you in the future and wished for his promising destiny. He Kaiwei was thrilled. You visited the True Dao sect, discreetly gathering and packaging all information regarding Li Tianning without attracting any attention. Even within the True Dao, details about Li Tianning were scant. Over the 30 years, you had been persistently searching, yielding little. According to the sect's secret scriptures, Li Qianning joined the true Tao at the age of 8, merely an ordinary child then. The first 2 years were unremarkable. But 2 years later, at the age of 10, he suddenly exhibited formidable martial talent, soaring to great heights. His practice involved the most fundamental inner power of the Tao, ordinary yet unassuming. By the 32nd year, Lin Yuan had grown lively and charming. In the 33rd year, he frequently played with Fat Tiger, their joy palpable. By the 34th year, at the age of 4, one night, you unexpectedly discovered Lin Yuan seated cross-legged beside Yi Kaiwei. Apparently, in meditation, you observed discreetly, finding nothing amiss. Lin Yuan's body showed no signs of energy, his state entirely ordinary. According to the true Tao's deductions, upon his rebirth, Li Qianning would possess a portion of his prior cultivation, character, and memories. Has he begun to awaken now? You pondered, recalling how Lin had been outsmarted at the tender age of 4. The next morning, Yi Kaiwei personally prepared breakfast for you both at the dining table. Lin Yuan voraciously consumed meat porridge, occasionally tossing leftover rice to Fat Tiger, who eagerly caught it with delight. You savored your meal spoonful by spoonful when suddenly, Lin Yuan banged the table. Dad, what did you do to me last night? I keep feeling as if I've been spanked. You offered him a piece of pickled vegetable. Why do you have such an impression? After breakfast, Yi Kaiwei took out a wooden stump and began tapping away. Her new hobby, wood carving. You relaxed in the tea room of the courtyard, daydreaming, while Lin Yuan played outside. Everything felt harmonious. Fat Tiger lay snoozing at your feet. And you nudged him. Silly Tiger, how can you sleep at your age? Wake up and practice. This lazy creature neglected to push his cultivation to its limits and awaken his full bloodline, rendering him unable to learn the transformation technique. Fat Tiger simply rolled over, ignoring you, leaving you in despair. Progress with Lin Yuan was stagnant, and you found yourself unable to cultivate the divination techniques of the true Tao or the Kunlun demon sect. What should your next step be? You sank into prolonged contemplation. By the 40th year, Lin Yuan turned 10, displaying no remarkable traits at T10. He was robust, spoke little, and exhibited an introverted nature, entirely socially anxious, perhaps due to his temperament. He had no friends his age, save for a slightly better relationship with Fat Tiger. By the 45th year, Lin Yuan was 15 the next day, while you were engaged in a ranked match with Yi Kaiwei. An ear-piercing scream pierced the air. It was Lin Yuan's voice. You hurriedly donned your clothes and rushed out. Outside the neighboring courtyard, Lin Yuan clutched his head in agony, his eyes fixated on the starry sky above. Yi Kaiwei rushed to comfort him, channeling celestial energy to nurture his body. You sighed and joined in to assist. At T15, Lin Yuan remained an ordinary individual. Despite your teachings, he had failed to grasp anything. Not even reaching the most basic acquired level. Doubts crept into your mind. Was there something amiss? It seemed necessary to stage an event, drawing the Taoists into the fray. After a while, Lin Yuan regained his composure and promptly fell asleep. Yi Kaiwei carried him back to their room, and you, disinterested in continuing your match, returned to the tea room to drink and ponder. The following day, a crisis unfolded. You searched your home thoroughly, but not a single hair of Lin Yuan could be found. The boy had vanished. Yi Kaiwei was alarmed, and together you scoured the entire small town, the vast summer, and even the entire world in search of him. Alas, your efforts bore no fruit. You were at a loss. You proceeded directly to the forbidden grounds of the true Tao, slapping your palm against Qin Wufeng's shoulder. Startled from his meditation, Qin Wufeng exclaimed, "Who are you?" You wasted no time in questioning. What is the situation with Qin Xian? Recognizing you, Qin Wufeng was taken aback, astonished that you knew of Qin Xian's matters. What are you talking about, esteemed guest? I do not comprehend your intentions. You smiled, your garments swirling as 9 golden dragon phantoms emerged, intertwining with countless celestial energies that swept across the true Tao, suppressing all that, if you do not speak, I shall eliminate everyone here this instant. Furthermore, I shall sever the true Tao's lineage of 100,000 years, ensuring no Taoist remains in this world. Your words were resolute, your demeanor fierce. Qin Wufeng, held under your pressure for 30 seconds, hastily pleaded, "Young hero, please retract your powers." His expression was one of helplessness. "Please, follow me." With a cold snort, you retracted your celestial energies, and the two of you ventured deeper into the forbidden grounds, eventually arriving beside a small river. Qin Wufeng sat by the stream, gazing at you. How did the esteemed guest come to know all of this? You replied plainly, I have been reborn. Briefly, you introduced your self-crafted narrative of rebirth and recounted your machinations against Qin Xian. Qin Wufeng appeared contemplative at IC. He remarked, seemingly astonished that the prophecies were indeed true. What prophecies? You felt as if you had missed something monumental. Qin Wufeng smiled. Aside from the prophecy of the Taoist's rebirth 90,000 years ago, the true Tao also possesses another prophecy, passed down orally for 90,000 years. Each generation of Taoist leaders imparts it to their successors before their demise. Speak. At the tender age of 15, when the carp leaps over the dragon gate, you wander through the central plains, where the path of invincibility lies beneath your feet. Your gaze is fixed upon Qin Wufeng, and you discern that he indeed speaks no falsehood. Can you elucidate this? Qin Wufeng shakes his head. This prophecy has been circulating for 100,000 years, passed down through countless generations before me, shrouded in mysteries beyond comprehension. You commit this passage to memory, savoring and scrutinizing it. Why did your calculations falter? The first outcome yielded the birth of Qin Xian to another. Yet the second foretold the union of myself and He Kaiwei. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Wufeng produces a crystal stone from his bosom. My friend, in truth, there exists no true art of divination in this world. Our knowledge of these matters relies solely on this stone, which has endured for 100 millennia. Grasping the crystal tightly, you observe the inscription upon it. Father, Lin Zhan. Mother, He Kaiwei, born the 450th year of Shengtai. If this is the case, then did Chu Buxiu deceive us? Could the prophecies of the Kunlun demon sect also follow such a pattern? Qin Wufeng perceives your contemplation. Indeed, the divination of the Kunlun demon sect follows a similar vein. How many true diviners can there be in this world? Ha ha ha! It appears that the one who eradicated the demon sect over the years was none other than you. Qin Wufeng gazes intently into your eyes, seemingly gleaning further insights from within. It was out of a subtle shift in your brow, and eyes precedes your departure. Qin Wufeng watches the crystal stone you carry away, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Yet he refrains. Let it be. Let it be. After leaving the True One sect, you swiftly take action, forcibly unifying the three realms of the martial world, establishing a new faction named the Xuanxin sect. You dispatch numerous skilled individuals to scour the entire martial world for remnants of the Kunlun demon sect. Not even the True One sect escapes your grasp. All masters of celestial phenomena are captured and forced into servitude. You delegate all matters to Qin Wufeng, and under the weight of myriad threats, he has no choice but to yield to you in the 47th year. He Kaiwei seeks you out, collapsing against your chest in tears. Lin Zhan, our child is missing. Our child is lost, never to be found again. She weeps like a child, overwhelmed with sorrow. You gently pat her back, offering solace. Do not worry, I shall bring him back. After escorting your wife to her chamber, you summon Qin Wufeng. The two of you sit beside the rockery in the courtyard, and you pour him a cup of tea. Still no results? Qin Wufeng shakes his head. Brother, you have been too ruthless. Every high-ranking member of the demon sect has perished at your hands. Such precious information is beyond the reach of mere foot soldiers. He takes a sip of tea, speaking nonchalantly. Now, the only hope lies in luck. With good fortune, perhaps we may uncover something valuable. You lift your teacup, your expression grave. At 15, when the carp leaps over the dragon gate. Wandering the central plains, the path of invincibility unfolds beneath one's feet. But where is the central plains? Qin Wufeng shakes his head. Who knows? We dwell upon a vast island, surrounded by an ocean that stretches beyond the horizon. You crush the teacup in your hand, a peculiar expression crossing your face. At 15, would Lin Yuan truly enter the central plains? Does the leap of the carp occur through the dragon gate? You pose several questions in quick succession. Qin Wufeng picks up the shards of the broken cup, skillfully using celestial power to reassemble it. All of that is possible in the 50th year. You remain without a single clue. He Kaiwei is engulfed in sorrow, her eyes swollen from crying. and no one can fully comprehend her grief. Her adopted daughter, slain after a century of care, and her biological son, vanished without a trace, leaving no sign in the three realms. She is utterly despondent. You support Hikaiwei to a tea pavilion, pouring her a cup of hot tea. I am sorry. Gazing at the tear-streaked face before you, you sigh softly. Hikaiwei grips your hand, gradually tightening her hold. Lin Zhan, is this my destiny? Is my life to be a perpetual cycle of suffering? Tell me, what does the future hold for me? You sit beside her, speaking gently. Kaiwei, you still have me. I will always treat you well, remaining by your side. You shall not suffer. You embrace her, encouraging her to rest and recuperate, anticipating the day she regains her strength. For one with mastery over celestial phenomena, restoring sight is not difficult. The primary challenge lies in one's mindset. Hikaiwei ceases her trembling, wiping her tears away. I am sorry, Lin Zhan. You smile, thinking her foolish for apologizing. The child is gone, and you share equal sorrow. Yet throughout these years, you have scarcely considered her feelings. Let it go, and I shall rise again. Good. You ruffle Hikaiwei's hair, your expression darkening in the unseen shadows. In the 51st year, Hikaiwei emerges anew. She transforms back into her former self, sharing a life of simplicity and happiness with you. The next day, Qin Wufeng arrives unexpectedly, exclaiming, "Brother, I have found something." You are taken aback to at news of Lin Yuan or of the Kunlun demon sect. Qin Wufeng produces a crystal stone from his sleeve, upon which flows an inscription of luminous characters. You retrieve the crystal stone obtained from the True One sect, scrutinizing it closely. Father, Li Chengze. Daughter, Qin Wan. Born in the 435th year of Shangtai, Chu Buxiu perished at Lin Zhan's hand. The handwriting is identical, and the contents are similar, save for the final line. This specificity is striking. Poor Chu Buxiu. How intriguing, how very intriguing. You clutch the two crystal stones tightly, your expression shifting tumultuously. Qin Wufeng. I must inquire, when did the True One sect acquire this? What did the original content entail? Qin Wufeng chuckles lightly. Brother, the time is too distant. I cannot recall. You return his laughter. If you cannot remember, I may need to eliminate all the Taoists. Qin Wufeng is taken aback. Cough, cough. Brother, you know I'm quite old. It's only natural to be a bit forgetful. He taps his head. It seems this crystal stone appeared suddenly around 90,000 years ago, startling the Taoist leader who was engaged in literary discussions with a nearby NU-AS for the original content. It seems it stated, Father, Li Dashan, Mother, Wang Ernie, born in the 365th year of Mingdu. Cough, cough. This particular phrase has circulated for quite some time, only changing 51 years ago. Upon hearing this, you stride towards Qin Wufeng, letting out a long sigh. Qin Taoist, I believe I've been exceptionally patient with you. Yet you persist in dilly-dallying, idling away your time. With one hand, you seize his throat, and a surge of celestial power erupts, severing half of his body. Qin Wufeng contorts in agony, yet he utters not a sound. Truly, a man of fortitude. Upon further inspection, you realize that this fellow has already succumbed. It seems I must take action against Lian next. With a wry smile, you head towards the three great sections. 2 days later, you single-handedly eliminate all masters of the sects, enhancing your power to 40,000 years. You return to the small town, casting everything aside to live a simple life with Hikaiwei and Panghu. Embracing the ordinary. In the 60th year, you find yourself 75 years old, yet your appearance remains unchanged, still exuding youthful vigor. In the 76th year, Panghu's Earth Tiger bloodline awakens completely, commencing formal training. Under your supervision, he diligently consumes the essence of the moon, clocking in daily without fail. Your Xuanxian sect continues its relentless pursuit, scouring the three realms for traces of Lin Yuan. Moreover, you tirelessly cultivate talent. After all, with no means to enhance your own strength, it is prudent to amass power. For in your perception, strength can be boundlessly augmented. If 40,000 years is insufficient, then let it be 100,000. If 100,000 is lacking, then 1,000,000. Your ambition is unwavering, and in this lifetime, you are destined to fulfill your desires. In the 70th year, Everything remains as usual, yet Kaiwei has reached the age of 700. Although she still has 300 years of life ahead, it pales in comparison to your own. Despite the absence of a wedding ceremony, your bond is more harmonious and sweet than that of any married couple, deepening with each passing moment. What perplexes you is her persistent refusal to bear children with you. While you do not comprehend her reasoning, you have chosen to accept attained in the 100th year. No news has emerged to be why the 150th year, Fat Tiger's progress in cultivation remains as sluggish as ever, still at the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm, showing no signs of advancement. This leads you to question whether he is truly a waste of potential. In the 200th year, the following day, while you were engaged in affectionate exchanges with Kaiwei, a sudden loud fart disrupts the moment. Bewildered, you draw your sword and investigate the source of the sound, only to discover it was Fat Tiger. He has released a foul-smelling flatulence and, at long last, made a breakthrough, now standing as a creature of the first realm, or perhaps some beast. Master, I have succeeded. I have finally broken through. I am now of the first realm, Fat Tiger boasts, his form having expanded several times over, towering at a height of 50 meters. You gasp, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. This is merely the first realm. Fat Tiger, shrinking his form and swaying his white tail, approaches you. Master, after breaking through to the first realm, my lifespan has increased by 10,000 years. 10,000 years of life. Come, let us test our skills. You lead Fat Tiger to the training ground behind you. Harnessing the power of celestial phenomena, you charge forward. Fat Tiger, unimpressed, wipes his nose and strikes an abstract pose akin to a windhawk donning armor. Boom! You unleash half of your power, striking him with great force. Puffed. Your blow shatters Fat Tiger's head, yet in an instant it regenerates, leaving no trace of blood on him, the ground, or the surroundings. Master, you are lacking as well. Fat Tiger remarks, standing on tiptoe with a chuckle, that if you can't play, then don't. Practice more if you're weak. The past is the past. Your expression darkens as you unleash your full strength in a furious charge. Boom! The combined might of over 40,000 years erupts, concentrated at a single point. You clearly see a layer of white light manifesting on Fat Tiger's body, blocking all your attacks. He then grins, and a more powerful counterattack surges back towards you. You are struck down, sent reeling back several dozen meters, crashing through more than 10 buildings before finally coming to a halt, grievously wounded. Fat Tiger flies over, extending a hand to release a gentle energy that heals all your injuries. As you regain consciousness, you feel utterly defeated. Master, it is evident that I have the upper hand. Fat Tiger laughs heartily. Is this truly the first realm? And only the early stage at that. The disparity is too vast, especially considering I possess the power of over 40,000 years. Why? Fat Tiger snaps his fingers, and shimmering white light appears around him, forming a protective barrier. After breaking through to the first realm, I have acquired a protective true light. Those below the first realm cannot harm me. Furthermore, I can reflect all attacks back. You did not activate your protective true light during your first strike. My recovery ability at this realm is extraordinarily strong. Kill me. One must strike me 81 times within a single day. Should there be even one less, I will instantly recover. Fat Tiger expresses a hint of melancholy. Us. Those beneath the first realm are but ants. You are left speechless. This foolish tiger flaunts its newfound prowess with such arrogance. Very well. Clean the blood from your mouth. You rise. Is there anything else? Do I have any chance to break through to the first realm? This is the most crucial question. Fat Tiger shakes his head, looking at you as if you were foolish. Master, did I not mention? I can only acquire new techniques and memories upon reaching the pinnacle of the first realm. It is impossible at this moment. You kick him fiercely, then regain your composure. Why must your mouth be so glib? Fat Tiger feigns innocence. I learned it all from you. In the 300th year, your strength has seen a slight increase. Yet you are no longer concerned. Fat Tiger remains a disappointment. After 100 years, he has not even progressed a single minor realm, still stuck in the initial stage of the first realm. Kaiwei visibly ages, noticeably bearing an aura of decay. Her time is drawing to an end. You treat her with even greater kindness, employing every means to win her affection, yet she cannot find happiness. In the 350th year, on a frigid night, Hikaiwei closes her eyes for the final time. Though celestial phenomena grant a lifespan of 1,000 years, she lacks the fortune to live out her days in peace. In her last 10 years, she endures endless suffering, plagued by regret. She laments not having recognized in Xia and Lin Yuan sooner. In her final moments, Hikaiwei is unable to relinquish her burdens. The serenity she displayed in the preceding centuries was but a facade, crafted to ease Lin Zhan's worries. She is a person who stubbornly clings to her thoughts, unable to break free. Lin Zhan. I have far too many regrets in this life, but my greatest regret is not having met you sooner. Being with you is my greatest fortune. Lin Zhan, if you are to be reborn, do not seek me out again. I am unworthy of you. After uttering these long-held words, Hikaiwei finally closes her eyes. You embrace her increasingly cold body, tears streaming down your cheeks. Hikaiwei, I have never regretted meeting you. Encountering you has been the greatest fortune of my life. With a heavy heart, you lay Hikaiwei to rest, sitting by her grave for 30 years in mourning. In the 400th year, you depart the small town, resolving to traverse the world and dispel the gloom within your heart. In the 500th year, after a century of wandering, you return to Kaiyuan County, where you and Fat Tiger arrive at the estate once arranged for you by the Green Snake Gang. Master, I sense the presence of a monster. A monster. You pause, contemplating, can you defeat it? Fat Tiger remains silent, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. If I were stronger than it, I would surely prevail. You useless tiger. You silently step back. Life is long, and some matters are best left to chance. Fat Tiger, stroking his tail, follows your lead. Master, this is a tactical retreat. There's no shame in it. Ha ha ha. Wait another 10,000 years, and we shall be invincible, crushing it. Fat Tiger boasts proudly. Silence is a virtue. You are renowned for your virtue. To ASU and Fat Tiger take a few steps. A broken sword suddenly flies through the air, embedding itself in the ground before you. Come and go as you please. Do you think this is a brothel? A teasing voice rings out, and you turn to see an exceptionally handsome young man emerging from the estate. He carries a sword on his back, his hair tied with a blade of grass, and a stubbly beard graces his chin, all while sporting a proud smile. You exchange glances with Fat Tiger. Did you not say it was a monster? Why is it a person? Fat Tiger blinks innocently. Who knows? You regain your composure and bow to the young man. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Let us part ways here. I wish you well. With that, you take off running. The power of over 40,000 years of celestial phenomena surges forth, propelling you forward with the wind. Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet. Fat Tiger flashes an apologetic smile at the young man before hastily pursuing you. Let me on. The young man chuckles, resting his forehead in amusement, resembling a general. How interesting. His form flickers, and with a single step, he appears in front of you, surrounded by an unusual white mist that halts your advance. Young one, come in for a cup of tea. You bow respectfully. Elder, I dare not refuse your gracious offer. Please, after you. The youth was taken aback by the rapid change in your expression, yet he quickly smiled and led you back to the manor. Upon witnessing this, Fat Tiger, with a resigned demeanor, followed suit. Inside the tea room, the youth poured 2 cups of liquor, saying, "Give it a try. I have brewed this for 3,000 years," before he could finish his sentence. Fat Tiger, unable to restrain himself, took a sip and could distinctly feel the profound benefits this drink had for his cultivation. After tasting it, Fat Tiger's expression suddenly shifted. Silently, he turned away, expelling a curled, soft black hair. "This is the Tiger Whip wine I have brewed for 3,000 years," the youth chuckled, then lightly sipped from his cup. You, ensuring no black hair was present, followed suit and drank. "It feels rather fiery, my comrade," you remarked, glancing at Fat Tiger. Silence is indeed a virtue. The current Fat Tiger has achieved a moral stature that commands respect. After a moment's contemplation, you decided to inquire. However, the youth gestured for you to halt, stating calmly, "Today, we speak not of the past nor the future. We shall only drink." His expression was complex, imbued with the weight of untold stories. As he spoke, He retrieved 1,000 jars of aged liquor from his ring, declaring, "Drink up. This is my treasured collection from 3,000 years. As for that white tiger, he need not partake." The youth took a deep swig from a jar, while you opened one, only to find it was yet another tiger whip wine. You opened 10 more jars, and each was the same that it seemed that today, Fat Tiger was destined to become a paragon of virtue. You and the youth continued to drink, cup after cup. The youth's heart was filled with tales, his eyes occasionally revealing traces of sorrow and pain, and you were no different as you consumed the tiger whip wine. The warmth within you intensified. It's all hardening now. Time trickled by, and Fat Tiger lay on the ground, burdened with thoughts. You and the youth drank with reckless abandon until night fell. The 1,000 jars of tiger whip wine were depleted. Unbeknownst to you, several hundred fist-sized holes had appeared around you, and you couldn't comprehend who had been so indiscreet. The youth had consumed much yet showed no signs of intoxication, while you felt slightly elevated. This liquor was beneficial even for a creature like Fat Tiger, brimming with potent energy. For an ordinary person like you, it was overwhelmingly potent. Your body radiated heat, and your consciousness began to blur. "Calm yourself," the youth pointed, and a beam of light appeared before you, flowing into your body. Instantly, you regained clarity. Follow the cultivation method I provided. Refine all the medicinal power as swiftly as possible, the youth instructed. Waving his hand, suddenly, a technique emerged in your mind, named the Heaven and Earth Self method. You diligently followed its steps, and with the aid of the medicinal power, your body underwent significant transformation. Unbeknownst to you, your celestial power completely dissipated, transforming into stronger gaseous forms that roamed within you. With each cycle, slight changes occurred around you. You immersed yourself in the experience, unable to extricate yourself, by the break of dawn. You opened your eyes to find the youth had vanished, leaving behind a letter and a ring on the table. That moment, you felt unusually clear-headed and comprehended everything. Undoubtedly, you had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Sensing the unique power within, you willed it, and a layer of white light suddenly emanated from your body, enveloping you. The protective radiance confirmed that you had indeed reached the initial stage of the first realm. According to the description of the Heaven and Earth Self method, you are now a cultivator of the first realm, granted an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. Following the method's guidance, you could potentially reach the pinnacle of the second realm. Yes, cultivators, also known as practitioners of the way of truth, differ from those who merely practice foundational techniques that in this world. Practitioners cultivate the power of truth, and the energy within them is known as true power. By harnessing true power and employing true methods, one could unleash formidable attacks. "Master, you have solidified overnight," Fat Tiger approached, draping a layer of clothing over you. You gaze around at the hundreds of black holes. Your expression one of bewilderment. Shaking your head vigorously, you picked up the ring and unfolded the letter. "Lin Zhan, my son, cultivation follows the path of fate. I look forward to the moment I hear your name in Zhongzhou. I've opened the true bones within you. Your future is worry-free. That I wish you success. Here is a storage ring. Do not dwell on it." You were taken aback. "Father, how did such a strange plot emerge?" You pondered for a moment, then felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, having a father to rely on was indeed a blessing in this content, my friend. True bones are fundamental to a practitioner's cultivation, akin to spiritual roots, serving as the foundation for all true power. True bones have grades, ranging from 1 to 9, with higher grades facilitating swifter cultivation. Currently, your true bone grade was only 1, leading you to question how that unfamiliar father could confidently declare, "Your future is worry-free." So, according to my wild father, I initially lacked true bones. Doubt crept in. Fat Tiger. Did that person mention his name? Fat Tiger's face was filled with astonishment as he quietly replied. He said his name is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Wasn't that the name of his illustrious elder brother? Everything was in disarray. You activated the ring, channeling a stream of true power, and soon uncovered a storage space of 100 cubic meters. Pristine and devoid of any clutter. Your lips twitched. This old fellow was indeed straightforward. Fat Tiger. You suddenly turned to him. Upon reflection, you've been at the first realm for 300 years. Why have you made no progress whatsoever? You cracked your knuckles. Come, let us test it. You laughed heartily, unleashing true power with wild abandon in just a few strikes. You shattered Fat Tiger's protective radiance. One final punch sent him flying, and the exhilaration was beyond compare. At the first realm, one could manifest protective radiance, resurrecting 81 times in an instant. Even a strong opponent at the same level would require 81 kills to defeat you. You contemplated this carefully. The primary reason for your superior strength upon breaking through was the Tiger Whip wine, whose potent medicinal power had elevated your cultivation to the peak of the initial stage. Additionally, the Heaven and Earth Self method leaned towards combat, significantly enhancing your offensive capabilities. As you slowly analyzed your current situation, you found yourself filled with anticipation for the future. Upon returning to the manor, you were momentarily stunned. The circumstances before you were utterly absurd. Practitioners cultivate true power, an energy that cannot be harnessed solely through methods. It requires the absorption of external heavenly and earthly forces, gradually transforming into true power. Furthermore, one can consume various heavenly materials to enhance their cultivation. However, here, devoid of any earthly energy, you found yourself unable to cultivate. Once your true power was depleted, you could restore it through meditation, but without the ability to advance. It was of little use in the year 501. As the year drew to a close, you found no heavenly materials imbued with earthly energy to enhance your strength. You would need to venture to regions rich in such energies. Changing locations was a necessity. Yet it was fraught with peril. You pondered the risk of losing that large eye. After much deliberation, you resolved to take the plunge, if only to carve a path for future simulations. In the year 503. You sat in solemn contemplation before Siway's grave overnight. The following day, you prepared to embark on a journey to change your surroundings. Fat Tiger chose to remain behind. Master, I still have over 14,000 years of life left. If there's danger, you should go alone, that we are brothers. There's no need to involve me. You boarded a small boat, this time setting your course westward, journeying onward. Along the way, you occasionally took out the transformation of monsters technique to study. If monsters could enhance their cultivation by devouring the essence of the moon, why couldn't humans? As you endeavor to merge the transformation of demons technique with the essence of the heavens and the earth. 510 years have elapsed. You have journeyed westward for 7 years, and apart from the vast expanse of water, nothing else has graced your sight. In the 520th year. On this particular day, while you were navigating the waters, you were suddenly enveloped by a peculiar energy. Indeed, it was the power of the heavens and the earth. You greedily absorbed a few breaths of it, converting it into true power to enhance your cultivation. As you surveyed your surroundings, you were astonished to find an island in the distance. Splendid. You had successfully discovered a new map. With exhilaration, you rushed towards it. Upon stepping onto the island, you conducted a brief exploration, yet found no other cultivators or demonic creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles. You breathed a sigh of relief, randomly selecting a spot to diligently practice your cultivation. In the 525th year, you relentlessly refined the power of the heavens and the earth day and night, achieving a breakthrough to a minor realm, advancing to the mid-stage of the first realm. Just as you broke through, four figures encircled you. Looking around, you recognized them to be fellow cultivators. This esteemed one. One of the women stepped forward, wielding a long whip. This is our sacred ground for cultivation. You have intruded without a word and are utilizing our formation for your practice. Is that not improper? Her celestial visage ignited a fleeting desire within you, a sudden urge to be struck by her whip. Ahem. As a junior who has just arrived, I apologize for any offense caused. You smiled, offering your apologies. Among the four, one was in the early stage of the first realm, two were in the mid-stage, and the last was inscrutable, undoubtedly stronger than yourself. Under the eaves of others, one must bow their head. The inscrutable young man approached, smiling at you. Dear friend, this spirit-gathering formation of the heavens and earth has been established through the combined efforts of the four of us. It would not be unreasonable for you to cultivate here, provided you offer some form of compensation. Yes, you were about to respond. The young man gestured towards your storage ring. Simply hand over your storage ring. And this place shall be your home. Your expression shifted. The situation was growing dire. Just as you were about to speak, the four suddenly launched their attacks, point one after another. The assaults rained down upon you. Anger bubbled within you. Was it merely a battle? You had never feared anyone. With a cold smirk, you turned and fled. In the vastness of the world, your life was paramount. After all, you had over 1,400 years left to live. You could not afford to squander it here. Alas, the four had already formed a blockade, thwarting your escape. Bang! You were struck in the chest by two mid-stage cultivators, sent flying backward, crashing harshly beside a cave. The four unleashed their full might. In the blink of an eye, you were killed 10 times over. Continue the slaughter, they commanded, relentless. What a bunch of insidious fiends, not even granting me a chance to speak. Boom! Unbeknownst to you, the four had dispatched you 80 times, leaving you with but a single life remaining. The young man approached you, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You are quite fortunate. Dear friend, T.O. possess a storage ring at such a humble stage of the first realm. He seized you by the neck. However, this fortune will soon belong to me. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a long whip flew in, ensnaring his neck and yanking fiercely. Thud! A head fell to the ground, and you stepped back, astonished by the scene unfolding before you. The other three had rushed to the young man's side, offering him no chance to resist, mercilessly attacking his body. Thus the young man met his demise again and again. Within mere seconds, all 81 of his lives were extinguished. Their speed in killing was astonishing. You had no opportunity to flee. These three were far too adept in their methods. They approached you silently. Now that this waste has been eliminated, our lives will be much improved. To them. The threat of a mid-stage first realm cultivator was significant. It was best to eliminate you while the opportunity presented itself. Brother, how shall we deal with him? The whip-wielding woman inquired, casting an expectant glance at the man in black. The woman and the man in black were both mid-stage first realm cultivators, while the youth in green was in the early stage, seemingly lacking any authority in the matter. Sister, since you have taken a liking to him, you may dispose of him as you please. Remember, it is imperative to eliminate him before today ends. Otherwise, too many variables may arise. The black-clad man replied with a smile, drawing a sword that pierced through your heart, swiftly diminishing your strength to nearly nothing. You collapsed weakly to the ground, unable to move, paralyzed by fear. The man in black seized your storage ring, effortlessly erasing your imprint and replacing it with his own true power. Such a pitiful waste. Observing the empty storage ring, the black-clad man's expression shifted. In this day and age, cultivation has become increasingly arduous. He departed silently. The woman sheathed her whip, removing her outer garment and draping it over you. Dear sir, what a stroke of luck it is to encounter you. Your face turned pale, miss. Before you could finish your sentence, consciousness slipped away. When you awoke, you found yourself lying in bed, devoid of your trousers. Moreover, your body felt exceedingly frail, stripped of all cultivation. The true power within you had nearly vanished, leaving only a few drops of heavenly essence. Dear sir, you are quite young, yet your physique leaves much to be desired. A sultry voice reached your ears as the woman fastened the last button of her attire and sat beside you. To serve as my furnace, dear sir, you shall have no regrets in death. Hua Baiha raised an eyebrow, producing her long whip. With a flick, the whip ensnared your head. Any final words? Your expression shifted. Miss Hua, I am on the brink of death. May I have but one last glance at my ring? You pleaded earnestly. Hua Baiha chuckled coldly. Not a chance. What if you attempt to play tricks with the ring? I have no desire to perish at your hands. You fell silent, then inquired. Miss Hua, are there other sacred grounds in the vicinity? If I were to have another life, I would prefer a different place to cultivate. Hua Baiha burst into laughter. Oh, little brother, is this not a fine place? To be frank, this has never been a sacred ground arranged by the four of us. Rather, it is an unclaimed sacred ground, where we sought refuge. She continued, from the signs nearby, it appears that no one has set foot here for at least a millennium. You are the first to enter this sacred ground. There is no spirit gathering formation here. It is merely the natural accumulation of the power of heaven and earth within this sacred ground. You understood. You continue to struggle. Miss Hua, I truly wish to see my ring once more. It is the last remnant my father left me. You begged pitifully. Look at me now, utterly devoid of cultivation. I pose no threat to you, as you spoke. You plucked out your own eyes and severed your limbs. Miss Hua, I beseech you, as a good person, do me this one favor. You could hold on no longer. An unprecedented weakness washed over you, and the world before your eyes faded to black. Time passed, though you could not discern how long. You felt a coldness in your palm. Who could resist the allure of Hua by his beauty? I, alas, cannot bear to see others plead before me. You grasped the storage ring. You perished on the bed. Lin Zhan continued to play with the head of the fat tiger. Invincible, simply astonishing. My dear brother, you have truly endured much hardship. Who would have thought that the version of myself within the simulator could achieve such feats? The sacrifices were immense. This simulation has concluded. You have acquired a first-grade true bone, mid-stage first-realm cultivation of the self-heavenly law. A storage ring, and 2 essence-gathering stones for the next 500 years. Will you inherit? Lin Zhan paused, examining it closely. The reward from this endeavor were indeed substantial. I shall inherit as soon as this idea emerged. An immense surge of true energy suddenly manifested within him, following the trajectory of the heavenly self-law, with one celestial cycle after another in motion. Lin Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He was undeniably powerful. Indeed, far too powerful. Regrettably, the application of true energy within the heavenly self-law was rather limited, with most offensive techniques being rather rudimentary, merely utilizing true energy to envelop his physical form to enhance his strength. There were none of the spells he had envisioned. Lin Zhan reached out, and a ring slowly materialized before him. It was the storage ring that Lin Yuan had given him during the simulation. Inside the ring were 2 crystals, exquisite beyond measure. These crystals were the very prophecies of the Kunlun demon sect, a legacy spanning 90,000 years. Relevant inscriptions adorned their surface. Ningxin stone. What significance does this name hold? Lin Zhan scrutinized every angle, yet he could discern nothing. Most importantly, he had managed to extract an identical item from the simulation into reality. The laws of conservation of mass, Murphy's law, the Pythagorean theorem. The parabolic laws. Had Einstein, Medusa, and Thanos ceased to exist? Lin Zhan was utterly perplexed. The year was 450 of the Shangtai era and 435 of the Shangtai era. Lin, let me witness your true worth next time. Lin Zhan remarked with a cold chuckle as he patted the head of the chubby tiger. After several chapters of anticipation, he vowed to utterly annihilate his foe this time, to wring him dry. And that flower, by he, using him as a furnace. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the elderly in poverty. Just you wait. After venting his frustrations, Lin Zhan continued to embrace the chubby tiger and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, attended by a host of maidservants, Lin Zhan donned his attire and completed his morning rituals. During breakfast, he sensed the familiar prying eyes from outside. The same old Taoist, munching on a chicken leg. At that moment, Lin Zhan was utterly indifferent. As a mid-stage cultivator, he could traverse this island with ease. The true Tao, Kunlun demon sect was not, but a triviality. He indulged in food and drink, reveling in the moment. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Zhan strolled out of the manor, meandering through the streets. Kaiyuan County was merely a small town, unremarkable in every aspect, devoid of any peculiarities. After a brief exploration, he lost interest and returned to the manor. Lin Zhan continued to relish his newfound strength. One must rise up in life. If one cannot rise, what worth is there? After enduring a grueling battle, Lin Zhan reclined comfortably on his bed as the night deepened. Obliterate just a single mid-stage cultivator. One would need to strike 81 times. One could only imagine the difficulty of defeating those formidable figures. Pulling the quilt tightly, Lin Zhan felt a wave of introspection. The future was boundless, and he too must strive for limitless progress. This moment, he was acutely aware that he had become ensnared in the web of countless simulations. His mental state was heavily influenced by a plethora of intricate memories. Day after day of arduous training and battles, it was nearly impossible for him to remain unaffected. After all, he had begun as an ordinary individual. To gain One must sacrifice. If this is the price of becoming stronger, he was willing to bear it. Whether it was the unremarkable security guard Lin Zhan of his past life or the bandit Lin Zhan of this world. Neither was resigned to mediocrity. He sought enough strength for self-preservation and enough to savor life as pleasures. This was the ultimate goal he relentlessly pursued. Yet there would always be higher peaks to scale. Achieving true invincibility was no simple feat. The stroke of midnight. Lin Zhan resolutely initiated the next simulation. On the first day, as you boldly stepped out of Kaiyuan County, the old Taoist feasting on a chicken leg blocked your path. Little one, where are you off to? With a single punch, you knocked him unconscious, then smeared a booger on his face. Humph, you perverted voyeur. You'll never get the chance to experience my elemental essence in this lifetime. It's as if you've devoured 8 lifetimes worth of KFC. After blowing your nose, you flicked the mucus onto him. True energy surged forth, lifting you into the air. Before dawn, you arrived at the gates of the true D-01 since your arrival. You made your way directly into the sacred grounds of the true Tao. Standing before the meditating Qin Wufeng, dressed in a Taoist robe, Qin Wufeng was lost in his training and could not be roused. With a swift motion, you sent him flying with a slap. Wake up. Qin Wufeng, bewildered, stared at you. You are Lin Zhan. He clutched his swollen cheek, at a loss for words. You retrieved a Ning Shun stone from your storage ring. Hand over what you have here. Qin Wufeng's eyes widened. How could you possibly possess this item? You lifted him by the collar. I suggest you hurry, otherwise I'll obliterate the entire true Tao right now. True energy streamed from your right hand. And Qin Wufeng trembled with fear. Although uncertain of your exact cultivation level, he sensed your overwhelming power. Wait. Qin Wufeng immediately conceded and hurried towards the innermost sanctum in this vast world. The Taoist legacy was paramount. 1 minute later, Qin Wufeng returned, utterly perplexed. He produced an identical Ning Shun stone, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? It makes no sense. You placed the 2 Ning Shun stones side by side. Truly remarkable. Perfectly matched, the 2 identical stones emitted no unique chemical reaction, continuing to glow as they illuminated the inscriptions. Lin Zhan, can you explain this? Qin Wufeng's face was filled with curiosity. I cannot. You glared at him before turning towards the Kunlun demon sect. Here, you effortlessly acquired another Ning Shun stone from Chu Buxiu. Holding 4 Ning Shun stones, you were still unable to comprehend the entirety of the situation. After settling matters, you brought the chubby tiger to the Great Summer. Jinhua Prefecture, Linen County, Ziyun City. This time, it was Lian's turn. Little brother, I'm eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The leader of the demon sect resurrected. Come forth. You discreetly took control of all the factions within Ziyun City. You watched as Li Chengza grew up, married, and had children. 15 years later, Lian was born. You swiftly snatched him away to your side. As for Li Chengza, after gifting him some properties, he cheerfully returned to father more children. While children were important, future children held greater significance. After all, it was Wei Junjie. Lian grew day by day, calling you daddy with great affection under your guidance, leaving you feeling quite strange. This what it feels like to accept a thief as a father. I'm utterly delighted. On the 19th year, Lian turned 4, that you kept a watchful eye on him, not missing a single detail. In March of the 19th year, while Lian was busy playing in the mud, he suddenly slipped and fell. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and resumed building. You had already observed everything and approached him from behind. Darling son, are you encountering difficulties? Lian remained silent, stubbornly continuing his construction. You chuckled. Son, life is long, and the road is vast. Come, let us have a heart-to-heart, a father-son talk. Silence reigned. I was like a golden deity. Don't be mute like a statue. You playfully extended a tendril of true energy, enveloping his form. My dear, you wouldn't want to die in my hands, would you? Li was momentarily stunned. Who are you? Does this have any significance? You anticipated my birth and laid out your plans in advance. Before Lian could finish his sentence, a Ning Shin stone fell to the ground. You gazed at him with a smile. I couldn't foresee all of this. Look, it's all clearly inscribed here. Ein fell silent again. After being forcibly restrained by the Ning Shin stone for 30 seconds, he turned to you. What exactly is your aim? We can collaborate. You pocketed the Ning Shun stone and sat on a nearby rock. Aims? I yearn to delve deeper, to acquire your method of cultivation and seize all opportunities that accompany it. You speak candidly. Yet this remains a mere test. You have already witnessed Qin Xian's caliber. What of Lin? Lin did not anticipate your forthrightness. He gazes at you coldly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. My strength surpasses yours. Hence I am prepared to indulge in a free meal. As you perceive that Lin is merely at the realm of the true person. You chuckle lightly, suggesting he might as well kill you outright. Even if this would squander a chance at revival, I shall not concede an inch. This revival. The situation is already quite apparent. First, Liam possesses the memories of his past life, and second, he can continue to be reborn. Noticing your murderous intent, Li An's expression shifts slightly, and he finally sighs. I know not how you have progressed to the mid-stage of the first realm in such an environment, but the true bone cannot be altered. Your singular true bone cannot sustain your cultivation to the highest realm. Even if the remaining 1,900 years were spent in cultivation, a breakthrough to the third realm is unattainable. Lian chuckles. Thus, I advise you to relinquish the desire to cultivate and simply accept your fate. Unperturbed, you reply. That is no concern of yours. I only require a true method that will allow me to ascend to a higher realm. The method of self-cultivation can only reach the perfection of the second realm. Yet your limits are not confined to the second realm. Ian regards you intently. Very well. I can offer you a true method. A method capable of reaching the perfection of the ninth realm. What will you offer in exchange? Exchange, you retract your true essence, inquiring. What is it that you desire? From this moment forth, you shall protect my path for 11 years. And after that time, I shall depart from this place. During this period, I shall diligently guide your cultivation. How does that sound? 11 years. Is it not the same age as when he was 15? You recall the sudden disappearance of Lin Yuan during the last simulation. It seems this juncture in time is quite intriguing. Deal. But how can I be assured that the true method you bestow upon me harbors no hidden agendas? I am somewhat wary of preserving my life. Ian shakes his head. I do not deceive. Let us do this. We can establish a destiny contract, witnessed by the forces of heaven and earth. Should either party fail to uphold their end of the bargain, they shall be met with annihilation, their souls scattered. Destiny contract. You possess a vague recollection of this concept. There were a line or two mentioned within the self-cultivation method, emphasizing its formidable binding power. Indeed, a valuable instrument in no problem. Let us proceed. We shall sign the contract at once. Ian brushes off the dirt from his attire, gazing into the distance. Signing a destiny contract naturally requires a location imbued with the forces of heaven and earth. Very well, in the 19th year. You escort Lian away from the island, setting your sights on the nearest auspicious land. This time, your course is northward. Aboard the vessel, Lian continuously imparts various survival experiences and cultivation techniques. While observing the retreating scenery around him, his expression is decidedly complex. Although you do not comprehend his motivations, you find joy in the learning that in the 20th year, you journey northward, finally arriving at an island by year's end. This place is significantly smaller than that of the Great Summer, yet it brims with the forces of heaven and earth. Ian takes a deep breath, his face reflecting nostalgia. It has been 100,000 years. How drastically things have changed. 100,000 years. You squint, remaining silent. Let us commence. Ian extends his hand, summoning a vast amount of heaven and earth's power, which subsequently transforms into a white crystal, only to be crushed by him. The crystal shatters into fragments, coalescing into a line of text. Lin Bai pledges to provide Lin Zhan with a method for cultivation to the perfection of the ninth realm. Devoid of any adverse effects, Lin Zhan commits to safeguarding Lin Bai for 10 years, during which he will do his utmost to ensure Lin Bai's safety, while Lin Bai shall wholeheartedly assist and advise Lin Zhan's cultivation. This encapsulates the entirety of the contract. All text is formed from the power of heaven and earth, which serves as the foundation of all, wielding immense binding authority over all cultivators. Lin by your true name? Lin Zhan suddenly inquires, finding the name peculiar. Indeed, Lin by then extends his hand, marking the contract with his true essence, and you follow suit, leaving your own trace. As the text vanishes, you simultaneously experience an unusual sense of pressure, as though a formidable entity is scrutinizing you. Here you go. With the contract concluded, Lin by exhales in relief and swiftly transmits a segment of information into your mind. The Wheel C secret method. That is the name of this true method. Within it, aside from the specific cultivation techniques, there is a wealth of foundational knowledge regarding cultivation, even an introduction to this world, broadening your horizons. There are a total of 15 realms in the path of cultivation, each granting an extension of life by 1,000 years. Goodness, that is an abundance. I refer to the realms. Furthermore, this world is astonishingly called the Starry Sea. The Starry Sea is divided into 5 major regions: the East Sea, South Frontier, West Desert, North Plains, and Central Continent. A prophecy passed down from the true Tao states that the Central Continent is the very heart of the Starry Sea, that I currently reside in a remote corner of the East Sea, a secluded nook. With this newfound understanding, your perspective has been elevated immensely. Simultaneously, your curiosity regarding Lin Bai's identity intensifies. What kind of cultivation method could grant one the 9th realm? What might his own cultivation be? Under Lin Bai's guidance, you diligently engage in your practice. In the 25th year, your cultivation shows no signs of progress. It appears that the singular true bone is indeed lacking. Why the 30th year? Your cultivation remains stagnant. That same year, the contract's duration has come to an end. While you are in the midst of your training, you suddenly sense a powerful force. In the next moment, a figure clad in black. With an icy demeanor, Lin Bai stands before you. You cease your practice, silently observing him. This moment, Lin Bai is utterly transformed. He slowly raises a hand. Lin Zhan, I shall unveil to you a higher, more exquisite vista. Thus you shall have no regrets in death. You had anticipated this and were well prepared. Somewhat regrettable, you muse softly. What is there to regret? It is regrettable that I did not sign a longer contract with you. Ha ha! Lin Bai laughs derisively. Do you truly believe that a so-called destiny contract could bind me? Very well, it is time for you to embark on your journey. That he stepped closer to you. However, I am still quite curious. What secrets do you harbor? To achieve mid-stage in the 1st realm before 30 years of age with but a singular true bone is quite remarkable. His power surges forth, enveloping your consciousness. Your memories begin to be siphoned away. You fall into a state of stupor. Why is it all blank? Lin Bai gazes at you incredulously. Impossible. You are merely at the 1st realm. It is inconceivable that you could block my soul searching. He intensifies his efforts, but yields no results. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's memories are being forcibly extracted. The simulator's hidden mechanisms have been activated. The host will perish in 3 seconds. 3.2.1 that you have died. Lin Zhan's eyes widen in disbelief. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Lin Bai's identity is too fantastical. In hindsight, it feels as though a mystery has opened the door to another mystery. An enigma magnified. As for the simulator's hidden mechanisms, he is not surprised. After all, the simulator was created to provide him with an edge, and a multitude of hidden features were embedded during its coding. The current simulation has concluded. You have acquired the Wheel C secret method and 2 concentration stones. You wish to inherit them? Lin Zhan is taken aback for 2 seconds. Ultimately, he shakes his head. No. Lin Bai is far too enigmatic. Judging by his final words, the destiny contract seemed ineffective against him. It is hard to guarantee that he would not retain some hidden means within the cultivation method. Though a simulation has been squandered, acquiring additional information is still acceptable. Lying in bed, Lin Zhan remains unable to comprehend. Something is amiss. In the previous simulations, the combat prowess of Lin Bai and Xin Xian had not been so absurd. I vaguely recall that when he sought Lin Bai for martial arts techniques at the age of 70, Lin Bai exhibited the demeanor of an ordinary martial artist of the Jianghu. Chapter 8. He even resorted to a dagger for murder. It was hardly this outrageous. Moreover, by then, the 15-year limit had already passed, yet the two continued to navigate the Jianghu. Upon careful contemplation, Lin Zhan realized that all these changes occurred only after his own strength had notably increased. Following his enhancement, he was immediately met with an assassination attempt by Xia, which was swiftly followed by various plots from Jin Yidao. It was also at that juncture that Qin Xian's father transformed into his own self. The depths of this world are too profound for me to traverse. Lin Zhan shook his head, concluding that it would be more prudent to focus on cultivating his own path. Neither Qin Xian nor Lin Bai were adversaries one could easily manipulate within a short span of time. As night transitioned into day, after experiencing the mundane aspects of life, Lin Zhan reclined on his bed, tucking his feet comfortably against the belly of Fat Tiger, and blissfully closed his eyes. First, he aimed to elevate his cultivation to its pinnacle. The utmost limit of the self-realization technique was the peak of the second realm. Thus, he resolved to strive for that pinnacle. On the first day, as he stealthily made his escape, he cast a glance at the elderly Taoist sleeping in a tree. This time, instead of bestowing his bodily fluids upon him, he chose to let out a fart aimed directly at him. Puffed, the old Taoist slept soundly. Standing tall in satisfaction, he mused, "Young man, you are the only ordinary person in this world with the chance to experience the farts of a cultivator. Surely, you must awaken laughing even in your dreams." As the night deepened, he directly stepped into the forbidden grounds of Zhanidao. Though unaware of the purpose of the concentration stone, he thought, why not seize it first? After a few threats, he succeeded, leaving Qin woofing with a pig-like visage. The following day, he acquired a similar stone from Chu Buxiu. That night, he effortlessly struck down Li Chengze, remarking, "You need not die, as long as the little brother is gone." Before departing, he sighed wistfully that on the third day, he journeyed northward. The subsequent year, he successfully arrived at the blessed land from his previous simulation. Immersed in the rich energies of heaven and earth, he felt exhilarated. After exploring the small island, he discovered a cave, dwelling, and commenced earnest cultivation. Time passed swiftly as he diligently practiced day after day, without a moment's respite. By the 10th year, he had made no progress in his cultivation. A century later, there was slight improvement, yet it was not near the threshold of a breakthrough. This pattern persisted into the 2nd and 3rd centuries, remaining unchanged. However, in the 4th century, he finally broke through. Stepping into the late stage of the first realm in one breath, he sensed the utter futility of his true bones. A profound melancholy washed over him. Can true bones never change? Is it truly unchangeable? He recalled the yin-yang infinite, which could alter one's aptitude, and began to delve deeply into research. He resolved to create a similar technique. In the 500th year, he continued his relentless training, persistently crafting martial arts techniques. In the 501st year, though a twinge of regret lingered, he also felt a sense of relief. During the last simulation at this very time, Lin Yuan had suddenly appeared, bestowing upon him techniques, true bones, and tiger whip wind. It seemed this time their roles had reversed, and he had eluded Lin Yuan's grasp. Without external support, his path of cultivation was destined to be fraught with obstacles. Yet a lingering wariness remained in his heart regarding Lin Yuan. Caution was imperative. In the 600th year, while engrossed in his training, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura approach the island. Alert, he exited his cave, only to encounter a grievously injured woman of stunning beauty, advancing towards him step by step. "Help me," she exclaimed upon sensing his gaze. Observing the long whip coiled around her waist, he felt a peculiar expression take shape. He approached for a closer inspection and realized that this woman was indeed Hua Baihe, whom he had encountered during the last simulation. Her dual cultivation technique was evident, the bull's delight technique. The name of this technique escaped his lips involuntarily. Impressive. This dual cultivation method was undeniably powerful. Engaging with a female cultivator would allow one to absorb all her cultivation, thereby amplifying one's own strength. The technique's limit was the second realm's perfection. Casting a glance at the battered and weary Hua Baihe, he hesitated. Never mind. If I don't enter hell, who will? Fate had led him to cross paths with her, and thus he took her into the cave. That a quarter hour later, he mastered the bull technique and began the process. Although Hua Baihe was merely at the mid-stage of the first realm, the encounter would elevate his power, even if it did not lead to a breakthrough. After a vigorous effort, he succeeded. At the final moment, Hua Baihe's strength surged into his body, significantly boosting his cultivation to the peak of the late first realm. drawing him tantalizingly close to perfection. Cough, cough, cough. While Baiha stirred awake, he grasped her whip and, grinning, inquired, "Leader, do you have any final words? Speak freely, and I shall assist." Hua Baiha, incensed, was taken aback by shamelessness, seizing the opportunity to exploit her. "You shall not escape unscathed." Before she could finish, he yanked the long whip, ending her life. Avalokiteshvara, gate, gate, Paragate, he recited the Heart Sutra to her, then extending his hand, unleashed his true power, subsequently slaying her 35 times. Hua Baiha was truly dead, seemingly having faced numerous deaths prior to this encounter. He tidied the cave, finding no further cultivation resources on her. In the 610th year, as he continued practicing, he sensed yet another unfamiliar aura. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a man clad in black, who coldly regarded him. "Do you know of a person named Hua Baiha?" He shook his head. "What Hua Baiha?" "Hua Muden? Hua Kaiwei. I'm no gardener." It appeared this man was the same as in the previous simulation, also Hua Baiha's elder brother. "Friend, you are lying," the black-clad man sighed. "Then let us engage in battle." The two, both at the late stage of the First Realm, were evenly matched. After a prolonged struggle, neither sustained a fatal blow, and their protective auras remained intact. But a day later, he unleashed a final, powerful attack that struck the opponent fiercely. A torrent of true power erupted, transforming into a resplendent lily. The black-clad man flicked his wrist, sending forth a flying dagger, trailed by 10-meter-long black snakes. Buzz! They both staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. Grievously wounded, the black-clad man coughed blood, unsteadily rising, then plunged a dagger into his heart, dying instantly. Yet moments later, he resurrected, staring at Lin Zhan with an odd expression. "You killed Hua Baiha?" the black-clad man queried. Lin Zhan shook his head. "I do not know any Hua Baiha." This man seemed to be Hua Baiha's elder brother, and in the face of deep-seated enmity, caution was essential. Not deny it. "Your earlier move has exposed you. That lily was the signature technique of the bull technique." The black-clad man sat down heavily, casting him a disdainful glance. "To kill yet not admit it. You truly are inept." Lin Zhan smirked. "If I did not commit the act, why should I confess? Are you not bullying the honest?" The black-clad man was rendered speechless. "Friend, Hua Baiha took something from me. Something that can unlock a treasure trove filled with abundant cultivation resources that we could collaborate, ensuring mutual benefit. Hand over Hua Baiha's corpse, and we shall seek the treasure together, sharing the resources and achieving the perfection of the First Realm." The black-clad man gazed at him earnestly. What a remarkable proposition. It seemed he intended to delve into the treasure map. He was no Han Pao Pao, and venturing into such risks was fraught with danger, especially given his lack of experience. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I can give you the corpse, but as for the treasure hunt, that will be another matter." The black-clad man's brows furrowed. "What does my friend desire? What do you possess?" "Genuine techniques, elixirs, arrays, talismans." You recounted everything you could imagine. The man in black was rendered speechless. "Friend, I possess a genuine technique that can lead one to the pinnacle of the Third Realm." He began. "Not enough," you replied, "that I also have a genuine weapon seed. Once refined, it can be cultivated into a personal genuine weapon. This is my utmost sincerity." You chuckled. This time, lacking the secret methods of the Wheel C and possessing only limited knowledge of the foundational concepts of the cultivation realm. You naturally were unaware of what a personal genuine weapon entailed. However, seeing the pained expression on his face indicated it was indeed something remarkable. "Still insufficient," you declared, preparing to up the ante, convinced the lad had more valuable items. The man in black stiffened, his fists clenched. "Friend, do not push your luck." You ignored him. After a moment of silence, he withdrew a thumb-sized white crystal from his pocket. "Friend, here are 30 genuine crystals. All of first rank, quite suitable for our cultivation. After refining them all, you will surely achieve the completion of the First Realm." You sensed a rich essence of genuine power within these crystals. "Interesting, is this the currency of trade in this world? Similar to spirit stones, perhaps." "Agreed," you said. "This fellow had been squeezed dry. Pushing too far might leave you with nothing." Regrettably, Bai had nothing on her, and you had already searched her corpse for quite some time. The young man in black then produced a fist-sized stone and a small black booklet. "Friend, let us trade." You nodded and pointed to a stone by the seaside. "The corpse lies just below. Wish you luck." You utilized your genuine power to collect the techniques, genuine crystals, and weapon seed, returning to your cave abode. Soon, you could no longer sense the presence of the man in black. It seemed he had departed. TSK, the bond of brotherhood appears rather shallow. You began your cultivation with the 30 genuine crystals, refining the weapon seed and the genuine technique, named the triple art of the wild earth. The genuine crystals proved to be immensely powerful. Cultivators draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, transforming them into genuine power, while the genuine crystals contained pure genuine power, thus eliminating the need for such transformation that a month later, you had refined all 30 genuine crystals. Formally breaking through and entering the completion of the first realm, initial, middle, late, and completion. The next step was the second realm. You retrieved the weapon seed and the triple art of the wild earth. Beginning the refinement and modification of the technique, in the 611th year, you successfully modified the technique, mastering a portion of the offensive capabilities of the triple art of the wild earth. Coupled with your prior understanding of the self-method of heaven and earth, your strength grew even greater. The weapon seed was undergoing refinement day and night, but progress was slow as you were still exploring its specific applications. In the 650th year, your cultivation made no progress, nor did the weapon seed show any change. In the 700th year, though your cultivation did not break through, the weapon seed became more attuned to your genuine power. Having now integrated into your body and ready to be summoned at by the 800th year, your cultivation had advanced, and the weapon seed had been thoroughly refined. Under your control, the weapon seed transformed into a longbow, utilizing genuine power as arrows, boasting formidable attack strength. In the 900th year, you were still in training. In the 1000th year, nothing had changed. In the 1001st year, you gained some insights. One night, your cultivation officially broke through, entering the initial stage of the second realm. Your strength saw a significant enhancement. Your lifespan increased by 1,000 years, leaving you with about 1,800 years remaining. After entering the second realm, your survivability greatly improved. Now, to completely kill you, one would need to slay you 162 times within a single day, aside from your lifespan and the required number of kills. Other changes were minimal. Cultivation was lonely and tedious, yet thoughts of giving up never crossed your mind. In the 1002nd year, the next day, while engaged in cultivation, you suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Exiting your cave, you beheld the man in black from 590 years ago. He approached with a cruel smile gracing his face. "I never imagined you would indeed break through to the second realm. Friend, sitting idly in this remote place for 590 years, you truly possess remarkable patience." Just as you were about to speak, the man in black charged at you. "Friend, prepare to die. Remember, the one who seeks your demise is named Hua Qianma." Hua Qianma descended upon you, and you felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. In an instant, the man's unimaginable strength crushed you to death. Leaving you a mere puddle of flesh, you revived, but the moment was fleeting. You lived and died in quick succession. You were killed by Hua Qianma 100 times, and he continued to slay you 162 times. This simulation has concluded. You have obtained the initial stage of the second realm, Wang Tu triple art, the genuine technique of Niu Huan Shigong, a first-rank genuine weapon, unnamed, and 2 concentration stones. Will you inherit these? Yes. The power of Lin Zhan surged once more. As he contemplated the 2 genuine techniques in his mind, his interest grew exponentially, especially in Niu Huan Shigong. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. With a thought, he grasped a peculiar black longbow. Its form strikingly odd. This is a genuine weapon. Lin Zhan squeezed it firmly. The feel was quite satisfactory. Being a bow, it deserved a fitting name. Given its size and color, why not call it Big Black? Thus, a delightful decision was made. With the bow in his left hand and the string in his right, genuine power flowed into Big Black effortlessly. He gently drew back, and a beam of black light coalesced in his grasp. Satisfied with the arrow's attack power, Lin Zhan deemed the simulation a success. The arduous cultivation was still too slow. Lying on his bed, Lin Zhan's thoughts wandered, and he suddenly contemplated many things. With his current strength, he could seize all resources. The only uncertainty lay with Lin Yuan. This enigmatic father figure was too mysterious. Moreover, was he truly his father? The mere thought of that name filled Lin Zhan with a sense of being ensnared in a scheme. Lin Yuan, Lin Bai. Could these two individuals be related? He patted Fat Tiger's rear, bewildered. Yet this did not hinder him from being a sloth in reality. He resumed his music and dance, enjoying yet another day. Lin Zhan had made up his mind that he would make one final contact with Lin Yuan, and if anything seemed amiss, he would abandon the endeavor. At midnight, he commenced the simulation punctually on the first day. You swiftly accomplished all tasks, including teasing the old Taoist, robbing Qin Wufeng and Chu Buxiu, and acquiring 2 concentration stones. Your total of concentration stones had now reached 8. In the Great Xia, you casually eliminated Li Chengza. On the second day, you departed the island, journeying westward. By the second year, you arrived at the island where you had trained during the previous simulation. You randomly selected a spot and began your arduous cultivation. In the 10th year, progress was slow, and you also researched Yin-Yang Wujing, attempting to create a technique to alter genuine bones. In the first 100 years, progress was minimal. In the second 100 years, the situation remained unchanged. In the third 100 years, it was the same. In the fourth 100 years, business as usual. In the 480th year, after years of diligent training, you finally broke through a minor realm, entering the mid-stage of the second realm. At this pace, to reach the late stage of the second realm would require at least 1,000 years. You were unconcerned. This time, you prepared for something grand. In the 498th year. Calculating the time, it was time to confront your enigmatic father. You set off eastward without pause. In the 499th year, you returned to the island, heading straight for Kaiyuan County. Upon entering, you sensed a familiar aura. Within the estate where you once lived, a white tiger basked leisurely in the sun. You approached and playfully slapped him. Fat Tiger, have you missed me? Fat Tiger lay on the ground, looking utterly perplexed at you. Master? You pinched his mouth. It's been nearly 500 years. How are you still at the pinnacle of the heavenly phenomenon? In a moment of incredulity, Fat Tiger flicked his tail and nonchalantly proclaimed, "Cultivating is far too exhausting. All I desire is to lounge and repose. This fellow, indeed, is more lethargic than oneself, utterly indifferent in the absence of external pressures. You have taken residence in the manor." Relishing the 500th year alongside Fat Tiger on this particular day, while diligently practicing the art of oxen cultivation with ordinary folk, you're suddenly enveloped by an unusual aura. Both you and Fat Tiger sense it concurrently. Hastily emerging from the courtyard to gaze skyward, lo and behold, it is he, strikingly handsome, breathtakingly so. You gaze at him entranced. Lin Yuan, clad in white, descends from the heavens, regarding you with a look of skepticism. "Kid, what have you been up to all these years? How did you manage this?" He continues, bewildered. "This place is merely a desolate wasteland, devoid of any earthly power. How have you transcended to the second realm? Even though I've taken your true bones, how can you still cultivate?" His mind is awash with perplexities. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before?" You shoot Lin Yuan a glare, having prepared yourself for the worst. Fearless in the face of uncertainty, Lin Yuan, momentarily stifled by your audacious demeanor, remarks, "I didn't anticipate such an achievement from you." Truly, everyone has their own fortunes. The universe is fraught with uncertainties, and destiny cannot be sought. With a sigh laden with sentiment, he adds, "Kid, this is what I owe you." He places a hand on your shoulder, casting a wistful glance your way, before producing a storage ring. Within this, you will find some cultivation resources. They are all yours. I hope you do not abandon your path, even if but a glimmer of opportunity remains. With that, Lin Yuan vanishes, leaving you unable to detect his presence despite your efforts. Who is this enigmatic figure? You examine the storage ring, noting its striking resemblance to the one you had hidden away. Indeed, in order to avoid drawing attention, you had concealed your own storage ring. After marking it with your true energy imprint, you glance at its contents. What a treasure! You discover 1,000 jars of tiger whip wine, over 1,000 true crystals, and a plethora of elixirs. Your excitement surges. Farewell, fat tiger. After bidding him adieu, you set forth towards the north. Along the way, you begin to utilize the true crystals, tiger whip wine, and elixirs to exponentially enhance your strength to be the 510th year. You have flawlessly refined the medicinal properties of the 1,000 jars of tiger whip wine. This process is markedly different from merely consuming the wine. You have extracted every ounce of its value. Your cultivation has surged to the pinnacle of the mid-second realm, with a faint hint of a breakthrough on the horizon. Seizing the moment, by the 515th year, you expend 1,000 true crystals. The effects are commendable. Upon their complete refinement, you break through to the late second realm. You are now stronger than ever. You retrieve the remaining elixirs, each bearing descriptions. Most are designed to enhance strength, albeit with significant side effects. Nevertheless, this matters little, for the deaths of cultivators are numerous, rendering such concerns trivial. Consequently, in this world, elixirs meant for restoring true energy are exceedingly scarce, as they are often deemed unnecessary. What does it matter if your true energy is depleted? A swift demise, followed by a complete revival, suffices. Aside from 30 elixirs, each with varying side effects, the remainder serves to assist in cultivation and proves quite effective. By the 516th year, you arrive at the island developed during your 17th simulation. It was here that you had perished at the hands of 3 cultivators, accompanied by Hua Baihe. Upon reaching the island, you conduct a thorough exploration, discovering no formations or signs of habitation, confirming Hua Baihe's assertions. This place has always been an unclaimed paradise. As you are aware, areas devoid of earthly power are deemed wastelands, while those infused with such power are considered paradises. The concentration of earthly power here exceeds that of the Western paradise by more than double. You engage in cultivation, utilizing the elixirs in conjunction with the surrounding earthly energy. Gradually enhancing your prowess to by the 520th year, you have exhausted your stock of cultivation elixirs, resulting in significant advancement. However, you remain distant from the pinnacle of the late second realm. Taking a deep breath, you continue to refine the earthly energy, diligently striving for progress to by the 525th year. While in the midst of your practice, you perceive 4 unfamiliar auras that a smile creeps upon your face. Hua Baihe, Hua Qianma, this time, you shall all perish. You emerge from your dwelling, scrutinizing them from several thousand meters away. Hua Qianma and Hua Baihe are both in the mid-first realm, while the youth in green is at the early first realm. The young man leading the group is at the late first realm. To you, they pose little threat. Positioned beneath a tree, you draw forth the mighty Dehe and knock an arrow. Dark energy coalesces within your grasp. With a cold smirk, you release your grip. Whoosh! An arrow, swirling with dark energy, hurtles through the air, aimed directly at the white-clad youth ahead. Who goes there? The white-clad youth reacts, yet his speed proves insufficient. The arrow pierces through his protective true light, embedding itself deep within his heart. Without hesitation, you unleash several more arrows at lightning speed, this time targeting all present. Beware, there is someone here. Run! The white-clad youth bellows, and the 4 hastily retreat. Yet, as they flee, they find themselves repeatedly struck by your arrows, each arrow claiming a life. After several minutes, your true energy is nearly depleted, while the 4 have only managed to cover a mere 10 meters. Having lost 81 lives down to just a few, you strike your chest with a palm, opting for self-termination. Upon revival, your true energy surges anew, and you continue the pursuit that a few minutes later, all have come to a halt. At this moment, they are left with but a single life each. Spare us, esteemed elder. They plead that we did not intend to intrude upon your domain. This is all a misunderstanding. The white-clad youth kneels in supplication. We were unaware that this paradise had an owner. You step forth from behind the tree, releasing an arrow that pierces the thigh of the white-clad youth, inflicting grave injury. You then incapacitate Hua Qianma and the youth in green. Among the 4, only Hua Baihe remains unscathed. You approach the fort, surrender all your resources, and I may allow you to retain a single life. You brandish Dehe, delivering a cold threat. Please, esteemed elder, do not act impulsively. We shall comply. The white-clad youth hastily retrieves a handful of true crystals from his pocket. You glance at them, estimating around 100, all of first-tier quality. The others follow suit, contributing a total of 180 true crystals. These individuals are rather impoverished. You move closer to the white-clad youth. Young man, honesty is paramount. I sense you possess more. You release another arrow, piercing his other leg. The white-clad youth, racked with pain, produces a shimmering true crystal. Esteemed elder, this is all I have left, a second-tier true crystal. I hope you will spare me. You accept the second-tier true crystal, noting its exceptional quality, refining it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Excellent. I find this agreeable. You are a commendable ally. I, Lin Zhan, shall grant you a reprieve today. You smile as your gaze shifts to the remaining 3. Their expressions shift in trepidation. At this critical juncture, Hua Qianma suddenly interjects. Esteemed elder, my sister possesses a treasure key that can unlock a 4-realm inheritance. Instantly, all eyes turn to him. A 4-realm inheritance. No wonder this lad exhibited such strength last time. You exclaim, severing one of his ears with true energy. Then hand it over, post-haste. Hua Qianma hastily signals to his sister. Reluctantly, Hua Baihe reaches into her garments, ultimately producing a smooth stone inscribed with peculiar, enigmatic patterns, a veritable mystery. You seize the stone, examining it closely. What is this peculiar scent? Where has this woman hidden the key? After a thorough inspection, you find no discernible secrets. Come now, I'm confident you possess more treasures. You insist, in our dealings, honesty is essential. Hua Qianma is on the verge of tears. Esteemed elder, I truly have nothing left. It appears that at this moment he has yet to acquire the true martial arts. You gaze at the final youth clad in blue. Senior, my strength is feeble. Truly, before he could finish his sentence, you crushed his body beneath your foot that do not thank me. This world is utterly revolting. Your demise is, in fact, a form of liberation, pondering while stroking your chin. You continued, now, the 3 of you, relinquish your genuine techniques. The trio hastily produced their treasures. The white-clad youth unveiled a formidable technique known as the Supreme Emotionless Record, which sound impressive but can only be practiced to the initial stage of the second realm, rendering it inferior to his own heaven and earth unity technique. The true method of Hua Qianma was an all-encompassing scripture that could be cultivated to the latter stage of the second realm, yet remained quite ineffective. Hua Baihe's technique was nothing special, merely mediocre. After collecting the 3 techniques, you sighed lightly. Lin Zhan, keep my word. Shifting your gaze, you turn to Hua Qianma. Young man, you have yet to disclose the precise location of the treasure to me. Senior, I can reveal it, but you must promise not to harm us. Very well. Lin Zhan, vow that if you reveal the location of the 4th realm inheritance treasure, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, let me perish and suffer eternally. Hua Qianma exhaled in relief. Having sworn on his true name, he believed all would be well now. Senior, the treasure lies on an island 300,000 miles to the north, specifically beneath a stone inscribed with golden runes. The key will grant access to the treasure. You nodded. You are all good children. You have performed admirably, and I am quite pleased. Lin Zhan, I'm a man of my word. Once spoken, my promise is as unyielding as a horse driven by the bit. Upon hearing your assurance, the 3 felt a weight lift from their hearts. Suddenly, in the next moment, you struck, conjuring 2 swords from your true energy, piercing through the hearts of the white-clad man and Hua Qianma. You are untrustworthy. The one you made a promise to was Lin Zhan, but I am Lin Zhan. Rest assured, I, Lin Zhan, am a man of my word. I speak with integrity, while Lin Zhan does not. You smiled as you extinguished their final breaths, then seized Hua Baihe. Senior Lin, please spare me. Hua Baihe struggled in vain, unable to fathom that such shamelessness could exist in this world. Fear not, I Lin Zhan, am known for my compassion and indecision. Many refer to me as Saint Mother. With a sigh, you dragged Hua Baihe toward a nearby cave. Senior, what do you intend to do? Of course, after a series of maneuvers. You shot Hua Baihe with an arrow. With the demise of Hua Baihe, your strength experienced a slight enhancement, reaching the pinnacle of the second realm. breaking through to complete mastery. You meticulously dealt with the corpses of the four, beginning to refine the second-tier true crystals in your possession, along with 180 first-tier true crystals. Through studying the cultivation techniques of others, you had come to understand the hierarchy of true crystals. In the realm of cultivation, regardless of the beings involved, the terminology for realms remained consistent. As for other true crystals, medicinal pills, and true weapons, they were classified into first and second tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the value and effectiveness. By the 530th year, you had refined all the true crystals, achieving a sudden breakthrough to complete mastery of the second realm. With the first-tier true weapon in hand, your power surged even further. By the 550th year, however, your cultivation showed no signs of advancement. You retrieved the key obtained from Hua Baihe, hesitating over whether to embark on the journey. If Hua Qianma, at the late stage of the first realm, could succeed, surely you at the pinnacle of the second realm could as well. After a decade of contemplation, you resolved to take the risk. That same year, you journeyed northward, calculating distances while studying the principles of yin and yang, granting yourself no respite. By the 590th year, after overcoming numerous challenges, you successfully arrived at the island described by Hua Qianma. The spiritual energy of this realm was dense and exceedingly suitable for cultivation. You stowed away 2 storage rings, warily surveying your surroundings, key in hand, as you approached the site of the inheritance. 3 days later, you cautiously reached your destination. You located the stone inscribed with golden runes and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, you discovered markings that perfectly accommodated the key. You refrained from acting immediately, for you sensed several unfamiliar presences nearby. Fellow cultivator, what brings you here? Noticing your stillness, several figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding you. In total, there were 8 individuals, each a master of at least the mid-second realm, among whom 3 had reached complete mastery of the second realm. We heard that a precious treasure has manifested here and sought to try our luck. You offered a casual excuse. The 8 regarded you coldly. Fellow cultivator, do you know something? I've heard it said that a former ancestor of the Hua family lies buried here, a master of the fourth realm. The Hua family perished 5 centuries ago, yet many direct descendants still survive. Could you, perhaps, be a descendant of the Hua family? The 8 closed in, forming an encirclement, a Hua family legacy? No wonder Hua Qianma was able to procure items from here. It turns out they're all of the same K. In such a scenario, it was highly probable that you would be unable to obtain any inheritance. You drew your great bow, focusing your gaze on the 3 women opposite you, 1 at complete mastery of the second realm, and 2 at the later stage, that if you could subdue them, the advantages would be plentiful. It would merely be a matter of killing and plundering, so why not strike directly? Without hesitation, you charged forward. Over the centuries, you had mastered numerous offensive techniques, and, combined with your true weapon, your combat prowess was unmatched, rendering you unafraid of them. The 8 engaged you in battle. True energy attacks erupted around you as you continuously loosed arrows, claiming several lives in mere seconds. Yet, outnumbered and with the ability to revive through self-sacrifice, you gradually found yourself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, you swiftly evaded, snatching a mid-second realm woman and making a hasty retreat, your speed unparalleled. You scoundrel, return my wife. 1 mid-second realm man's expression shifted dramatically as he pursued you with fervor. A chase ensued. You dashed toward the sea, the 7 hot on your heels. Yet your resolve was unwavering. You would never relinquish the woman in your grasp, and you fought desperately to escape. 3 days later, you found yourselves over the ocean, a distance away from the site of the fourth realm inheritance. In midair, you suddenly steadied yourself, ceasing your flight. The 7 appeared puzzled. Are you not returning? Do you not fear that my brother will seize all the treasures? You spoke with a smile. The 7's expressions changed. This ploy to lure the tiger from its lair was highly probable. If they were indeed members of the Hua family, they could very well be the first to obtain the inheritance. After a moment of hesitation, the 7 made a swift decision. 5th brother, the 7th sister is in your care. We shall return for the treasure. You must hold your ground. The 6 turned their gazes to a young man, the husband of the woman in your arms. The 5th brother struggled. Elder brother, you jest. The treasure site is fraught with peril. Without me, your chances of success are slim. I will accompany you. What nonsense. At this juncture, your wife holds no more value than resources. The elder brother's expression darkened. Fifth brother, she is still your wife. This is inappropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Elder brother, Shin Shui, you will understand my position. Will you not? The fifth brother looked at the woman in your embrace. You wretched woman! After being captured by a wild man for so long, I am thoroughly disgusted. Such a tainted woman was not worth his time. The seven swiftly reached a consensus, promptly retracing their steps, leaving only you two upon the ocean's surface. The air was eerily silent. The woman in your arms wore a gloomy expression. Fifth brother, you're truly pragmatic. After 3 centuries together, this is how it ends? What a farce this South Cloud Island 8 immortals. Laughable in the face of profit. You chuckle, for this situation suited your desires perfectly. Come, my dear, your husband no longer wants you, but I shall. In the latter stages of the second realm, you should be able to transcend your current limitations. In the year 591, you arrived at an island with a woman named Shin Shui, where the abundance of celestial energy still thrived, making it a rather favorable location. After a period of observation, you found no other cultivators present. Following a session of cultivation, you emerged from your cave dwelling, now possessing 10 second-tier true crystals and 1,000 first-tier true crystals, along with numerous elixirs for your practice. More significantly, after harvesting Shun Shui's cultivation, you had reached the pinnacle of the second realm, drawing ever closer to the third realm. Gazing up at the sky, you scattered the bones from your storage ring upon the ground, letting the wind carry them away, before returning to your cave to continue your training. This time, you were resolute in your determination to break through to the third realm. In the year 595, having consumed a significant portion of your cultivation resources, you were on the verge of a breakthrough. By 596, having ingested all available auxiliary elixirs, your cultivation had indeed surpassed the threshold, entering the early stages of the third realm. In the third realm, should anyone wish to kill you, they would need to do so 324 times within a single day. Moreover, your lifespan had been extended by another 1,000 years. You meticulously attuned to your current state, swiftly familiarizing yourself with and solidifying your newfound powers. To by 597, you had mastered all your abilities, and upon continuing your training, you realized that the first-tier true crystals were no longer effective, leaving only 3 second-tier true crystals to aid in your advancement. Additionally, the celestial energy surrounding you had proven futile. No matter how you absorbed or refined it, your cultivation could not progress. In utter perplexity, you redirected your focus towards the fourth realm legacy, deciding that a visit to the treasures of the Hua family was in order. Just as you prepared to embark, 7 figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the island. Those same 7 individuals who had previously pursued you. Among them was a man clad in a purple robe, his complexion ashen and devoid of color. With a single strike, he shattered his own skull, only to regenerate swiftly. The purple-robed man glared coldly at you, stating, "Brat, it took me 300 years of my life to find you. Today, not even a god can save you. In this Quan Bay Sea, no one dares to provoke me, the 8 immortals of Nanyuan Island. Brother, why waste words? Kill him and avenge 7th sister, scoundrel. You have abducted my wife. Today, I shall slay you." The crowd hurled insults, branding you as a demon and a worthless being. Tilting your head, you gleaned valuable information from their words. Quan Bay Sea. Was that the name of this maritime expanse? Shaking your head, you launched into action. A vast amount of true energy coalesced in your grasp, forming a network that ensnared them all. Your speed exceeded all expectations. You've broken through to the third realm. How is that possible? The purple-robed man was incredulous. It hasn't been long. This makes no sense. Brother, the situation is dire, one of them warned, glancing anxiously at the purple-robed man. Without uttering a single word, you unleashed all your true energy, compressing it with ferocity. With a sickening crunch, the weakest of the group, a mid-stage second-realm cultivator, was crushed by your true energy, only to rapidly revive. Please spare me, Venerable One. We did not mean to intrude. The purple-robed man quickly begged for mercy upon witnessing the damage. You waved your hand dismissively, continuing your onslaught. The 7 were reduced to mere fragments, only to resurrect repeatedly, this cycle persisting for dozens of iterations. Minutes passed, and you halted, having slain them hundreds of times, your true energy nearly expended. Without hesitation, you struck your own head with a palm, shattering it into countless pieces. Seeing this, the purple-robed man's expression shifted dramatically. Now's the time. Run! They frantically attacked the surrounding network of true energy, but alas, you had already recovered. You relentlessly dispatched them until their last lives were extinguished, then struck with thunderous might, maiming them grievously. Come, let us converse properly, you said with a cruel smile, expressing sincere greetings to each of their family members. As midnight approached, you unhesitatingly terminated all of them, including the 2 mid-stage second realm women. The limits of Nyogon's cultivation lay solely at the pinnacle of the second realm. At this moment, the women held no further value for you. On this day, through the mouths of the 7, you acquired a wealth of crucial information, greatly enhancing your understanding of this world. You discovered that your current position was in the eastern sea of the Shangchun Sea, which was further divided into various regions, with your location being the most remote, Quanbei Sea. Here, the cultivation limit was the pinnacle of the second realm, due to the low concentration of celestial energy capable of nurturing such strength. To continue progressing, one must venture to areas with more abundant celestial energy. For nearly a millennium, Quanbei Sea had been the territory of the Hua family, with their ancestor at the early stages of the fourth realm, suppressing all opposition. However, 507 years ago, the Hua family ancestor had suddenly perished, leading to the family's fragmentation, with various factions vying for control over Quanbei Sea. The current situation was exceedingly chaotic. Now, in order to advance further, one must either change their location or devise a plan concerning the grave of the Hua family ancestor. You retrieved the key from your possession, and in that moment, a resolution crystallized within you. In the year 600, after thorough preparations, you returned to the site of the Hua family ancestor's legacy. To facilitate your actions, you had gathered 15 first-realm cultivators from Quanbei Sea. These individuals, underestimating your youth, had initially intended to rob you, only to find themselves outmaneuvered and robbed in turn. Standing before the stone, you gazed upon the crowd with fervor. Esteemed friends, before us lies the legacy of the Hua family ancestor. The treasures of the world await those with the capability to seize them. Let us ascend together. Inserting the key into the crevice, the ground trembled, revealing a dark entrance. With a cold smirk, you pointed at one individual. Young brother, why don't you venture down first? Whatever you uncover shall be your fortune. The man you indicated was an elderly figure with white hair, who, dismissing your term of young brother, retreated in trepidation. Venerable one, it would be best if you led the way. Your immense strength is fitting to claim the treasures. In truth, many had seen through your intentions, who would willingly walk to their demise. You shook your head, lamenting, what a shame. As your words fell, you thrust your hand forward, unleashing a torrent of true energy that hurled the old man into the abyss. Boom! A thunderclap resounded as the elder's body shattered into thousands of fragments, meeting a gruesome end. Yet he revived almost instantaneously. Scoundrel, may you never find peace, he cursed. More thunder followed as bolts repeatedly struck him, reducing him to mere sections. Your gaze shifted to the others. This young lad has risked himself to reveal the dangers below. Truly admirable. My eyes nearly weep. With an impassive expression, you continued, for the good of all, we now require another brave soul to explore. Which of you esteemed warriors is willing? The remaining 14 fell silent, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Oh, dear brother, do you possess this noble intention? Among the crowd, a middle-aged man stepped back, yet you seized him with a keen gaze. Such selflessness, truly commendable, valiant, and unmatched. With your true energy, you lifted him and cast him down as well. No, please, I am a villain. I deserve no mercy. The middle-aged man writhed in desperation. You chuckled coldly. Villains deserve death all the more. If you do not descend into hell, who shall? As he landed below, another thunderclap echoed. After being slain a dozen times, the thunder ceased, and the middle-aged man trembled, lamenting, "I've never died this many times in my life. Brother, for the sake of us all, please be brave." You find yourself in a situation where you are encouraging middle-aged individuals. You are left utterly speechless, feeling helpless and at a loss for words. Despite the challenges ahead, you continue your exploration. After a period of time, having confirmed that there are no immediate threats, you lead the remaining individuals forward, only to encounter various traps, most of which possess the lethal capacity to obliterate anyone below the third realm, predominantly relying on lightning as their means of attack. In your investigations, you discover that the ancestor of the Hua family has indeed cultivated a specific lightning technique. Throughout your journey, you have sacrificed several family members, leaving you in profound sorrow, shedding tears in their memory. After traversing several hundred steps, the terrain remains barren and devoid of shelter. After a mere 15 minutes, you and the last 3 individuals of the first realm arrive at the depths of cave. Upon a stone, you behold the skeletal remains of a meditating figure. Yang Dingtian, you exclaim involuntarily. You signal to one of the first realm individuals, who, resigned to fate, rushes forward, his eyes clouded with despair, as if foreseeing his own demise. Buzzing sounds fill the air. As he draws near to the skeleton, arcs of blue lightning materialize around him, coiling like a serpent near the remains. Die. A chilling voice resonates, and the lightning serpent lunges forth. Reacting swiftly, you use the first realm individual as a shield, bracing against the serpent's relentless assaults. The serpent, imbued with immense power and crackling with potent lightning energy, quickly dispatches the first realm individuals with little resistance. As it becomes your turn, the serpent continues its onslaught, yet you notice its form growing increasingly feeble. Clearly, it too is bound by time or limitations in its attacks. You muster all your strength in response. After facing death 100 times, the lightning serpent dissipates completely. Cautiously, you approach the skeletal remains and discover a shimmering black storage ring that, in addition, there lies a black stone, the size of a human head. Is this a true weapon seed? You recognize the stone. A true weapon seed could be refined into one's innate true weapon, boasting formidable power capable of obliterating opponents of the same realm with a single strike. Upon closer inspection, you realize that this weapon seed is indeed of the 4th tier. A 1st-tier weapon can only eliminate foes of the 1st realm, while 4th-tier one can vanquish those of the 4th realm. Your heart brims with joy. After a thorough search around the skeleton, you take the weapon seed and the storage ring. Once you envelop the ring with your true energy, everything inside becomes clear. 100,000 1st-tier true crystals, 1,000 2nd-tier true crystals, a martial technique, and a formation set. Additionally, there's a travelogue, with the remainder comprising various cultivation auxiliary elixirs. Having comprehended everything, you make a hasty retreat from the small island. In the year 571, you arrive at a secluded isle devoid of any celestial energies. Ensuring your safety, you finally extract the contents of the storage ring. The 1st-tier true crystals are only useful for 1st and 2nd realm cultivators. For 3rd and 4th realms, 2nd-tier true crystals are required. The 1,000 2nd-tier true crystals are essential for you. Once refined, they will allow you to break through a minor realm. The martial technique is titled Heavenly Thunder Roars, with the potential to be cultivated up to the 5th realm's perfection. Upon practice, the resultant lightning attribute true energy is exceptionally potent, boasting both offensive and defensive capabilities, along with over 10 additional attack methods. The formation is named Rolling Thunder Formation, rated at 3rd tier, but offers limited attack and defense. You hold little interest in formations and instead delve into the travelogue, glancing through it. This travelogue belongs to Hua Wuqing, the ancestor of the Hua family, chronicling his experiences in the East Sea following his breakthrough to the 4th realm. Most of it consists of vivid descriptions of various brothels and establishments across major regions. The last page reveals, "I have roamed the world, ultimately discovering that the crazy monument sea is the most invigorating. I've decided to settle here. After being a wanderer for several thousand years, it is time to find a reliable partner, establish roots, and enjoy a peaceful twilight. he attained his breakthrough to the fourth realm at 3,900 years of age. With a lifespan of no more than 5,000 years, his true bone quality is merely second grade, and without opportunities, he certainly has no chance of advancing to the fifth realm. Such a choice is not without merit. You've gained considerable insight, though a tinge of regret lingers. Now at 600 years old, with over 3,000 years of lifespan remaining, your true bone quality is also the most inferior first grade, leaving you uncertain about any prospects for further advancement. You extract heavenly thunder roars and begin to alter your martial technique, refining the weapon seed and the 1,000-second tier true crystals, diligently practicing while simultaneously researching yin-yang wuji. In the 610th year, your transition of martial techniques is successful. After practicing heavenly thunder roars, your strength sees a significant enhancement. That be why the 650th year, your cultivation has improved, yet you remain far from a breakthrough. In the 7th century, you continue refining true crystals. This weapon seed is 4th tier, and the refining process is lengthy. You have prepared yourself for the endeavor that in the 8th century, it remains ongoing that in the 1,000th year. After enduring several hundred years of cultivation, you finally reach the mid-stage of the third realm. Simultaneously, you have refined the weapon seed, which ultimately transforms into a hammer. Standing upon the coast, gazing at the hammer, crackling with arcs of lightning in your grasp. Your lips twitch slightly as you tug at your hair, which has grown down to your waist. This appearance, this weapon, all that remains is a suit of armor. You grip the hammer tightly and strike downward with force. Boom! A surge of waves erupts upon the sea's surface, and your lips curve upward. I am Thor, the thunder god, fighting for the glory of the eastern deity. With a beaming smile, you look at the hammer. From this day forth, you shall be named Mjolnir. At this juncture, you have reached your limits. Advance further. You embark on a new journey to in the 1,100th year. You dedicate a century to exploring the entirety of the crazy monument sea, acquiring knowledge of all its factions and mastering its intricacies. In the 1,101st year, you swiftly take action, adopting the alias Lin Zhan, leveraging your formidable strength to forcibly unify a small region and establish a solid foundation. Subsequently expanding through relentless battles, slaughter, and struggle that in the 1,110th year. Utilizing your mid-stage, third realm power, you successfully subdue 90% of the factions within the crazy monument sea, leaving only a couple of obstinate foes. Your own faction grows increasingly formidable. In the 1,112th year, you obliterate the remaining factions, achieving complete unification of the crazy monument sea. You gather information from all your subordinates, diligently investigating the nearby regions, thirsting for knowledge. In the meantime, you also collect 500-second tier true crystals, which will support your cultivation endeavors as you cultivate and gather external intelligence. Seeking a suitable place to settle, Hua Wuqing's travelogue proves immensely beneficial to be why the 1,150th year, you have comprehended nearly everything. One fateful night, you vanish with all the resources you have amassed. Heading west at great speed in the 1,153rd year, you arrive at a colossal island situated 500,000 miles to the west of the crazy monument sea. Although still a remote area of the East Sea, it possesses ample celestial energies sufficient for your cultivation. The Grand Island, named Golden Turtle, feels more like a continent. Countless cultivation factions reside here, each engaged in conflict. Most blessed cultivation sites have been occupied, while the few unclaimed ones cannot sustain your practice. After a thorough exploration, you delve deeper, arriving in a nation known as Dayan on Golden Turtle Island. In the dead of night, clad in a black robe, you descend upon the territory of the Leaf family in the eastern region of Dayan. Utilizing the moonlight, you strike, effortlessly defeating the Leaf family's third realm patriarch with your fourth tier true weapon. Following that, you host a feast, execute those who oppose you, and take the remaining into servitude. In the 1,170th year, after expending over a decade, you finally eradicate all direct forces of the Leaf family, firmly grasping control over all resources in this area. The collateral factions of the Leaf family also submit to you, acknowledging your dominance, ensuring temporary stability. You announce your seclusion, focusing on self-improvement. With control over this region, you acquire a wealth of cultivation resources, including 1,500 second-tier true crystals alone. In addition, there exists a plethora of genuine methods, elixirs, prescriptions, and authentic military factions. You find yourself unparalleled in wealth. In the 1,200th year, you refined numerous resources, yet your cultivation saw little change. The first-grade true bone is indeed a waste. The efficiency of refining true crystals and elixirs is excruciatingly slow. By the 1,500th year, your progress remains sluggish. In the 2,000th year, after enduring over 900 years of arduous cultivation, you expended all the true crystals at your disposal. Finally breaking through to a minor realm, stepping into the late stage of the third realm, it is hard to imagine how painfully slow your training would be without the aid of true crystals. Throughout these 2,000 years, you never abandoned your research into the concept of yin and yang without limits, yet you reaped no rewards. You consulted every ancient text, ultimately discovering the disheartening truth. True bones are indeed predetermined. And for countless years, no one has managed to alter this fact. It matters little. After all, history has not been devoid of formidable individuals who have reached their limits relying solely on first-grade true bones. You resolve to continue your practice. What if the speed of cultivation is slower? You can simulate it anyway. It is of no consequence that, in the 2,300th year, you exhausted all the elixirs at your disposal to assist in your training. However, the effects were rather minimal. Although your cultivation saw some advancement, it was lamentably slight. Devoid of elixirs and true crystals, you began to plunder the resources of your subordinates' factions, striving diligently in your practice. Under your relentless actions, discontent brewed within your sphere of influence. Your position teetered on the brink, and numerous undercurrents of dissent emerged against you. You furrowed your brow, personally addressing the situation, eliminating all threats. Countless cultivators perished by your hand, and your brutality left an indelible mark upon your subordinates' hearts. None dared to oppose you thereafter. In the 2,400th year, on this day, as you were engrossed in your training, a tremendous rumble erupted from outside the cultivation chamber. Rising to investigate, you beheld a frail figure descending from the heavens, dragging a 2-meter-long greatsword, advancing step by step towards you. Puzzled, you recognized him. Lin Zhan. You slaughter my family of 36. Today, I shall avenge them by killing you. The youth shouted hoarsely, then furiously charged at you. His cultivation was at the third realm, and not only that, but he had attained its perfect stage, far surpassing your own. You gazed coldly at his approaching form and drew forth the thunder god's hammer. Thor, for the glory of the Eastern deity. With Thor in hand, you unleashed a bolt of lightning. Bang! The youth collapsed to the ground, obliterated in an instant, reduced to countless fragments. With a fourth-grade true weapon in your possession, how could he possibly contend with you? Merely a trifling nuisance. You continued your assault, mercilessly extinguishing his repeatedly revived lives. While engaged in this, you rifled through his belongings. After the youth met his demise 300 times, you procured his storage ring. Additionally, there lay a hexagonal token, prominently embossed with the character for heaven. Before long, the youth's 324 lives were entirely eradicated, dead beyond revival. Just as you prepared to inspect the storage ring, a powerful aura emanated from the token. Who dares to slay a disciple of the Tinya sect? An ancient voice reverberated. Immediately, a green serpent erupted from the token, surging directly into your body. Your regenerative abilities were suppressed, rendering you unable to resurrect. Boom! The serpent writhed within you, devouring your internal organs. Your true bones were shattered, and your true energy was siphoned away. You experienced unparalleled agony. You perished. This how I die. This life was not without merit. I not only gauged Lin Yuan's stance, but also accumulated a wealth of experience. Ultimately surviving for over 2,000 years, Lin Zhan was somewhat satisfied. This simulation has concluded. You have attained late-stage cultivation of the third realm, Heavenly Thunder, a fourth-grade true weapon, Thunder Goddess Hammer. Thor, 1 third-grade true weapon type, 10 second-grade true weapon types, and 3 first-grade true weapon types. You have acquired formations, prescriptions, and talismans. You have obtained 70 storage rings. Do you wish to inherit these? Glancing at the dense ellipses on the simulator. Lin Zhan nodded. Why, yes. In the next moment, his strength surged rapidly. 70 more storage rings materialized on his bed. A bountiful harvest. This was undoubtedly the most rewarding simulation yet. Lin Zhan meticulously organized his findings, discovering that most resources were of little use to him, including a plethora of first-grade true crystals and first- and second-grade true weapon types, along with dozens of storage rings. Among the numerous rings, only the one from Hua Wuqing's inheritance possessed significant capacity. The rest were merely the two bestowed by Lin Yuan. The others held little value. With a thought, a hammer crackling with lightning appeared in his hand. Roar! The moment the hammer manifested, Fat Tiger jolted awake, casting a frantic glance around before fixing his gaze on the Thunder Goddess hammer, emitting a series of childish cries. Are you calling for your mother? Lin Zhan shot him a glance, prompting Fat Tiger to promptly shut his mouth and turn away, resuming his slumber. What can I say? Is this hammer of any use to you? Lin Zhan scrutinized it closely. Finding no other peculiarities, venturing outside, he conducted a brief trial. Quite impressive indeed. This is the fourth-grade true weapon. It feels absolutely exhilarating. Returning to his room, he retrieved a large quantity of elixirs, grasping the flesh on the back of Fat Tiger's neck. Shall I assist you in your growth? Fat Tiger trembled, yet could not suppress his tongue's instinctive lick that he sensed that both the elixirs and true crystals would benefit him. Never mind. You are a prodigy in your own right. You cannot simply perish. Lin Zhan tossed him onto the bed and continued to ponder. Aside from these resources, his mind was flooded with memories of contemplation regarding the concept of yin and yang without limits. Yet he still possessed no solutions. In the next simulation, I shall seek out the originator of yin and yang without limits. Why limitations do not imply that others share them. Lin Zhan's mouth watered profusely. Undoubtedly, amidst the deluge of chaotic memories, he felt even more unhinged than the infant dragon. His mental state was perilously unstable. His strength was sufficient to subdue the entire crazy monument sea. Yet Lin Zhan refrained from venturing out. How absurd! Heroes abound like fish crossing a river. I am, but in the late stage of the third realm. I would be annihilated at the first reveal. Then there's the Tinya sect. What a name! Surely, there isn't also a Haijiao sect? Goodness, that name is hardly auspicious. Lin Zhan glanced at the previous simulation records, clicking his tongue repeatedly. How exactly did this Tinya sect manage to slay me? Did they prevent my resurrection? Such methods! It truly eludes comprehension. After a lengthy contemplation that bore no fruit, Lin Zhan tidied up the spoils of this endeavor and resumed slumber with Fat Tiger. The following day, under the watchful eye of the old Taoist priest, he executed a flurry of remarkable feats, enough to earn unparalleled renown across the land. The old priest kept his eyes covered, unable to bear the sight. After a day had passed, night fell. This time, Lin Zhan was not in bed but seated at the side desk, silently pondering. There were numerous issues to resolve this time. True bones were one, and Lin Yuan's stance was another. Based on the previous outcome, I was born with true bones, yet they were seized by Lin Yuan. Perhaps out of guilt, he returned to see me after 500 years. Provide me with compensation. Such words require careful calculation regarding Lin Yuan. With a plan now forming in his mind, Lin Zhan promptly initiated another simulation. The 21st time, let us commence that on the first day. You lifted Fat Tiger, administering a vial of elixir and stuffing in 1,000 first-grade true crystals. Fat Tiger reveled in delight. 35 seconds later, Fat Tiger perished, and upon examination, you discovered he had died from overeating. Although he could absorb elixirs and true crystals, he was unable to assimilate such a large quantity at once. Cannot handle it. You sighed, shaking your head with a wry smile, and began repeating your previous actions. As for the old Taoist, let him be. Day after day, he merely observes while I savor life. He has lived an entire lifetime without a wife, so it is best not to provoke him. We must aspire towards the light and strive to be good people. Your face radiates an innocent smile. Under the cover of night, you casually extinguish the life of Li Chengze, subsequently stepping into the forbidden realm of the true path. the inner sanctum of the Kunlun demon sect, where you acquired the latest batch of spirit stones. Bringing your total to 8. On the first night of the deep dark, you arrived at the headquarters of the Shadow Demon sect. With a snap of your fingers, a thunderous roar erupted, drawing the gaze of all present upon you. Surrounding you was an aura of crackling lightning as you advanced deeper into the Shadow Demon sect. Soon, you found yourself in the innermost courtyard, facing the current leader of the sect, Yin Feng. The concept of Yin Yang Wuji was his creation. Yin Feng, along with a dozen high-ranking members, knelt in terror, their eyes wide with fear. The sheer terror of your presence shattered any thoughts of resistance they might have harbored. Esteemed elder, Yin Feng began to speak, but you interrupted him by casually tossing a few tomes at his feet. Yin Feng, that I have heard of your creation of a Yin Yang Wuji technique, which can alter one's innate abilities through dual cultivation. Now, I require your assistance in crafting an even more formidable technique. You placed your right hand upon his shoulder. Should you succeed, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity, elevating you to unimaginable heights. But if you fail, I shall obliterate everything before you. As the words left your lips, you flicked your fingers, and the buildings behind you were engulfed in lightning, reduced to mere rubble in an instant, leaving not even a single intact brick. Yin Feng, bowing in reverence, spoke with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall not fail. You nodded in acknowledgement. I shall grant you a millennium. In 500 years, I will return to evaluate your progress. After leaving a few parting words, you turned to depart, hoping for success. While you held onto a glimmer of hope, you were acutely aware of the slim odds. You were not concerned about Yin Feng's potential betrayal. You had already implanted a mark of true power within him, allowing you to locate and extinguish him at will. Having accomplished this task, you set your sights northward towards the inheritance of Hua Wuqing. There lay a trove of 1,200 second-tier true crystals and a wealth of cultivation aids, representing a considerable fortune for you. Furthermore, there were 4th-tier true weapons. With 2 4th-tier true weapons in hand, your strength would only magnify. However, you soon encountered an awkward predicament. To initiate the inheritance, a key was required, an item of singular use, which you currently lacked. In a moment of frustration, you realized, have I overthought this? How could I be so foolish? By calculating the timeline, it dawned upon you that Hua Wuqing was still alive. What could you possibly achieve by going there? The current chaotic stone sea was still under the dominion of the Hua family. After a brief moment of silence, you resolved to temporarily abandon the inheritance of Hua Wuqing, for this old fellow was at the early stage of the 4th realm, truly formidable. Indeed, after some contemplation, you departed from the island, heading west. In the 4th year, you devoted an entire year to locating the Yin and the Li family, and then proceeded with your plan. This time, you had no intention of establishing a power. Instead, you resolved to become a bandit. In a single night, wielding the hammer of thunder, you stormed into the Li family, wreaking havoc and seizing 1,500 second-tier true crystals before making your escape. By the 6th year, you found yourself at another stronghold of the Yin, a sect known as Embodying sect, where the strongest was at the 3rd-tier peak. Under the cover of darkness, you struck swiftly, utilizing your 4th-tier true weapon, proving unstoppable. Even the 3rd-tier peak master fell to your relentless barrage of 324 strikes. After a series of operations, you acquired another 1,000 second-tier true crystals and continued your spree. By the 15th year, your collection of second-tier true crystals had surged to over 8,000. Following your final operation, you made your getaway, heading eastward. In the 18th year, you departed from Yin and the Golden Tortoise Island. Arriving at a desolate land devoid of the power of heaven and earth, the absence of such forces mattered little to you. As long as you possessed true crystals, you could continue to strengthen yourself. With over 8,000 second-tier true crystals, you had enough resources to cultivate for an extended period. You arrived at a small village within this barren land and began arduous training, refining the true crystals. Time flew swiftly to the 100th year. You had refined 300 second-tier true crystals, often carelessly consuming them without regard for the accompanying losses. Your cultivation progressed to the 200th year. You experienced further advancements. By the 300th year, you continued to improve. However, The pinnacle of the third-tier peak still seemed a distant dream. The last time you had broken through to the late stage took 900 years. Even with ample resources this time, it would likely take over 1,000 years, in the 400th year. The situation remained unchanged. Your bone quality was too low. Even with resources, your refining speed was agonizingly slow. In your estimation, even if a second-tier true crystal were given to a first-realm practitioner, they would likely never succeed in refining it throughout their lifetime. That'd be why the 490th year after organizing your thoughts, you decided to return and test Lin Yuan, while also seeking the chance to find Hua Qianma and Hua Ti. This point, Hua Wuqing had already passed away. Upon returning to the chaotic Stone Sea, you swiftly established a small faction, continuously expanding, conquering, and absorbing. By the 498th year, you had unified 50% of the forces within the chaotic Stone Sea. You issued orders to seek out Hua Baihe and Hua Qianma. That same year, you returned to the island, to the Great Xia, to the estate in Jinping Prefecture, Liaoning County, and Kaiyuan County, quietly awaiting their arrival. In the 500th year, Lin Yuan finally appeared. He was as strikingly handsome as ever. It did not take long for him to notice you. Straining to sense him, you still could not discern his specific cultivation level or power. Clad in a flowing white robe, Lin Yuan gazed at you, seated outside in the courtyard, remaining silent for a long time. He began, but then hesitated, swallowing his words. Indeed, each individual has their own destiny, and everyone possesses their unique opportunities. Lin Yuan sighed, then took a seat across from you. You poured him a cup of tea. Esteemed elder, do sample this. It is red tea that I personally cultivated. The tea was chilled, thus you named it ice red tea. Lin Yuan lifted the cup, scrutinized it, and took a sip. Tea should be bitter, yet yours is excessively sweet. Tea scarcely resembles tea at all. You chuckled, pondering how your ice red tea could be bitter. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan was evidently affected by your cultivation for quite some time. Esteemed elder, if you have no pressing matters, perhaps you could take your leave? I'm contemplating starting a family myself. You cast him a sidelong glance, wondering what had gotten into him to deviate from the expected course. Lin Zhan. Lin Yuan stood, casting a long, deep gaze at you. Though you possess fortune, you still fall short compared to those true prodigies. Your true bones are merely first grade. Your future accomplishments will inevitably be limited. Lin Zhan. His right hand rested upon your shoulder. Promise me, do not venture to Zhongzhou in this lifetime. After uttering these words, he chuckled. Never mind. If you wish to go, then go. No one can dictate your choices. Very well, I shall bear the consequences alone. This fruit you have tasted seems rather delightful, yet the enigma still leaves an unpleasant taste. What exactly are you? Just as you were about to press for clarity, Lin Yuan departed suddenly, leaving you with no sense of his exit. What was wrong with this fellow? Wasn't he supposed to provide me with superior cultivation resources? Even if there were no true crystals, leaving behind some tiger whip wine would suffice. You settled down and poured yourself 3 cups of ice red tea in succession, yet you could not calm your racing thoughts. You pondered deeply. The first time you encountered Lin Yuan, you were merely immortal, yet he bestowed upon you first-grade true bones and techniques. The second time, he was at the mid-stage of the second realm, presenting you with new elixirs to aid in cultivation. This third encounter, however, yielded nothing. The only distinction lay in your cultivation's evolution. He believed your advancement to this point was solely due to fortune, hence withholding further gifts? You could not fathom his reasoning, seemingly unwilling to let you benefit without effort. Very well. While these items may not have been of significant use to you, still the day after Lin Yuan's departure, you arrived at the Shadow Demon Sect Point. 500 years had passed, and Infone was now over 1,200 years old. It must be said, surviving to the present is nothing short of a miracle for a celestial being. You have never encountered such a remarkably enduring entity. Following the traces you left behind, you searched diligently, ultimately discovering a white-haired figure in a hidden chamber, the lingering winds of contemplation. How is it? You inquired. The figure, startled from its reverie, sighed. Elder, it has been 500 years, though I possess some ideas. Time is far too limited. It is simply insufficient. He handed you a bound volume from his desk. Stating, Elder, this encapsulates all my research over the past 5 centuries. In my quest for a conclusion, I have exhausted all avenues of cultivation and exploration, and in truth, I have developed a method for enhancing longevity, extending my life by 200 years. Yet, time is scarce. It seems unlikely I shall succeed in this lifetime. You opened the book, flipping through its pages, but found nothing comprehensible. With a light chuckle, you asked, if given ample time, do you believe you could devise a method to enhance the essence of true bones? A glimmer of anticipation remained within you. The figure chuckled. That is only natural. Ever since my youth, I have harbored an extraordinary interest in research and creation that I believe that if only I were granted 3,000 years more, I would undoubtedly unravel the mystery. As he laughed, his expression suddenly faltered, and his aura dissipated entirely, leading to his untimely demise. You caught his faltering form. 3,000 years. To me, that is merely 6 simulations, 6 days. With a smile, you declared, "In fong, I can afford to wait." You laid him to rest and quietly departed the island. Returning to the power you had established in the sea of wild monuments, you continued your cultivation while studying In Fong's notes, hoping to glean insights for yourself, by the end of the 500th year. One of your second-tier peak subordinates discovered the siblings Hua Baihe and Hua Qianma. You rewarded him handsomely, and then brought them to your secluded hall. Drawing Hua Baihe close, you began to search her thoroughly. To your dismay, you found nothing. Hua Qianma, witnessing your actions, swallowed hard. You keenly sensed his anxiety. He was nervous. You chuckled, summoning a bolt of lightning in your hand. Hua Qianma, hand over the key, and I shall grant you a swift end. Hua Qianma's expression changed dramatically. How do you know? The existence of a key had always been a secret of the Hua family, known only to him and Hua Baihe before their ancestors' passing. It was impossible for anyone else to be aware. What do I care? You replied, shattering his skull with a single strike, followed by a swift blow that extinguished his life. Hua Qianma trembled in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Enduring death 80 times would unnerve anyone. Handed over, he nodded, mechanically moving to Hua Baihe's side. Brother, don't do this. The key is our family's hope for revival. You cannot simply hand it to an outsider. Even if we perish, others may still have a chance to obtain it and restore our clan. Please, calm down. Hua Qianma ignored her pleas, seizing her arm, murmuring the incantation, extracting the key from within her. You grasped it, surprised by its presence within her. Hua Qianma, tell me the method to extract the key. Hua Qianma, overwhelmed by the trauma of 80 deaths, was rendered a puppet. He followed your commands without question. In close proximity to his sister, he recited the incantation, true, lack, virtue, false, unworthy, few strike, many battle. You understood everything. It turned out that Hua Wuqiu had inscribed a formation within the key. Only by uttering the correct incantation could one unlock its potential. You swiftly eliminated both siblings. The following day, you took matters into your own hands, leading 51st-tier cultivators on a journey in the 501st year. After overcoming numerous obstacles, you successfully acquired Hua Wuqiu's legacy, obtaining 1,000 second-tier true crystals and 4-tier true weapons. Upon returning to the main camp in the Sea of Wild Monuments, you expanded your influence while continuing your cultivation by the 505th year. You unified the Sea of Wild Monuments, establishing a new faction known as the Seekers of Immortality. You collected resources and diligently pursued your studies. In the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries, you successfully refined the true weapons. Under your guidance, they transformed into a 3-meter-long blade, the MO blade, your first weapon. You held with a complex expression, brimming with martial spirit. You continued to refine the true crystals, dedicating every single day to your training. In the 1000th year, you finally broke through your cultivation, stepping into the 3rd realm's perfection. The next step would be the 4th realm, with 7,500 true crystals remaining, sufficient for your journey ahead. Estimating conservatively, you calculated that 1,000 years would be needed to break through to the 4th realm. It mattered not. You had ample time left to wait. Day and night, you devoted yourself to cultivation. By the 1,500th year, your second-tier true crystals had diminished significantly, yet your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the third realm in the 2000th year. You were on the verge of the fourth realm, needing only a final push in the 2300th year. After 300 years of effort, you finally breached that barrier, officially entering the early fourth realm. Your strength soared, your lifespan increased by 1,000 years. And your resurrection count rose to 648. Additionally, a unique force emerged within you, known as the malevolent energy, which exclusively served to restrict the resurrection of lower-tier cultivators facing third-realm cultivators. You could now effortlessly dispatch them with a single strike, employing the malevolent energy. Recalling the long serpent encounter during the last simulation, it was likely a formidable being of the fourth realm or higher. You repeated the name Tian Yamin in your mind, feeling an undeniable yearning. After entering the fourth realm, your lifespan extended to 5,000 years. Subtracting your current age, you had approximately 2,650 years left, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yet, with only 1,000 second-tier true crystals remaining after the extensive consumption required for the fourth realm breakthrough, you made a calculated decision and departed the sea of wild monuments. Heading westward, you arrived at Jingue Island after a year's journey. 2,315 years of age, youthful and brimming with the spirit for adventure, armed with the hammer of Thor and dragging the MO blade. You were filled with martial fervor in the 2,310th year. After fierce battles, you established roots in a neighboring nation known as Daya, creating a new faction to dominate the region. You excavated resources for your own use, amassing over 5,000 second-tier true crystals. You continued to expand, unifying 11 nearby factions, each at the third realm, accumulating a total of 50,000 second-tier true crystals. You solidified your power and began earnest cultivation in the 2,500th year. Everything continued as usual. By the 3,000th year, you remained dedicated to your cultivation, approaching the 4,000th year. You sensed a breakthrough was imminent. In the 4,500th year, after 5 centuries of effort, you finally succeeded in breaking through, advancing to the mid-fourth realm. By the 4,800th year, signs of aging began to manifest. In the 4,900th year, you became an old man. Though your strength persisted, your youth had slipped away, leaving you increasingly filled with sorrow, loneliness, and a host of negative emotions that clouded your existence. In the 4,990th year, you sensed your life nearing its end. You gathered all the resources accumulated over 2 millennia and embarked on your journey home. Even in death, you wished to pass away in Kaiyuan County. You find yourself pondering the inexplicable allure of a journey you must undertake, an irresistible pull that no one can thwart. You abandon everything established in the great month. And in the year 4,991, you sail upon the vast ocean. On a serene and sunlit morning, you sit on the deck, closing your eyes as a few ebony birds alight beside you, incessantly cawing. This simulation has concluded, and you have attained mid-level cultivation in the 4 realms, with thunderous roars, acquired a 4th-tier true weapon, Mo Dao, 2 spirit stones, 32 4th-tier explosion pills, and 3 sets of 3rd-tier formations. Additionally, you have obtained 3 million 1st-tier true crystals and 50,000 2nd-tier true crystals, along with 103 storage rings. You have also received notes on the study of Yin Wind and a health cultivation technique. Will you inherit this? Once again, your harvest is abundant, dense, and seemingly endless, with many items of great utility for you. Lin Zhan swallowed hard. Yes, the power of mid-level cultivation surged within him, enveloping him in arcs of blue lightning. Reminiscent of Sikong Zhen, extending his right hand, a wisp of black mist slowly materialized. This is the aura of death, a privilege granted only to cultivators of the 4 realms, capable of suppressing all lesser beings and restricting their resurrection methods. The principle of overpowering the weak is thus encapsulated. Rising to his feet, he shook his body, and the 103 storage rings fell, which he deftly caught. All resources are evenly distributed among these rings, including 3 million 1st-tier true crystals, which are of little use to him, while the 50,000 2nd-tier true crystals are quite favorable, sufficient for his continued cultivation. Yet, the most pressing concern remains finding a method to enhance his true bones. If he continues his arduous training, he estimates that with approximately 5,000 years of lifespan, he could surely break through to late-stage 4 realms. Though achieving perfection seems precarious, that first-tier true bones are utterly inadequate. Should Wind prove ineffective, he would have no choice but to adopt a cautiously conservative approach to development, ultimately investing 6,000, 7,000, or even tens of thousands of years in cultivation to strengthen himself. After all, in the later stages, each simulation equates to a lifetime. Time is abundant. This Wind is truly a prodigy. A mere mortal has devised a hell cultivation technique to extend lifespan. Lin Zhan carefully perused it. The technique, named health cultivation, comprises 10 layers, each extending life by 20 years. Although it can prolong life, it bears drawbacks. Once practiced, one cannot switch to other techniques, and daily practice is mandatory. Missing even a single day renders the benefits void. Perhaps he could exploit this technique to his advantage. Lin Zhan squinted, his mind brimming with peculiar ideas. With a mischievous smile, he turned and embraced Fat Tiger, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The next day, hesitation was unwarranted. Hadn't he toiled in cultivation for the sake of enjoyment? What was wrong with seeking joy? On this day, he single-handedly battled countless foes, commanding the battlefield with unrivaled supremacy, as innumerable adversaries fell before his might. Compelled to submit to his formidable presence, the battle concluded in the deep of night, as hundreds of maidservants quietly tidied the chambers. Lin Zhan, cradling Fat Tiger, ventured to a secluded courtyard within the estate. Lao Di, I apologize for my previous transgressions, but rest assured, this time, I shall elevate you to new heights. Can I not care for a mere first-realm being? Fat Tiger gazed at him with trepidation, uncertain of his master's whims. After checking the time, Lin Zhan promptly initiated the simulation. Standing at the windward edge, even a pig could soar. How much more so for you, with your minor tiger bloodline? Mastery is within reach. On the 22nd attempt, you departed the manor with Fat Tiger, successfully acquiring 2 spirit stones. You swiftly dealt with Li Chengza, yet as you prepared to leave, an unsettling thought lingered. Despite its mundane nature, the mortal realm harbors numerous supernatural forces, and severing it may not be permanent. Resigned, you flashed a wicked smile and decisively eliminated Li Chengza. The next day, you brought Fat Tiger to the demon sect of the Great Xia, showcasing your formidable aura, subduing all. Wind and others trembled upon their knees. You cast several tomes at his feet. Here, provide a brief explanation of everything. Wind's eyes gleamed. Please, this fellow was truly born in the wrong era. In modern society, he would undoubtedly be a research talent. Senior, why do these characters seem so familiar? Wind suddenly exclaimed, holding the notes he had studied for 500 years during the last simulation. Indeed, these are your masterpieces. In your previous life, you spent 5 centuries researching for me, yielding these results that in this life, I hope you achieve even greater heights. You added, no need to hesitate, continue your studies on health cultivation, and strive to extend your life. Young man, I have faith in you. After exchanging many words, you promptly departed. Wind stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Previous life? Senior, what does this mean? After leaving the demon sect, you raced with Fat Tiger and all your possessions by the end of the first year. You successfully reached the central island of the crazy Monument Sea, where the elemental forces are most concentrated. Currently under the control of the Hua family. Holding Fat Tiger, you drew forth the Mo Dao, Hua Wuqing. Dare you emerge for a duel? It is known that Hua Wuqing is merely at the early stage of the 4 realms. While you stand at mid-level, armed with 2 4th-tier true weapons, dispatching him should be effortless. The advantage lies with you. Ahead, the Hua family's compound descended into chaos, with numerous disciples gazing at you in disbelief. The ancestor has suppressed all for millennia, yet someone dares to seek death. How amusing! They lamented, wishing they could save this for the spring festival gala. Amidst the mounting anticipation, a striking figure clad in white, with hair cascading past his shoulders, approached leisurely. Who are you? The man gazed at you in confusion. With a smirk, you replied, I am Xiao Yuer. Today, I have come to challenge you. The emperor rotates duties. And this year it is my family's turn. You, Hua family, have dominated the crazy monument sea for far too long. It is time to cede your position. You toss Fat Tiger to the ground, nudging him aside, then gripped the Mo Dao with one hand, thunder crackling around you. You felt utterly magnificent. Hua Wuqing's pupils widened in shock. You? How? He sensed the tempestuous energy emanating from you. It made no sense. Thunderous roars was a technique he had casually created, yet it had not yet been disclosed. How could anyone else practice it? His mind raced with questions. Unfazed by his bewilderment, you charged forward, wielding the Mo Dao. Thunderous crescent slash. With a furious roar, you unleashed your full might, your aura intensifying as the thunder clapped like popping peanuts. Hua Wuqing stepped forward, grasping your blade with a single hand. A tremendous force radiated from him, cascading toward you in layers. Boom! An overwhelming power far exceeding the four realms surged forth, and you were sent reeling, unable to withstand the onslaught. Wasn't he merely at the early stage of the four realms? How could he suddenly possess such strength? What a farce! You recalled that all information regarding Hua Wuqing had been gathered through hearsay. You had never truly encountered this individual. The skeletal remains in the cave were likely fabrications, as were those travel notes. This old fox is playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger. How amusing! Steadying yourself, you quickly regained composure and chuckled heartily. I have long heard of Senior Hua's formidable prowess. A legendary figure through the ages. Today, I see it is indeed true that my wife is about to give birth. I must take my leave. We shall meet again. With a wave, you turned to flee. Bang! You collided with a network of true power, which contracted, whisking you back beside Hua Wuqing. Oi, little brat, how did you learn thunderous roars? Hua Wuqing pressed your head down, bewildered. This makes no sense. Your mind raced, but ultimately, you chose to abandon all pretense. Senior, I am a reincarnator. In my previous life, I knew Hua Qianma and loved Hua Baihe. Our bond is profound. You will perish in 96 years, and at that time, the entire crazy monument sea will be thrown into chaos. The illustrious Hua family has been shattered, relentlessly pursued by myriad forces in our quest to restore the Hua lineage. My brother Hua and I have exerted every ounce of our strength. First, we, then, and again. Ultimately, we paid a tremendous price and at last obtained everything from the sacred ground in the north, including the tumultuous thunder my cultivation, along with that of Hua Qianma, surged. We prepared to rebuild the Hua family. Yet, unexpectedly, 499 years later, we faced a dire crisis, falling victim to a formidable individual who mercilessly slaughtered us. Myself, my brother Hua, and my sister Hua. All perished. With every word, your voice trembles with emotion, tears streaming down your cheeks. Senior, my loyalty to the Hua family is as steadfast as the heavens can attest. Hua Wuqian chuckled heartily. How amusing. Young one, your temperament mirrors my own. He patted your shoulder, remarking, at merely 15 years of age, possessing a first-grade true bone, reaching the mid-stage of the fourth realm. Truly peculiar. Indeed, in the next moment, his expression shifted. Wait, this is not an ordinary first-grade true bone. Releasing his grip, he levitated in the air, contemplating with a hand on his chin. You surveyed the dense network of true energy surrounding you, speechless and choked with emotion. Could it be that I am destined to perish so effortlessly in this life? Surely, there must be a glimmer of hope. You pondered all you knew about Hua Wuqian and the Hua family, seeking a path forward. After a while, Hua Wuqian smacked his forehead. I've got it. My young friend, your true bone is anything but simple. Despite having been taken from you, the thief left behind a partially formed foundation, which was later transformed into a first-grade true bone through the application of true techniques. You immediately thought of Lin Yuan, feeling a twinge of confusion. True bones are innately determined. Even a first-grade true bone is so. How could Lin Yuan have conferred such a gift upon himself? Is this the truth? Senior, do you know what grade my original root bone possessed? You inquired. Hua Wuqian shook his head. If all goes as expected, your true bone should be 9th grade. 9th grade? Good heavens! You inhaled sharply. Astounded. This Lin Yuan, how extraordinary! He took away my ninth-grade true bone. Senior, do you possess a method for restoration? You asked, your eyes brimming with anticipation. Hua Wuqian sighed. True bones cannot be altered today as far as I know. Throughout the entire history of the Star Sea, no one has ever successfully elevated their true bone. Your face fell with disappointment. Yet Hua Wuqian added, however, you are different. Your true bone was taken from you. Thus, it can be reclaimed. A spark ignited in your eyes. If that is the case, the task ahead becomes simple. This revelation from the simulation is invaluable. It seems my primary goal henceforth must be Lin Yuan. This rogue father must not be allowed to escape easily. Within the Star Sea, ninth-grade true bones are exceedingly rare. A mere handful exist. Young man, who exactly are you? Hua Wuqian fixed his gaze intently upon you. If you wish to know, feel free to delve into my soul, you declared fearlessly. Hua Wuqian contemplated for a moment, then remarked, good elegant. In that case, accompany me. It just so happens that I have grown weary of the women I have entertained over the years. Your expression shifted dramatically. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Hua Wuqian led you and Fat Tiger onward, eventually arriving at the inner courtyard of the Hua family. You found yourself imprisoned here. Though fortunate to have Fat Tiger as company, you pondered why Hua Wuqian chose not to kill you or probe your soul. His thought process eluded you entirely. Shaking your head, you resolved to continue your cultivation. Time must not be wasted. Hua Wuqian did not confiscate your storage ring. The true crystals upon you remained intact, sufficient to vanquish any adversaries. In the 10th year, Hua Wuqian still did not visit you to be the 20th year. You had yet to see him even once. In the 30th year, Fat Tiger awakened the bloodline of the Earth Tiger, his intellect blossoming. Master, I can now speak. I have acquired a technique to enhance our bloodline. In the 50th year, as you were engrossed in your training, you heard footsteps approaching. Ceasing your practice, you looked up to see a woman clad in white. She sported a long whip at her waist and bore an alluring demeanor. Are you Lin Zhan? My grandfather has spoken of you. This woman was none other than Hua Baihe. Upon witnessing her appearance, you had no doubt about her intentions. You seek to take my life? Not a chance, you retorted with a cold laugh. Enchantress, you shall never win my heart. My body is beyond your grasp. Hua Baihe paused, then erupted in laughter. You truly are amusing. Young master, you overestimate your worth. How could I, Hua Baihe, harbor any designs upon you? How ridiculous. Your theatrics abound. What is this? Have I become an average man? Is the fool truly myself? You chose to ignore her and resumed your cultivation. Hua Baihe continued to pester you, her interest in you growing. Yet you remained unfazed, a paragon of Sigma masculinity. I am but a pure-hearted youth devoted to restraint. How can I be swayed by a temptress such as you? Women only slow my draw. In the 76th year, Fat Tiger's Earth Tiger bloodline fully awakened, transforming from red to white. He became not only more intelligent, but also more aesthetically pleasing. In the 80th year, Hua Baihe still did not relent. By the 90th year, you had yet to see Hua Wuqian, though Hua Baihe frequently intruded upon your solitude, taking delight in walking Fat Tiger. Consequently, Fat Tiger grew fond of her, eagerly anticipating her visits. In the 96th year, while you were deep in your training, Hua Wuqian suddenly appeared, startling you to retain the same handsome visage from 96 years prior, but donned a robe of azure, regarding you with particularly intriguing eyes. Lin Zhan, I now believe you to be a reincarnate. Just moments ago, he received news that the demon race in Central Continent was launching a massive assault, inflicting heavy casualties upon humanity. He had been ordered to depart from the Mad Monument Sea and engage in battle against the demons. After hesitating for a moment, he extended a finger. This is a technique for bone reclamation, a method for nurturing your true bone that encapsulates the essence of my cultivation over the years. I hope it proves beneficial to you. You found new knowledge flooding your mind. Bone tempering diffusion technique was the name of this method. You regarded Hua Wuqian with confusion. What is this? Have you suddenly developed a benevolent heart? Hua Wuqian met your gaze earnestly, then chuckled. These years, I merely restricted your freedom. Ultimately, I have not caused you significant loss that I am soon to depart from the EC. As I bid farewell, I hope you can look after the Hua family. You are deeply bonded with Hua Baihe, are you not? I can arrange a marriage between you at this very moment. You hastily waved your hands. No, I cannot bear such a weight. Lin Zhan, should fate allow, we shall meet again. That a hint of melancholy graced Hua Wuqian's visage. He contemplated deeply. If Lin Zhan truly was a reincarnate, it would indirectly affirm one crucial point. He was destined to perish in this coming war against the demon race. Otherwise, with his character, he would not have neglected to return to the Mad Monument Sea over all these years to aid his descendants, though he likely held them in little regard. Hua Wuqian vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of his presence nor any ostentatious display of power. Truly, the depths of this fellow's strength remain a mystery. In the 96th year, you regained your freedom. The Hua family expressed their allegiance, pledging unwavering loyalty to you. You graciously accepted this this moment. The Hua family remained a dominant force, replete with abundant resources. You acquired 3,000 second-grade true crystals here. According to Hua Qinma, only 1,000 of these crystals were sourced from the Mad Monument Sea. The remainder were left by Hua Qinma himself. He even bequeathed to you a palm-sized stone. In your chamber, you scrutinized the stone when Hua Baihe bounced in. What is this? Can't recognize treasure. This is a third-grade true crystal that my grandfather has refined for decades. The third-grade true crystal supplies the primary resources for practitioners of the 5th and 6th realms. As you extend your hand to caress it, you sense the rich essence of true power contained within the crystal. It seems unlikely that even 4 millennia would suffice for you to fully refine it. In addition to the true crystal, you have also acquired other treasures. Hua Wuqian has been exceedingly generous, among which is a 5th-grade true weapon and a technique that allows cultivation to the 6th realm with thunderous powers. Holding these resources in your grasp, your emotions are profoundly complex. Hua Wuqian, you truly are something else. With such generous gifts, it is only natural that you would refrain from taking action against the Hua family. And you would also extend your protection over their various enterprises and influence. As the end of the 1st century approaches, Hua Baihe frequently visits your residence, persistently bothering you. You are at a loss. This woman, she is merely 150 years old this year, just like you, both possessing 1st-grade true bones, her cultivation only at the peak of the celestial phase, yet not having broken through to the 1st realm. Gazing at her innocent and unblemished face, you find it hard to comprehend what experiences could have transformed Hua Baihe into the person she will become in 400 years, this moment. You are certain that she has not yet acquired the power of the ox. She is simply an ordinary mischievous girl. You disregard her every action, continuing your cultivation with the resources at hand. Occasionally venturing out to display your strength, instilling fear in the other subordinate forces beneath the Hua family's influence, thus maintaining stability. In the 2nd century, you successfully revised your cultivation method, your thunderous power becoming exceptionally formidable. Capable of electrifying with every movement. By the 3rd century, life flows as smoothly as water. The only noteworthy event is Hua Baihe's incessant visits to your training grounds. By the 4th century, you have successfully refined the 5th-grade true weapon. Under your manipulation, this weapon undergoes transformation, ultimately becoming a curved blade 3 feet in length. You trace the peculiar patterns etched upon the blade, feeling the immense power it possesses, and your spirits lift. From this day forth, you shall be known as the dragon-slaying blade. This blade is indeed a fine weapon. In the training chamber, during the 455th year, Hua Baihe lunges at you. Lin Zhan. Do you not understand my feelings? I have loved you for 400 years. Why do you always reject me? You block her with your true power. 4 centuries have passed, and Hua Baihe has entered the early stages of the 1st realm. Her beauty and allure amplified. My focus is solely on cultivation. I have no time for such matters. You once again refuse her. My lifespan is limited. I must devote all my time to cultivation. As for establishing a family and continuing the lineage, that can be cast aside. Hua Baihe leaves, dejected. For considerable time thereafter, you receive no news of her. In the 499th year, you return to the Great Xia with the plump who has only just broken through to the early stages of the 1st realm, knowing that Lin Yuan feels indebted to you. and that Lin Yuan is your biological father, could there be a possibility that you might request some cultivation resources from him? Surely he would comply. Upon returning to the manor, Hu feels a deep sense of familiarity, spending several days constructing a nest for himself. Master, when will you bring Hua Baiha back? I am not accustomed to being without her, Hu casually remarks. You seize his tail? You are no dog. Being taken out for a walk every day. I feel embarrassed for you. Go, focus on your cultivation. After several centuries, still in the early stages of the first realm, cannot you learn from the children of others? Why are you so unambitious? Only because you belong to my family, I would not dare speak of others. I am doing this for your own good. Reflecting on your mother's past actions, you reprimand him once more. Who grins at you, resembling your younger self in his audacity, letting one ear hear while the other lets it pass. Days pass, and you deem it too risky to confront Lin Yuan directly. As the saying goes, a tiger does not eat its own cubs, but Lin Yuan is no tiger. You decide to visit the Yin demon sect in advance. Deep within the forbidden area, you find Yin Feng meditating and cultivating his energy. After 500 years, he appears even younger than you. From him, you sense a vibrant life force. What is happening? Is this man not already 1,200 years old? Yin Feng perceives your presence, his gaze towards you filled with complexity. Senior. You have arrived. You approach him. So, have you made another breakthrough? Yin Feng nods, retrieving a tattered book from his waist. Over the past 5 centuries, I have revised the longevity technique that IT remains at 10 levels. Each level capable of extending one's lifespan by a century. You are astonished. A century per level. You open the longevity technique and read through it. The method is indeed remarkable, containing many concepts that even you cannot comprehend. Yin Feng is truly extraordinary. Creativity at its peak. While the longevity technique can extend life, it comes with 2 restrictions. First, the technique can only be practiced by those of celestial strength. Mortals and cultivators are ineligible. Second, one must practice for an hour each day. Should one fail to meet this requirement, they will lose the extended lifespan and age instantly. Beyond these 2 limitations, there exists an astonishing ability that allows one to restore their youthful appearance. Remaining unchanged until death. You are greatly intrigued. How remarkable it is that such a small island can gather 3 great minds. Yin Feng, Lin Bai, and Qin Xian. What are the other? You inquire, for this is of utmost importance. Yin Feng smiles. Senior, I have no interest in martial arts. My heart is solely devoted to research and the creation of new things that I have spent hundreds of years of my early life creating the yin-yang infinite. My life is now without regrets. Yet, unexpectedly encountering you, I discovered a new interest to which I am willing to dedicate my life. The IT is this passion that drives me to create the new longevity technique. Unwilling to let my remaining years go to waste. You clap your hands over his mouth. Answer my questions directly. Do not embellish with unnecessary words. Yin Feng shakes his head, feeling that your directness is too forceful. His words falling on deaf ears. Senior, according to my research over the past 5 centuries, true bones are indeed unalterable. Those without true bones cannot acquire root bones in their lifetime. However, there is a method to enhance the level of root bones. Your eyes brighten. Is this not precisely what you need? Yin Feng retrieves another technique and hands it to you. It is the sky-eating technique, one of the several books you had casually given to him. I drew inspiration from this technique. Since the power of celestial forces can be strengthened through consumption, true bones can surely be as well. Yin Feng's eyes glimmer with insight as he presents you with a scroll of bamboo slips. You gently unfurl it, revealing elegantly flowing characters inscribed upon it. This is my method for strengthening true bones, which I have named the Devouring True Technique. Currently, it has many limitations but can also be supplemented by consuming higher-grade true bones. You read through the Devouring True Technique 3 times, finding no flaws, though it does present several side effects. The Devouring True Technique can only consume true bones of a higher grade than one's own. Nearly half of the true bones are lost during the consumption process. Following the consumption of true bones, there will be a certain impact on one's mental state. After the 4th consumption, one's character will undergo a permanent change. Thus, after the 3rd consumption, one must take time to settle before continuing. Additionally, there are many uncertainties, as Yin Feng is not a cultivator, but merely a mortal, and his understanding is understandably limited. In summary, the devouring true technique carries substantial risks, yet it is the only path available to you. Excellent. You pat Yin Feng on the shoulder, placing great hopes in him. Continue your efforts. I believe you will surely create an even more perfected devouring true technique. Yin Feng smiles, somewhat wistful. It is a pity that I possess no true bones. My life is destined to remain outside your world. Continue to strive. One day, I will elevate you to the highest peak, allowing you to experience all the splendor. You paint a bright future for him. Yin Feng waves his hand, seemingly unconvinced. Keep going. Live a few more years. After another exchange with the ominous winds, you departed from the Yinma sect and returned to the manor. 5 centuries have passed, and you concealed all your resources, waiting alone for Lin Yuan's arrival. The following day, a young man clad in white strolled towards you from the horizon. He walked upon the air, tall and strikingly handsome, exuding an air of elegance, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. You were momentarily taken aback. This fellow hardly resembled Lin Yuan. As the youth approached, your heart quivered with each step he took. You sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. When he stood before you, you found yourself kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Are you Lin Zhan, the illegitimate son of my father? The youth regarded you with disdain. 500 years have elapsed, yet you have only reached the 4th realm of cultivation. Truly, you bring shame upon the Lin family. He coldly continued, Today, out of consideration for our father, I shall not make things difficult for you. If you kneel and bow 10 times, calling me elder brother, I will bestow upon you the items our father left for you before his demise. The information was overwhelming. Lin Yuan was dead. He had left something for you before passing, and this young man was supposedly his brother. Powerful beings typically shared a bloodline connection, yet you felt no such bond with the youth before you. Without hesitation, you complied, bowing fervently 10 times and calling out, Elder brother, IT was merely a small price to pay for strength. Your dignity was the least valuable of all. The youth laughed heartily, his gaze now filled with even greater contempt. He tossed a storage ring to the ground. You worthless wretch, drop your blood upon it to unlock its contents. He added, Remember, I, Lin Zhan, am the only son of our father. I am the future head of the Lin family. While you are nothing but refuse. After mocking you a few more times, Lin Zhan turned and walked away, vanishing into the air. After a prolonged moment of realization, you picked up the storage ring and examined it closely. Though it was termed a ring, it resembled more of a finger guard. You summoned your true energy, only to discover a barrier that your 4th realm strength could not penetrate. You dripped a drop of blood upon it, and the finger guard emitted a soft glow before the energy surged into your body. You clearly perceived the contents within, a letter, a substantial quantity of true crystals, 100,000 first-tier crystals, 10,000 second-tier crystals, and 1,000 third-tier crystals. Furthermore, there were likely 100 4th-tier crystals, 10 5th-tier crystals, and 1 6th-tier crystal. Alongside these true crystals lay 12 true weapons of varying ranks, particularly the last few, which exuded escalating power and might. You surmised they ranged from the 6th to the 12th tiers. Your lips twitched in disbelief. This was truly a windfall. You felt as if you had struck gold. In addition to the true crystals and weapons, there was a scroll, which you gently unfurled. It contained a profound technique called the Imperial Dragon Technique, capable of elevating one from the 1st realm all the way to the 15th realm. It was replete with diverse offensive and defensive maneuvers, as well as fundamental information about this world, significantly broadening your horizons. Lin Yuan, you have truly defied the heavens. The storage ring contained nothing but these resources, showcasing its opulence. That a 4th realm cultivator suddenly acquiring such high-tier resources was astonishing, and it took you a while to regain your composure. Seated in a chair, you retrieved the letter. The parchment was yellowed with age, yet the ink remained fresh. Lin Zhan, my son, in those days I had no choice but to extract your true bone and implant it into your brother. Your mother passed away giving birth to you, and I owe you a great debt. Recently, I received news that the demon clan has mobilized, invading Zhongzhou. That's the foremost family in Zhongzhou, We cannot remain idle that I shall enter the demon battlefield to fight for our kind." The letter abruptly ceased for 3 lines. It appeared Lin Yuan had intended to conclude there. However, after a brief pause, he penned a few more lines. "Today, I encountered an acquaintance who shared much with me. The Hua family is indeed in dire straits. The Grand Elder has guarded the Qingtian secret realm for 5,000 years, sacrificing immensely for humanity. Now, the Hua family's power is greatly diminished, and Hua Wuqiu stands as their last hope. For both emotional and rational reasons, I must extend my assistance to him. Moreover, you have grown tremendously in the KOBIC, thanks in part to Brother Hua's help. I cannot disregard him. Lin Zhan, my son. I wish you well." Setting the letter down, you grasped the implications of this turn of events. The primary issue now lay with Hua Wuqiu, that he had discerned your connection with Lin Yuan and, upon returning to Zhongzhou, sought out Lin Yuan, leading him into the demon battlefield that in previous simulations, Hua Wuqiu had never returned, presumably perishing in the demon battlefield, while Lin Yuan had survived. Yet this time, with Hua Wuqiu accompanying Lin Yuan, it led to his demise. Was this the butterfly effect? Merely visiting the Hua family had triggered such far-reaching consequences. You composed yourself. This was indeed worthwhile. If given another opportunity, you would certainly seize it. With newfound treasures in hand, you returned to the KOBIC in the 500th year. You commanded the Hua family and its affiliated forces to seek out any genius possessing high-tier true bones at all costs. The others assumed you were merely cultivating talent, unaware of your true intentions. You retrieved the imperial dragon technique and began to reformulate your cultivation method to be the 508th year. You successfully altered your technique. The imperial dragon technique comprised 15 chapters. You swiftly progressed to the 4th chapter, aligning with your 4th realm cultivation, resulting in significant enhancements across various aspects that in the 511th year. Hua Qianmo returned with a genius possessing 3rd-tier true bones that in the KOBIC. Such a level indeed qualified as extraordinary in the dead of night. You brought the genius, named Yi Fei, into a secret chamber. "Master, what do you intend to do?" Yi Fei, filled with excitement, assumed you were about to impart some secret technique to him. You chuckled softly. "I merely grant you an opportunity." With that, you swiftly struck, rendering Yi Fei unconscious, and then employed the devouring true technique to absorb his true bones. Accompanied by a series of agonizing screams, you successfully acquired Yi Fei's 3rd-tier true bones. However, due to the process, half of the true bones were lost, leaving you with only 2nd-tier limits. Feeling the profound changes within you, joy surged in your heart. You swiftly dealt with Yi Fei and resumed your cultivation. Yi Fei was at the initial stage of the 1st realm and possessed 81 chances for resurrection. However, resurrection would only restore all injuries, leaving any damage to true bones, soul, or lifespan unaffected. This opportunity to extract true bones could only be exploited once. With the enhancement of your true bones, your cultivation speed indeed accelerated, especially in terms of refining true crystals. You announced a closed-door retreat, but in reality, you departed the KOBIC, determined to seek out even more exceptional geniuses. The KOBIC was merely a remote region of the Eastern Sea. 3rd-tier true bones were already the pinnacle here. Those with aspirations have ventured to the more affluent realms to pursue their cultivation. In the 512th year, you arrived at Golden Tortoise Island, the largest of its kind. Though it may not be regarded as a remarkable location within the entirety of the Eastern Sea, it is indeed the most suitable haven for you. You embarked on a thorough investigation and exploration, discovering that Golden Tortoise Island housed hundreds of nations, varying in size. The most formidable figure, as rumored, is a high monk from the Buddhist sect of Ningwa, a being of the 8th realm. You wandered through various nations and cities, perpetually seeking out prodigies, particularly those yet to reach their full potential, possessing strength merely at the mortal realm. Within the 1st stage, the 530th year, you absorbed a 3rd-grade true bone, elevating your own to the same tier. In the 560th year, you encountered a genius with a 4th-grade true bone, whom you directly devoured. Even after suffering a significant loss, your true bone still reached the peak of the 3rd grade, just a step away from the 4th. After consuming 3 true bones, your mental state was considerably affected. You found yourself increasingly anxious and volatile, often unable to control your emotions. Continuation of this path could lead to dire consequences. The side effects of the devouring true art had become apparent. After much contemplation, you decided to cease further consumption. It was time to consolidate your gains. In the 565th year, you returned to the Sea of Monuments to commence your cultivation. You took out all your true crystals and discovered that with your third-grade true bone and mid-fourth realm cultivation, you could at most refine fourth-grade true crystals. The remaining fifth and sixth grades were beyond your capacity to refine. If your previous pace was akin to crawling, now it felt like you were merely squatting. By the 600th year, you sensed a loosening of your bottleneck. In the 650th year, you successfully broke through, stepping into the late fourth realm. During your cultivation, the resources you consumed primarily consisted of second-grade true crystals, for they became useless at the fifth realm and had to be utilized to their fullest extent. The quantities of third and fourth-grade true crystals were limited and required prudent allocation. By the 700th year, you found your cultivation nearing the completion of the fourth realm. You paused your training. And 200 years passed with your concerns lingering over being it had been 140 years since you consumed the true bones, yet the side effects lingered, necessitating further consolidation. You awaited Feng's assistance in alleviating the side effects of your cultivation method. Upon your return to the island, you encountered Feng. After a lapse of 200 years, he had not changed much. Still appearing youthful, now gazing at a stack of books with a complex expression, you revealed your presence. How goes it? Your sudden appearance did not disturb Feng. He shook his head and replied, For these 200 years, I have been endeavoring to improve the devouring true art, making only slight progress to achieve a complete refinement. However, seems a distant dream. In what manner have you progressed? Feng's gaze turned towards you. The mental side effects will persist for 300 years. Once the time elapses, I can continue to consume true bones thrice. 300 years is a weight you can endure. What of the longevity technique? Feng chuckled. I have no concern for lifespan. A few hundred years remain, and that suffices. These past 200 years have been devoted to this research. After a moment's hesitation, you suddenly proposed, would you be interested in stepping into the world of cultivation alongside me? Your talents should not be squandered in such a place. Over the years, you had restricted Feng, providing him only with basic materials. All his achievements were derived from theoretical deductions. Throughout the past 700 years, you had contemplated providing Feng with an optimal research environment, yet had refrained due to apprehension over his abilities. Should he find an opportunity to acquire true bones, it could pose a threat to you. However, you have since come to a realization, at times for the sake of greater benefits, minor risks are worth undertaking. Senior, truly. Feng expressed incredulity, his spirits soaring. You nodded in affirmation. In the 701st year, you brought Feng to the Sea of Monuments, arranging for the Hua family to provide him with an impeccable research facility, along with a substantial supply of cultivation methods, true crystals, and true weapons, even offering numerous first-stage cultivators as subjects for experimentation. Observing Feng's industriousness, you felt assured that this was a step well taken. Pang, who approached, holding a cup of hot tea. Well, isn't this the cultivation fanatic Lin Zhan? What brings you out for a stroll? 700 years had passed, yet Pang, who remained at the initial stage of the first realm, you had supplied him with over 100,000 first-grade true crystals. But after several attempts at absorption, he had given up to, in his words, I solely crave the essence of the moon. These chaotic energies only undermine my resolve to grow stronger. He remained as lethargic as ever. A few hundred years having left him unchanged, it proved that one could never motivate someone genuinely indifferent to progress. You playfully tapped Pang, who on the cheek, advising him to take heed of his own situation. Before returning to your training chamber, to continue striving for breakthroughs in your cultivation. By the 800th year, you had achieved significant enhancements in your abilities. In the 900th year, you persisted in your diligent practice, sparing not even a moment for idleness. The 1000th year passed in a similar manner. During this year, you checked on Feng, only to find his research still lacking in groundbreaking advancements. Though he had produced several commendable cultivation methods, Moreover, he had begun investigating the project of transplanting true bones, aiming to flawlessly transfer one individual's true bone into another's body. You thought of yourself, and that individual named Lin Zhan. Was your true bone absorbed by him? True bones are immutable. How did Lin Yuan manage such a feat? You had once examined Lin Yuan's letters, but they largely conveyed emotional expressions, yielding no useful information. In the 1050th year, you finally broke through, officially entering the realm of fourth-level perfection. The side effects of the devouring true art had long since faded, yet for the sake of this breakthrough, you had refrained from seeking out prodigies over the years, instead instructing Hua, Qianma, and others to remain vigilant. Following your advancement, you resolved to return to Golden Tortoise Island, determined to discover several high-quality talents this time. Armed with the 5th-grade true weapon, Dragon Slaying Blade, you felt optimistic about the future. Lin Yuan had left behind numerous true weapons, and although you had attempted to refine them, you realized you could only manage the 5th-grade true weapons at best, and the process was exceedingly slow to prioritize your breakthrough. You did not waste time on this matter. In the 1100th year, you wander alone through the smaller nations of Golden Tortoise Island. Throughout the years, you encountered many with 3rd-grade true bones, yet none piqued your interest. Within a grove of purple bamboo, you witnessed a skirmish, a group of cloaked figures pursuing a man and a woman. Merely passing by, the woman thrust her child into your arms. "Senior, flee! Do not let them capture the crown prince." With that, she turned and rushed in the opposite direction alongside the man. The cloaked figures encircled you. Totaling 35 in number, the weakest at the 3rd stage, and the strongest among them a complete 4th stage. Friend, we are not fools. You are merely being used by that woman. Hand over the child. "And we shall not trouble you," declared the leader of the cloaked figures, the strongest of the 4th stage. Sensing the murderous intent concealed within him, you couldn't help but chuckle. 1 4th grade, 1 5th grade. Your gaze then shifted to the child in your arms, and 1 6th grade. Let them all remain. Gripping the dragon-slaying blade, you roared and charged forward. With the 5th-grade true weapon in hand, you felt invincible. With a single slash, you dispatched 5 third-stage opponents in an instant, then engaged in battle with the complete 4th stage. Your true energy erupted around you, obliterating the purple bamboo grove in an instant. Over 10 4th-stage cultivators surrounded you, but with the dragon-slaying blade, you stood unassailable. The 4th-stage leader, wielding only a 4th-grade true weapon, was momentarily unable to contend with you, and as more of his 3rd-stage subordinates fell, he eventually halted. "Friend, let us end this here." The cloaked man took a step back. "Who exactly are you?" After a deep scrutiny of your features, the cloaked figure committed your visage to memory. "Friend, we are people of the 8th Prince. The 8th Prince is the foremost cultivator of the Cloud Nation at the peak of the 5th realm. Do not miscalculate your own position." With that, he turned and retreated with his men. The 8th Prince, reflecting on the mention of the Crown Prince, you envisioned a grand drama of imperial succession unfolding in the next moment. With a swift strike, you unleashed a surge of malevolent energy that instantaneously vanquished a late-stage companion from the 4th realm. "You have gone too far," exclaimed the figure clad in black, his face contorted with rage. "I am not the one leaping in a latrine. How have I overstepped? Leave them all to me. Among these individuals lies your desired target." After devouring them all, you are confident of ascending to the 5th tier of true bone. How could you easily relinquish such an opportunity? You concealed the prince behind you, reminiscent of Zhao Zilong in ancient times. Vowing to engage in a relentless onslaught, a new round of battle commenced, where you exerted every effort, systematically depleting the lives of the black-clad assailants, while simultaneously dispatching those who proved useless to you with your malevolent energy. A quarter of an hour later, only 4 individuals remained. You, the prince, the figure in black, and 2 severely injured black-clad foes from the early stage of the 4th realm. With a resonant clang, your blade struck down, severing the head of the black-clad adversary, and you continued your assault, wielding a 5th-tier true weapon without fear. The black-clad figure's complexion turned ashen. He desperately sought an opportunity to escape, yet found himself ensnared. Soon, he faced death over 600 times, and the weight of despair bore heavily upon him. Vile scoundrel, You shall not die a good death." In a fit of rage, he charged at you. Having spent thousands of years in cultivation and serving the Eighth Prince, he had slain countless individuals, yet never had he faced such repeated demise. His body was riddled with vulnerabilities, and you merely shook your head in derision. Effortlessly exhausting his final chances of resurrection, the battle concluded. You surveyed the battlefield, collecting a total of 30,000 second-tier true crystals, 300 third-tier true crystals, and various other items of little use to you. Accompanied by the prince, you and the two remaining black-clad figures fled in a frenzy. The Eighth Prince, having attained complete mastery of the Fifth Realm, was indeed not to be trifled with. If one could fight, they would. If not, they would flee. This was the quintessential stratagem of our kind in the realm of cultivation. 10 days later, you arrive at a cave with the three individuals barely clinging to life. You casually retrieved a third-tier formation and set it up around you, preparing to activate the devouring true technique. 15 days later, having devoured the true bones of the two black-clad figures, your rank ascended to the fourth tier's limit. The enhancement of your true bones left you feeling invigorated. You glanced at the prince beside you, a possessor of 6th-tier true bones. After consuming him, you would undoubtedly break through to the 5th tier. Yet, a nagging feeling of unease lingered within you. After all, why would one abandon a prince? You recalled the man and woman you encountered 25 days prior, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Shaking your head, you activated the devouring true technique, ready to consume your target entirely. Boom! At that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the cave, causing your expression to shift slightly, forcing you to halt your actions. "Which esteemed friend is it?" A robust male voice resonated from outside. Clutching the prince, you stepped out of the cave, encountering the man and woman from before, along with a bearded elder. Indeed, the prince is right here. "The tracking method of the former sect leader is truly formidable," exclaimed the man excitedly. The woman stepped forward, saying, "Esteemed friend, we were left with no choice but to entrust His Highness to you. The Eighth Prince harbors grand ambitions. Should he succeed in eliminating the prince and ascend to the throne, the people of Yun country would surely suffer. We were left with no alternatives. Now that we have the assistance of the fully realized sect leader of Tianya sect, the Eighth Prince is undoubtedly doomed. We implore you to return the prince to us." You comprehended their intentions. The former sect leader of Tianya sect? Is it merely a complete mastery of the Sixth Realm? You jest, my friend. It is but our duty as cultivators to rectify injustices and eliminate evildoers. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude. With a smile, you handed the prince over. The bearded elder burst into hearty laughter. "Young brother, you are quite the character. Well then, since we have located the prince, we shall take our leave. The Eighth Prince's reign is surely at its end." After exchanging pleasantries, the three departed, though it was somewhat begrudging. It was still acceptable. 4th-tier true bones are not a significant loss, after all. Moreover, you still had the opportunity to consume once more. You continued to wander through Yun country, seeking new targets to in the year 1111. You had long departed from Yun country, arriving in an even grander realm. In a small town, you finally discovered a fitting target, a notorious flower thief possessing 5th-tier true bones. When you spotted him, he was preparing to commit his nefarious an unscrupulous rogue. He appeared both dashing and elegant, his visage exuding an air of righteousness. You seized his shoulder, causing the flower thief to freeze in shock, his entire demeanor collapsing. Lady, you should retreat. I shall deal with this man thoroughly," you casually remarked. The flower thief was merely an innate martial artist, pitifully weak. The nearby maiden in green trembled in fear, her eyes reddening with indignation. "Esteemed hero, may I witness his demise?" You nodded in acquiescence. He was but a mortal. Extracting his true bones would take no more than 3 seconds. Devouring true technique. "Activate." The flower thief rolled his eyes back, his entire being racked with pain. True bones are not actual bones, but a unique substance hidden between the body and soul, and their removal does not endanger one's life. You effortlessly extracted his true bones, elevating your rank from the 4th to the 5th tier, granting you immense satisfaction. Immediately after, you struck him down, reducing him to mere dust, leaving not a trace. The maiden in green was awestruck by your prowess. Hero, are you man or ghost? You shook your head with a smile. You may call me Kue, a being both human and spectral. With that, you prepared to depart. However, the maiden obstructed your path. Hero, may I accompany you? I wish to grow stronger alongside you. Gazing in her steadfast eyes, you couldn't help but recall a woman. Hua Baiha. Very well. You agreed to take her along. Journeying eastward, you headed straight for the Wild Monument Sea. In the year 1112, you returned to the Wild Monument Sea. Along the way, you engaged in a series of heists, amassing 100,000 second-tier true crystals and 500 third-tier true crystals. Fat Tiger observed the scene, calmly brewing himself a pot of tea. It seems I have another thief on my hands. He chuckled. Ah, my dear friend, times have changed. In the past, I might have been but a tiger, akin to a dog, but now I am the mightiest in the world. Finishing his cool tea, he stood up and retrieved a hat from his storage ring. Placing it atop his head, I asked this how you intend to disguise yourself. You shot him a glance, casually unleashing a surge of true power that sent him flying hundreds of meters. I detest those who flaunt themselves before me. You then turned to take the maiden away. But she suddenly turned and said, Hero, my name is Lu Yi Dada. I am Lin Yuan. Prior to entering seclusion, you visited Yinfeng's research facility. Years had passed, yet he still produced no valuable creations. Nevertheless, his enthusiasm remained undiminished as he stubbornly pursued his experiments. Although the nature of his projects earned him a poor reputation on the island. After encouraging Yinfeng, you formally entered seclusion. This time, armed with fifth-tier true bones and countless resources, you were determined to break through to even higher realms. In the year 1200, your Heavenly Sun S Dragon Command technique successfully advanced to the 5th chapter, officially ushering you into the 5th realm, where your strength saw a monumental enhancement. Your resurrection count soared to 296. Beyond the fundamental enhancements to your physical body and true power, a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from your back. These were the true wings of the 5th realm, enabling you to soar at high speeds. Previously, you could only fly by harnessing the elements of heaven and earth or consuming true power, both of which relied on external forces. Now, however, you could soar through the skies on your own, and at a speed far superior to the former methods. In addition to flight, your true wings were adorned with golden feathers, which could serve as hidden projectiles, raining down upon foes with devastating force. After entering the 5th realm, you were capable of refining 6th-tier true weapons. Once you possess 6th-tier true weapons, you will become invincible within the 5th realm. You immediately immerse yourself in your cultivation, refining the 3rd-tier true crystal to elevate your realm, and honing the 6th-tier true weapon to enhance your lethality, while diligently practicing the 5th volume of the Heavenly Sovereign's Dragon Command, mastering various true arts to strengthen yourself. These true arts are exclusive to those who have reached the 5th realm, akin to ultimate moves with immense destructive power. In the year 1300, while engrossed in your training, you received news that Yinfeng had perished. His lifespan was already limited, and even with the 1,000-year longevity boost from his health cultivation, he could only reach this point. You arrived at his meditation chamber, where you beheld numerous research artifacts, an array of weapons, and diverse true methods, a veritable cornucopia. Until the very end of his life, he had failed to devise a solution to the devouring truth technique, seemingly doing so intentionally. You collected all of Yinfeng's inventions into your storage ring, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Subsequently, you resumed your seclusion. Flowers bloom and wither, time cycles endlessly, all devoid of significance. In this vast universe, the enhancement of strength remains paramount. In the year 1400, your cultivation advanced, drawing infinitely closer to the mid-stage of the 5th realm. That same year, you refined the 6th-tier true weapon in your possession. Within your meditation chamber, a longsword stood quietly before you, measuring 1 meter and 35 centimeters in length, adorned with the ethereal engravings of golden dragons along its sides. The hilt bore minute particles, providing a most comfortable grip. As you grasped the hilt, a domineering force surged from within you, enveloping the sword, causing it to emit dazzling rays of light. From now on, I shall call you Yellow Awe, you proclaimed, Upon hearing your words, Yellow trembled, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement at having received a name. True weapons possess a spirit. Starting from the 6th tier, the sentience of true weapons grows increasingly potent, and by the final 15th tier, they can even articulate human speech and assume human forms. Some individuals have even formed romantic attachments with their true weapons, an undeniably peculiar phenomenon. You were called Yellow, and in the ensuing days, you devoted yourself entirely to cultivation, striving to break through your current limits that, in the year 1500, you achieved a breakthrough, stepping into the mid-stage of the 5th realm. That same year, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing through your meditation chamber and landing heavily before you. She was grievously wounded, her body marred beyond recognition. No patch of skin remained unscathed. Lin Zhan, upon seeing you, she revealed a contented smile before collapsing. She had died. She was Hua Baihe. Your heart sank in shock as you gazed helplessly at this scene. You had not seen her in nearly 1,000 years, and her visage had nearly faded from your memory. Approaching her, you took her hand, your expression dark and foreboding. Raising your head, you beheld a group of 10 individuals hovering above, each brandishing a pair of ethereal wings, every one of them at the 5th realm. The leader was a young man who met your gaze and swooped down upon you. Lin Zhan, how have you been? Clad in white, he exuded an aura of authority, his presence commanding respect. You cast a sidelong glance at him. Who are you? The man in white scoffed. Lin Zhan, have you forgotten me so soon? Back in the Cloud Nation, you were prepared to devour me. I still recall your malicious intent. I was but a child, and you sought to kill me. Today, no one can save you. The realization dawned upon you. He was the prince of the Cloud Nation. Brothers, seize him for me, commanded the white-clad youth. AT his signal. 9 5th realm warriors surged towards you, their murderous intent palpable. You caressed the scarred face of Hua Baihe, and Yellow flew from your body, circling you. Though the reason for her demise eluded you, you vowed, rest assured, I shall avenge you. Rising to your feet, it became evident that Hua Baihe still harbored feelings for you. Alas, you had always remained indifferent toward her. Die. It darted from your hand, swiftly piercing the heart of a 5th realm opponent, annihilating him on the spot. Regrettably, he was at the later stage of the 5th realm, and you could not fully extinguish him with your malevolent energy. The 6th tier, true weapon. The Prince of the Cloud Nation's expression shifted, and he laughed. Brothers, kill him. Help me obtain that 6th tier, true weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the perfected 5th realm fighters struck, severing the prince's head. With the infusion of malevolent energy, the prince perished instantly. Junior brother, you cannot control that true weapon. The one who had acted remarked with a smile. Should he secure the 6th tier true weapon, he could even contend with the sect leader, in the face of such power. Titles of master, prince, or senior brother became utterly inconsequential. All of you shall perish. He raged, turning against his own comrades. You quietly retreated a step, observing their self-destructive conflict. They regarded you with disdain, perceiving you as naught but an infant wielding a sword. Destined to meet your demise under the weight of their 2 minor realms, they could harness malevolent energy to obliterate you in an instant, while you were powerless to do the same to them. The battle escalated, growing increasingly fierce. The destructive capabilities of 5th realm warriors were formidable. Within mere seconds, the surrounding structures lay in ruins. You cradled Hua Baihe's lifeless body and laid her to rest upon a distant hillside. Hua Qianma and the others arrived, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the perfected 5th realm fighters. Such a level of combat was beyond their reach. They could not even interject. You all should withdraw. You gestured dismissively. Take whatever you wish. You settled cross-legged upon the ground, staring blankly at Yellow in your hand. They were merely perfected 5th realm warriors. You could kill them. Moreover, among them was a 6th grade true bone. Since they had come to seek death, how could you possibly let this opportunity slip by? Hua Qianma and the others hesitated, gradually departing that eye in their eyes. These were 5th realm powerhouses. They were simply not their match. My lord, I will stay to accompany you. If we must die, let us die together. For nearly 1,500 years, the guards of the Hua family have protected you. I, Hua Qianma, will never abandon you. Hua Qianma declared earnestly. You cast a glance at him. In former simulations, you had slain him countless times, and he had killed you once. You never anticipated you would have the chance to share the same fate with him. Furthermore, you had long pondered question. Hua Qianma was merely a first-grade true bone. Even if he had obtained the thunderous heaven, how could he have broken through to a high realm and slain you in a matter of centuries? In this vast world, everyone has their own destiny. Apart from Hua Qianma, there was another, the green-clad woman you had brought back centuries ago, Lu Yi. Years had passed, and she had embarked upon her cultivation journey, albeit at a weak initial stage of the first realm. Master, may I leave? Peng, who approached, a cigarette clamped in his mouth, wearing a conical hat and a flowing cape, resembling a wandering hero. Go ahead. You replied, patting his head. 1,000 years had passed. This fellow remained at the initial stage of the first realm, leaving you utterly speechless. There truly such a useless tiger in the world? Peng, who retorted, rolling up his sleeves, visibly displeased. Lu Yi knelt beside you, Brother Lin, who was that deceased sister. You polished Yellow and casually replied, a dear friend. She loved you dearly, Brother Lin, Lu Yi said, sensing the affection reflected in Hua by his eyes. Indeed, it appeared she had perished because of you. You straightened your posture, gazing at the distant buildings, where the battle had concluded. A perfected fifth realm warrior withdrew his sword from his heart, resurrected in full vigor, and approached you with exuberance. The sixth-tier true weapon is destined to belong to me, he declared, his determination unwavering. Your gaze pierced through his flesh to his sixth-grade true bone. You, too, are destined to belong to me. Ha ha, boy, do not forget that I still have 3 chances for resurrection. Even if I have none left, you are still no match for me. He was utterly unperturbed, confident in his superiority due to the 2 minor realm discrepancies. You smiled, the true power derived from the heavenly sovereign's dragon command coursing through you as you stepped forward, ready to strike. Brother Lin, I can die for you as well. Lilia suddenly emerged, standing resolutely before you. With a firm expression, you swatted her aside, sending her to Hua Qianma's side. Take her away from here, you commanded. Turning back with a faint smile, you remarked, with the 3 of you here, I would only be at a disadvantage. I have no desire to strike against you. As you spoke, the golden wings behind you faltered momentarily, and you transformed into a slender streak, soaring upward. Dragon's roar. A mighty dragon's roar erupted from your being as Yelu slashed downward. The figure clad in black, representing the pinnacle of the 5 realms, gaped in astonishment. Interesting, it seems we have underestimated you. Such might is indeed formidable, but so what? You are 2 minor realms beneath me. The black-clad master of the 5 realms laughed heartily, reaching out to grasp a 5th-tier true weapon that materialized in his hand, a long spear. With a swift motion, you unleashed your full power, cleaving through his 5th-tier weapon, and Yelu struck deeply into his shoulder. Truly, the master of the 5 realms possessed formidable defenses. You pressed down further, and with a swift motion, Yelu severed half of his body. Blood spilling into the air, reflecting bizarre crimson light under the sun's rays. You still have 2 revivals left, you noted, licking the blood from your lips as you continued your assault. The black-clad master finally grasped the extent of your power. But it was too late. He had no escape. If he did not seize your 6th-tier true weapon, he would surely be hunted to death by his master. With a furious roar, the black-clad master regained his composure and charged at you without regard for his own safety. Dragon's explosion, you chuckled lightly, unleashing a true technique from the 5th chapter of the Emperor's Dragon Command. Your form erupted, and the immense force sent the black-clad master crashing to the ground, his body utterly shattered. He died once more. You could revive one last time. Upon resurrecting fully, a sinister smile crossed your face as your wings propelled you downward. Dragon's explosion. With the sacrifice of a life, you successfully exchanged 1 for 1. You had but 1 life remaining. Clutching Yelu, you calmly approached him. Lin Zhan, remember my name. I'm Li Laition, and I die without regret. Li Laition tore his garments as he laughed heartily, then shifted his gaze, intent on killing you. This time, you did not exchange blows but engaged in a sustained battle with Yelu. After a quarter of an hour, Li Laition lay battered and bruised, ultimately falling to your blade, severing his legs and arms. You grasped his broken form and immediately employed the devouring true technique that, in a moment unseen by anyone, you successfully consumed his true bones, elevating your level to the 5th tier limit. On the cusp of entering the 6th tier, with another strike, you ended Li Tian's life. Lin Zhan, my lord, you are incredible. The master is invincible. The Huaqianmo and Peng Hu approached. You smiled, just about to speak when you felt a wound at your waist. Your expression changed. A trace of malevolence marred the injury. When had you been struck? This was entirely unforeseen, my lord. Why is your waist so dark? Peng Hu exclaimed, wide-eyed. Taking a deep breath, you circulated your true energy, preparing to purge the malevolence. The malevolence had but one effect on you, restricting your revivals. This meant that until the malevolence dissipated, you had only one life left, because I am benevolent. After several attempts, you realized you were utterly powerless. Given the concentration of the malevolence, you surmised you would be unable to revive for 30 years. The danger had significantly escalated. Withdraw. Withdraw. You addressed the 3 of them. The opponents are all experts of the Tianya sect. Should the elders arrive, we would effectively be doomed. Retreat is paramount. You patted Huaqianmo and Liu Ye on the shoulders. Peng Hu clung to your leg, pleading, my lord, please take me with you. I am but a pitiful white tiger. I cannot fight anyone, my lord. You need not concern yourself with me. Lin Zhan, surviving is of utmost importance. Liu Ye and Huaqianmo bore expressions of reluctance to burden you, leaving you speechless. I am not dead. Why the theatrics? Are we to make dumplings with a few more words? Let us flee together. You grasped the 3 of them and took to the skies. Heading southward, you were aware that the east concealed the trump card of the giant eye, and venturing there would be tantamount to delivering yourself to death. The west, the core of the East Sea, was teeming with experts and the Tianya sect stronghold, also fraught with peril. The north and south remained unexplored, providing an opportunity to chart new territories. 3 months later, you arrived at a massive island. However, the density of the elemental forces here was insufficient to support your continued cultivation, prompting you to travel further south. 3 years later, you finally set foot on solid ground. Yes, this was indeed land. After gathering information, you discovered that this too was part of the East Sea, specifically the southernmost region known as Guishu continent, a profoundly mysterious locale. It lay at the juncture of the East Sea, Central Plains and Southern Wilderness, essentially the lower right corner of a rectangular map. Continuing southwest led to the Southern Wilderness. Northwest led to the Central Plains. Guishu continent was fraught with peril, rumored to be inhabited by a plethora of powerful demon clans. With human exploration barely scratching the surface, there were 32 known forbidden zones. You dispatched Huaqianmo and Liu Ye to establish a base here, preparing for an earnest period of cultivation. After slaying Li Tian, you naturally looted his corpse, acquiring a considerable amount of true crystal resources sufficient for further cultivation. In the year 1504, you commenced a period of seclusion, immersing yourself in the lengthy and profound path of cultivation. By the year 1555, the malevolence had completely dissipated, allowing you to revive fully, rapidly enhancing your strength with the 6th-tier true bones in the year 1600. You broke through once more, advancing into the late stage of the 5 realms. By the year 1900, you had exhausted the 3rd-tier true crystals within your storage ring, and on the final day of your confinement, you achieved a breakthrough, entering the pinnacle of the 5 realms. Your gaze fell upon the remaining 104th-tier true crystals, and you resolved to continue consuming and refining them. This time, you were confident of breaking into the 6th realm. Once you reached that milestone, refining 7th-tier true weapons would render the minor Tianya sect inconsequential. In the year 1986, the sudden appearance of Huaqianmo forced you out of your retreat. My lord, Liu Ye has died. You had heard the news, and your eyes betrayed no emotion. Her true bones were limited, and coupled with reckless cultivation, it was only to be expected. Liu Ye could have lived for much longer, as she possessed a total lifespan of 2,000 years. Alas, after witnessing that battle at the Hua family, she had been deeply affected, dedicating herself to relentless training, which ultimately diminished her foundation and drastically curtailed her lifespan. Huaqianmo opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but hesitated. Spit it out. You had little patience for riddles, my lord. Liu died for you. She understood your long lifespan and yearned to be with you for eternity. Striving to break through to higher realms for greater longevity, Huaqianmo reflected. She loved you dearly, did I know. Yet love is the most meaningless thing in this world. You wave your hand dismissively. Give her a proper burial. And you must also strive harder. If you do not break through soon, you too shall perish. After 1,900 years, Huaqianmo remained at the pinnacle of the first realm, given his current pace of cultivation. Achieving a breakthrough to the second realm before his death seemed quite challenging. My lord, my true bone grade is limited. This lifetime is all I can attain. Huaqianmo offered a bitter smile before turning to leave. If he wished to change his fate, he could simply pass on the devouring true technique. But would Huaqianmo trust you? You had known him for over 1,900 years. Wait. After some contemplation, you handed the devouring true technique to Huaqianmo. We have known each other for many years. Accompany me for a while longer. Huaqianmo, puzzled, opened the bamboo slip, and in the next moment, his pupils widened in shock. My lord, this is unacceptable. This is far too precious. He knelt on the ground, fervently prostrating himself before you to express his unwavering loyalty. This fellow certainly knows how to provide emotional value. In the year 2100, as you were in seclusion, you faintly sensed a breakthrough approaching. The next day, you decided to visit the brothel for a bit of relaxation. 3 days later, you single-handedly battled 108 courtesans, emerging victorious by mere chance. Upon leaving the establishment, you felt invigorated, and after releasing a flatulent sound, your cultivation realm instantaneously advanced, allowing you to step into the initial stage of the 6th rank. Your strength experienced a tremendous enhancement. With the 6th rank, your lifespan increased by another 1,000 years, and your protective aura became even more resilient. Moreover, you acquired a unique ability known as True Mark, which would be unlocked at the 6th level. This ability is an upgraded version of malevolent energy. Any weaker cultivator who falls victim to your True Mark will lose their ability to resurrect, as they possess but a single life. Death is final. To resolve this predicament, there are only 2 options. First, have you or someone stronger than you cleanse the True Mark with their true energy. Second, achieve a breakthrough in realm. Should one's strength surpass yours, the True Mark will naturally dissipate without resistance. Besides prohibiting resurrection, the True Mark possesses various attributes, such as burning, corrosion, devouring, and freezing. However, these attributes require personal cultivation. With the breakthrough in realm, you felt exhilarated. You then prepared to refine 7th-tier true weapons to enhance your offensive capabilities. Previously, when you had killed members of the Tianya sect, you had fled in a panic to save your own life. You were determined to reclaim your honor. However, just as you took a couple of steps, a multitude of cultivators appeared around you, each at the 5th rank. Are you Lin Zhan? The leader, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe at the 6th rank, inquired. He raised his right hand, and 2 6th-rank cultivators beside him began to channel their true energy, imbued with numerous true marks, poised to strike at any moment. Observing the surrounding experts, you found yourself perplexed. How had they tracked you down? Were they from a Tianya sect? You questioned, mentally preparing for the worst. The Tianya sect? Ha ha ha. They lacked the qualifications to intervene in this matter. The middle-aged man in yellow sneered. Listen closely, Qin Bai Xian. The right protector under the master of Haoran's sect on Jinyuan Island. Lin Zhan. Hand over the technique to enhance true bones, and I shall grant you a swift end. Realization dawned upon you. You understood everything. This Huaqianmo was truly skilled in the art of deception. How utterly impressive. You had been oblivious to it all. Feeling a surge of rebellious spirit, it became apparent that they were after the devouring true technique. You laughed heartily. The devouring true technique is not in my possession. You were acutely aware that, under such circumstances, your chances of survival were exceedingly slim. You feared not death itself, but rather the loss of all the gains from the simulation due to your demise. What a tremendous waste that would be. You are lying, Lin Zhan. I shall give you one final chance. Surrender the devouring true technique. Qin Baishuan's tone was resolute. Just as you prepare to accept your fate, a peculiar thought emerged in your mind. As soon as that thought materialized, you could no longer contain yourself. Oh, you dare to move against me. Do you know who I am? You activated the Emperor's Dragon Command, your true energy surging within. I am a disciple of the Lin family. If you possess the capability, then come at me. To your knowledge, the Lin family held a lofty status in Zhongzhou. Jinyuan Island was a massive island located to the west of Golden Tortoise Island, which, according to the Five Rings division, was considered to be in the fourth ring, thereby well known to the Lin family. Indeed, upon hearing the name Lin family, Qin Baixian visibly faltered for a moment, that a disciple of the Lin family? Yet the next instant, he retorted mockingly, "Once I obtain the devouring true technique, I can continuously devour until I surpass the Lin family. It's merely a matter of time." What absurd arrogance! Once again, he succumbed to irrationality upon encountering profit. With hundreds present, the word would undoubtedly spread, and at that time, Qin Baixian would meet the same fate as you. Qin Baixian, I curse you. Huaiqianmo, I shall make you regret it. What a bunch of fools. All of them, you shouted defiantly and unhesitatingly self-destructed. Boom! Your body shattered into countless fragments. Under the suppression of your own true marks, you had no chance of resurrection. Qin Baixian sensed your emotions just before you spoke and prepared to intervene. But sadly, he was far too late. You perished. The simulation has concluded. You have obtained the initial stage of the 6th rank, Emperor's Dragon Command. 2 concentration stones, 3 million first-tier true crystals, 150,000 second-tier true crystals, 10 third-tier true crystals, and 4th-tier true crystals. You have acquired first-tier and second-tier true weapons. You have also obtained the devouring true technique and the true bone spreading technique, along with 6th rank true bones. You have secured a 4th-tier spirit gathering array and a 5th-tier wind, fire, and thunder tribulation array. Additionally, you have amassed 1369 storage rings. Will you inherit? Everything has come to an end. Lin Zhan felt utterly elated. Reclining with his legs crossed as he readily accepted his inheritance, it was swift. The essence of the initial stage of the 6th rank flowed into him, filling him completely, and it felt incredibly intimate, especially the true bones. This time, he had directly advanced from the 1st to the 6th rank, feeling as if he were floating, unable to even grip the Dragon Slayer blade, channeling the overwhelming true energy within him. Lin Zhan felt an exhilarating tide of emotions. Rising to his feet, a cacophony of clinking sounds erupted as over 1,000 storage rings fell to the ground, clattering incessantly. Alas, my shoelaces have come undone. Lin Zhan gathered all the rings. The most crucial item was, of course, the ring given to him by Lin Zhan, containing all the high-level resources, true crystals from the 4th to the 6th tier, and true weapons from the 1st to the 15th tier. He retrieved that letter and meticulously examined it. It bore no significant difference from what he had encountered in the simulation, indicating that his 9th rank true bones had been transferred to his brother. His brother was indeed Lin Zhan. He squinted his eyes and took out another technique, the true bone spreading technique. Lin Zhan, that foolish bird, could not afford to confront challenges head-on in the short term. He must focus on enhancing his true bones as the primary objective. He would continuously cultivate around this point to elevate his strength. With the devouring true technique at hand, Lin Zhan's true bones were not as critical anymore. Lin Zhan abruptly grasped the tail of Fat Tiger. This fellow was still shrouded in mystery. Throughout multiple simulations, he had never encountered a second creature beyond Fat Tiger. This hinted at many underlying issues. In the East Sea region, demon creatures remained exceedingly rare. Gazing at the sleeping Fat Tiger, Lin Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. How many true crystals could you fetch if sold? The following day, Lin Zhan opted out of combat. He was weary, exhausted. In fact, enjoying life did not necessitate an obsession with vulgar pursuits. Such trivialities were far too mundane. Kaiyuan County was too small, with hardly any enjoyable diversions. Lin Zhan was also disinclined to exert his power to interfere with other factions. Did you not see that old Taoist still hanging from the tree outside? At noon, he cradled Fat Tiger and made his way to the brothel in Kaiyuan County. Intending to listen to some tunes and elevate his taste, The brothel remained as crude as ever. The young lady's performance on the instrument was rather pleasing, and he found enjoyment in it. After a few more hours passed, Lin Zhan suddenly froze. The old Taoist was still munching on a chicken leg up in the large tree outside the city. While enjoying his meal, a bird alighted on his head. Chirping, the celestial powers activated, retrieving a letter from the chicken foot. Gently unfolding it, the old Taoist's expression brightened. Finally, it has concluded. I shall no longer waste time here. After chuckling a couple of times, he took off running. Junior sister, wait for me. I shall come to marry you. The old Taoist harnessed the power of thunder, moving with increasing speed, clearly in a great hurry. The days of surveillance had significantly enhanced his theoretical knowledge. Who would have thought that a 15-year-old child could possess such understanding? It was truly an eye-opener. In the brothel's private box, Lin Zhan felt puzzled. Could it be that their predictions had changed once more? He retrieved several concentration stones from the ring, and indeed, the inscriptions upon them had altered. Regardless of whether it was the True Way or the Kunlun demon sect, the words on the concentration stones now read, "Retreat. Keep your distance from Lin Zhan, and under no circumstances provoke him." The exclamation mark behind is quite prominent. Grasping the focusing stone, Lin Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. This individual, remarkably, is still updating in real time. Has he perceived my growing strength, compelling him to retract all his arrangements? The most crucial question remains. How did he discover this? Could it be that something has been surveilling me all along? Lin Zhan sighed in relief and began to reflect carefully. Each time he engaged in battle, he exerted himself to the utmost, ensuring that he did not bring disgrace upon the traversers. But even if he found out, what difference would it make? He would still have to obediently place him in the fierce man zone. After observing the flute performance for a while, Lin Zhan returned to the manor. Night was fast approaching. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds suddenly erupted from outside the city. Lin Zhan glanced out and was taken aback that it was indeed the true Tao sect, accompanied by members of the Kunlun demon sect. There were many arrivals. Both parties were led by individuals at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, Chu Buxiu and Qin Wufeng. Following them were a seemingly endless procession of horse-drawn carriages and ox carts. Lin Zhan tugged at Fat Tiger's mouth and took a look at the focusing stone. It had not changed at all. What were these two up to, the leader of the true Tao? Qin Wufeng seeks an audience with Lin Xiaoyu, the leader of the Kunlun demon sect. Chu Buxiu seeks an audience with Lin Xiong. Two weighty voices resounded. Lin Zhan, filled with confusion, stepped outside. Lin Xiong, I have had a spiritual connection with you for many years. Today, upon meeting, you truly are a remarkable figure, charming and dashing, accomplished and talented. As soon as he exited the city, he heard Chu Buxiu's incessant chatter. Lin Zhan listened patiently. One must savor the flattery that is freely given. 2 minutes passed, yet Chu Buxiu showed no signs of stopping. 5 minutes later, Chu Buxiu found his rhythm. My admiration for Lin Xiong is akin to this fellow, being several hundred years old, dares to address a 15-year-old pure-hearted youth as brother. His audacity is indeed commendable. As he prepared to continue, Lin Zhan, weary of his words, interjected. Enough. If you have something to say, please do so quickly. Just as Qin Wufeng was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Chu Buxiu. Lin Xiong, we have come today primarily to forge a good relationship with you. Ahem, my younger brother knows your preferences and especially brought forth countless treasures, hoping that Lin Xiong will be satisfied. With a flourish of his long sleeves, a procession of exquisitely dressed and uniquely styled enchanting ladies emerged from the carriages and carts behind him. Lin Zhan narrowed his eyes, now serious. There were a total of 3,561 women, all at the level of master cultivators. What a splendid gift indeed. Lin Zhan clasped his hands together. Kunlun demon sect's Chu Buxiu, I shall remember this. Qin Wufeng, growing anxious, exclaimed, Lin Xiaoyu, those are mere trinkets. What significance do they hold? Come, behold what I have brought. With confidence, he clapped his hands that a wisp of celestial power surged forth, lifting the curtains of the carriages and revealing several stacks of books. Indeed, they were all books. Lin Zhan was momentarily stunned. Gentlemen, what exactly are your intentions? Please speak plainly. He adopted a serious demeanor, his expression somewhat displeased. What is the true Tao sect situation? You send people to spy daily. And yet this is the gift you present. Do you still desire to progress? Or is the Kunlun demon sect simply discerning? No, Lin Xiong, our sect merely wishes to befriend you. As the saying goes. The more friends one has, the more paths one may traverse. With more paths, life becomes easier, does it not? Chu Buxiu chuckled, resembling a little eunuch by the emperor's side. Qin Wufeng nodded in agreement. My true Tao sect shares the sentiment. There may have been some misunderstandings with Lin Xiaoyu previously. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. When will the cycle of vengeance end? You two must be here for a comedy show. I understand your intentions now. Lin Zhan laughed heartily. If that is the case, so be it. After leaving this remark, he turned to leave, as if he had made a momentous decision. Qin Wufeng and Chu Buxiu exchanged glances. Old Taoist, is not the true Tao sect most adept at discerning human nature? Why present gifts of knowledge? I truly admire that. Chu Buxiu scoffed, then leisurely stepped into the air and departed. Qin Wufeng shook his head. The Tao is different. In the end, Lin Zhan accepted this gift. After taking considerable time, he thoroughly investigated Chu Buxiu's offering to ensure there would be no issues. As for Qin Wufeng's gift, it would serve as a makeshift table leg for now. In the deep of night, cradling Fat Tiger, Lin Zhan quietly awaited the arrival of the simulation. Roar. Fat Tiger suddenly let out a mighty roar. Lin Zhan patted his head, coaxing him into a restful slumber. Midnight had arrived. He tucked Fat Tiger in snugly and spoke with a serious expression. Lin Zhan, this time you must strive to reach new heights and create further brilliance on the first day. You simply experimented with Chu Buxiu's gift to be why the end of the first month, you departed with great satisfaction. With your wings unfurled, you soared through the skies, resolving the matter with Li Chengze from hundreds of miles away with a mere glance. Subsequently, you obtained a focusing stone from both Chu Buxiu and Qin Wufeng. Although you were still uncertain of its utility, more is always better. Finally, you arrived once more at the domain of the Shadow Demon sect and encountered Yin Feng. In your previous life, Yin Feng had diligently pursued his studies for a millennium without committing any wrongdoing, and you found yourself trusting him considerably, at least more than the shadowy figure of Hua Qianma. Little Fengzi, would you be interested in joining me to witness the vistas beyond this world? Gazing at the imposing and enigmatic aura surrounding you, Yin Feng did not hesitate to bow his head. I am willing. At this moment, Hua Wuqiu had yet to depart. After a moment of hesitation, you decided to give it another try. Before this, you brought Yin Feng to an isolated island rich in the power of heaven and earth, where you bestowed upon him a wealth of cultivation knowledge and resources. Young man, I have high hopes for you that I believe. You praised him fervently, painting grand visions, before racing towards the island of the Hua family. Lin Yuan has given so much, it is hard not to be tempted. However, one must proceed with caution, for Hua Wuqiu is an old fox, and you must not fall into his trap that a month later. You cautiously arrived at the island where Hua Wuqiu had established his dominion. You heard a peculiar voice of inquiry, and before long, the long-haired, handsome man Hua Wuqiu appeared, an interesting little friend. Before he could finish, he furrowed his brow and seized your wrist. The Heavenly Sun's Dragon Command Technique? The Lin family's technique. Hua Wuqiu held you firmly for 5 seconds. 6th grade true bone, a Lin family bloodline. After releasing you, he rubbed his temples incessantly. What does the Lin family want you to do? You paused for 2 seconds before responding. Senior Hua, the matter is as follows. My name is Lin Zhan. I am a reborn individual. In my previous life, I shared a deep affection with Hua Qianma and a romantic connection with Hua Baihe. You continued to weave your tale, your lines and expressions impeccably executed. However, it was a pity that your little schemes could not remain concealed at such a tender age. You had quite the crafty mind. Hua Wuqiu shot you a glance. No matter who you are, first stay here with me for a while. Conveniently, I have grown weary of those women. This little beauty bears quite a resemblance to Lin Yuan. You sensed trouble brewing. In the next moment, you found yourself apprehended by Hua Wuqiu and thrown into a dungeon. Fortunately, Hua Wuqiu merely spoke without taking away your virtue. Would he continue to test me? You pondered uncertainly. Subsequently, you retrieved abundant resources and began to cultivate the Heavenly Sun's Dragon Command technique to enhance your strength. By the end of the first year, you were still immersed in your training point. One day, a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, fiercely landing before you and transforming into a golden phantom. You jolted awake. The phantom quickly solidified into a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, his countenance resolute. "You are Lin Zhan?" "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan." Upon hearing his words, an ominous feeling washed over you. Breaking through to the sixth realm before reaching a century of age can be deemed a talent. But alas, who could have imagined that you would become an adversary of my Wang family? My nephew Lin Zhan is undoubtedly the future master of the Lin family. No one can shake his position. A middle-aged man, his expression dark as thunder, strikes at you with a palm. Boom! The dungeon collapses, and the terrifying shockwave of true energy radiates outward, injuring countless disciples of the Hua family. You find yourself sprawled amidst the ruins, the power of true marks surging chaotically within you, your strength waning to its utmost limits. Soon after, the world before your eyes descends into eternal darkness. You have perished. You have obtained a year's worth of training progress. You have acquired the memories of death, inheritance. Lin Zhan leaps from his bed, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is outrageously violent. To have died in less than 2.5 years is quite the waste. If that's the case, I cannot pluck the wool from my wild father in the short term." My nephew Lin Zhan, the uncle of Lin Zhan. Undoubtedly, Hua Wuqing must have informed the Lin family of his whereabouts, leading to my downfall. What if I had been more cautious and kept Hua Wuqing's information secret? Would Lin Yuan have provided me with more support? Lin Zhan strokes his chin, feeling that he has been overly conservative. He must test the waters with Lin Yuan. Lin Zhan is his younger brother, undoubtedly younger than himself. Let's say he is 15 in the span of 15 years, with ample resources at his disposal. To what heights could he ascend? If we seize the opportunity to enter the Lin family and reclaim the 9th grade true bone, it would lead us to a grand conclusion. Shaking his head, he turns his gaze back to the simulator, the year's worth of training progress. Memories of death, inheritance. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoes in his ears. In the next moment, Lin Zhan sees the image of his uncle, Old Wang, in his mind. With a single strike, he was obliterated, and a sheer number of true marks, densely packed and brimming with various attributes, signals that this individual's strength is undoubtedly above the 8th realm. Lin Zhan speculates, surveying the various cultivation resources around him. He reclines beside the 15th grade true soldier. One day, I shall do as I please. The following day, in the deep of night, Master Lin, having effortlessly defeated 3,000 opponents, lies contentedly in bed. After nudging Fat Tiger, he energetically opens the simulator. Lin Yuan, Lin Zhan. Old Wang, this time I must uncover the secrets you all harbor. On the first day, routine operations, acquiring 2 pieces of concentration stones, swiftly dealing with Li Chengze, and bringing the Yin Wen to a relatively safe environment. Leaving him with abundant resources before heading straight to the Hua family. A month later, you arrive at the Hua family. Hua Wuqing ancestor, I am Lin Zhan, and I have a request. You channel your true energy and call out loudly. Whoosh! Hua Wuqing appears. You young one, though not of great age, speak with remarkable audacity, daring to call my name outright. Sighing, you reply, Ancestor, I am a reincarnator, reborn twice. In my first life, I encountered Hua Qianma and fell in love with Hua Baihe. Ultimately, I perished while defending the Hua family against a multitude of formidable foes. Fortunately, Hua Qianma successfully retrieved the legacy you left behind, including the thunderous roar and the 4th grade true soldier type. In my second life, I arrived at the Hua family ahead of time and revealed to you that you would perish 96 years hence, only to be confined by you 500 years later. An individual claiming to be Lin Zhan sought me out, granting me the legacy left by Lin Yuan that I thought I was about to soar, but unexpectedly, I met my end at the hands of a white-clad man, surnamed Wang, who claimed to be Lin Zhan's uncle. This time, your performance is more fluid, your storytelling skills greatly enhanced, tears streaming down your face as you narrate, nearly losing composure. Hua Wuqing silently observes your act. The imperial dragon technique indeed belongs to the ancestral true method of the Lin family. Lin Yuan had a child 15 years ago, named Lin Zhan. Yet you seem utterly lost. Seeing this, you produce that letter. Senior, please take a look. Hua Wuqing snatches it, and in the next moment his expression shifts. Bone extraction and transplantation? How could such a method exist in this world? As he speaks, he approaches you, inspecting you closely. Indeed, there are signs of your true bones being extracted. However, logically, you should only possess remnants of your true bones. How could you possibly have 6th grade true bones without any trace of the 1st grade? Hua Wuqing murmurs, utterly perplexed. Never mind. Since you are here, stay put. I need to verify this with Lin Yuan. Hua Wuqing casually remarks, then takes you away, this time not throwing you into the dungeon, but rather bringing you to a grand complex, ensuring your comfort. Hua Qianma, Hua Baihe, my 2 most valued grandchildren. May you coexist harmoniously. After leaving a message, Hua Wuqing prepares to depart. You hastily interject. Senior, please exercise utmost caution that if news leaks, both our lives may be at stake. Just exaggerate the severity. He retorts that I understand. Hua Wuqing shoots you a sidelong glance before transforming into a shadowy light and vanishing. This time, it should be found in the Hua family's training chamber. You begin earnest cultivation. Life in the Hua family is quite pleasant. When boredom strikes, you join Hua Qianma or share intimate moments with Hua Baihe, living a life of ease. To the end of the 1st year, 2 beams of light, 1 black and 1 gold, descend from the heavens. You push aside Hua Baihe, gazing in surprise at the 2 figures. It is indeed Hua Wuqing and Lin Yuan. Look, is this not your son? Hua Wuqing pats Lin Yuan on the shoulder, a look of amusement on his face. You play the role of a weeping actor, kneeling on the ground. Father, I miss you so much. You have no idea how I have endured these past 15 years. In your childhood, you faced hunger and cold, reduced to a beggar in the city, daily bullied by others. You cling to Lin Yuan's leg, tears and snot running freely, with no regard for decorum, as you smear them all over him. Lin Yuan looks taken aback. This is Lin Zhan. Calm down. He uses his true energy to separate you, cleansing himself of all grime, his expression filled with complexity. The events of that time are entirely my fault. The Lin family's ancestors hail from an ancient dynasty, yet we have continually weakened. In my generation, I was forced to become a son-in-law to the Wang family, subsequently utilizing their resources to rebuild the Lin family. Over these years, we have seen considerable improvement, and my cultivation has broken through several barriers. When you were born, possessing 9th grade true bones, I was overjoyed. Yet the moment your brother Lin Zhan arrived, blessed with the blood of an ancient imperial family, he possessed only 1st grade true bones. Coincidentally, his awakened imperial blood talent is devouring, allowing him to forcibly absorb another's root bones, perfectly integrating them into his own body. Though this ability can only be used once in a lifetime, it is powerful enough. Gradually, as Lin Yuan elucidates, you come to understand all that transpired back then. Goodness, the plot is becoming increasingly outrageous. Imperial blood talent. You inquire, as these are novel terms for you. This is a special ability that only those with imperial bloodlines have a chance to awaken. With odds akin to 1 in 10,000, the Wang family once birthed an emperor in ancient times, reigning for 100,000 years. That's it. Imperial blood talent are abilities only likely to awaken in those of imperial lineage. And emperors are beings of strength beyond the 15th realm. Legends say that emperors can live for 100,000 years, their power unparalleled, capable of calculating heaven and earth, mastering the very fabric of reality. Such terrifying strength. You feel your blood boiling in excitement. What does Father plan to do now? Will he continue to leave me adrift? You adopt a tone reminiscent of a green tea girl, appearing utterly pitiful. Lin Yuan can hardly bear to look at you. He takes a step back. Zhan, the Wang family is currently of great assistance to me. I can only impose on you for a bit longer. Rest assured, once the Lin family rises fully, there will undoubtedly be a place for you. He paints a bright future for you. But what are the true crystals? What are the true soldiers? These are the real treasures. Why does he speak of them, yet offer none? Father, I comprehend now. I am acutely aware of my humble status, having been a wild child subjected to bullying throughout my upbringing. You turned away. Since you have plans, I shall undoubtedly lend you my unwavering support. Enough, Lin Yuan interrupted, producing a storage ring and placing it before you. Lin Zhan, grant me some time. Once the Lin family has risen to its full strength, you shall be the foremost heir. Within this ring lie the resources for your cultivation that I have bequeathed to you. For now, focus on your training here. Anything you do not understand, Hua Wuqia will elucidate for you. After imparting these commanding words, Lin Yuan fled in haste, utterly unsure of how to confront you. Hua Wuqia clicked his tongue repeatedly, having seemingly feasted on this juicy tidbit, yet found it lacking in flavor. The power struggles of grand families indeed unfold as a splendid spectacle. All right, enough theatrics. Your father has endured considerable hardship over the years. Single-handedly elevating the Lin family to this stature is no small feat. Truly, it is a commendable endeavor, Hua Wuqia remarked with a sigh. Senior, what is my father's cultivation level? You suddenly inquired. Hua Wuqia raised both hands. This year your father is 500 years old, at the pinnacle of the 14th realm. Just a step away from breaking through to the 15th realm and becoming an elder figure. And you, senior? You curiously asked. I am not as fortunate. My cultivation is only at the 13th realm, significantly inferior to your father and the prodigies of Zhongzhou. Point one final question. Are you aware of Lin Shun's current cultivation level? This inquiry was crucial, exceedingly significant. Lin Shen, he possesses your 9th grade true bone. Coupled with the blessing of imperial blood, at merely 15 years of age, he has already surpassed the 10th realm. Among the 5 domains, his talent is unparalleled. A 15-year-old at the 10th realm, it is inconceivable to imagine how far he will advance in 500 years. With this newfound information, you resolve to abandon any thoughts of seizing Lin Shun's true bone. Upon returning to your dwelling, you retrieve the storage ring Lin Yuan had given you and examined its contents. This time, it was filled with a considerable number of items, predominantly cultivation resources. 1 million 3rd grade true crystals, 100,000 4th grade true crystals, 1 7th grade true weapon, and 1 8th grade true weapon. Nothing else of note remained. True crystals were the resource you most desperately required. You settled your thoughts and began to diligently cultivate within the Hua family that in the 10th year. Aided by the abundant true crystals, your cultivation progressed rapidly. By the 30th year, you successfully refined the 7th grade true weapon in your possession. Under your careful adjustment, it transformed into a 3-foot azure blade, which you named the Godslayer sword, as God also holds profound meaning. In the 96th year, Hua Wuqia approached you with an unusual expression. Although I anticipated this, it is still astonishing. You truly are a reincarnator. He had received the news that the demon race was invading Zhongzhou. Placing humanity in grave peril, he would represent the Hua family on the battlefield against the demons. Senior, please take care. Your death is inconsequential, but do not involve Lin Yuan. Hua Wuqia laughed heartily. Fear not. He will outlive us all. Now aware of your circumstances, this fellow cherished his life more than anyone else. That is reassuring. If Lin Yuan survives, I can still reap more benefits. Hua Wuqia departed, entrusting the Hua family to you, urging you to focus on your cultivation without concern for other matters. You delegated both grand and trivial affairs to Hua Qianma, immersing yourself solely in your training. Though Hua Qianma was a renowned actor, he proved quite suitable as a tool that in the 100th year. You sensed a breakthrough approaching. By the 150th year, you advanced to the mid-6th realm. This year, Hua Wuqia had yet to return, causing you some concern. In the 200th year, there was still no news. The 300th year passed in the same manner. By the 400th year, you reached the late 6th grade, having exhausted your supply of 3rd grade true crystals. You began utilizing the remaining 100,000 4th grade true crystals. 400 years had elapsed without a word from Hua Wuqia or Lin Yuan. Could it be that both had perished? In this life, you had exposed yourself to both individuals. Be cautious. You refrained from employing the devouring true technique, unable to discern if Lin Yuan had placed spies around you. Thus you continued your silent cultivation. In the 500th year, you visited Yin Feng, who remained engrossed in his research. While it cannot be said that he made no progress, it could only be described as treading water. Upon returning to the Hua family island, you cultivated while awaiting developments. The following day, Lin Zhan, A youthful figure approached, clad in white armor, a crimson cape billowing behind him, exuding intense battle intent and murderous aura. He gazed down at you. Indeed, I am of the Lin family bloodline. Unable to comprehend, you remarked, I have inherited everything from the Lin family. Why would my father grant you an opportunity before his demise? What foolish notions of brotherhood. In 500 years, I have never laid eyes on you. The youth regarded you with disdain. Lin Zhan, remember this well. It is Lin Zhan who will slay you, the current head of the Lin family. Lin Yuan's sole son, a supreme being of the 15th realm, the foremost prodigy of the Star Sea. Lin Zhan's icy gaze swept over you, causing your entire being to boil in anguish. Buzz, you perished. Reality. Lin Zhan found himself in a state of shock, unable to grasp the situation. Who would have thought that he would meet his end once more? Having been sufficiently cautious, he still faced this fate. Lin Zhan's strike had been too swift. Many questions remained unasked. How had Lin Yuan met his demise? Was Hua Wuqia also dead, or was there someone scheming against Lin Yuan on the battlefield against the demons? The simulation has concluded. You have attained late 6th grade cultivation and acquired the 7th grade true weapon, the Godslayer's sword. You have obtained 2 condensing spirit stones and 10,000 4th grade true crystals. Will you inherit? Yes. Cultivation and resources overshadow all. Lin Zhan organized the items on the table, feeling a twinge of regret. For the foreseeable future, it would be unwise to scheme against Lin Yuan or Lin Zhan. The Lin family of Zhongzhou and the Wang family were realms beyond his reach. Grasping a 4th grade true crystal, he lowered his head. The immediate priority is to leverage the devouring true technique to enhance my true bones and elevate my cultivation. With a swift motion, he grasped the 3-foot azure blade, the very 7th grade true weapon he refined during the simulation, ultimately named the Godslayer's sword. After refinement, the real true weapon had vanished. IT seems this is one of the simulator's regulations. Preventing endless replication. Something feels amiss. I do not recall setting this program. Lin Zhan furrowed his brow, ultimately resigning himself to accept this reality. The next day, as night fell, Master Lin once again inspected the various gifts sent by Chu Buxiu. The condition was excellent and authentic. Satisfied, he lay down, resting his head on the soft belly of Fat Tiger. The time had come that on the first day, you departed with all your resources. Your aim was to slay Li Chengze and acquire the condensing spirit stones. The storage ring contained 16 condensing spirit stones. You took Yin Feng with you, finding him a favorable location while preparing a large and delectable meat pie. Keep it up, young man. I believe you will succeed. You patted Yin Feng's head and rewarded him with a hearty meal in an unseen corner. Yin Feng gazed at the various resources and cultivation notes, his eyes gleaming with excitement, a strange light flickering within. On the 2nd year, you arrived at Golden Tortoise Island, concealing your aura in search of unparalleled genius, preparing to utilize the devouring true technique to enhance your true bones the 10th year. Having explored the entirety of Golden Tortoise Island, you discovered but one target, a prince of a dynasty possessing 7th grade true bones. You stealthily made your move, unobtrusively seizing his true bones after devouring them. Your true bone rank significantly improved, though it had yet to reach the 7th grade. It seemed you would need to consume another. Departing from Golden Tortoise Island, you combined cultivation with travel, making your way westward, delving into the depths of the East Sea. Along the journey, you continued to strike, engaging in black-on-black dealings, amassing a wealth of true crystal resources, with the count of 3rd grade true crystals reaching 150,000, 4th grade true crystals totaling 60,000, and various other resources besides. With the formidable power of your 7th grade true weapon, you remained invincible beneath the 8th realm. Though unable to achieve instantaneous annihilation, you have yet to exhaust or vanquish any within the 7th realm. In the 20th year, you arrived at the position of the Eastern Sea's 3rd ring, where the density of the elemental forces in heaven and earth was markedly heightened and the number and quality of experts greatly enhanced. Amidst a colossal island, you discovered yet another prodigy, the events leading up to this moment being rather convoluted on that day. While you were at the Wild Qing building, savoring the picturesque scenery and listening to the melodious strains of string instruments. A sudden commotion arose from the adjacent chamber as a young lady gave birth. To your astonishment, the newborn possessed the essence of a seventh-grade true bone. There was little to deliberate. Despite the multitude of experts in the Eastern Sea's third ring, this was still a relatively small locale. You swiftly acquired the true bone, elevating your own to the seventh grade, which brought you immense satisfaction. A peculiar sensation coursed through your mind, as if something was on the verge of manifesting within you. Pondering your current state left you perplexed. After locating a safe haven nearby, you settled your thoughts and began to keenly observe the transformations within your body. The primary alteration resided within your true bone. You could feel it undergoing continuous refinement, becoming increasingly pure, akin to being compressed repeatedly by a hydraulic press. By the 21st year, the transformation of your true bone concluded, and you awakened the innate talent of true bone, frenzy. This talent, exclusive to those possessing a seventh-grade true bone or higher, was exceptionally rare and bestowed significant enhancements upon cultivators. Frenzy allowed for a temporary tenfold increase in attack power, devoid of any side effects, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. This ability proved advantageous, particularly in conjunction with the God-slaying sword, significantly augmenting your offensive capabilities. Following the seventh-grade true bone was the eighth grade. Through inquiries, you discovered that the eighth grade was the pinnacle of talent in the Eastern Sea. Even within the core regions of the first ring, few possessed such true bones, the majority remaining at the seventh grade. The rarity of the ninth grade true bone was such that, not only in the Eastern Sea, but across the entire Stellar Sea, they were virtually non-existent. This realization further galvanized your resolve to reclaim your true bone. In the 23rd year, you ventured into the Eastern Sea's second ring, scouring various islands for targets, intent on elevating your true bone to its seventh grade limit, and ideally, stumbling upon an eighth grade specimen. By the 25th year, you had achieved nothing. In the 30th year, you stepped into the Eastern Sea's first ring, witnessing a vastly different landscape. Here, the strongest presence was that of a 15th realm ancestor, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. After a thorough search, you sighed, deciding to gather resources and diligently cultivate, striving for a breakthrough to the seventh grade, or even the eighth and ninth grades. In the 40th year, you journeyed eastward, encountering a series of treacherous black market dealings, amassing a considerable stockpile of resources before arriving at the Guaishu continent. There, you found a suitable cave dwelling and began a period of seclusion. At this juncture, your stock of third-grade true crystals had accumulated to 2 million. With fourth grade reaching 150,000, you meticulously arranged numerous formations around your cave before commencing your cultivation. The seventh grade true bone significantly bolstered your progress, particularly in the refinement of true crystals, accelerating your training pace. In the 50th year, whilst immersed in your cultivation, a cry for help echoed from outside your cave. A youth, a sixth realm cultivator, lay heavily injured and unconscious after uttering a plea for salvation. Your thoughts took a somewhat twisted turn as you observed from a distance, noting the multitude of injuries he bore, the majority being burns and corrosive wounds inflicted by true marks, an affliction you were yet unable to dispel. This indicated one undeniable fact. The pursuer of this youth was undoubtedly a formidable expert of 6th grade or above. Upon inspecting his true bone, you discovered it to be in 8th grade. Without a moment's hesitation, you consumed his true bone, experiencing a surge in your own true bone grade to its 7th grade limit. You marked this moment in time, contemplating the possibility of repeating this fortunate encounter in the future. After scouring for additional treasures and finding none, you made your swift exit in the 60th year. After a decade of relentless flight, you still felt insecure, prompting you to continue westward, navigating through various forbidden zones and enduring numerous tribulations. By the 100th year, you found yourself in the southern wilderness, a region rife with mountains, enveloped in miasma and teeming with venomous creatures. After 5 decades of travel, you deemed it sufficient and settled in a grand mountain 300,000 miles away. Here, you noted the abundance of demonic beasts, the majority being of the first and second realms, with the strongest barely reaching the 4th realm. Over several days, you captured a 4th grade venomous serpent and stationed it at the entrance of your cave, assigning it the role of guardian to patrol daily. the fourth grade serpent, under your overwhelming presence, dared not resist and complied obediently. You found this situation somewhat lamentable, having yet to acquire the techniques to command monsters. Your life could have been far more comfortable, in the 200th year. Your cultivation advanced rapidly, only to suddenly stagnate, encountering an insurmountable barrier the 400th year. A natural relief occurred, enabling you to break through and attain the pinnacle of the sixth realm. As you felt the true power within you swell, a fiery heat enveloped your being, prompting you to once again delve into focused cultivation. In the 450th year, after much deliberation, you ultimately abandoned the notion of returning home. Without your interference, Hua Wuqing had likely perished, while Lin Yuan still lived. Yet, your own strength remained insufficient, and your knowledge was limited. It was not yet the time to reap rewards in the 500th year. As you harnessed the Heavenly Emperor's Dragon's sovereign technique within you, you successfully cultivated the sixth volume of 5 true techniques, showcasing an even greater offensive capability. In the 600th year, you were on the cusp of a breakthrough. On this day, numerous figures converged from afar, cautiously entering your cave. Boss, look! This is unmistakably the aura of fourth-grade true crystals. The fluctuations of true power within are consistently at the sixth realm. It's a prime target? Excellent, excellent, informed the brothers. This year, after completing this last haul, we shall return home to make dumplings. Amidst the cacophony of whispers, you inadvertently released a fart, absent-mindedly picked your nose, and by sheer momentum, broke through, officially stepping into the seventh realm. That moment. Outside your cave, hundreds of figures gathered, surrounding you in a fierce encirclement. The patrolling fourth-grade serpent had also been captured by a sixth-realm cultivator, who appeared with a serpent's tail protruding from his mouth. Brothers, he has already broken through to the seventh realm. Among the bandits, the mightiest of the seventh realm elders, his eyes blood-red, declared, "Kill him! All resources shall belong to us." With the atmosphere charge, he charged towards you. You brandished the god-slaying sword, stating, "Let us see how you fare against my first strike after reaching the seventh realm." Channeling your powers, a golden dragon surged forth from within you, coiling around the god-slaying sword. Heavenly Emperor's Dragon Sovereign, slash, with a sweeping motion. The long sword surged forward, the golden dragon roaring as it struck, annihilating dozens of sixth-realm bandits, ultimately slaying the strongest among them. Extinguishing a life, your offensive prowess was commendable, yet regrettably, you remained inexperienced, a mere fledgling just having breached the seventh realm. Revived in full vigor, the head of the seventh realm bandits laughed heartily. "Everyone, heed my command. Those below the seventh realm, raid. Those at the seventh realm, seek an opportunity to ambush." The bandit leader's gaze fixated on the god-slaying sword in your grasp, his mouth watering at the sight. True crystals. So many true crystals. Their strategy was somewhat sound, yet they had the misfortune of encountering you. Pushing the Heavenly Emperor's Dragon Sovereign technique to its zenith, you transformed into a harbinger of death. Activating the frenzy talent of your seventh-grade true bone. With a single strike, you claimed the life of a seventh-realm bandit. Those in the mid-seventh realm fell before you in an instant. Only those possessing greater strength than you had the chance to resurrect. Your movements were swift. Within mere breaths, only 5 seventh-realm bandits remained alive amid the hundreds that had once surrounded you. Among the remaining 5 were 3 in the mid-stage, 2 in the late stage, and 1 at completion. You charged forward, sword in hand, as they executed a formation to encircle you. Subsequently, numerous true marks rained upon you, impeding your resurrection. Fearless and with a spirit soaring high, you rampaged in a frenzy, fueled by your heightened state. Completely vanquished the opposition. You needed to slay 5,184 foes within a single day. Your focus narrowed on a mid-seventh realm opponent, relentlessly launching attacks. He was forced into retreat, dying and reviving repeatedly. "Big brother, save me." Gradually, he began to unravel. You focused intently on him, disregarding the attacks from others. Wholly committed to your assault. What could be done? After all, your unwavering loyalty was what defined you. Such as the essence of as darkness fell. You let out a fierce shout, cleaving his last breath with a single stroke of your sword. The remaining 4 practitioners of the 7th realm exerted every effort to prevent your triumph, yet they ultimately faltered. Point 4 remain. Now, it is your turn. Fear not, for I possess ample time to engage with you. You flashed a wicked smile, reminiscent of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. These recent battles have significantly enhanced your proficiency in the techniques of the Celestial Emperor's Dragon Command, while your combat experience has also grown substantially, particularly in your utilization of berserk powers. Brother, remain calm. We have fought without enmity thus far. Shall we not cease hostilities? The fully realized 7th-stage cultivator could no longer endure. A step back leads to vast horizons. You offered no response. Your sword continued its relentless dance. The following evening, yet another 7th-stage cultivator met his demise at your hands, decisively extinguished. The remaining 3 could no longer withstand the onslaught and scattered in 3 different directions. Cross-realm combat, indeed, poses formidable challenges. You halted your assault, extracting a 7th-stage true weapon, which bore faint cracks upon its surface. After all, the protective true light of the 7th stage was quite resilient. Run, run. I am keen to see just how far you can flee. You meticulously scoured the battlefield, collecting all true crystals and martial arts techniques from the fallen. Following the traces of true power in the air, you pressed on with your pursuit. In the 610th year. You located one of your targets and engaged him in a fierce battle that lasted a full day and night, ruthlessly slaying him over 5,000 times. The cultivator was utterly shattered, eventually resigning himself to your blade. In the 613th year. You found another, relentlessly pursuing him until he sought refuge in the family of an old acquaintance, leading dozens of 6th-grade practitioners and countless lower-tier cultivators to confront you. You said nothing, merely raising your sword. 3 days later, you departed lightly, leaving behind a wasteland of ruins and corpses. Through this conflict, your storage ring became significantly enriched. Only one 7th-stage cultivator remained, in the 620th year. You tracked him deep into the mountains of the southern frontier, where the miasma was particularly thick. Even the forces of nature were imbued with toxins that, in the depths of a valley, you discovered your adversary. Beside a gently flowing stream, the leader of the cultivators emerged, brandishing a knife. Young hero, must it truly come to this? I merely sought to kill and plunder, and you have pursued me for 20 years. He shielded 2 exceptionally beautiful women behind him. Do not bring calamity upon my family. Let us settle this. He gazed at you earnestly. You lifted your sword and charged. The leader, Chu Han, evaded, but unexpectedly. Your target was those 2 women. You seized both, addressing him. Idol, you now have 2 choices. First, stand still and allow me to slay you. Second, flee, and I shall kill them. Chu Han broke into a cold sweat. Friend, the ways of the world dictate that family should not be harmed. Who told you of such rules? You retorted, your sword resting upon one of the women's shoulders. Very well, if that is the case. I shall sacrifice my own life. Chu Han laughed heartily, discarding his weapon and striking his chest with his palm. True marks coalesced, and he self-destructed. Boom! He was dead. You stood amidst the fragments of his corpse, unable to suppress your admiration. What a man! In the next moment, the god-slaying sword whirled, and the heads of the 2 women soared into the sky. Remember, it was I, Lin Yuan, who killed you. When you meet the king of hell, do not speak amiss. You began to search the bodies. The leader had nothing on him, but the 2 women possessed 2 5th-grade true crystals, which you placed into your storage ring, erasing all traces before departing. After reaching the 7th stage, your lifespan extended by 1,000 years, yet no other changes occurred. In the 630th year, you returned to the island, encountering a slovenly fat tiger, which prompted you to deliver a couple of slaps. After circling around, you lamented and visited the Flower family's island. This time, without your interference, the Flower family had vanished, and the wild Monument Sea was plunged into utter chaos. Ultimately, you arrived at the island where you had once imprisoned Info. To your astonishment, after a long search, you found no trace of him on the coast. Your expression darkened. Has he fled? Or has he perished? The island showed no signs of battle or survival. The various books and true crystals you had left behind were also missing. More importantly, You could no longer sense the mark you had placed within Yin Feng's body. He was either dead or very far away from you. Yin Feng, you took a deep breath, returned to the island, and resumed your secluded cultivation. Extracting an 8th-grade true weapon seed, you commenced its refinement without hesitation. In the 700th year, you succeeded in refining it. The true weapon seed transformed into a sword at your command. Maintaining the form of the god-slaying sword. God-slaying, you exclaimed. The sword leapt forth, producing a whistle as if in response to you. The higher the level of the true weapon, the greater its intelligence. You were quite satisfied. After stowing away the 8th-grade god-slaying sword, you continued your seclusion. After reaching the 7th stage, 3rd-grade true crystals became ineffective. What you required were 4th and 5th-grade true crystals. Fortunately, the abundance you had collected over the preceding centuries was sufficient. Leaving you with 30,000 in the 8th century, your cultivation advanced rapidly. By the 9th century, you broke through, entering the mid-7th stage. That same year, your 4th-grade true crystals were fully consumed, leaving only a handful of 5th-grade true crystals and a single 6th-grade true crystal. The concentration of the 6th-grade true crystal was too high for you to refine. You could only utilize the 5th-grade crystals in the 1000th year. Your cultivation progressed slowly, yet you persisted in daily practice and the refinement of true crystals. By the 13th century, your 5th-grade true crystals were nearly exhausted, and your cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the late 7th stage. You concluded this prolonged period of cultivation, preparing to venture out to engage in battle and acquire resources that in the 1310th year, you returned once more to the Guishu continent, a place rife with forbidden zones and mysterious individuals. Perfect for your exploits that in the 1400th year, you made several incursions, amassing 300,000 4th-grade true crystals before retreating in success. Subsequently, you alternated between plundering and cultivating, leading a carefree life reminiscent of your early days as a bandit. In the 1500th year, you were engrossed in studying several techniques from the 7th volume of the Celestial Emperor's Dragon Command. One day, a shadow fell upon your mountain peak, and a sword shattered the formation you had set. Bandits within, come forth. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and today I shall take your life, slaying demons and eradicating evil. The righteous path is fraught with hardships. Listening to the cadence of his voice, you were somewhat astonished. This fellow was merely at the peak of the 7th stage. What audacity did he possess to challenge you? You shouldered the god-slaying sword and emerged from your cave, dispatching him in 30 swift strokes. This was a novel technique you had comprehended, stemming from the Celestial Emperor's Dragon Command, where the true power surged forth. Imbued with the Emperor's might, capable of corroding his flesh and relentlessly annihilating his vitality. Vile rogue, what a clever tactic! Sensing your immense strength, the youth was taken aback. Very well. Wait for me for 300 years. After I break through to the 8th stage, I shall return to kill you. You shook your head. 300 years? I cannot afford to wait that long. Once more, you unleash your sword, slaying him 35 times. The youth's face turned pale. Do not be rash. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. My master is the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. You had heard of this sect. One of the top factions in the Guishu continent, with its strongest members reaching the 10th stage. Though they were formidable, you had already made up your mind to kill him without hesitation. You charged forward, the god-slaying sword swirling. The Emperor's might coalesced at the sword's edge. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, you struck him down 200 more times, with a sweeping motion of your sword. You severed his head. I apologize. It was not my intention to engage in violence. The god-slaying sword continued its relentless dance, and you dispatched him over 5,000 times, in a critical moment. The youth retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring. Cursed be this. You have forced my hand. This precious talisman was painstakingly crafted by the master over a span of 2.5 years. Capable of unleashing the full force of a 10-realm cultivator's attack. It is a true trump card. Use one, and it is gone forever. After all, the Grand Elder is not limited to just one disciple. The jade talisman shimmered with resplendent brilliance, causing you to gasp in awe. Truly, as expected of a disciple from a prestigious sect. This is the essence of a sect's heritage. Without further ado, you turned and fled, die, roared the villain, furious at the waste of a jade talisman, vowing to kill you. The young man pursued, his talisman transforming into a streak of black light hurtling towards you. You sensed a lethal threat. The black light twisted and morphed into a fearsome black dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding a menacing aura. The protective true light around you whirled desperately, while the Emperor's dragon command was executed to its utmost, striving to withstand the talisman's assault. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, you were violently propelled away, severely wounded. An overwhelming surge of true marks coalesced within you, wreaking havoc on your very being. The pain was excruciating. The young man descended from the sky, his foot crashing onto your chest. Wretched scoundrel, you made me waste a trump card. Cursed, cursed. Yet, as a mere late-stage, seven-realm cultivator, he should not have resorted to such measures. This was his final gambit against a 10-realm elder. The young man seethed with rage. Determined not to let you off so easily, he seized you with his true power, dragging you towards the eastern region of the return to the abyss. Severely injured and on the brink of death, you lay in a state akin to a vegetable. Utterly immobile. 3 months later, you arrived at a forbidden area, where the young man cast you to the ground. True marks surging forth to bind all your powers. Today, I shall refine you into my puppet. No one can save you now. He produced a plethora of materials, inscribing dozens of formations nearby. Finally, he plunged a sword into your chest, extracting your heart to perform the ultimate true technique. At that moment, a shadow flitted by, effortlessly severing the young man's head. She stood before you, her large eyes fixed upon you. Adorned in a flowing pink gown, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet a hint of sorrow glimmered in her eyes, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her with all your might. You felt a strange connection with her. The girl in the pink dress gazed at you in a daze, then enveloped you in her embrace. Please, don't leave me again, all right? Let us wander the world together, carefree and at ease. She dispelled all your negative states, restoring your strength. And then, the forbidden area was shrouded by a magnificent white palace, and you found yourself cast upon a bed. 6 months later, you felt utterly drained. Your body weakened to its limits, depleted. There was nothing left, not a single drop. The girl in the pink dress approached you, playfully flicking your ear. My name is Duanmu Yin. From now on, you shall be one of my favored companions. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet again, that I hope to see your progress next time. Duanmu Yin patted your cheek, leaving behind a storage ring, before vanishing like a fleeting white shadow. In your days, you caught a whiff of a fox's scent. A demon. This woman is undoubtedly a creature of enchantment. You inhaled deeply, gasping again, before sighing to regain your composure. Terrifying, incomprehensible, unbelievable. These 6 months of life had left you utterly drained, struggling to fathom the multitude of postures and methods that existed. What a heartless woman, Duanmu Yin. I shall remember you. Suddenly, a thought struck you. Could this woman possess the Nawa armor? Picking up the storage ring from the ground, you discovered an abundance of cultivation resources within. 1 million 4th-tier true crystals, 3,000 5th-tier true crystals, numerous elixirs, and techniques. Judging by the markings, these treasures belonged to disciples of the major sects at the gates of the return to the abyss. At least she had a semblance of conscience. After all, she did not take everything without recompense. After organizing your findings, you approached the corpse of the young man from the Heavenly Sword sect. Rummaging through his belongings, but could not find his storage ring, you suspected Duanmu Yin had taken it. Without hesitation, you made your escape. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect was not someone you could afford to provoke. In the year 1501, as the year drew to a close, you came across news on your journey. The Heavenly Sword sect had been annihilated. Approximately 3 months prior, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, enveloped in countless pink petals, reducing the entire sect to rubble. This caused chaos in the return to the abyss, with various factions reshuffling their ranks. What a revelation! This must have been the work of Duanmu Yin. What a remarkable woman! You marveled, returning to the previous forbidden area to continue your secluded cultivation. in the year 1700, you comprehended the corrosive true marks, infusing them with 36 types of potent toxins, capable of inflicting continuous damage to invading cultivators. The corrosive true marks could be augmented by adding toxins, their efficacy surpassing even the Emperor's might. Thus, when confronted with those stronger than yourself, you could deplete their revival attempts using this method. By the year 2000, your cultivation remained at the late stage of the Seven Realms, but the corrosive true marks have been enhanced with 100 types of toxins, rendering them even more formidable. In the year 2500, you awaited Duanmu Yan's arrival, yet she did not come. Fortunately, your cultivation had broken through. After a millennium of arduous training, you finally reached the pinnacle of the Seven Realms. With the next step being the Eight Realms, you brimmed with anticipation. Even now, Duanmu Yan's spoils remained plentiful, sufficient for your continued cultivation. In the year 2700, a sudden black light materialized within the forbidden area. Black serpents appear before you, intertwining and ultimately coalescing into the shape of a door. You were forcibly immobilized for 2 seconds, but quickly regained your wits and fled without hesitation. Freeze! A calm voice resonated, and you found yourself rooted to the spot, unable to move. The slender figure emerged from the black serpent door, clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with dozens of small serpents of various colors draping from his ears and head. "Is it you?" the figure in black questioned, gazing at you with curiosity. "For nearly 1,000 years, I have been plundering, devouring true bones." Intriguing, very intriguing. Such a technique truly exists to absorb and strengthen one's true bones. You stared at him in bewilderment. Sizzle. At the moment he made contact with you, a sound of corrosion echoed as a pink phantom materialized. "Who dares to harm my little treasure?" Was it yet another of Duanmu Yan's tactics? You speculated. The pink phantom shifted and ultimately transformed into a three-tailed white fox. The figure in black recoiled, his expression one of shock. "Your Majesty, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." He could not have anticipated that you possessed such a protective measure. Duanmu Yan did not respond. Her 3 tails surged forth, instantly obliterating his body into fragments. After effortlessly dispatching the figure in black, Duanmu Yan reformed her human shape. "My little treasure, I can intervene once more. You must survive." With that, she rushed back into your body. Sitting on the ground, your expression was anything but pleasant. "This individual discovered my ability to devour true bones. Is he the only one, or was this merely a test?" And what of Duanmu Yan's protective measures? Though they saved you, they also instilled a sense of being monitored, which felt incredibly uncomfortable. This place was no longer safe. You surveyed the battlefield but found nothing, leaving you with no choice but to depart. In the year 2720, you ventured deeper into the southern frontier, engaging in thievery and continuous battles, accumulating hundreds of thousands of 4th-tier true crystals. In the year 2730, you reached the core region of the southern frontier, where the natural energies were remarkably potent. After some searching, you established a cave dwelling behind a great mountain. Preparing to cultivate there, it was time to break through to the 8 realms. In the year 3000, while engaged in your practice, you suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. Awakened, you discovered swarms of surrounding you, their cultivation levels varying as they surged towards you in a frenzy. This was a beast tide. You could not comprehend it. You had thoroughly investigated beforehand, and such an event should have been impossible. Why was this happening? You hastily gathered your belongings, unfurled your wings, and made your escape. Exiting the cave, you found that a significant portion of the southern frontier had been overrun with humanity suffering grievous losses. What on earth was happening? Your life hangs in the balance as you flee northward, desperately following a throng of escaping cultivators. Along the treacherous journey, you encounter countless perils, most of which are orchestrated by rogue cultivators seeking to plunder. However, armed with your formidable prowess, you navigate these dangers with little more than a fright. In the year 3100, you finally break away from the southern wilderness with a group of fellow cultivators. Enduring numerous hardships, and at long last, you arrive in the Central Plains. What are the demon clans scheming? After remaining dormant for over 100,000 years, they are poised to strike once more. Bystanders are left speechless, Just as you are about to voice your thoughts, a familiar voice resonates in your ears. My dear, I am dying. We shall meet again in the next life. It is the voice of Duan Muyan. Simultaneously, a tremendous explosion reverberates through the air, and a colossal three-tailed white fox apparition materializes above the central plains, casting a shadow that engulfs half of the region. The cosmos is boundless, and life is ineffable. Duan Muyan, having reached the pinnacle of the 15th realm, with a lifespan of 11,000 years, has perished. You hear a voice devoid of emotion, as the white fox specter is absorbed by the heavens. Gradually dissipating. It is indeed a fallen demon king of the 15th realm. The onlookers exclaim in astonishment. You come to realize that the demise of a 15th realm cultivator or demon results in such celestial phenomena. This world grows increasingly intriguing. And just like that, Duan Muyan is gone. You feel a twinge of regret. She was quite an intriguing fox demon, a pity indeed, for you had hoped to turn the tables. With her death, the tide of beasts behind you comes to a halt, and they retreat, restoring peace to the world. Lin brother, a burly bald man intercepts you, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. I hear you possess an 8th grade true weapon. You exhale a sigh. Behind the bald man, a group of 15 individuals is gathered, all of whom have journeyed with you from the southern wilderness to the central plains. Sharing trials and tribulations along the way, you truly feel a pang of reluctance. Lin brother, surrender the 8th grade true weapon, and I can grant you a swift end. The bald man becomes serious. An 8th grade true weapon is beyond the grasp of someone at the 7th realm. With a sigh of resignation, you draw forth the god-slaying sword. Since you all desire it, how could I refuse? After all, my greatest weakness is my inability to decline. Your eyes sparkle as the god-slaying sword, adorned with corrosive true marks, is revealed. There are 16 cultivators in total, 14 of whom are the 7th realm, and 2 at the 8th realm. Notably, these 2 are both 8th grade true bones. This is the primary reason you consider joining their ranks. They wish to rob you, yet you too yearn to devour their true bones. Lin brother, will you resist? The bald man bellows. Brothers, do not give him the chance to retaliate. The 8th grade true weapon is exceedingly precious, and if it is damaged, it could cost us dearly in true crystals. The bald man bursts into laughter, extending a hand as immense true power converges, aiming to suppress you. With the will of the heavens, you unleash a strike with your sword, repelling the bald man's assault, and in a swift motion, you dispatch 5 of the 7th realm cultivators. Kill. The bald man's anger flares. The 8th realm and 7th realm are not so easily balanced by a mere true weapon. As you employ the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's technique, you float in the air, surrounded by 9 ethereal black dragons. Heavenly Dragon Emperor, the 9 dragons unite. The 9 dragons coalesce, imbued with overwhelming might, converging upon the god-slaying sword, aimed at the bald man. How intriguing! The bald man braces himself. Little did he anticipate that this attack was merely a ruse. With a deft twist of the sword, you eliminate the remaining 9 7th realm cultivators, casually seizing their storage rings. Thus, your adversaries dwindle to just 2 8th realm cultivators. Old 2, keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. The bald man clenches his fists, his form swelling into a giant towering 50 meters tall, launching a frenzied assault against you. The other 8th grade cultivator sets up formations around you, thwarting your retreat. 8th grade, I have yet to slay one. You cackle wickedly, tilting your head, hoping to harness the dual fortunes of the Soul Emperor and Dragon King. The god-slaying sword strikes. Bang! True marks erupt, shredding the bald man's protective light, as corrosive true marks scatter upon him. Gazing down upon his flesh with ferocity, the bald man's massive form halts midair, disbelief etched upon his face. Just moments ago, he was slain by a mere 7th realm cultivator. Shame! He bellows in fury, charging towards you. You float effortlessly, your garments billowing. 8th realm can resurrect 1,368 times. Friend, prepare to experience this. Arrogant, the bald man snarls. Did your master not teach you to never underestimate an enemy? He lunges at you. You counter with your sword, as corrosive true marks continuously build up, the venom relentlessly eroding his body, his life slipping away strand by strand. Impossible. The bald man unleashes a punch, his violent true power thwarted by your heavenly sovereign's might, and the god-slaying sword, an 8th grade true weapon, can slay an 8th realm. With corrosive true marks, what do you have to fear? You weave around the bald man, harvesting his every life. 157.161. Your voice rings clear, echoing in the bald man's ears. Gradually, he begins to falter. Old 2, stop setting up formations. Come help me. He realizes with terror that if this continues, he truly will perish. The second 8th realm cultivator rushes to his aid, and the two join forces against you. You calmly assess the situation, evading and defending against their every strike, while simultaneously claiming thousands of their lives. Swoosh! The god-slaying sword descends once more, severing Old 2's head. Big brother, I can't hold on any longer. Old 2, crumbling under the pressure, faces you for the first time, a foe of such caliber. Cannot hold on or not. You must. If he lives, we die, the bald man states coldly. Kill. You focus your attention on Old 2. Disregarding all of the bald man's assaults, this 8th realm is comparatively weaker, and with some effort, he could be slain today. The bald man senses your intent and strives to intervene, but it proves futile. With the 8th grade true weapon in hand, all is rendered fragile. The battle rages on, the sky gradually darkening. You are cloaked in the true marks of the two 8th realm cultivators, bloodied yet relentless. Mechanistically claiming the life of Old 2, one after another. Friend, this is the last time. You reverse grip on the god-slaying sword, twisting your form, and forcefully sever Old 2's head. Simultaneously, you grasp his body, and in his moment of extreme weakness, you invoke the Devour True technique, Big Brother. Old 2 emits a cry of unwilling rage, plummeting towards the distant mountains, devoid of life. You hover in the air, saturated with bloodlust, a murderous intent enveloping you. The bald man glares at you, perplexed as to why you have suddenly ceased your assault. Could it be that you have reached your limit? He speculates, for before them, you could only resurrect once. Be it true power or stamina, there are limits. Boom! Just as he hesitates over whether to flee, a more violent aura erupts from within you. Having devoured Old 2's 8th grade true bone, you ascend to the 8th grade. Instantly, you break through, stepping into the 8th realm. Immense power coalesces within you as you grin broadly, charging forward. Idol, I bid you farewell. The bald man's face is a mask of terror that a breakthrough in the midst of combat, such a sight he had only heard of in legends. A new wave of slaughter commences, your laughter booming, your aura even more formidable. Now at the initial stage of the 8th realm, the bald man seems utterly powerless. With a single stroke, you overwhelm him. The corrosive true marks subduing him as his flesh withers away, and he plummets from the sky, crashing through dozens of trees. You stand beside his head, seizing his 8th grade true-boned. 8th grade true bones are rare. Indeed, they are quite remarkable. With a sigh of resignation, you swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke of your sword. Engaging in the familiar ritual of searching the corpse, you amassed hundreds of 5th-tier true crystals. Gazing into your nearly depleted storage ring filled with true crystals, you couldn't help but lament, before continuing your journey toward Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, the most expansive and affluent region among the 5 domains of the Starry Sea, stands in stark contrast to the East Sea, South Border, West Mo, and North Plain. Here, the righteous path suppresses all. The rules they impose hover over every cultivator's head, demanding compliance in exchange for access to cultivation resources. Robbery and treachery have no foothold in this land. Any attempt to act provocatively would swiftly draw the attention of the ever-vigilant enforcers. The atmosphere in Zhongzhou feels excessively serene, leading you to realize that it is ill-suited for your cultivation. Although the surrounding natural energies are rich enough to facilitate your growth, they pale in comparison to the speed at which one could refine true crystals directly. Thus, you embarked on a journey of exploration, joining various merchant caravans and escort agencies, broadening your experiences and acclimating to the local rules. During this time, you concealed your strength and aura, refraining from proactively seeking the whereabouts of the Wang and Lin families. The oppressive ambience of Zhongzhou compelled you to maintain a low profile. 2 years later, you departed Zhongzhou, setting your sights on the North Plain. Such a slow-paced enhancement of your abilities was not your chosen path. You craved slaughter, bloodshed, and combat. The situation in the North Plain was chaotic, with major sects, families, and imperial forces embroiled in constant conflict. This environment was precisely what you sought in the year 3300. You entered the North Plain. In that same year, you refined the 9th-tier true weapon in your possession, transforming it into yet another divine slaying sword. Along the journey, you mastered the 8th chapter of the Emperor's Dragon Command, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. Strolling along the forest path beside the official road, you absorbed the malevolent thoughts surrounding you with greedy delight. The North Plain evoked a sense of returning home. It felt exceptionally comfortable. You traversed the air, becoming a streak of light soaring towards the horizon. The 8th realm. You no longer required wings to fly. Your speed exceeded that of wings by tenfold. This was true flight. In the year 3400, you established a base in a small area of the North Plain, occasionally venturing out to gather resources, while spending the majority of your time in secluded cultivation. You infused more potent toxins into the corrupted true marks, perfecting your control over the Emperor's dominance and the divine slaying sword. The 9th-tier divine slaying sword had developed considerable intelligence, capable of independent flight and size alteration, attacking according to your will. This effectively provided you with an additional ally at the 9th realm, greatly enhancing your strength and satisfaction. Within your cave dwelling, you organized the resources at hand and gazed at the divine slaying sword. After 2.5 years of training, you have finally matured into a 9th-tier true weapon. Now, let's dance and play basketball. The divine slaying sword adeptly twisted its form into that of a person, its hilt elongating into a hand that mimicked dribbling a basketball. All right, you felt its power resonate within you. In the year 3500, a resounding thud echoed as a dignified, perfectly proportioned mature woman clad in a form-fitting pink dress stood outside your cave, waiting patiently. You beheld the silhouette of an old acquaintance. Indeed, it was General Duanmu, bearing a striking resemblance to you. She was formidable in her own right. You stroked the divine slaying sword and remarked, after 2.5 years of training, you have finally matured into a 9th-tier true weapon. Duanmu Wuhui pays her respects. Young master, the woman in palace attire greeted you warmly. Oh, Duanmu. Your heart skipped a beat, involuntarily recalling the tumultuous years you had experienced. The flower language of the steel wire ball symbolizes endurance and revenge, a bittersweet reminiscence. Indeed, a wave of unease washed over you. This woman had yet to reveal her purpose, yet she ignited a fervor within you. Do you have business here? You forced yourself to avert your gaze from her, gripping the divine slaying sword, ready for combat. However, your eyes betrayed you, as you regrettably forgot to turn off the self-targeting feature. Young master, you are Lin Zhan, the palace-clad woman inquired, her expression shifting as if she had stumbled upon a shocking revelation. It is I, you replied, feeling an increasing sense of foreboding. Father, the utterance shattered your composure. It was utterly terrifying. Child, how many years has it been since you last bore a child? How could this happen? Duanmu Yin, we are all adults here. Your having a child is your own fault. I am merely your concubine. You have overstepped your bounds. You staggered towards her. Who exactly are you? Duanmu Hui's eyes brimmed with tears. Her legs weakened as she attempted to kneel, only to be caught by you. Why, mother is Duanmu Yin. After giving birth to me, she abandoned me. I have been alone and destitute, struggling to survive. Her words pierced your heart, leaving you to ponder how this parentless child had endured through the years. Father, I am truly delighted to meet you. Duanmu Wuhui could no longer contain her emotions, tightly embracing you. I am Duanmu Wuhui. My mother insisted that I would never have regrets. You gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. However, an unsettling sensation soon enveloped you. Why do I feel so weak? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to sleep? With a rush, you lost consciousness, the last image in your memory being Duanmu Wui's triumphant smirk. Time passed, and you awoke with a sense of profound weakness, as if the world had shifted. Why cultivation? You gasped in horror, realizing that your 8th realm cultivation had vanished without a trace beside your cave. Duanmu Wuhui approached with a grin. My sister truly left me a wonderful gift. The essence of my fox clan resides within you, and your yang energy remains so pure. I truly cannot fathom why my sister did not consume you back then. You were a loss for words. What do you mean? Not a daughter, but a sister-in-law, right? Lying on the bed, you raise your right hand, attempting to articulate something, but found yourself utterly powerless. Duanmu Wuhui sat beside you, supporting your shoulder. Lin Zhan, you have lost all of your yang energy to me. Unless by some miracle, you have only 3 days left to live. In light of my sister's reputation, do you have any wishes? I can selectively fulfill them for you. You gazed at her with deep resentment. How infuriating. After living for 3,500 years, is this how it ends? Truly, beauty leads one astray. Why you look at me like that? Lin Zhan, are you not dissatisfied? Her words only served to deepen your despair. This cost too much. You lamented, sinking into melancholy as the divine slaying sword danced around you, attempting to lift your spirits. 3 days later, teetering on the brink of death, you sensed that your end was imminent. Duanmu Wuhui supported your frail body. Her interest piqued as she observed the divine slaying sword flitting about. Lin Zhan, how did you manage to summon it? This is far too entertaining. You close your eyes, resigning yourself to fate. Let it die. Let all perish. I no longer wish to live. Buzz. At that moment, an unusual noise erupted outside your cave. Reminiscent of a tractor or perhaps a rickety cart. Duanmu Wuhui's complexion paled. 15th realm. How could such a powerful cultivator appear in this remote area? With a thud, a forceful energy swept through the cave, revealing a young man draped in a black robe, his visage exuding malevolence. The black serpent mark adorned his brow, and his aura was that of a quintessential villain. Lin Zhan, I have finally found you. The black-robed youth gazed at you with palpable excitement, effortlessly flinging Duanmu Wuhui aside, scattering her into countless fragments, showering the air with blood. And you managed to utter, your strength waning as you faced this formidable foe. Just as you were about to meet your demise, this powerful adversary had emerged. The black-robed youth stepped closer, grasping your neck. 10 years ago, I encountered an intriguing young man in the West Desert. He called himself Phone, and out of sheer boredom, I devoured his soul, inadvertently uncovering yours, traversing time and space, reviving with one's own power. Lin Zhan, I find you utterly captivating. You were unfazed. Thank you for your admiration. It pleases me greatly. The black-robed youth closed his eyes. Time, such a marvelous concept. Lin Zhan, you must not disappoint me. As he spoke, he forcefully crushed your physical form and forcibly annexed your soul. How intriguing. You managed to thwart my soul's search. The young man in the black robe's expression shifted, and he immediately ceased his actions. In that case, allow me to present you with a small token. Lin Zhan, remember well, I am known as the Black Fox King, one of the 10 demon kings of the Starry Sea Demon Clan. Next time, you must seek me out. The Black Fox King embedded numerous special marks within your soul. And you felt an unprecedented agony, as though your entire mind were being torn asunder. Ding! Host consciousness detected. The soul is being infected and contaminated. The simulator's hidden mechanisms have been activated. The host shall perish in the next moment. The Black Fox King evidently sensed this as well. Is something obstructing me? Who is it? Do you have others scheming against you? This is quite normal. After all, a wretch like you is truly exceptional. Ding, you have perished. The IT is over. Finally, it has come to an end. Lin Zhan was drenched in cold sweat. Had the Black Fox King succeeded in his manipulation, it would have been the end for him. Fortunately, the simulator proved reliable. Thankfully, he had embedded many hidden mechanisms when he initially wrote the program. This simulation has concluded. You have attained initial mastery of the 8th realm, acquire the 9th tier true weapon. The dragon-slaying sword, 400,000 4th tier true crystals, and 10,000 5th tier true crystals. You have obtained 2 spirit gathering stones, 369 storage rings, and 6 7th realm true techniques. You have acquired 9 6th tier formations and 3 7th tier formations. You have gained the true bone talent, Frenzy. Will you inherit it? The rewards are somewhat satisfactory. However, most of them are low-level resources of little use. The most valuable are indeed the true crystals. 400,000 fourth-tier true crystals are sufficient to support your cultivation in the 8th realm. Inherit. Lin Zhan patted his belly, feeling quite pleased as he adjusted himself. He glanced at the simulation records. Finally focusing on the commentary regarding the Yin Wind, that in a corner invisible to you. The Yin Wind gazed with an eerie glimmer in its eyes. Old Yin by I truly did not perceive this. You lad have such intentions. This simulation was a trap laid by the Yin Wind. The black serpent monster that appeared in the first wave arrived mysteriously. Yet the Black Fox King in the final wave was evidently summoned by the Yin Wind. Black Fox King, how amusing. Are you compelling me to seek out the little dragon, little tiger, and little orchid at Shaolin Temple? Casting a glance at the 5 characters 15th Realm Demon King on the simulator, Lin Zhan rolled his eyes with an exaggerated gesture. I shall remember you, little black. 100 million years may pass, but the dead are paramount. You shall await your reckoning. Satisfied, Lin Zhan drifted into slumber. Although he had already ascended to the 8th realm, adequate sleep remained essential. After all, staying up late does not make one more handsome. He was already sufficiently handsome and did not require further enhancement. Wouldn't you agree, dear readers, as you peruse these words? The plump tiger turned over, licking its tongue as it burrowed into his backside, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. That dog. The following day, before dawn, Lin Zhan awoke. He shook his head, somewhat perplexed as he gazed towards the city gate. A visitor had arrived. Yet another familiar face, he unsheathed the sword of slaughter and gestured to the ground. Quickly, help me make the bed. With that, he exited the room and made his way outside the city. 4 individuals had long been waiting. 2 men and 2 women. Just enough for a game of mahjong, that I ask you to. What exactly do you intend to do? Facing Qin Wufeng and Chu Buxiu, Lin Zhan turned to glance at the spirit gathering stone, which remained unchanged. Lin, my brother. Huh. Am I not here to deliver gifts to you? Chu Buxiu, with a sycophantic grin, edged closer. My younger brother has heard that, Lin. You are quite pleased with my gift, and since you are satisfied, I must provide more to solidify our friendship. He pulled forth a purple-haired woman. Lin, behold, this is Medusa, the 5th protector of my Kunlun demon sect, who has cultivated her unparalleled beauty for 31 years. Medusa has admired you since childhood, growing up listening to your tales. Filled with reverence, affection, and admiration for you. After a lengthy, dry-witted monologue, Chu Buxiu chuckled. Lin, a man of your stature surely requires a capable partner like Medusa to care for your daily life. Lin Zhan reveled in the flattery. His peripheral vision scrutinizing Medusa. She had not appeared in the simulation, and thus did not seem particularly remarkable. Yet upon first glance, she was indeed striking. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few strands curled, reminiscent of Medusa. Chu, you are quite thoughtful. I must speak candidly. I am not adept at refusing. Since Medusa has no home, I shall naturally take on the responsibility of caring for her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Zhan accepted the gift. In this lifetime, I only relish one pursuit, to reap without sowing, and indeed, it is entirely free of charge. I never tip when watching videos, and I never carry paper when relieving myself. If you wish to make me suffer, you shall need to cultivate for several more epochs. He then turned his attention to Qin Wufeng. This was indeed somewhat troublesome. Beside him stood another exquisite woman, clad in a chest-high skirt. Lin Zhan needed no inquiry to discern her identity. Wasn't she Kaiwei? Qin Wufeng, sensing the confusion in his gaze, hastily explained. Lin, my young friend, Kaiwei is a devout follower of the true Tao, and she holds you in high esteem. From this day forth, let Kaiwei tend to you. That a successful man requires the support of a woman behind him, does he not? As the saying goes, the more, the merrier. That is the rationale. Lin Zhan scrutinized him deeply. Peculiar. It was indeed strange. For this true Tao master to send gifts twice in succession, something significant must have transpired. It could not merely be the change in wording on the spirit gathering stone. Master Qin, my heart is devoted to the Tao. I hold no interest in feminine allure. Shaking his head, he firmly declined. He Kaiwei had a child, Qin Xian, who was also a mysterious figure. It was perhaps best to maintain distance from such a formidable character. Lin, my young friend, Lin Zhan, I wish, Qin Wufeng's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained, but Lin had no mind to listen. Little May, see them out. With a wave of his hand, he left behind a carefree and unrestrained silhouette as he turned to depart. Medusa was momentarily stunned, only to realize that Little May referred to her. Master Qin, the young master has spoken. You may take your leave. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, her ample sleeves billowing in the breeze. Qin Wufeng sighed deeply. Chu Buxiu laughed heartily. Qin Wufeng, you are still too naive. Attempting to scheme against Lin Zhan, a person who thrives on softness rather than hardness, is futile that he is no fool. TSK, TSK, TSK. Listening to his words, Qin Wufeng's expression grew increasingly grim. Kaiwei, let us depart. Kaiwei nodded, following behind him. After walking a few steps, she could not help but glance back, seeing Lin Zhan still sauntering forward, as if inebriated. Lin Zhan, my hope for revenge, stunned for a moment. She regained her composure and quickened her pace to catch up. Within the city, sensing Kaiwei's absence, Lin Zhan finally halted, turning to gaze at her retreating figure with a complex expression. Now that I have ascended to the 8th realm, should I attempt to scheme against Lin Bai and Qin Xian? No. These two hold far too mysterious identities. It would be unwise to squander simulation opportunities before reaching the 15th realm. I shall lay my plans 100,000 years in advance, leaving many contingencies. Even the 15th realm Demon King could not accomplish that, could they? Young master. Lost in thought, a captivating figure flew to his side, unhesitatingly wrapping her arm around his right. Feeling the subtle tension at his wrist, Lin Zhan chuckled wickedly. Medusa, young master, I am here. Humph, today I shall see how you intend to kill me with your belly. I, Lin Zhan, am battle-hardened. How could I fear you alone? Medusa's face flushed with embarrassment. My lord. She protested. Do not call me that. Call me Xiao Yin. The lives of ordinary people are often so plain and unadorned. Yet this particular day was anything but ordinary. Master Lin was injured both physically and psychologically. Truly, as a practitioner of charm techniques, the demonic guardian displayed an artistry in every move, reaching the pinnacle of sublimation, returning to simplicity, and achieving perfection at its utmost, in the late hours of the night. Master Lin returned to his chamber, lying on the bed, unable to collect his thoughts for an extended period. Medusa, come tomorrow, and I shall demonstrate the might of Lin Zhan. He chuckled softly. Do not think that I am intimidated merely because you bear a foreign name. After all, a snake demon is still a snake demon. Ruffling the head of the stout tiger, Lin Zhan activated the simulator on the first day. After you have rested, you continued your fierce battle against Medusa. This time, you gave it your all, leaving her in screams of anguish, begging for mercy. When the battle concluded, from a considerable distance, you cleaved Li Chengze with a single strike, then hastily made your way to the true path. Your formidable aura suppressed all, leaving Qin Wufeng nearly teetering on the brink of madness. Qin Wufeng, speak up. What on earth transpired? You seized the bewildered Qin Wufeng before you and pressed him for answers. He gazed at you, utterly at a loss. I demand to know why you all of a sudden seek to curry favor with me. What ulterior motives are at play? Grasping the god-slaying sword, Qin Wufeng immediately sensed an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from you. That if you refuse to speak, I shall eradicate every Taoist in this world. There will be no need for the true path to exist any longer. Threatened, Qin Wufeng's complexion darkened, and with a cold snort, he declared, You shall not extract any information from me. Very well, this time, it seems this thick-browed fellow has found his resolve. You let out a cold chuckle. If you remain silent, there is still Chu Buxiu. Qin Wufeng, have you truly made your decision? Qin Wufeng fell into silence. Just as you were about to lose patience, he suddenly spoke. I shall tell you. 2 days prior, a voice unexpectedly resonated in my ear. Your interest piqued. IT informed me that in order for the true path to thrive, it must wholeheartedly seek your favor and establish a friendship with you. For you are the very core of the world, the principal architect of all that unfolds. You could see that he was not lying. A voice. Who could it be this time? It couldn't possibly be the consciousness of heaven and earth. Could it? Confounded, you took the spirit condensing stone from him and hurried to the Kunlun demon sect. Chu Buxiu, Reveal the truth to me. The leader of the sect, who had been in meditation, momentarily stunned, quickly responded, Lin, brother, ask whatever you wish, and I shall certainly tell you. His demeanor was quite amiable. Why do you all? You reiterated your question, and Chu Bushio echoed Qin Wufeng's words, merely substituting the true path with the Kunlun demon sect, not even misplacing a punctuation mark. Intriguing. The two had received this message simultaneously, on the same day, at the same hour. That a conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. Chu Bushio, do you have any advice for me? Chu Bushio stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do good deeds without questioning the future. What nonsense, you exclaimed, utterly speechless, snatching the spirit-condensing stone from him before turning to flee, leaving the island behind. The waters here are too deep. I must enhance my strength swiftly. That on the third day, you ventured to a secluded corner within the wild monument sea, seeking a suitable place to begin honing your skills using the resources you had accumulated. Currently, you lacked for nothing in terms of true crystals, and your true bones had reached the 8th grade, though advancing further proved exceedingly challenging. After all, ascending from the 8th to the 9th grade required the consumption of 9th grade true bones, each of which was a prized possession of major powers. Rather than scheme against them, it would be wiser to seek trouble with Lin Zhan. First, strengthen yourself. In the 100th year, your cultivation advanced steadily. In the 1000th year, by a stroke of fortune, you broke through to the mid-8th realm. That same year, you exhausted your 4th and 5th grade true crystals and left the wild monument sea, becoming a professional robber. In the 1001st year, after much wandering, you returned to the Return to Ruins continent, a land rife with numerous forbidden zones and adventures, perfect for you to resume your old trade. You stationed yourself outside various forbidden areas, donned a black mask, and specialized in robbing treasure-seeking adventurers. With your 8th realm strength, you were considered a notable figure anywhere. After a few skirmishes, your reputation began to spread. You were dubbed the masked villain by the denizens of the Return to Ruins continent. In the 1003rd year, through continuous pillaging, black on black, white on black, and black on white, you amassed over 1 million 4th grade true crystals. And 15,000 5th grade true crystals, your storage ring now overflowing. You set up formations outside your cave dwelling, continuing your cultivation and preparation for greater heights in the 1003rd year, while you were deeply engrossed in your training. A booming voice suddenly echoed from outside your cave. Exorcising evil from the world surpasses even the living gods. Masked villain, you have slaughtered countless in the Return to Ruins continent, committing every conceivable atrocity. Today is your day of reckoning. Come forth and meet your demise. I, and we of the Heavenly Sword Sect, shall not spare you. The name Heavenly Sword Sect felt so familiar. You emerged from your cave, gazing at the ethereal youth suspended in the air, dressed in immaculate white, untainted by dust. And what an interesting name. The opponent was also at the 8th realm, just like yourself, both at mid-stage. You wondered where he found the courage to confront you. You regarded him coldly, the god-slaying sword soaring forth, aimed at Nwuya. Alas, it seemed you would have to make your escape once more. Despite your careful precautions, you found yourself exposed to the gaze of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Such formidable sects are indeed troublesome. It appears that the harsher environments of Beiyuan and Nanjing are more suited to your disposition. Lost in thought, Nwuya had already drawn his sword and charged toward you, radiating righteousness, his form shimmering with golden light. In stark contrast, your own aura was shrouded in darkness, occasionally manifesting a dragon's roar. A classic trope of the protagonist slaying the villainous boss. Demon, remember this. Justice, Nwuya continued. Yet you had already plotted your escape route. Gripping the dragon-slaying sword, you swung fiercely, unleashing a black dragon from the blade's edge. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's fury, your figures intertwined. With a resounding clash, there was no doubt. Possessing the imperial dragon technique, corroding true patterns, combined with your berserk state and 9th grade true weapon, you could not possibly lose. The blade gleamed, severing Nwuya's head. The moment his head took flight, a smile still graced his face. You could not fathom why he was so pleased. Truly, the resources of major sects are bountiful. Within the storage ring, Not only did you find 1,000,000 4th-grade true crystals, but also 100,000 5th-grade true crystals, alongside countless elixirs and talismans. Moreover, you discovered several special talismans. However, upon a mere glance, you felt a terrifying aura emanating from them. Foolish boy, with so many trump cards, why not utilize them? TSK, you took all the true crystals and, valuing your life, left the remaining items untouched if they sought to scheme against you. They were sorely mistaken. After disposing of the headless corpse, you turned and fled, heading straight for Nanjing. There was no other choice. It was the closest path to in the 1330th year. After 30 years of running, you finally arrived in Nanjing. As you inhaled the scent of blood permeating the air, excitement surged within you. However, now is not the time to return to your old ways. First, you must enter seclusion and break through your current realm. In a grand mountain within the southern frontier, you established a secluded retreat, dedicating yourself to solitary cultivation for the span of 1,400 years. During this time, you infuse yourself with a greater concentration of toxins through the corrosive essence, significantly enhancing your corrosive abilities. After 1,500 years of relentless practice, you spared no moment in your pursuit of mastery. By the end of 1,800 years and into the second millennium, although your cultivation had progressed, you remained at the mid-stage of the 8th realm, still a considerable distance from the later stages. It is difficult to imagine the strength of the 9-tiered true bone and imperial blood. Your rate of advancement was already commendably swift, yet it paled in comparison to your younger brother Lin Zhan. At 2,300 years, you finally broke through, entering the later stage of the 8th realm. Though this consumed the majority of your true crystals, it was clear you needed to venture out and earn more. Just as you prepared to embark on your endeavors, a fragrant breeze wafted through your retreat, momentarily immobilizing you. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared. She bore a striking resemblance to someone you knew. The scent of fox filled the air, and you realized with delight that it was General Duanmu. Salvation has arrived. Yet this time, General Duanmu had come too late. "My dear," she cooed, lifting your chin with a playful smile. An ominous feeling washed over you, prompting you to hastily cover yourself. That a year later, you found yourself on the bed, limbs weak, eyes rolling back, breath faint, and your complexion as pale as a tadpole, utterly drained. General Duanmu sat beside you, lighting a cigarette. "Lin Zhan, you performed admirably. Even among my 300,000 concubines, you are considered a master." Her words darkened your expression, in no wonder. While others had 3,000 concubines, she had 300,000. Who could compete with her? You still found it hard to believe. Could anyone truly reach such heights? "Enough of this. I have matters to attend to. Until we meet again," she said, tossing aside her robe, which fell to reveal dozens of storage rings. Reflexively, you caught them with your true energy, exclaiming, "Your Highness, take care." She departed, and you glanced down, muttering to your brother, "You truly have suffered it a year." You pondered how you had endured that time, opening the storage rings. You counted 2,000,000 3rd-tier true crystals and 100,000 5th-tier true crystals. Based on the markings, some were from the various sects of the ancestral ruins, others from the prominent families of the southern frontier, and even some treasures from the beasts. "General Duanmu, I adore you." You kissed the storage ring and retrieved the true crystals. Resuming your cultivation, by the 2,500th year, your practice continued, yielding modest progress. In the 3rd millennium, with the aid of some advanced resources provided by Duanmu Yin, you successfully broke through, achieving the consummate stage of the 8th realm. The next goal was the 9th realm. Clenching your fists, you brimmed with anticipation for the future, in the same year. Once again, you felt the onslaught of the beast tide in the southern frontier. A life-threatening crisis loomed, and you fled for your life. Racing northward towards the central continent, joining forces with a dozen cultivators along the way. By the 3,100th year, after enduring countless hardships, you finally arrived in the central continent, breathing in the serene and peaceful atmosphere. The group rejoiced in tears. "Brother, I hear you possess 8-tiered true bone." You smiled as you approached a burly bald man. His expression shifted to one of wariness. "How do you know this?" 8-tiered true bone is exceedingly rare. A treasure sought by any major power. a solitary cultivator who had never revealed his true bone. How did they acquire this information? Many refer to me as the diviner, you replied with a smile. Extending your arms, in an instant, you dispatched all the seventh-tier cultivators in your group and then severely injured the bald man and his brother, Idol. Thank you for your support along the way. Under the incredulous gaze of the bald man, you seized their true bones. Though still at the 8th tier, you did not ascend to the 9th, instead pushing your true bone to its limits, becoming a formidable force among the 8 tiers. The enhancement of your true bone was markedly evident, and upon devouring it, you experienced an exhilarating sensation. Having gained mastery, you laughed, little darling. Lin Zhan, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Just then, the voice of Duanmu, Yin, echoed in your ears, prompting you to look up. An explosion reverberated as a colossal three-tailed white fox apparition appeared in the sky. It was Duanmu Yin in the boundless cosmos. Fate cannot be spoken of. Duanmu Yin, at the consummate 15th realm. Lifespan of 11,000 years. Death? A chilling voice resonated from the heavens, and in an instant, the apparition of Duanmu Yin was absorbed. Alas, Duanmu Yin had perished. Yet, the events were not over. You had not forgotten about Duanmu Wuhui's subsequent appearance. That vixen, Upon entering the central continent, you chose not to head directly to the northern plains, but instead delved deeper into a grand city. Fellow cultivator, this retreat is engraved with 30,000 spirit-gathering formations, sufficient to support the cultivation of any 8th realm practitioner. For 10 million third-tier true crystals, you may reside here for 500 years. Rest assured, during this time, you shall not be disturbed in Lingyuan City. You need not worry about safety. The central continent is tranquil and governed by many rules, making it relatively peaceful. Within Lingyuan City, countless experts abound, allowing you to focus entirely on your secluded cultivation, something other wild retreats cannot offer. For 3,000 years, aside from the time Duanmu Yin was present, you had lived in constant trepidation that it was time to immerse yourself in a gentle haven, to cultivate in tranquility for a while. Upon securing the retreat, you immediately closed yourself off and deposited an additional 10 million third-tier true crystals for future use. While third-tier true crystals were of no utility to you, exchanging them for a period of stable cultivation was certainly worthwhile. In the 3,500th year, your cultivation was interrupted by a notification. Fellow cultivator, a visitor has arrived. Without a hint of surprise, you recognized the visitor as Duanmu Wuhui, adorned in a crimson palace gown, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Standing at the entrance of your retreat, you observed her through the formation, noting, I bear the mark left by Duanmu Yin. This woman has come solely for my radiant essence and cultivation. Yet, during her last visit, she had refrained from direct confrontation, instead resorting to underhanded tactics. Was it due to her lack of confidence in subduing me, or did she simply wish to avoid conflict? Shaking your head, you turned away. Regardless, it was prudent to maintain distance from her. After all, you could not discern her true cultivation level. She was far too dangerous. Having received no response from you, Duanmu Wei waited outside your retreat for 3 days and nights before being expelled by the enforcers of the city. Indeed, choosing to cultivate here was an astute decision. Without the enforcers, you would have been utterly depleted. Once you had gathered your thoughts, you resumed your practice, consuming 4th-tier and 5th-tier true crystals without restraint. By the 3,900th year, you paused your cultivation to release gas. Yet this time, there was no breakthrough. Undeterred, you inverted yourself and let out a thunderous fart, this time truly feeling the stirrings of a breakthrough. With a cold chuckle, you proceeded to relieve yourself in the garden of your retreat in a state of elation. You successfully broke through, officially stepping into the 9th realm. In the 9th realm, you gained an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. And beyond the enhancement of your overall power, you awakened a set of true armor. This was the standard for the 9th realm. True armor is the ultimate protective radiance, significantly boosting your defenses. Beneath the 9th realm, no one could harm you unless they wielded a 9th-tier true weapon. True armor is formed from the essence of heaven and earth, capable of taking on any shape and existing permanently. With a mere thought, your clothing disintegrated and the true armor coalesced, transforming into a black robe. Remarkably, even undergarments could be manifested. You jumped around, finding it comfortable, as though you wore nothing at all. The stellar sea true armor.